Synopsis. Lin Mo travels to the ninja world and opens a mysterious jar shop. Each jar holds powerful skills or rare treasures, and whatever his customers get, he gets too. As more jars are opened, the world begins to change in unexpected ways. The ninja villages must adapt, or be left behind in a new era. Chapter 1. Konoha Village. The area where the Hyuga clan is located. A woman dressed in Hyuga family clothes was running hurriedly, her face full of anxiety. Hinata Hyuga, who was training in the training ground, saw someone running over and immediately stopped and looked over in confusion. What's wrong? This one is Hanabi's maid. Hanabi went out to play today, and was followed by 2 maids. One of them came back like that. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, Hinata's expression suddenly changed and she became nervous. Is it Hanabi? What happened to Hanabi? She was actually planning to take Hanabi out to play today, but she didn't go because she was thinking about practicing ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Hyuga Hanabi's maid would actually come over. Still saying something happened. Hinata Hyuga immediately thought of Hanabi. But it shouldn't be. Because Hanabi is also protected by ninjas. It's the second miss. The second miss has awakened a pair of Sharingan. The maid who came over swallowed her saliva and said, Chun Tao is protecting the second young lady now and won't let her out, so I hurried to inform you, the eldest young lady. She didn't know where Hinata Hayashi was now, and she had no right to go to Hinata Hayashi's study. There are also ninjas stationed in Hyuga Hayashi's study. After thinking about it, she decided that the person she could contact best at the moment was Miss Hinata. What? Hearing this, Hyuga Hinata's expression changed. There really was something wrong with fireworks. But the next second, Hinata Hyuga's face was stunned again. Hinata Hanabi awakens the Sharingan. Sharingan, isn't that exclusive to the Uchiha clan? How could such a thing appear on Hinata Hanabi? Impossible. It is impossible for someone without Uchiha bloodline to have the Sharingan. Hinata Hanabi is his younger sister, who is even more talented than himself and has been designated as the heir to the main family. How could Hanabi awaken the Sharingan? Really, miss? Seeing the stunned and shocked Hyuga Hinata, the maid quickly said, it was just too urgent, so I ran back in a hurry and took a special path. We took the second young lady shopping, and unexpectedly, the second young lady entered a jar shop, opened a jar, and a pair of Sharingan appeared. That shop owner was very young, a handsome young man wearing a simple robe. He said that the things in his shop could produce all kinds of things, which attracted the second young lady. Then the second young lady produced the Sharingan, and it was a 3-Magatama eye. What? Hearing this, Hyuga Hinata's face was dull and her mind was in a mess. Jar. Developed the Sharingan. And it's 3-Magatama. When Hyuga Hinata was shocked, her mind was still a little confused. Why did Hinata Harukiu's words make her head so confused? Hinata Hanabi now has a 3-Magatama Sharingan. I have to tell my father. No, father isn't here, we have to go find Hanabi first. Take me there. Without any hesitation, some ideas flashed through her mind, and Hyuga Hinata hurriedly said nervously, hurry. No matter what, the most urgent task is to find Hanabi first and not let anyone else discover Hanabi's Sharingan. Because of this incident, Chuanju came back immediately and told herself that she didn't bring Huahua back because she was afraid of being seen on the road. Her father is not at home now, so she has to go and bring Huahua back. And they couldn't let others know what the Sharingan was. Immediately, Hyuga Hinata followed Hyuga Harukiku and quickly moved towards the destination. When moving, he also used chakra to speed up and chose some remote routes. As Hyuga Hinata followed Hyuga Hanabi's maid and moved quickly over. The other side. The street east of Konoha village. At the end of the street, there is an ordinary shop. A woman dressed in Hyuga family clothing was looking outside the jar shop with a wary expression. Compared to this one. Inside the store, there was a little Lolita with delicate looks, a petite figure, 2 curved eyebrows, and a pair of distinct black and white pupils. She looked very cute and kind. It was the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hanabi. Brother Lin Mo, how did you do it? Great, so amazing. As she spoke, Hinata Hanabi's pupils suddenly turned into Sharingan, and 3 black commas were rotating in her eyeballs. It has nothing to do with me, it mainly depends on your luck in opening the can. Lin Mo smiled faintly, you opened a pair of 3-Magatama Sharingan. So you got this pair of 3-Magatama Sharingan. You can't control the Sharingan now, you can try to control it, otherwise it's not good to open the Sharingan suddenly at any time because of emotional excitement. Hold head high. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi nodded obediently. The most urgent task is to learn how to control the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Otherwise, it would be terrible if the 3 Magatama Sharingan automatically opened due to emotions. As the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi knows how important the Sharingan is. This matter must never be known to others. As for why the shop owner knew it was okay, it was because his jar shop sells jars. Immediately, Hinata Hanabi tried to control the Sharingan. But as she tried to control herself, Hinata Hanabi became distressed. It's so difficult. When I try to control the Sharingan, I find it difficult to control it accurately. While Hinata Hanabi was trying hard to control her 3 Magatama Sharingan. In front of the jar shop. Hinata Hanabi's maid, Hinata Haruki, said to Lin Mo respectfully. Shopkeeper, can you tell me your origins? Why is there a 3 Magatama Sharingan in this jar? And there is no need to transplant it, the second lady merged it as soon as she touched it. Hinata Harukiku was very humble towards the young man in front of her. In an era when the Uchiha were almost extinct, it was incredible that they could produce a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. You know, these are the eyes that countless ninjas in a ninja world dream of. But in the end, it was obtained by Hanabi. Even though Miss Hanabi is the second daughter of the Hyuga clan and has Byakugan. But in her opinion, there are only advantages and no disadvantages for my second daughter to obtain the 3 Magatama Sharingan. The problem is, even if someone else gets the Sharingan, it should be transplanted. Instead, the second young lady of her own family only needed to touch it and instantly possessed the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Before the eldest lady came, she wanted to ask for some useful information. While asking, Hinata Harukiku looked at the cabinet behind Lin Mo. The cabinet has many small compartments, and in each compartment there is an ordinary-looking jar. It's hard to imagine that the second young lady just gained a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan just by knocking open one of the jars. This incident was simply unbelievable and overturned her 3 views. Moreover, the Sharingan does not need to be transplanted, it can be integrated with just a touch of the hand. She was filled with countless shocks and confusions. Chapter 2. I'm a shopkeeper who sells jars. Hearing what Hinata Harukiyu said, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said slowly, the purpose of opening a store is to do business and sell cans. There is not only the Sharingan in the jar, but also the Byakugan of your Hyuga clan, or the legendary Samsara Eye. There is nothing you can't open, except what you can't imagine. There are all kinds of other bloodline limits, even special abilities that surpass bloodline limits, summoning beasts, and so on. Of course, this is good luck. If your luck is bad, then you might get something rubbish, such as a kunai or a soldier pill. Lin Mo talked eloquently, and Hinata Harukiyu looked solemn when she heard him. What the shop owner said was unbelievable and broke her cognition. He could even roll his eyes. If it weren't for her second young lady opening a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, she would definitely think Lin Mo was a liar. Looking at her second young lady who was controlling the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Hinata Harukiku fell completely silent. What happened today really broke her cognition. So, open a jar. Lin Mo chuckled, it only takes 100,000 taels to open a jar, maybe you can open a 3 Magatama Sharingan like Hanabi. I don't have that much money. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Harukiyu's face showed some interest. But the next second, he shook his head, besides, even if I open the Sharingan, it will be a disaster for me. The most urgent thing is to wait for the eldest lady to come and then take Miss Hanabi back. What a pity. Hearing what Hinata Harukiku said, Lin Mo shook his head, then turned to look at the jars on his counter. This ordinary jar costs 100,000 taels each, which is not too expensive. The maid of the second lady of the Hyuga clan had no money to buy her, not even 100,000 taels. Looking at Hinata Hanabi who was trying hard to control her Sharingan, Lin Mo smiled faintly. But I still sold a jar, which is pretty good. You can sign in every day to receive some ordinary jars for free. He only needs to sell a jar, and he can get whatever the other party offers. At the same time, if you sell a certain amount of jars, you can also get an exclusive jar as a reward. He can become stronger by opening exclusive jars to obtain things. The first exclusive jar requires selling 100 regular jars. I have only sold one so far, and I still have a long way to go. Shoo. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the jar shop. Another figure followed closely behind. Miss. Seeing Hyuga Hinata coming, Hyuga Harukiku's eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly knelt on one knee respectfully. No need to be so formal, where's Hanabi? When Hyuga Hinata arrived, she looked at Hanabi first. After seeing Hanabi, Hyuga Hinata was completely relieved. As long as Hanabi was okay, she was glad. When Hinata Hyuga looked at Hanabi, Lin Mo also looked at Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga was wearing a long coat and long pants, looking a bit conservative but with a very modern feel. Although she was dressed conservatively, the girl was graceful and elegant, with eyes like glass, more penetrating and attractive than a clear lake, making people feel attracted to her at first sight. When Lin Mo looked at Hyuga Hinata also saw Lin Mo and took a quick look around the shop. The entire store was filled with nothing but a reclining chair and a cabinet filled with black lacquered jars. Not far away was a staircase leading directly to the second floor. When she saw Lin Mo for the first time, Hinata Hyuga's heart moved slightly. What a handsome young man. He is more handsome than all the boys I have seen in Konoha village. It is hard to imagine that such a handsome young man would stay in this ordinary shop. Elder sister. Just as Hinata was looking at Lin Mo, Hyuga Hanabi also saw Hyuga Hinata coming and immediately ran over excitedly. Sharingan. Seeing Hyuga Hanabi running over with a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan in her pupils, Hyuga Hinata's expression was completely moved. It's exactly like what Hinata Harumo said. Hanabi has a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. You know, even the geniuses of the Uchiha clan today do not have the 3 Magatama Sharingan. And now, a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared on the people of the Hyuga clan. For a moment, Hyuga Hinata was confused. Looking at Hyuga Hanabi running towards her, Hyuga Hinata picked up Hyuga Hanabi in shock and looked into her eyes carefully. In an instant, Hyuga Hinata opened her Byakugan. It was indeed discovered that Hinata Hanabi's eyes were a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. Hey, sister, I have a Sharingan. Hyuga Hanabi, who was held by Hyuga Hinata, looked excited. Look, it's still 3 Magatama. After hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said and looking at the 3 Magatama Sharingan in Hyuga Hanabi's eyes, Hyuga Hinata took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and looked at Lin Mo. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand how terrifying it is to see a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan appear on a member of the Hyuga clan. And all this is because of the young man in front of him. She really wanted to ask why there was such a thing as the Sharingan in the jar. And it's a pair of 3 Magatama. As a member of the Hyuga clan, her father had told her many things. The Sharingan is discussed in detail. So now Hinata Hyuga's mind is very confused, with many thoughts and doubts. She wants to ask, but she doesn't know where to start. After a long while, Hyuga Hinata took a deep breath and tried her best to calm her shocked heart. The most urgent task is to solve the problem of Hinata Hanabi first. It is not a good thing that a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan appears on the second daughter of the Hyuga clan. Owner, can you remove this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan? The next second, Hyuga Hinata hesitated and asked Lin Mo hesitantly again. Although the 3 Magatama Sharingan is very powerful, Hinata knows from her father that the 3 Magatama Sharingan without the Uchiha bloodline is a huge burden. Especially for the few-year-old fireworks, it is even more exaggerated. Although the 3 Magatama Sharingan is very powerful, Hinata Hanabi will never reveal it when fighting against the enemy or going on missions in the future. Because once it is revealed, it will inevitably attract the attention of other senior officials in the village. How could you, a member of the Hyuga clan, have a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan from the Uchiha clan? By then, the Hyuga clan will definitely be in trouble. Secondly, although the 3 Magatama Sharingan is powerful, if it is not used, its value is not as good as the Byakugan that Hinata Hanabi originally possessed. Hanabi is very talented and was chosen by her father to be the heir to the main family at a young age. For Hanabi, the Byakugan is her biggest help. But now she suddenly possesses a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, which will inevitably suppress Hanabi's original talent, which is not a good thing. Chapter 3. The 3 Magatama Sharingan can drive other ordinary ninjas crazy. But to Hinata Hanabi, she is just a burden. This burden must be discarded. After all, it means trouble. So now she wanted to ask this young and good-looking shop owner if there was any way to remove this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. In Hinata's opinion, these 3 Magatama Sharingan must be removed. But if the Sharingan is transplanted, what about Hinata Hanabi's original Byakugan? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata panicked, and quickly looked at Hanabi, and quickly said, Hanabi, can you use your Byakugan now? Hinata Hanabi should not lose her Byakugan just because she has the Sharingan. Sure. Hearing what Hinata Hyuga said, Hanabi Hyuga nodded, and her 3 Magatama Sharingan instantly turned into Byakugan. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hinata was shocked. Now Hinata Hanabi is like this, her 3 Magatama Sharingan can switch back and forth between the Byakugan. In this case, if Hanabi's Sharingan is transplanted, will her Byakugan also disappear? Of course can. Lin Mo nodded in response to Hinata Hyuga's shocked words, but if we want to remove it, it means transplantation. But now Hanabi Hyuga has already merged with the Sharingan. The Sharingan and the Byakugan have merged into one. If we remove Hanabi's Sharingan, the Byakugan will naturally be removed as well. In this state of Hinata Hanabi, the three Magatama Sharingan and the Byakugan have already merged. The only advantage is that it can be replaced at will, making it easier to hide. The bad thing is that if you remove this pair of Sharingan, the Byakugan will naturally be removed as well. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata frowned. It was the worst-case scenario she could imagine. If Hanabi's Sharingan is removed, her Byakugan will be gone. This puts us in a dilemma. Then, owner, while removing these three Magatama Sharingan, didn't you keep the Byakugan? After thinking for a while, Hyuga Hinata looked at Lin Mo again, and said hesitantly in a low voice, the Hyuga clan cannot have the Sharingan. Once it appears, it means trouble. This shop owner is so mysterious. Although he doesn't seem to have any chakra, he has a mysterious temperament if you look closely. Since Hanabi can directly obtain a pair of three Magatama Sharingan, there should also be a way to cancel this pair of three Magatama Sharingan and keep the Byakugan. There's no way to eliminate that. Hearing what Hinata Hyuga said, Lin Mo shook his head, which immediately made Hinata Hyuga depressed. Is there no way? But to be honest, there is a way. The next second, Lin Mo changed the subject, and Hinata's depressed mood was like riding a roller coaster. She immediately looked up at Lin Mo with surprise and hope in her eyes. The owner has a solution. That's opening the can. Lin Mo looked at the counter with ordinary jars behind him and chuckled. There are all kinds of things in the jars, whether it's bloodline limit ninjutsu, magic weapons, or even tailed beasts, there's nothing you can't open, except what you can't think of. It is not impossible to take out the things or abilities that can remove the bloodline from the jar. The three Magatama Sharingan, to put it simply, is a bloodline limit. There is something in the jar that can strip away the bloodline limit. The jars that he sold contain not only things from the Naruto world. There is everything in the heavens and all realms. The better the jar, the greater the chance of getting something good out of it. It was so easy to peel off a bloodline limit. Open the jar. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata's heart moved, and she looked at those ordinary-looking jars placed behind Lin Mo. It was because of this jar that Hanabi was able to open the three Magatama Sharingan. If you want to solve it, you need to open the can. If it weren't for the appearance of the bloodline limit of the three Magatama Sharingan, Hyuga Hinata would definitely suspect that Lin Mo was a liar. After all, how could something like the Sharingan just appear in an ordinary jar? And it's being sold for 100,000 taels, so anyone can come and open it. Young lady, the second young lady opened her Sharingan, and she just reached out and touched it and it merged. At this time, Hinata Harukiku quickly said, there is no special process. She watched as Hinata Hanabi opened the jar. Unexpectedly, as soon as Hinata Hanabi touched it, she obtained the three Magatama Sharingan, which shocked her on the spot. Call. After hearing this, Hyuga Hinata already knew the magic of this jar. I immediately took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. Looking at the handsome Lin Mo in front of her, Hinata hurriedly whispered, Shopkeeper, I am Hinata Hyuga from the Hyuga family, it's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. The origins of this shop owner are so mysterious that Hinata Hyuga no longer dares to think about it. After all, being able to take out something like the Sharingan and allow people to obtain it just by touching it completely broke her cognition. So Hyuga Hinata is very respectful and polite to the store owner. Hello, Hinata. Seeing the serious Hinata, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, as you can see, I am a shopkeeper who sells jars, or you can think of me as a jar merchant. Can the owner tell me about the jar? Hyuga Hinata said softly, although I already know it, I still want to know more details. If you want to go into more details, there's nothing else to say. Lin Mo chuckled, I sell ordinary jars for 100,000 taels each. A regular jar. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata paused and said hesitantly, is there a better jar up there? Hinata Hanabi opened a normal jar. It turns out that the owner has refined jars that are better than ordinary jars. Hinata Hyuga didn't even dare to think of anything better than the Sharingan's bloodline limit. Of course. Lin Mo nodded, that's a fine jar, whether it's the price or the purchasing qualification, you need to buy a certain amount of ordinary jars before you can buy it, you can only open ordinary jars now. Shopkeeper, before you open the can, I have one more question. Hyuga Hinata hesitated, then looked at Lin Mo seriously and asked softly. Does that mean that no matter who comes, they can come to the store to buy a jar? The jar contains good stuff like a blood limit, isn't the store owner afraid of getting into trouble? You know, this ordinary jar contains the bloodline limit of the three Magatama Sharingan. If ordinary people knew that they could buy it for only 100,000 taels, they would definitely go crazy. After all, bloodline limit represents a powerful ninja. Who doesn't want to be a ninja? But if you want to become a ninja, you must have talent. Those without talent are not ninjas at all and cannot even learn ninjutsu. I can only learn physical training. But physical skills are very difficult, and if you really have to face ninjutsu, you will still be at a great disadvantage. Chapter 4. With a bloodline limit, you are naturally ahead of countless ordinary people and win at the starting line. However, there are too few people who possess Kekkei Genkai, and most of those who have Kekkei Genkai are from families. For example, her Hyuga clan, or the Uchiha clan, etc. have special bloodline limits. Now the store owner is actually selling Kekkei Genkai. Isn't he afraid of the Konoha's high-ranking officials? Isn't the shop owner afraid of trouble? Or does the store owner have the ability to suppress trouble? Even the Hokage doesn't know about this little jar shop. Otherwise, why is there no action? That's not a question. When Hyuga Hinata was thinking this, Lin Mo smiled faintly, but I would also say this kind of common sense, no matter who it is, he can come to me to open the jar, even if he is an ordinary person. Lin Mo said slowly, as for the bloodline limit, it is not considered a good thing in my shop. There are too many abilities stronger than the bloodline limit. Whether it can be opened depends entirely on the luck of the person who opens the can. Even I can't interfere. As for trouble, since I dare to open this jar, I will naturally not be afraid of any trouble. In this jar shop, you are the absolute master. No matter who comes, they will be suppressed by myself and won't be able to make any waves. Something better than a bloodline limit? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata's face was stunned. Seeing how naturally the shop owner spoke, it was obvious that he wasn't lying. But things like bloodline limit are already the best things in the ninja world. What could be better than a bloodline limit? And having a bloodline limit doesn't mean being strong. Even if an ant has a bloodline limit but doesn't know how to use it or develop it, it's still just an ant. How many people with bloodline limits have achieved nothing in their lives? Bloodline limits only give you a better start, but it doesn't mean you will definitely be stronger. For example, your Hyuga clan, the Hyuga clan members with Byakugan, don't they also have many who are mediocre their whole lives? Do they become stronger after they have bloodline limits? Compared to the truly gifted ninjas without bloodline power, they only have the advantage of the Byakugan. If you are accidentally caught by an ordinary person, you will die. Is it really that powerful to have a bloodline limit? Although bloodline limit is the standard to measure a strong person, it is not the only one. Even within the Hyuga clan, there are many people with Byakugan who remain mediocre throughout their lives. Bloodline limit cannot allow you to change your fate, it just gives you a good starting point. No talent at all. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata fell silent. The shop owner is right. Having a bloodline limit does not necessarily mean that you will become stronger. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she knows the situation of the Hyuga clan very well. According to the store owner's analysis, the bloodline limit doesn't seem to be that good. But Hinata also knows that something like bloodline limit is also the pursuit of countless ordinary people. Once combined with a ninja who possesses a bloodline limit, it is possible that the next generation will also be born with a bloodline limit. Unfortunately, it is not so easy to combine with a ninja with bloodline limit. Some people spent all their family wealth and were unable to marry into the Hyuga clan. Family affairs. There is a gap between common people and nobles. That gap is the bloodline limit. What does the shop owner want? Hyuga Hinata was silent for a while, hesitated for a moment, and then asked in a low voice. These ordinary jars are 100,000 taels each, but they contain bloodline limits like the Sharingan, which can be integrated by anyone. This is enough to drive anyone crazy. This is something that cannot be bought with 1 million taels, or even 10 million taels. Isn't it too cheap for the store owner to sell it for 100,000 taels? Or, in other words, why does the store owner sell it so cheaply? Although Hinata is young, she doesn't understand why Lin Mo would open such a kin shop. If there is such a thing, shouldn't it be used by oneself? Even if you don't need it yourself, if you really want to trade it, you have to auction it off or sell it at a high price. In the end, only 100,000 taels were needed. These 100,000 taels are an astronomical figure for ordinary people. But for real ninjas or businessmen, it is a very cheap price. If those people knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. After all, one bloodline limit can be purchased for 100,000 ryo, which is basically a gift for free. To sell more jars, of course. Lin Mo smiled faintly. As for cheap or something, that's the price of my jar shop. If the price wasn't set by the shop, I would make sure to adjust it to the lowest price. After all, by selling more jars, he can quickly obtain exclusive jars and become stronger. Hyuga Hinata. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata was confused. Sell more jars? What a strange goal. What she wanted to ask was why the store owner sold it so cheaply and what his purpose was. Then the owner said he wanted to sell more jars, and they were gone. Isn't this just a free gift? For a moment, Hinata was confused. However, seeing that the shopkeeper was unwilling to say more, Hinata took a deep breath, knowing that asking further would be fruitless. The most urgent task is to open the jar first and deal with Hinata Hanabi's Sharingan. Of course, what I want to say is that what comes out of the jar depends on your luck. Looking at Hyuga Hinata who was about to open the can, Lin Mo chuckled, maybe you opened the can, but you didn't get what you need to solve Hyuga Hanabi, you have to be mentally prepared. Hinata Hyuga is now opening the can, mainly to solve the problem with Hanabi Hyuga and get rid of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. But sometimes the result is not what Hinata Hyuga wants. Hinata Hyuga, who was about to open the can, froze when she heard Lin Mo's words. Yes, the shop owner is right, opening the can depends entirely on your luck. It is not necessarily impossible to have what is needed to make fireworks bloom. I know. Hyuga Hinata nodded. We still have to open the jar. Only by opening the jar will we have a chance to remove Hinata Hanabi's Sharingan. If you don't open the jar, there is absolutely no chance. Hinata immediately took out the money and prepared to open the can, but the next second, she reached for her waist, blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment and said. Well, owner, can you let me open the can first? I'll have someone bring the money over later. She came out in a hurry and didn't bring any money with her. No. Lin Mo shook his head, this store does not accept credit, you can open the can when you pay. I understand. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata hid the embarrassment in her eyes, then looked at Chuanju and whispered, Chuanju, please run to my room and bring my wallet, remember to take the small path and be careful not to attract other people's attention. Chapter 5. But if you walk the same way, there should be no problem using chakra to speed up your pace secretly. I understand, miss. Hearing what Hinata Hyuga said, Harajuku Hyuga nodded quickly and walked out. She naturally realized the importance of this matter. Really? Why did you suddenly come to this jar shop? Watching Hyuga Haruki leave, Hyuga Hinata turned her gaze to Hyuga Hanabi inside in her heart. Hinata Hanabi opened the jar and took out a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. If I open the jar now, I will find something that can eliminate Hinata Hanabi's pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. It's a complete cycle. The fireworks are curious, so they bloom. Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hanabi looked at Hinata eagerly. Do you really want to remove Hanabi's Sharingan? Hanabi was able to control the Sharingan just now, and now she can switch between the Sharingan and the Byakugan, it doesn't matter if she doesn't remove it. Although she knew what the Sharingan represented, she found that she became much stronger after having it. And he also has the ability of the Sharingan to use. Since she can control the switching between the Sharingan and the Byakugan, Hanabi thinks it would be a good idea not to get rid of the Sharingan. It's necessary to eliminate it. Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said and looking at Hanabi with eager eyes, Hyuga Hinata hesitated, but still whispered. Father said that you are the hope of the Hyuga clan, although the Sharingan can help you, it does more harm than good, it's better to be safe than sorry, can you guarantee that you won't show your Sharingan to others in the future? Even if you don't show it, you will definitely use it in the process of carrying out missions in the future, once someone sees it, it will be bad. You can promise not to show it to others, but what if someone accidentally sees you when you use it? If that happens, the Hyuga clan will be in trouble. Moreover, the Uchiha clan now has a terrifying traitor, once a member of our Hyuga clan has the Sharingan, it will definitely attract the attention of the other party. When that happens, my Hyuga clan will be in trouble. After all, as the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, the hope of the Hyuga clan has the Sharingan, what about the other members of the Hyuga clan? Do they have it too? By then, whether it is the Uchiha clan or other ninja clans, they will pay attention to our Hyuga clan, if we are not careful, our Hyuga clan will face disaster. So this is why I want to remove your Sharingan. Besides, you are already very talented and have the Byakugan, the Sharingan is just a burden to you because you only have one pair of eyes, if you switch back and forth, you will be more tired than ordinary people. Maintaining the Sharingan itself consumes a lot of chakra, add to that the Byakugan, and you simply don't have that much chakra to consume. Hinata whispered as she thought of some of the things her father had said to her and looked at her sister. What she said are actually some secrets. I just don't want to think about those things. Although she also knew that Hinata Hanabi must be aware of the seriousness of the matter and would not reveal her Sharingan in front of others. What can happen later? What if someone accidentally sees it in the future? That would be bad. At that time, it would definitely be a disaster for the Hyuga clan. Thinking of some of the things her father had said when she was a child, she thought of the Uchiha clan and didn't expect it to be like that. Hinata Hyuga didn't dare to gamble, and even felt nervous. While few people know about it now, we must make Hinata Hanabi give up the Sharingan. Now that her father is gone, she is the only one who can protect her sister, so she expressed her opinion. Hanabi knows. After hearing what Hinata Hyuga said, Hanabi Hyuga was stunned. It was a long while before she nodded subconsciously. My sister is right. From a long-term perspective, I cannot possess this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. But what if it can't be eliminated? The next second, Hinata Hanabi suddenly thought of something and said hesitantly, the shop owner also said that you may not get what you want when you open the jar, it all depends on your luck. What if you can't get what you want? All Hinata's sister is thinking about now is getting something out of it, and everything is developing in a good direction. But what if it can't be opened? If we can't get it, we'll go back and report this to our father. Hyuga Hinata whispered, we must tell father about this matter no matter what. Whether it was this mysterious shop owner or this magical jar shop, Hinata felt that she had to report it to her father. After all, this little jar shop is incredible. They actually sell things like bloodline limits. There are even things that are more exaggerated than the bloodline limit. It's incredible. I must go back and talk to my father about this. What she had said to Hanabi before were also some family matters that Hinata Hayashi would usually tell her. Otherwise, she wouldn't say this. She knew that she had to stand up in front of her sister. Aha! Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hanabi nodded obediently. Time just passes quietly. Not much time passed. Hinata Harukaku is back. When he came back, he also brought Hinata Hyuga's purse. Shopkeeper, this is 500,000 taels, I'll open 5 jars. Looking at the money in her pocket, Hyuga Hinata took out all of it. Although he didn't spend much money normally, he only had more than 500,000 taels on him. You can open 5 jars from the shopkeeper. Ah! Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Lin Mo took the money handed over by Hyuga Hinata, nodded and said, pick 5 jars yourself. Looking at the 500,000 taels in his hand, Lin Mo chuckled. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she is wealthy. Although 500,000 taels can only buy 5 ordinary jars from him. But in fact, outside, 500,000 taels is already a huge sum of money. The reward for a ninja's D-level mission is between 500 taels and 10,000 taels. The reward for a C-level mission is between 10,000 and 50,000 taels. The reward for a B-level mission is between 50,000 and 150,000 taels. The reward for an A-level mission is between 152,000 and 1 million vehicles. As for the higher level S-level mission rewards, it is over 1 million taels. For ninjas, B-level or A-level tasks are usually completed in small groups, and the task rewards are finally divided equally. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata, does not need to complete the task reward. She only needs to collect her own resources from her own family, and can even take more if it is not enough. These 500,000 taels alone are far more than the net worth of an average ninja. You don't have to struggle like others to get so much pocket money. I have to say that Hinata Hyuga is a small rich woman. Hearing Lin Mo's words, I saw Lin Mo take the money. Hyuga Hinata nodded, then began to look at the jars placed on the counter. All the jars are the same, look ordinary and plain, so you can only choose randomly. I just don't know if the white eyes can see through it. Suddenly, an idea came into Hinata Hyuga's mind. What if you look at it with your eyes rolled? But the shop owner shouldn't reveal such an obvious flaw. Even if you use your Byakugan, you can't see what's inside the jar. When Hyuga Hinata was thinking this, Lin Mo chuckled and said, if you don't believe it, you can try it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata's face suddenly turned slightly red. Sure enough, it's not possible. As for what to try, forget it. After all, that's what the owner said. Sorry. Hinata apologized with a blushing face, then looked back at the jars and started choosing again. Chapter 6. This eldest lady of the Hyuga family was a little beyond my expectations. He didn't feel like a kid of 12 or 13. The verbal communication is quite mature. Lin Mo was surprised by Hinata's behavior after she entered the store. When Lin Mo thought so. Hinata, who was choosing jars at this time, found after looking for a while that she could not tell the difference between the jars. I picked up a few jars one by one. After Hinata Hyuga finished selecting the jars, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the jars selected by Hinata Hyuga flew out safely and landed in front of Hinata Hyuga. Okay, that's great. Lin Mo's sudden move surprised Hyuga Hinata again. She couldn't sense any chakra energy at all. With just a wave of his hand, the jar he had chosen flew out, and he could not feel any trace of chakra at all. Looking at the shop owner's body, there was no chakra. But can use this method. For a moment, Lin Mo's identity once again rose to a higher level in Hinata Hyuga's heart. Hyuga Hinata took a deep breath and then decisively opened the first jar. With a bang, the first jar broke and a blue ball of light fell out. Seeing this ball of light, Hyuga Hinata was stunned. What is this? What a bright ball of light. Seeing this blue ball of light, Hinata Hanabi was surprised. When Hanabi opened the jar just now, what came out was a pair of Sharingan wrapped in a water ball, and then it merged with the touch, and I possessed it. When I first opened the can, what came out was not like this. Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said, Hyuga Hinata's mind moved and she looked at Lin Mo. Even if you don't know, the owner definitely knows. At this time, Lin Mo was also surprised when looking at the blue ball of light. Wind attribute chakra nature represents the chakra of wind attribute nature. After fusion, you can master the changes of chakra of wind attribute nature. A simple introduction, nothing special. But Lin Mo knew that this thing was not simple. To a certain extent, a ninja's chakra attributes are determined from the moment of birth. Before every ninja learns attribute ninjutsu, he needs to use chakra test paper to test his chakra attribute, and then learn the corresponding chakra ninjutsu. Inputting each attribute of chakra into the chakra test paper will get different results. Water attribute chakra will make paper wet. Fire attribute chakra will burn paper. Earth attribute chakra can shred paper. Wind attribute chakra can cause paper to be torn and cut. Lightning attribute chakra will make paper wrinkle. If all 5 attributes are possessed, then one area will catch fire, one area will be split, one area will become wrinkled, one area will be wet, and the last area will be broken. Although in theory, everyone's chakra contains 5 basic attributes, one or several of them are more prominent. This is closely related to their talents and determines the degree of their mastery of a certain attribute. Although chakra test strips can detect the most prominent attributes, it does not mean that other attributes cannot be developed. However, the process of developing other properties is extremely difficult. In fact, many people can only master the attribute in which they are most naturally gifted throughout their entire lives, while other attributes are almost solidified in potential and are difficult to tap into. In order to become a jonin, a prerequisite is to master the changes in the properties of the 2 chakras. Many ninjas cannot develop it in their entire lives, let alone ordinary people whose chakra properties are not outstanding. This is a change in the nature of wind attribute chakra. Seeing the look coming from Hinata Hyuga, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it and said slowly. If you touch it, you can fuse this chakra, which will allow you to master the changes in the nature of wind-attributed chakra and develop and practice wind-attributed ninjutsu. How could it be? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the ball of light in front of her. Is this blue light a change in the nature of wind-attribute chakra? Just by touching it, one can control the changes in the properties of wind-attribute chakra. This is too exaggerated. Although she was shocked when she knew that Hinata Hanabi had opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and fused it, she had some understanding of this jar. But now, she still felt shocked. Because human chakra is almost fixed since birth. People with significant chakra attributes can become ninjas and learn ninjutsu. People with unremarkable chakra attributes can only be civilians. Or learn taijutsu. Otherwise it's a waste of time. Even for ninjas, some people's significant chakra attributes are fixed. This is something that even transplantation cannot achieve. As far as I know, bloodline limits such as the Sharingan and the Byakugan can be transplanted. As long as you find someone who is proficient in medical ninjutsu to do the transplant can be successful. But things like chakra properties cannot be transplanted at all. It's like a talent, it's fixed. You need to develop and master it yourself. It can even be said that if you are born with a significant talent, you have it, and if you are born without it, you don't. But the shop owner said that this blue ball of light she opened could allow one to control the changes in the properties of wind attribute chakra just by touching it. Doesn't this mean that even people who don't have obvious chakra attributes can instantly grasp the wind attributed chakra properties after touching it, even if the chakra test paper cannot measure it? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata's breathing quickened, and she looked at Lin Mo. Shopkeeper, if a person without any significant chakra attribute touches this, can he also master the changes in the wind attribute chakra nature? And thus practice wind attribute ninjutsu? If this is the case, it will completely break the gap between ordinary people and ninjas. There is no such situation in the entire ninja world. At least, she hadn't heard of it. Of course. Lin Mo nodded. No matter who opens the wind attribute chakra, after fusion, everyone can control the changes in the nature of this attribute chakra. This thing, no matter who uses it, can integrate and master the changes in the nature of chakra with wind attributes. However, in this ninja world, mastering the changes in the properties of wind-attributed chakra does not mean that you will reach great heights overnight. Because you still have to continue developing. After getting Lin Mo's definite answer, Hyuga Hinata took several deep breaths before calming her turbulent heart. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata understands very well the meaning of this ball of light with changing chakra properties. It is completely possible to break the ninja path that blocks ordinary people. If people knew this, they would definitely go crazy. How many ordinary people have money but do not have significant chakra attributes and are unable to practice ninjutsu, and are in danger of having their wealth robbed? For this reason, many people are willing to pay a large sum of money to seek the protection of ninjas. Not to mention ordinary people, even these ninjas would go crazy about this. Because the ninjutsu that many ninjas practice and possess are all related to their own distinctive attribute chakra. Many ninjas only have one significant chakra attribute, so they are much inferior to many other ninjas. Because you can only use one attribute of ninjutsu, while people who have significantly more chakra attributes than you can use 2 or even 3. This is a complete crush of quality. Even Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, only possesses the remarkable chakra attributes of lightning and fire. I have not yet mastered the changes in the properties of these 2 chakra attributes. But now that I have integrated this thing, I can master the changes in the nature of wind attribute chakra and become a ninja with 3 attributes. I can develop and practice wind attribute ninjutsu. Both the means of fighting the enemy and the life-saving ninjutsu have been greatly increased. Although she was shocked, Hyuga Hinata reached out and touched it immediately, integrating the changes in the nature of the wind attribute chakra. In a flash, the blue light ball turned into flowing water and flowed into Hinata Hyuga's body. Chapter 7. Hinata Hyuga could clearly feel that some changes had occurred in the chakra she controlled. The next second, Hyuga Hinata took out a chakra test paper from her wallet. Reach out and inject chakra. Almost instantly, the chakra test paper changed. One area caught fire, another area became crumpled, and then the chakra paper was split again. This means that Hinata, whose only significant chakra attributes were lightning and fire chakra, has now added significant wind chakra, and has also mastered the changes in the nature of wind chakra. Seeing that it really happened, Hyuga Hinata was extremely shocked. Not only Hinata Hyuga was shocked, but also Hanabi Hyuga, Haruki Hyuga, and Haruma Hyuga. They all watched it all in amazement. My eldest daughter actually possessed 3 distinct chakra attributes so easily. It's even a change in the nature of chakra that you can master without having to develop it yourself. And that's just the beginning. There must be 4 or 5 more to come. After all, Hyuga Hinata has only opened 1 jar so far. While they were thinking this, Hyuga Hinata had already adjusted her mentality and let out a long sigh. Looking at the remaining 4 jars, he decisively opened the next one. Boom! The second jar shattered, and a stack of detonating talismans fell out. It's a detonating talisman. Looking at all these detonating tags, Hyuga Hinata recognized them instantly. She knew it without Lin Mo telling her. Moreover, this stack of detonating talismans made her feel that she might have made a small profit. Good. Hearing Hyuga Hinata's words, Lin Mo nodded, but it's not an ordinary detonating talisman, but a waterproof detonating talisman. While speaking, Lin Mo looked at the waterproof detonating talisman that Hyuga Hinata had opened. Waterproof explosive talisman. The surface volume combines the volumes of 2 ordinary explosive talismans. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary explosive talismans. It has a certain waterproof performance and can briefly trigger an explosion even underwater. This thing is also waterproof. This is the first time I know this. Waterproof detonating charm. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata looked surprised. The price is even more expensive. There are several types of detonating talismans. Even the most common detonating talisman costs 2,000 taels of silver. Not to mention the waterproof detonating talismans, which are more expensive than ordinary detonating talismans. Hinata immediately took the stack of detonating tags in her hand and counted them roughly. Almost 30. The money spent was earned back. For a moment, Hinata's face was filled with surprise. It costs 100,000 taels of silver to open a jar by yourself. This stack of waterproof detonating talismans has 30 pieces, which is a complete payback. Although I don't know the price of this detonating talisman, it is definitely more expensive than ordinary detonating talismans. Seeing the surprised Hyuga Hinata, Lin Mo nodded. Opening the can will also make your money back. 1 jar costs 100,000 taels of silver, but the stack of detonating talismans you have opened so far has already paid for the entire jar. If I'm lucky, the next time I open it, it won't be a stack of detonating talismans, but a bundle of detonating talismans. Yes. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata nodded slightly. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the owner's jars were not expensive at all, and were actually very cheap. Although I thought so before. After all, Hanabi spent 100,000 taels on a jar to get a pair of priceless Sharingan. Or the 3 Magatama Sharingan. This is something that cannot be bought with 100,000 taels of silver. Now that he had opened 2 jars, whether it was the chakra attribute in the previous one or the waterproof detonating talisman in his hand, each jar had paid off. If you convert it, you are not losing money at all. Because just the chakra attribute alone makes me earn a lot of money. With wind attribute chakra, it means that she can continue to learn wind attribute ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata looked at Lin Mo with excitement in her eyes. This is a great good man. Thinking so, Hyuga Hinata continued to knock open the 3rd jar. The 3rd jar shattered, and a black kunai fell out. Kunai. Looking at the falling kunai, Hyuga Hinata was stunned. Subconsciously, Hyuga Hinata looked at Lin Mo and asked curiously, "Shopkeeper, is this kunai special?" Because the detonating talisman that just fell was different from the detonating talismans he knew, it was a special detonating talisman. If the kunai that fell now is special, it will be very valuable. Hard kunai. The kunai made of high-quality steel is much more durable than ordinary kunai. At this time, Lin Mo took a look at the introduction of this kunai, and nodded immediately after hearing Hinata's words. It's a bit special, but it's a little harder than ordinary kunai. Other than that, there's nothing special about it. Harder than normal kunai. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata was stunned. It seemed that this was of no use. No, the durability is pretty good. Thinking of this, Hinata Hyuga immediately put away the kunai. Then continued to crack open the 4th jar. The 4th jar broke and a blue ball of light fell down, surprising Hinata. A ball of blue light? Is it another ball of light with chakra attributes? Hinata subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. "Shopkeeper, what is the chakra attribute of this?" The eldest lady's luck is really too good. Chun Tao, who was standing next to her, saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The young lady opened the jar, and 2 blue light balls have come out so far. The previous blue light ball was a change in the nature of the wind-attributed chakra. If this ball of blue light also represents a change in the nature of the chakra, then we will make a lot of money. Elite Genin's chakra. The chakra that a senior Genin has cultivated with great effort can be instantly superimposed on one's own chakra after fusion, increasing the chakra to the level of a senior Genin. At this time, Lin Mo also saw the blue light ball that came out of Hinata Hyuga, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Senior Genin, Elite Genin. It's not what you think. Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "This is the chakra of the elite genin level, or the chakra of a senior genin. After you fuse it, you can increase the chakra in your body. This thing is the amount of chakra. Even an ordinary person can possess this amount of chakra after fusion. But if you don't have ninja talent or something, you can't use it. Even an ordinary genin cannot become an elite genin. After all, elite genin possess more than just chakra. Increase the chakra in your body." When Hyuga Hinata heard Lin Mo's words, she was shocked. Still an elite genin? You know, chakra is cultivated and refined by every ninja and contained in his body. There is no way to take shortcuts. If you want to become stronger, you must practice and refine your chakra. At least that's how it seemed to her. But now, she actually came up with this thing. Doesn't that mean? No matter who it is, even if they don't have ninja talent, as long as they touch this chakra light ball, they can become an elite genin in one step. Chapter 8. This means that he is more powerful than other ninjas of the same period. They are both genin, but they just have the chakra of genin. And you possess chakra far beyond that of an ordinary genin, so the balance has already shifted towards you. Hinata Hyuga reached out and touched the blue ball of light. In an instant, the blue light ball turned into flowing water and flowed into Hinata's body, making Hinata feel comfortable all over. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. The next second, Hinata felt a huge amount of chakra appearing out of nowhere in her body and was immediately shocked. It really is the chakra of an elite genin. This chakra is more than what he has cultivated. Although she is about to graduate from the ninja school, she is far from reaching the level of an elite genin. Now, a jar worth 100,000 taels completely surpassed her efforts in practicing chakra over the years. The most important thing is that this is the chakra of an elite genin. What if it's a chunin, or a jonin? Hinata didn't even dare to think about it. Any chakra is never created out of thin air, but is refined by practitioners. Talented practitioners can even practice through shadow clones. But even with the help of shadow clones to practice, it cannot be sustained forever. The most important thing is that she felt that in addition to the increase in her chakra, the meridians in her body also became active and seemed to have become thicker. It's like a tree growing slowly, its weight changing while it melts another tree. The increase in density is like the expansion of the meridians. With her bloodline limit of Byakugan, she can clearly feel the changes in her own meridians. Shopkeeper. If I keep opening the jar, doesn't it mean that I can always open this so-called chakra? This jar can be used to mass-produce ninjas, right? Even in a ninja family, not all members are ninjas. It is also impossible to mass-produce ninjas. Good. Seeing Hinata's shocked face, Lin Mo nodded and smiled faintly. Not only is there chakra from this elite genin, there is also chakra from Chunin and even Jonin in the jar. If you are lucky, you may even get Kage-level chakra. Hearing Lin Mo's words, both Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi, their maids all showed shocked expressions. If a jar could produce Jonin-level chakra, wouldn't that be like reaching the sky in one step? The amount of chakra at the Jonin level is completely different from that at the Genin or Chunin level. And most importantly, this amount of chakra can be stacked. The amount of chakra of an elite genin can be continuously added through jars. If you are lucky, the jars will continue to open and produce the chakra of elite genin. That keeps piling up, it's already completely Chunin. Don't be so shocked, chakra alone is not necessarily omnipotent. Seeing Hyuga Hinata and others who were shocked, Lin Mo slowly said, any use of chakra requires the help of ninjutsu, or to be proficient, you just merge chakra obtained out of thin air. If it can't play the expected effect, then it is useless. The strong have more precise control over chakra, and can even grasp a small amount of chakra to perform some powerful ninjutsu. For a ninja, ninjutsu is the key, as well as physical fitness. This is just the amount of chakra, not the experience of chakra control. So even if someone has opened it, they still need to adapt to this chakra and practice it. If you can't even use some basic techniques, then what's the point of giving you Jonin-level chakra? If you want to use chakra perfectly, you still have to practice. Whether you are a talented ninja or not, you need to train. There are examples of ninjas with more chakra being defeated by ninjas with less chakra. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata was stunned. Then he nodded in agreement. That's true. The truly powerful ninjas all rely on their own control over chakra to control the consumption of chakra. If you fail to grasp it, once you run out of energy, you will be completely at a disadvantage and that will be troublesome. But even so, Hinata still felt a little dazed after unleashing the amount of chakra from this elite genin. Because, it's too easy. It only takes money to do it. If this gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Ninjas with poor qualifications don't have to worry about refining too little chakra. As long as you open the jar, you will have the opportunity to obtain a steady supply of chakra, allowing you to reach the level of Chunin or even Jonin. Even if you know few ninjutsu, you can still achieve greater effects by using chakra. Who is this young man who is a few years older than me? Subconsciously, Hyuga Hinata looked at Lin Mo with confusion in her eyes. She knew more than Hanabi, and she understood what the jar represented. But the other party actually sold it so openly. Isn't he afraid that Konoha will cause trouble for him? Looking at the last remaining jar, Hyuga Hinata knocked it open decisively. Boom! The fifth jar, this time it was a black round ball. Bingliang pills. Looking at this thing, Hyuga Hinata recognized it again. Good. Lin Mo nodded. Compared to the same level of Bingliang pills, the effect of this Bingliang pill is better, but that's all. While speaking, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of the Bingliang pill. Specially made soldier pills after eating, it can instantly enhance and restore chakra, but if you eat too much, it will be indigestible, so it is not advisable to eat too much. This simple introduction made Lin Mo think about another question. So, the things that come out of this jar, even if they are very ordinary, seem to be of better quality than those outside? Got to go out and buy some stuff to compare. While Lin Mo was thinking this, Hyuga Hinata had already put away the Bingliang pill. By now, all 5 jars had been opened and she was out of money. And there was no solution to the problem of Hanabi's eyes. She felt that this matter must be informed to her father. The problem with Hanabi's eyes has not been fixed, and it is definitely not something she can hide. There is no point in hiding it. The best way is to tell your father. If I were to tell you, I would definitely have to talk about this jar shop. From what I have talked to the shop owner about, he doesn't seem to mind telling others about this jar shop. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata looked at Lin Mo and asked softly, "Shopkeeper, you don't mind if I tell other people about your shop, right?" Although she had a guess, Hinata Hyuga still asked, wanting to get a guaranteed answer. Of course I don't mind. Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, would be even happier if you are willing to bring someone to open the jar. Lin Mo was eager for Hinata to bring people over to open the jar. Chapter 9. And he can also get more. Likewise, if you sell a certain amount of jars, you'll get an exclusive jar as a reward. When you open your own jar, what you get must be far more than what others get when they open the jar. Besides, he couldn't stand at the door and promote loudly, urging people to come and open the cans. Because if they were not ninjas, few residents would be willing to spend 100,000 taels to open an unknown jar. Even if he praised the jar to the sky. The most important thing is that it will attract the attention of that bastard Danzo. Although I am invincible in this little jar shop. But it's no longer the case once you leave the jar shop. He can't stay at the jar shop all his life. Then what to eat? He has decided to slowly stockpile some supplies. Apart from preparing for what might happen later, he didn't enjoy wandering around Konoha. It would be even better if I could stay in the store. After all, there is no internet or computers in Konoha village nowadays, which is too boring. Now that it has just opened, he really hopes that even if a large number of ninjas come to open the cans, it won't cause too much trouble. Once I become stronger by helping others open jars, I won't have to worry about that Danzo thing anymore. And it's not just Danzo either. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's eyes became somewhat deep. He wished that all the Hyuga clan would come and open the jar. At this time, Hinata was a little confused after hearing Lin Mo's words and getting Lin Mo's affirmative answer. The owner actually said that the more people she brought, the better. Then why doesn't the owner take the initiative to cooperate with Konoha? Although she couldn't figure it out, Hinata decided not to think about it anymore and instead decided to tell her father about it and let her father make the decision. Shopkeeper. Thinking of this, Hinata hurriedly said, I am going to go back and report to my father, he may come by then. That's good. Hearing Hinata's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, but you have to be quick, because my jars are limited in supply every day, if someone buys them before you come, then there will be no more. You can sign in every day to receive some ordinary jars for free. If these jars are sold out, they will be gone. I can only wait until the next day. The thought of this gave him a headache. Why isn't the supply of jars in this store unlimited? According to his speculation. If you want to sign in to get more cans, then it is probably related to the number of cans sold. What? Hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in her heart, and asked in surprise, Shopkeeper, doesn't the can store you run have an unlimited supply? Hinata was stunned, but suddenly she thought of something and felt it made sense. It seems horrible that such a magical jar would be in unlimited supply. Of course not. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, not only does my jar shop not supply jars in unlimited quantities, but people who come to open jars are also limited in purchase. Each person can only open 10 jars a week. If you want to continue, you have to wait until next week. If it weren't for the rules of this crappy store, I would have sold all the jars. As for what changes have taken place in the ninja world, what does it have to do with him? Even he didn't know what was in the jar. Only after the person who opened the cans came out, would we know. This is why he told Hinata that he hoped Hinata would bring more people to open the cans, instead of asking Hinata to go back and get millions or tens of millions to buy cans. Because there are purchase restrictions. Is there a purchase limit? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata immediately looked at Hyuga Hanabi. If that's the case, then Hanabi's Sharingan problem may not be solved so quickly. And this shop owner seemed a little too weird to Hinata. If anyone else owned these jars, how could they sell them? Even if it was sold, it would be impossible to sell it for just 100,000 taels. A Sharingan alone is enough to attract the pursuit of countless ninjas, let alone one with 3 Magatama. There are many people in the Uchiha clan who cannot open the 3 Magatama since they are born. What is the shop owner selling these pictures for? If she could understand the Sharingan, then she couldn't understand the chakra properties. People who don't have chakra attributes can actually gain chakra attributes by opening jars, completely changing themselves and becoming qualified to be a ninja. This is simply a fantasy. This makes it possible to create people with ninja qualifications at will. And that chakra, which can be obtained out of thin air, instantly freeing people from the troubles of training and making them stronger out of thin air. With these two combined, it is entirely possible to produce ninjas endlessly. Can this be sold? She had no idea what the meaning of Lin Mo's actions was. If, as the shop owner said, the purpose of opening a shop is to do business and sell cans. Why is there a purchase limit? This is totally contradictory. Hinata Hyuga felt a little pain in her head and couldn't figure it out at all. But if you can't figure it out, then just stop thinking about it. I have to go back and tell my father about this. Thinking of this, Hinata said softly, then owner, I will go back first, I will bring my father to open the can. Now that all the jars have been opened, there is no need to linger here. I have to take Huahua back and tell my father about Huahua's situation. Well, let's go. Hearing Hinata's words, Lin Mo nodded. Then he watched Hyuga Hinata leave. Along with Hinata, Hyuga left, also left were Hanabi, Hyuga and 2 maids. After there was no one in the jar shop, Lin Mo moved his mind and suddenly several things appeared in front of him. A pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, a kunai, a soldier pill, a chakra meter ball of an elite genin, and a chakra of wind attribute. It was exactly what Hanabi and Hinata had opened the jar with before. Lin Mo was the first to reach out and touch the chakra light ball. In just a moment, Lin Mo felt a special heat wave surging into his body. Unfortunately, there is no chakra refining method, I can't refine chakra, if I want to use chakra, I can only use it to cast the Sharingan. Feeling the chakra in his body, Lin Mo reached out and touched the Sharingan again. In an instant, Lin Mo only felt a warm current enveloping his eyes. As soon as he thought about it, the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. When the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared, Lin Mo could feel that the chakra in his body was slowly dissipating. As Lin Mo closed his Sharingan, that feeling completely disappeared. Lin Mo stretched out his hand again and touched the changing nature of the wind attribute chakra. In an instant, the blue light ball poured into his body. Chapter 10. It's a pity that I don't know any wind attribute ninjutsu. Chakra refining methods, ninjutsu secrets, etc., are all missing. If you want to use the 3 Magatama Sharingan, you need to be proficient in it. But it's not like we don't have the ability to simply protect ourselves. Feeling the changes in himself, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the stack of detonating talismans. This stack of detonating talismans is quite powerful when thrown out. We just arrived in this Konoha village, let's go out and have some ramen. Look how delicious Ichiraku ramen is. It's impossible for anyone to open the jar in such a short time, even the Hyuga family. Having Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata open the jar is already a good start today. Lin Mo walked out of the jar shop while thinking. Ichiraku ramen in Konoha village is famous, and he wants to go and try it. As Lin Mo thought about it, the door of the jar shop closed automatically. Lin Mo walked along the street ahead, simply strolling around, looking for Ichiraku ramen restaurant. He wasn't worried at all about someone breaking into his jar shop. No one can open it except him, the owner. But Konoha village is so shabby. When Lin Mo looked at the streets of Konoha village and the appearance of the shops, he shook his head. Although he knew that Konoha village was very prosperous nowadays, it was already considered pretty good. But as he was used to seeing modern buildings, he really felt that this kind of building was very shabby. As Lin Mo walked and stopped on the street, looking around Konoha village. The other side. Hyuga Hinata has already returned to the family quickly with Hanabi and the maid. After returning to the family, she immediately pulled Hinata Hanabi towards Hinata Hayashi's study. Father, father. Hinata called softly as she trotted with Hyuga Hanabi. But when I walked to the door of the study, there was no movement at all. This made Hinata stunned. Is her father not here? Hinata immediately opened the door and saw the empty study. Father is not here, we can only wait. Hyuga Hinata immediately turned her head and looked at Hanabi. Come on, Hanabi, follow me to the front and wait for father to come back. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, his daily work is also very busy. During this period, she was often notified to go to the Hokage's office for meetings, so Hinata was not surprised at all that Hyuga Hayashi was not in the study. All they have to do is wait. Oh. Can I go to the courtyard to play now? I want to become proficient in controlling the Sharingan. As she spoke, the Sharingan appeared in Hinata Hanabi's eyes. Close it soon, Hanabi. Seeing Hyuga Hanabi's actions, Hinata hurriedly whispered, close it first when father comes back, we will tell him about this matter, then listen to his instructions, don't open it now, otherwise it will be bad if someone sees it. Even within the family, if other members of the Hyuga clan saw Hyuga Hanabi's Sharingan, it would be a very bad thing. After hearing what Hinata said, Hanabi closed her Sharingan in frustration. She just wanted to play this fun thing now, but in the end she couldn't play it at all. But thinking of her sister's instructions, Hyuga Hanabi looked at Hinata hesitantly and whispered, Sister, will I become blind? Hanabi's tone was somewhat worried. Will not. Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said, Hyuga Hinata quickly shook her head, your talent is better than mine, how could you become blind, don't think about it. Father will take care of everything, all we have to do now is wait for father to come back. Ah. Hearing Hinata Hyuga's words and feeling Hinata Hyuga holding her hand, Hinata Hyuga nodded and gradually relaxed. By the way, who is that handsome big brother? He actually sells these magical things. Hinata Hanabi suddenly thought of Lin Mo and quickly whispered, can Hanabi still go find her in the future? She was afraid that she would not be able to find Lin Mo in the future. Being under house arrest all the time doesn't seem very good. Probably not. Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said, Hyuga Hinata hesitated for a moment and said, you won't be locked up at home forever, and you rarely went out before. And don't forget, you still have a jar to open, your father will definitely take you to open the jar when the time comes. But I remember that the owner said that one person can open 10 cans. And Hua had just opened a jar. This jar is so magical, how could I give it up? Yes. When Hyuga Hinata said this, Hyuga Hanabi's eyes suddenly lit up. You still have the chance to open the jar yourself. If my father knew, why wouldn't he let me open the jar? For a moment, Hinata Hanabi let it go completely. Tap tap. Just when Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were waiting for a while, footsteps were heard from outside, getting closer and closer. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi quickly looked up. Sure enough, the first thing he saw was Hinata Hayashi walking towards him. What? What's the matter? Looking at the two little guys waiting for him at the door, Hinata Hayashi smiled and said, tell me about it. These two little guys wouldn't come to see me when they have nothing to do. Even at home, they all have their own rooms and play in the yard. If it wasn't an exercise, the two little guys would run as far as they could when they saw him. Especially fireworks. So when he came back and saw this scene, he knew that these two little guys had something to talk to him about. He was quite curious about what could make two people wait for him together. Father. Seeing Hyuga Hayashi coming back, Hyuga Hinata's face lit up with joy. She quickly stood up and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. Just talk about the Sharingan directly? Or is it about that mysterious shop owner? And jars. There are so many things to talk about, and some of them are complicated and take time. Correct. The next second, Hyuga Hinata saw Hanabi next to her, and thought of something, and hurriedly said, Hanabi, open your eyes and show your father. In Hinata's opinion, no words are as effective as showing it. Hearing Hinata's words, Hyuga Hanabi nodded obediently and immediately opened her Sharingan. Open your eyes. When Hyuga Hayashi heard what Hinata said, he looked surprised. Why did Hinata ask Hanabi to roll her eyes for no reason? But the next second, his eyes widened and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 11. Hinata Hayashi's voice was trembling, and his eyes were fixed on Hinata Hanabi's bright red pupils. How come? The eyes he saw in Hanabi were not the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan that he was familiar with, but the Sharingan unique to the Uchiha clan. Hinata Hayashi was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Hanabi, what the hell is going on? How do you have a Sharingan? The next second, Hinata Hayashi rushed forward and grabbed Hanabi's shoulders with such force that Hanabi couldn't help but frown. Seeing Hinata Hayashi losing his composure, Hinata Hanabi immediately prepared to speak. But before she could open her mouth, she was interrupted by Hinata Hayashi, come inside and talk. Hyuga Hayashi immediately took Hanabi's hand and walked quickly towards his study, with Hinata following closely behind. Boom! As soon as the door of the room was closed, Hayashi immediately pushed Hanabi to sit on the chair, and squatted in front of her, his eyes serious and anxious. Hanabi, open your eyes again, I need confirmation. Oh. Hanabi obediently opened her Sharingan again, and her red eyes looked particularly dazzling in the dim room. Hayashi stared into her eyes, carefully studying Hanabi's eyes for any signs of genjutsu. It was not found. What happened? Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath and looked at Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. Since you came to me to talk about this, there must be a reason. Ah. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hinata hurriedly said, Father, all this is because of the mysterious shop owner. He sells all kinds of magical jars. Hanabi's Sharingan came out of a jar. As she spoke, Hyuga Hinata briefly recounted what happened between her and Hanabi in Lin Mo's jar shop. The expression on Hinata Hayashi's face gradually changed from shock to solemnity. As Hinata continued to speak, Hayashi became more and more frightened, as all of this was beyond his comprehension. Could it be some guy who likes to do experiments? After hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hayashi frowned and murmured, did you miss anything at the beginning? If that's the case, then how could the other party have the courage to sell such things in Konoha? What are you driving? After a long while, Hyuga Hayashi finally came back to his senses and looked at Hinata, didn't you open the can too? I fired the chakra of an elite genin. Hinata quickly said, there is also a change in the wind attribute of the chakra. As she spoke, Hinata briefly described what she had opened in the jar shop, and Hyuga Hayashi was shocked once again. Buzz. In an instant, Hyuga Hayashi opened his Byakugan again and stared at the flow of Hyuga Hinata's chakra. It only took him a moment to notice the amount of chakra in Hinata Hyuga's body. Compared with before, it skyrocketed several times in an instant. This is really an elite genin-level chakra amount. Skip the training step and appear directly in the body. Even if it is to absorb chakra, it is not so efficient. He could feel that the chakra in Hinata's body had perfectly merged with her own meridians. Then, Hyuga Hayashi took out the chakra test paper and asked Hinata to do it, and saw Hinata's wind attribute chakra. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi was completely silent. Because when Hinata tested the chakra, he did it himself. At that time, Hinata only had two notable chakra attributes, fire and lightning. Now, there is wind. Not only has it appeared now, but it has also changed the nature of the wind attribute chakra, which is ahead of the fire and lightning attributes. Who is that guy selling the jars? Hinata Hayashi was completely shocked, and didn't know what to say. Even though he had seen many storms, he was still stunned at this moment. Because even if the Sharingan wants to be transplanted, it requires surgery. How can it be instantly fused by direct touch? As for the changes in the properties of chakra, it is impossible to master it without development. There is also an amount of elite genin chakra that Hinata has been unable to cultivate even now. In his opinion, this is comparable to the chakra amount of an ordinary chunin. And all of this was just what Hinata opened from the jar in that magical jar shop. And the jar is only 100,000 taels each. Hinata Hayashi was silent. For a moment, the entire study was silent. Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Time passed quietly. After a long while, Hinata Hayashi let out a long sigh and said slowly, I'll go over and take a look myself. To understand the current situation in depth, you need to go there in person. This is simply a fantasy. Father, do you want to take me to open the can? Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hanabi looked at Hinata Hayashi with some anticipation. Because if her father took her to open the can, then she definitely wouldn't have to pay for it herself. You stay in the family with your sister first. Hinata Hayashi looked at the Sharingan in Hinata Hanabi's eyes and sighed softly. The Sharingan matter is extremely important, some things have happened in the village recently, and there are a lot of patrolling ninjas, your Sharingan must not be discovered, stay home with your sister for now. We'll talk about your matter in detail later in the evening, you can open the jar, there's no rush. He also needs to talk to the mysterious shop owner about Hinata Hanabi's Sharingan. From the information he had learned from Hinata and Hanabi so far, he only felt the mystery of that store owner. I have to find that person to talk to. Oh fine. Hanabi felt a little disappointed after hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, but she didn't say anything. According to what Hinata Hayashi said, it seems that he will definitely be taken to open the jar. Then tell me the address of that shopkeeper's shop. The next second, Hyuga Hayashi spoke and asked Hinata. Hinata then told the approximate location. Immediately, Hinata Hayashi left. Head straight to that magical little jar shop. When Hinata Hayashi rushed to Lin Mo's jar shop. Lin Mo at this time. I have also arrived at Ichiraka ramen shop, waiting for the handmade ramen. Ichiraka ramen is here. The next second, Yao personally brought a bowl of ramen and placed it in front of Lin Mo, smiling and saying, brother, this is your ramen. Looking at the steaming ramen in front of him, Lin Mo nodded. Not to mention the taste alone is good. What about the taste? Shouta watched Lin Mo first pick up the bowl and drink some soup, then smiled and asked, what do you think? Not bad. Lin Mo took a sip of the noodle soup and nodded, I quite like it. I have to say that the taste of Ichiraka ramen is really good. Even if it's your first time eating it. As long as you like it. Brother, you are not from our Konoha, are you here to travel to our Konoha village? I have to say that it is the right time to travel here. Chapter 12. Okay. Hearing what Shouta said, Lin Mo looked at him with a little surprise, why do you say that? From the way you are dressed and your spirited appearance, I can see that you don't look like someone from our Konoha village. Shouta laughed and said, that's why I concluded that you are not from our Konoha village, you must be from a wealthy family. Lin Mo. Then you really guessed wrong. Lin Mo shook his head, but I am not from Konoha village, I am here to stay temporarily. But I'm curious, why do you say that it's the right time for me to come here? Because it's the annual graduation season for the ninja school. The hand-beating uncle smiled and said, after these children graduate from the ninja school, they will follow their teachers to carry out some tasks in the village. At this time, the price of issuing tasks will be lower than before. This time of year, there are a little more people. I see. Hearing the typed words, Lin Mo understood. Graduated from ninja school. So, does that mean Hinata is about to graduate? Uncle, another bowl of ramen. Just then, a smaller voice sounded, causing Lin Mo to take a closer look. But after looking over, Lin Mo found Uzumaki Naruto sitting in the corner, handing out a bowl of noodles. Forehead. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo looked surprised. What a coincidence. When I first came to Ichiraku Ramen, I didn't notice this little guy. As Lin Mo looked over, Uzumaki Naruto, who was handing out a bowl of ramen, felt someone was staring at him and his movement suddenly froze. The feeling of being watched made him feel uncomfortable and nervous. He subconsciously shrank his head, as if hoping to avoid that sight. His hands were shaking slightly, and he seemed hesitant in handing the ramen bowl to Ichiraku. However, when he realized that there was no malice in that gaze, Uzumaki Naruto secretly raised his eyelids and glanced at the person who was looking at him. I found out that it was a strange young man. However, when Naruto saw Lin Mo turning his head and looking at him with a look that contained no malice, he still felt a little inferior and uneasy. He quickly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the texture of the table, as if there were countless secrets hidden there that could make him forget his current situation. No offense. He doesn't hate me. Naruto lowered his head and sighed secretly in his heart. He knew that he was not welcome in the village. From childhood to adulthood, the villagers have always looked at him with all kinds of complicated expressions, including disgust, fear, and sympathy, but not friendliness. He had long been accustomed to such looks, but every time he was stared at, he would still feel a sense of sadness and helplessness. He clutched the corner of his clothes tightly, and memories of the cold stares and rejection he had received flashed through his mind quickly. Whenever this happened, he felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world and was lonely with nowhere to escape. Only in Ichiraku Ramen can he find a little warmth and comfort. Uncle Ichiraku here always greets people with a smile and never has any prejudice against him because of him. But today, there is one more young man. The other person's eyes seemed to recognize him, but there was no disgust in them. Is that friendly? Although he only glanced at Lin Mo, Uzumaki Naruto was still very keenly aware that the other party did not have any disgust, which was completely different from the eyes of the villagers before. Okay. At this time, Uncle Ichiraku spoke with a smile and brought him a new bowl of ramen. The steaming ramen exuded an enticing aroma, which made Naruto feel a little better. He took a deep breath, picked up his chopsticks, and carefully began to eat the noodles. While eating, he kept his head down, trying not to pay attention to the eyes around him. For him, this bowl of ramen is not just food to fill his stomach, but also a kind of spiritual comfort. Naruto, eat more so that you can have a strong body. The uncle's voice was warm and kind, which warmed Naruto's heart. He raised his head and forced a smile. Thank you, uncle. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and glanced at Lin Mo again. Lin Mo was just looking away when he saw Uzumaki Naruto looking at him, and immediately smiled and nodded. He really doesn't hate me. Seeing Lin Mo smiling at him, Uzumaki Naruto was suddenly surprised. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Twice, there was no dislike or disgust in the other person's eyes. Not the bland look other strangers gave him. Nor was it the disdainful looks from the villagers. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto really wanted to step forward and communicate. However, looking at Lin Mo eating ramen again, Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a moment, then shrank back and lowered his head to eat ramen. In this way, Uzumaki Naruto ate ramen while secretly looking at Lin Mo, sizing him up. While Lin Mo was eating ramen, he chatted with Ichiraku. Are there any entertainment facilities in Konoha village? Entertainment? Just playing cards. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, on normal days, we just soak in hot springs or watch small stage plays, but many plays are old now, and I don't know when the next new play will be. At this point, Yao sighed, or, brother, you can go to the bookstore is also quite good, there are also rap performances, I don't usually play much, I am busy making ramen. If you really want to find entertainment, you can post a mission and let the ninjas of Konoha village show you around. Ah. Hearing Yael's words, Lin Mo nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Of all that Yael said, only the hot springs slightly attracted him. Then, Lin Mo continued to make ramen and prepared to go back after eating. If I'm lucky today, Hinata Hyuga will bring people to open the jars. Lin Mo was thinking this while eating ramen. The other side. The entrance of the jar shop. Hinata Hayashi arrived and looked at the closed shop door in front of him and frowned. I'm here, why is the store closed? Are you not ready to open? Still. Hinata Hayashi stood in the shadowy corner of the room beside him, lost in thought. As he rushed here, he was still wondering who this person was and why he was selling such a magical jar. Sharingan and the like can be collected and sold, which is understandable to him. But it is incomprehensible to open a store so blatantly. Later on, even the so-called chakra attributes, which could fuse the Sharingan with just a touch, were something he really couldn't understand. He came this time to visit this person. Judging from Hinata and Hanabi's situation, this one seems to be doing charity. Wait a minute. Thinking of Hanabi's Sharingan, Hinata Hayashi narrowed his eyes and stood in the corner waiting quietly. Chapter 13. Ichiraku Ramen Noodle House. Lin Mo put down the empty bowl in his hand, paid the bill with a smile, said something to the hand-beating uncle, and left. Not long after Lin Mo walked out of Ichiraku Ramen restaurant, Uzumaki Naruto followed him without any hesitation. Uzumaki Naruto was really curious about Lin Mo after meeting someone who didn't hate him and even greeted him. If possible, he really wanted to talk to Lin Mo. Now watching Lin Mo leave, he still followed secretly. After leaving the ramen restaurant, Lin Mo walked and stopped along the way, taking a look at the environment of this Konoha street. Finally, I successfully returned to the jar shop. This strength seems very weak. Outside the jar shop, in the shadows nearby, Hinata Hayashi was stunned when he saw Lin Mo coming. He was especially surprised when he saw Lin Mo open the door and walk into the jar shop. Is this young man the owner of this shop? Although he knew from Hanabi and Hinata that Lin Mo was very young, he really didn't expect that he would be so young. This person is only a few years older than Hinata, right? The most crucial thing is the opponent's strength. I just feel that he is not strong, but very weak. If it is divided, it is the level of genin. Are these jars something that a genin can sell? Okay. Just as Hinata Hayashi was thinking about it, he suddenly saw Uzumaki Naruto sneaking up on him not far away, and his eyelids twitched. Isn't this the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Why is he following me? Without any hesitation, Hinata Hayashi walked decisively into the jar shop. Since this person is really the store owner, he really wants to communicate with him face to face. After entering the jar shop, Hinata Hayashi rolled his eyes out of habit. Lin Mo, who had just opened the door and walked in and had not yet sat down, suddenly saw Hinata Hayashi walking in and was immediately surprised. Is this guy coming so fast? He didn't even bring Hinata and Hanabi with him. When Hinata Hayashi walked in, he glanced at the jars on the shelf and found that they were ordinary and there was nothing special about them. But he couldn't see through the jar, which made Hinata Hayashi suddenly narrow his eyes. It is indeed mysterious, even the white eyes can't see through it. Hello. Seeing Lin Mo's gaze, Hyuga Hayashi nodded gently. I am Hinata and Hanabi's father, and I came here specially because of them. The head of the Hyuga family, I naturally know. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded. Nice to meet you, hello. Since you're here, you should be here for the jar. Hinata should have told you about it, so I won't repeat the rules. I came for Hanabi's eyes. Where are you from, shopkeeper? What is your purpose in coming to Konoha village to sell these jars? This is what he wants to ask most. My goal is to sell jars. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo laughed dumbly. As for where it comes from, it is naturally a very far place, you don't need to know. You just need to know that anyone can buy a jar from me, I sell jars to anyone. He no longer wanted to answer this kind of question. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi fell silent. Lin Mo's two sentences seemed to be saying nothing, but he said it. However, after a moment of silence, Hyuga Hayashi whispered. Since you, the shopkeeper, are selling such magical jars, I wonder if you are willing to sell them to our Hyuga clan. Just sell them all to our Hyuga clan, and our Hyuga clan will take them all. Since he could not get any information about Lin Mo, Hyuga Hayashi decisively changed his mind. Since Lin Mo is selling jars, he can buy them all. You can ask your Hyuga clan members to come and buy the jars. Lin Mo chuckled, you can't monopolize it, my cans are only sold in the store, if you want to open them, just come to my store, as for going out, you can go out. At this point, Lin Mo shook his head. Even he didn't have the right to smash these jars, let alone take them out. Hinata Hayashi actually wanted to come over and purchase everything, which made Lin Mo somewhat speechless. If you only come to this store to buy, it seems that you have no competitiveness. He was still thinking that since Lin Mo was willing to sell the jar, he could change his thinking. However, it turned out that this idea did not work. As for bringing tribesmen to open it, that is naturally impossible. Even if he didn't open the jars, after learning about them, he knew that these jars were enough to drive people crazy. He didn't even think about robbing. Even though this person seems to be just a genin, since he sells these magical jars, he must have the so-called confidence. Instead of trying to buy more cans, just open a few yourself. Lin Mo looked at Hinata Hayashi and said slowly, before my shop becomes popular, the one who opens the can first will naturally be ahead of others. The later you open the can, the less advantage you will have. To be honest, before you came, only Hinata and Hanabi came to my jar shop, you are the first customers. But if it's 2 days later, I'm afraid there will be a second group of guests. As Lin Mo spoke, Hinata Hayashi's expression gradually became solemn. It is undeniable that what Lin Mo said was indeed correct. The most important thing at the moment is to open the can first. Since Lin Mo couldn't get much information, the most urgent thing was to open the jar first. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi asked, then I wonder if the owner could tell me what is in these jars. Change the chakra attribute qualifications of civilians. Better quality blades. The chakra that ninjas practice. Besides this, are there any other things? Can you introduce them to me? Hinata Hayashi really wanted to know what else was in the jar besides these. That's too much, everything you can think of and everything you can't think of will come out of the jar. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo chuckled, you may not understand some things if I tell you, so I will tell you something you can understand. Whether it's ninjutsu or tailed beasts, they can all be opened, the Six Paths Sage's divine weapon also has it, anything you can think of, as long as it exists in this world, can be opened. As for some things from other worlds, even Hinata Hayashi would definitely have no idea what they were talking about. So he chose to talk about something simple and easy to understand. If Hyuga Hayashi reveals something that is not from the Naruto world, I will introduce it to him when the time comes. What? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi looked shocked. Tailed beast? Can it be opened from this jar? How can this be? Chapter 14. Hinata Hayashi looked at the jars and remained silent. How could such a small jar possibly produce such a big tailed beast? Unless it is in a sealed and compressed state. The most important thing is that this young man didn't care about these things. His casual attitude made it seem that the tailed beasts were really not important things in the jar. Looking at Lin Mo's expression, Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath and said, please wait for a moment, shopkeeper, I have already opened these jars and will go back to get the money. Having said that, Hinata Hayashi turned around and left. The reason he came here just now was to get in touch with this person, and he didn't intend to open the can on the spot. Now that he had come into contact with it, he naturally had to open the jar, but he naturally did not carry that much money on him. Just when Hinata Hayashi left. In front of the jar shop. Uzumaki Naruto poked his head in. When I saw the jars on the counter, I was stunned. A store selling jars? It looks like a grocery store, but this store only has jars. While Uzumaki Naruto was looking around, Lin Mo looked at Uzumaki Naruto who came in with interest. Little guy, do you want to open the can? I have a jar at home. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, there's nothing that needs to be put in a can. There are a lot of these broken jars at home. No, this jar is not for storing things. Lin Mo chuckled and said, in this jar, there are all kinds of things, whether it's instant noodles, milk, or the ninjutsu you want. For example, if you didn't pass the school's graduation exam, there must be a reason for that, but as long as you open the jar and get the relevant ninjutsu, you can learn it instantly and pass the exam. To be more specific, you haven't learned the art of clones, but you can create a ball of experience like for the art of clones, after fusion, something appears from nothing in an instant, and you have mastered the art of clones. In Lin Mo's opinion, the fact that Uzumaki Naruto has not graduated yet can be used as an example. What? When Uzumaki Naruto heard Lin Mo's words, his eyes widened in disbelief. You can learn ninjutsu without studying? That's nonsense. Any ninjutsu needs practice to be mastered, and now the store owner says that you can master it without learning. Of course. Lin Mo chuckled, if you don't believe it, you can open a few jars, whether it's ninjutsu or chakra, there will be a chance for you to open it. It is good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto was excited, then I'm going to open the jar now. I am worried about how to pass my graduation exam. I didn't expect that I would see hope now. Well, one jar costs 100,000 taels, how many are you going to open? Lin Mo said slowly, one person can only open 10 jars in 7 days. 100,000 taels. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the excited Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green, are you blackmailing me? Even if you don't spend much money, you know that 100,000 taels is a huge number. How could I blackmail you? Lin Mo chuckled and said, whether you want to open the jar or not is up to you, not me, I'm just telling you the value of opening the jar. Think about it, if you opened a jar and found a ninjutsu, and mastered it instantly, it would only cost 100,000 ryo? Is that expensive? But this is too expensive. Uzumaki Naruto puffed his cheeks and said, do you know how much 100,000 ryo is? Uncle Ichiraku's special dipping sauce noodles are only 80 taels per bowl, and your jar is 100,000 taels, do you know how many bowls of ramen you can buy with this? Full. As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto opened his palm and counted on his fingers, 10 bowls equal 800, 100 bowls equal 8,000, 1,000. As Naruto Uzumaki counted, his face turned greener. More than 1,000 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. I can eat so much that I vomit. Can't even think about it. Even if all the ramen I have eaten over the years were added together, it would not be this much. Too expensive. Uzumaki looked down dejectedly, if I open the can, I won't have money to buy paint, I also want to paint the Hokage rock. Lin Mo. When Lin Mo heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, his face looked strange. What the hell? What Uzumaki Naruto means is that he has money to open the jar. This is not a small amount of money. Uzumaki Naruto actually has it. This was beyond Lin Mo's expectations. Is Uzumaki Naruto so rich? But paint the Hokage rock. Thinking of the original plot, Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. Buy paint and pass the graduation exam. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto opened his hands and muttered, as if he was calculating which one was worth it. Shopkeeper, I'm here. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi walked into the jar shop again. In Hinata Hayashi's hand, there was a purse. But the next second, Hyuga Hayashi who walked in saw Uzumaki Naruto and suddenly narrowed his eyes. How come even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki came to this shop? Shopkeeper, can you please not let anyone else be present when I open the can? Thinking of what was in the jar, Hinata Hayashi frowned slightly and spoke. At present, not many people know about this magical jar shop. If someone saw me opening a jar in this jar shop and then advertised it, I would be in trouble. Not to mention, he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who is highly regarded by Konoha. There is no such policy in my store. Looking at Hinata Hayashi who came in, Lin Mo shook his head gently, a visitor is a guest, how can we refuse a guest? Not to mention that it is impossible for you to just sit there and not do business in your own shop. Not to mention, Uzumaki Naruto still has money to buy jars. It's Hinata's dad. When Uzumaki Naruto saw Hinata Hayashi walking in, his eyes suddenly widened. He knew this guy, he was Hinata's father. This is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, a big shot. Every time I go to school, the teachers at the ninja school are respectful to this one. This one is here too. Could it be that the jar that the shop owner was talking about was real? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Lin Mo in shock. Wasn't this guy deceiving him? Originally, he wanted to open the jar because this person did not hate him. He was one of the few people who did not dislike him, so he felt that he wanted to talk to this person. But the other party runs a shop, so he wants to buy his things to increase his recognition of himself and make him willing to become friends with him. Although the price is very expensive. But he didn't really take the jar seriously. But now, Hyuga Hinata's father has also come, and wants to open this jar. If this jar is fake, how could Hinata Hayashi come? So Uzumaki Naruto was very shocked. Chapter 15. Seeing the look from Hinata Hayashi, Uzumaki Naruto said hastily, I won't tell anyone. Hyuga Hayashi ignored Uzumaki Naruto's words, but handed the purse to Lin Mo, shopkeeper, this is 1,000,000 taels, I'll open 10 jars. Since the shop owner said he would not evict them, he didn't care. The most urgent thing is to open the can first. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath when he saw Hyuga Hayashi's actions and words. You're going to take out 1,000,000 taels just like that? After Lin Mo took the money, he nodded and said, choose. It was beyond his expectation that Hyuga Hayashi did not bring Hinata and Hanabi with him. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi immediately turned his gaze to the jars on the counter. I have been keeping my eyes open since I came in, but even so I can't see what's inside the jar. This is really incredible to me. At a glance, I found that these jars were exactly the same, with no difference. Immediately, Hinata Hayashi pointed directly to a row of choices on the right. Before Hinata Hayashi finished choosing and came forward, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the jar chosen by Hinata Hayashi flew out silently and landed steadily in front of Hinata Hayashi. In the store, customers can choose the jars they want to buy and touch, or they can operate them themselves. When Hinata Hayashi saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was shocked. What a means! This kind of pulling force, without the presence of any chakra, is simply magical. This person is indeed not as simple as he appears to be. In an instant, Hinata Hayashi made a judgment in his heart. Even he couldn't pull objects through the air. Even without chakra. The next second, Hinata Hayashi turned his gaze back to the jar he was selecting in front of him. Without any hesitation, he reached out and smashed the first one. Boom! The first jar broke, and a ball of blue light fell down. When seeing this blue light ball, Hyuga Hayashi instantly thought of what Hyuga Hinata said. The blue ball of light represents the chakra attribute and the ninja's chakra amount. Genin's chakra, it comes from the chakra cultivated by a certain genin. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra of the genin level. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the blue ball of light that came out of Hyuga Hayashi, nodded and said. This is the chakra of genin. After touching it, you can gain the corresponding amount of chakra. For you, it is dispensable, but it is not without gain. Hyuga Hayashi definitely cannot be a genin. This amount of chakra must be a drop in the bucket for Hyuga Hayashi. But even so, it is not without gain. After all, this amount of chakra can be stacked. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi immediately stretched out his hand and merged the blue light ball. In an instant, Hinata Hayashi felt that the blue light ball turned into a warm current and flowed into his body, increasing the amount of chakra in his body. Really? Feeling the sensation of gaining chakra out of nowhere, Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath. Only by experiencing it yourself can you understand this feeling. Without any training, one can gain chakra, which means that ninjas can be mass-produced. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi continued to knock open the next jar. Bang! The second jar shattered and a ball of white light fell down. A ball of white light. Seeing this white ball of light, Hinata Hayashi was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo, shopkeeper. What is this? I also didn't hear Hinata say there was a white ball of light. One-handed sword training experience. One-handed sword training experience comes from swordsmanship enthusiasts. After fusion, you can get training and enhance your control over the one-handed sword. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows at the simple introduction. One-handed sword. There don't seem to be many ninjas who use one-handed swords. This is a training experience for the one-handed sword. Lin Mo immediately said, it can allow you to skip the stage of your own training and gain results. You will know the specific effect after you merge it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi did not hesitate at all and decisively reached out to touch the white ball of experience light. In an instant, Hinata Hayashi felt that in an instant, he saw a man holding a one-handed sword and many people fighting figures. This scene happened in an instant and then disappeared. Hinata Hayashi only felt it in a moment, and these fragments became his distant memories. I felt something in that instant. Hinata Hayashi stretched out his hand in surprise, feeling the changes in his right hand. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he is most familiar with the changes in himself. Just after merging with the white ball of light, traces of training appeared on his hands. These traces appeared completely out of thin air, but he had some skills with the one-handed sword. The jar is magical. With these experience light balls, if you continue to merge them, you won't need to train at all and you can become a strong person directly. After 2 consecutive experience light balls, Hinata Hayashi felt that this jar was truly magical. Looking at the remaining jars, Hinata Hayashi decisively continued to knock them open. With 2 bangs, 2 more jars broke. This time a black ball and a scroll fell down. Specially made soldier pills. After eating, it can instantly enhance and restore chakra, but if you eat too much, it will be indigestible, so it is not advisable to eat too much. C-level ninjutsu scroll records the high difficulty ninjutsu of level C, fire style, great fireball technique. It uses chakra to gather behind the throat. And then spews a huge fireball from the mouth to the front, blowing the enemy into the air. You can practice according to the method on the scroll and you will definitely succeed. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows after reading these 2 simple introductions. The scroll of fire escape ninjutsu is a good thing. Unfortunately, it's not of wind attribute. Hyoyoku pills and ninjutsu scrolls. At this time, Hinata Hayashi also saw what he had opened and narrowed his eyes. As the shop owner said, even the ninjutsu scroll could be opened from the jar. You know, for ninjas, things like ninjutsu scrolls are also family heirlooms. Some ninjas may have qualifications but they have no actual combat power because they have no ninjutsu. In order to acquire ninjutsu, many ninjas in the village constantly complete tasks in the village and exchange their merits for scrolls for training. The scroll is for the training of fire style, great fireball technique. As for the Bingyang pill, I won't say much about it. Lin Mo said, for the Hyuga clan, they should also have scrolls like fire style, great fireball technique, I don't need to teach you how to practice the scrolls. There are not many members of the Hyuga clan who possess fire attribute chakra. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the Hyuga clan said softly, but a sea-level ninjutsu scroll cannot be bought even on the market, unless it is some black market. Chapter 16. The difficulty of learning and the requirement for ninja chakra are one level higher than the ninjutsu learned by the genin. Likewise, the price is very expensive. Not all Konoha Chunins can master this ninjutsu. When Hinata Hayashi was speaking, Lin Mo was slightly surprised. Is a C-rank ninjutsu so valuable? He's not really clear about this. However, for some ninjas, knowing some ninjutsu is a family heirloom. A great fireball. Hyuga Hayashi had already picked up the scroll of fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu, and opened it to take a look. Looking at the extremely clear cultivation method above, I couldn't help but feel emotional. This is the famous ninjutsu of that clan. Pity. After briefly organizing his thoughts, Hinata Hayashi continued to knock open the 5th and 6th jars. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke. 2 more things fell down. A detonating talisman and a bean. Hinata Hayashi looked at the bean in astonishment. Is my luck so bad? It turned out that this thing could bloom, beans could also bloom. While Hinata Hayashi was astonished, Lin Mo was looking at what Hinata Hayashi opened with an expression of surprise. Waterproof explosive talisman. The surface volume combines the volumes of 2 ordinary explosive talismans. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary explosive talismans. It has a certain waterproof performance and can briefly trigger an explosion even underwater. Sensu beans, a magical food from a certain world. Eating just 1 beans will keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. It has a very strong recovery power. As long as a person is not dead. It can instantly restore strength and energy even in extreme fatigue and readjust the body to its best condition. This thing is a good thing. Wait, this bean. Hinata Hayashi was just about to put the 2 things away, but the moment he took them, he realized something was wrong. This bean actually contained a kind of energy that he was not clear about. This energy is very similar to the energy of life, but it is not. Good luck. Lin Mo said, I won't talk about the waterproof detonating talisman. The bean you opened is called the fairy bean. Fairy beans. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata looked at Lin Mo immediately and asked in surprise, what do you mean? The word, immortal, did not leave any impression on him. The only thing I remember is the psychic beast. There are many kinds of spiritual beasts, among which the powerful ones are called immortals, but it is just a respectful title. This is not something from your world. Lin Mo slowly said, this is a magical food, no matter who it is, as long as they eat this magic bean, they can go without food or water for 10 days and will not feel hungry at all. Enhanced military ration pills. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Not eating or drinking for 10 days is a bit abnormal. Lin Mo continued slowly, he also has a very strong recovery ability. As long as he is not dead, he can instantly recover his physical strength and energy in extreme fatigue and adjust his body to its best condition. You can understand it as, if a seriously injured and dying jonin eats a senzu bean, he can be revived with full health. Hinata Hayashi. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi looked shocked. If that's the case, it's actually something very valuable. You know, even medical ninjutsu can't do this. Lin Mo ignored what Hinata Hayashi said and continued to narrate. Don't be surprised, I haven't finished yet. This thing also has disadvantages. The disadvantage is that it is ineffective against diseases. Senzu beans can restore physical strength and treat external and internal injuries, but they can't cure other diseases. Hearing the shortcomings of this thing, Hinata Hayashi's face was solemn. Even so, the value of this thing is exaggerated. For a ninja on the battlefield, besides his own chakra, his skills are what determine his victory or defeat. This includes chakra power and physical strength. But now, there is such a thing that can instantly restore a ninja to his heyday. This is probably only the legendary sage mode that can do it. Can such a small bean really have such a big effect? Hinata Hayashi looked at the senzu bean in his hand with some disbelief. This ordinary magic bean is too far-fetched. But he believed more that Lin Mo would not deceive him, and there was no need to deceive him. He immediately put the thing away as if it were a treasure. If I had this thing at that time. Hinata Hayashi thought of something and remained silent. Next to him, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been witnessing all this, had his mouth opened into an O shape. Because this jar was really beyond his expectations. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's father, opened a few jars and found things inside that he had never heard of before. Even if it's just a detonating talisman. But that stuff is expensive. Call. At this time, Hinata Hayashi let out a long sigh. He already understood that there really was something good hidden in this jar. Looking at the remaining 4 jars, he decisively continued to knock open 2 of them. Bang, bang. 2 sounds. 2 jars broke and 2 more objects fell down. One is something that looks like wood. There are 2 leaves connected to a pole with a connector under the pole for attaching items. Another one is a palm-sized cookie. However, the biscuits are in the shape of cats. These 2 things. Seeing that these 2 things looked like snacks and toys for children, Hinata Hayashi frowned at the first moment. It's a useless little gadget. Lin Mo looked at the thing that Hinata Hayashi opened and his face became surprised. It turned out to be these 2 things. Bamboo dragonfly. Just place it anywhere on your body and you can fly in the sky as you wish. With a built-in ultra-small battery, it can fly continuously for 8 hours at a speed of 80 km per hour. If you fly intermittently, it can last even longer. Animal cookies. After eating, the eater will be transformed into the animal shape of the cookie. The effect will take effect quickly and will expire after 5 minutes. This simple introduction made Lin Mo feel deeply moved. These 2 things are very practical. Hinata Hayashi is lucky. Hinata Hayashi didn't take it seriously at first, and was about to put the 2 things away without paying any attention, when he suddenly noticed Lin Mo's expression and hesitated. Shopkeeper, could it be that these 2 things are not ordinary gadgets? If that was the case, why would Lin Mo have such an expression? These 2 are not ordinary things. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo smiled faintly. These 2 are both very practical little props. Chapter 17. A practical little prop. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi looked confused and didn't know what was going on. Are these 2 gadgets practical? Especially the biscuits, aren't they just snacks? The first one is a bamboo dragonfly, which can be flown just by wearing it on your head. Lin Mo pointed at the bamboo dragonfly in Hinata Hayashi's hand and said. You only need to wear it on your head and you can control the flight that will through your brain thoughts. It does not require any additional power and you can go wherever you want. If you wear it on your head, can you fly? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly and he subconsciously looked at the bamboo dragonfly. Just by wearing this little gadget on your head, you can fly. It is a living flying machine. It can be placed anywhere on the body, but the most common place is on the top of the head. Lin Mo continued to chuckle and said, it can fly continuously in the air at a speed of 80 km per hour for 8 hours, and in some cases 4 hours, and can only travel 640 km. 640 km. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's heart was filled with shock. Such a small gadget has such an effect. As for the others, they are animal transformation cookies. Ignoring Hinata Hayashi's shock, Lin Mo pointed at the animal transformation cookies and continued to introduce. The cookies look like what animal you will become after you eat them. The time is 5 minutes, you can try it yourself. It's so magical. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly became excited. With this animal cookie, can't I go wherever I want? This is so interesting. Looking at the excited Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hayashi reached out and put away the 2 things, with an expressionless face. This was opened by myself. What is this little guy so excited about? I'll try it myself when I get back. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi looked at the last 2 jars and decisively knocked them open. Bang bang, twice. Finally, the 2 jars broke, and a ball of blue light and a broken saw fell down. Chunin level chakra. It comes from the chakra that a Chunin has cultivated with great effort. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the Chunin level. Saw with broken teeth. A saw with broken teeth. The only thing that can saw through it may be your patience. The simple introduction made Lin Mo amazed and he looked at the blue light ball. The amount of chakra of a Chunin far exceeds that of a Genin. When Hinata Hayashi saw the blue ball of light, he was also extremely surprised. Another blue light ball. Shopkeeper, is this also a ninja's chakra light ball? Immediately, Hinata Hayashi looked at Lin Mo impatiently and asked. Because he knew that the blue light ball that appeared here would not only produce the chakra amount at the Genin level. Chunin and Jonin can also be developed. The blue ball of light does not mean that it only has Genin level chakra. Good. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded, and this is the chakra of the Chunin level. You are lucky. As for the other old saw, it's of little use, so I won't say much about it. Chunin. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi was surprised and decisively reached out to touch the blue light ball. In an instant, a Chunin level chakra greater than the amount absorbed before poured into his body, making Hinata Hayashi feel joy. Because the amount of chakra of a chunin level is also of great benefit to him. After all, he is a chunin. At this point, Hinata Hayashi had opened all 10 jars. Recalling the jar he had opened, Hinata Hayashi looked at Lin Mo seriously and said, "Shopkeeper, I am willing to pay double or even multiple times the price to buy the jar you have here, what do you think?" Although he had heard Lin Mo say before that one person could only open 10 jars, he still asked with some anticipation. Having experienced opening a jar, he deeply understands the value of this jar. It was inexplicable, but the thought of making himself and his family stronger made him want to smash all the jars. Rules are rules. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, "If you want to open more jars, you can ask your Hyuga clan members to open the jars. Wouldn't it be better to just order someone to open the jar? He is the patriarch anyway." However, seeing Hinata Hayashi's look, Lin Mo instantly realized that Hinata Hayashi didn't want anyone to know that he opened the jar. He is even unwilling to tell his own people. Are you afraid of losing control? But as the clan leader, you don't have any confidants or loyal warriors. Ugh. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi sighed. It would be great if it were just as Lin Mo said. Why didn't he bring his tribesmen to open the jar, except that he wanted to come and check the situation first? The second reason is that he is afraid of chaos. Suddenly, Hyuga Hayashi thought of something, his face suddenly became serious, and he quickly asked, "Shopkeeper, since you can open the Sharingan here, you can also open the Byakugan of our Hyuga family, right?" Although he already knew it in advance, Hinata Hayashi still wanted to ask for details. Because this matter is really important to him. Of course. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi had asked again, Lin Mo was somewhat speechless. Not only the white eyes, but even the method of sealing and removing the caged bird of your Hyuga clan can be opened, there is nothing you can't open, only you can't think of it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's mood sank again. The method to remove the seal of the caged bird can be revealed, which is very bad news for him. Although it sounds like a fantasy, he already knows, having experienced opening a jar, that what Lin Mo said must be true. Since Lin Mo said there is, then there must be. Thinking of some of the people from the branch family who had to succumb to the seal of the caged bird, Hinata Hayashi just felt a headache. Hinata Hayashi's expression was gloomy and it took a long time before he slowly relaxed. But I still sighed in my heart. This trip today completely disrupted his thoughts. I have finished opening the jars, by shopkeeper. Immediately, Hyuga Hayashi said in a deep voice, "I will continue to bring people to open the jars." After saying that, Hinata Hayashi turned around and left. However, when he turned and left, his eyes glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, with a strong warning in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, ... He didn't provoke this guy. Why was this guy looking at me so sternly before leaving? Chapter 18. How about you? Lin Mo didn't care about Hinata Hayashi's departure, but looked at Uzumaki Naruto and chuckled, "Open the jar." Open. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto nodded without hesitation, "But I can't open so many. 10 jars would cost 1 million taels, and he didn't have that much money. But there are still a small amount. Luckily I brought my wallet with me this time." The next second, Uzumaki Naruto took out a wallet from his trouser pocket. When the wallet was opened, there was a pile of money stuffed inside, which made Lin Mo look strange. Uzumaki Naruto, is he that rich? I need to count how much money I have first. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he began to count the money. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto counted out how much money was in his wallet. A full 130,000. 130,000 yuan, only enough to open one jar. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, looked up at Lin Mo, and asked quickly. "Shopkeeper, I still have some money at home, so I should be able to open another can I open 2 cans first? When I finish opening them and go back, I'll give you the money." "Of course not." Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo shook his head, "Our store cannot sell on credit, but where did you get so much money?" Having said that, Lin Mo changed the subject and looked at Uzumaki Naruto's wallet with a strange expression. This kid drinks expired milk and eats expired bread, how could he have so much money? If it were someone else, he would be able to understand 100,000 or 200,000. But Uzumaki Naruto shouldn't be so rich. Because no one wants to sell anything to me. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head in frustration. "I can't buy anything, so I slowly save my money, I can only spend my money at Ichiraka Ramen." I see. After hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo immediately understood. That way, it makes sense. The residents of Konoha village have an unwritten rule that Uzumaki Naruto's identity must never be mentioned. The residents of Konoha village only knew that Uzumaki Naruto was a demon fox, and did not know that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Not only can they not mention his identity, they also hate him extremely. At the same time, they will not sell anything to Uzumaki Naruto and will not do business with Uzumaki Naruto. As a result, Uzumaki Naruto is in a situation where he has money but cannot spend it. But even so, over the years, it's only about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, which means only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a year. Is it an average of 1,000 a month? A bowl of Ichiraku ramen starts at 80. Lin Mo made a simple calculation in his mind. This is completely in a very average range. Then I'll open one first. And the next second, Uzumaki Naruto smiled again and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, can I ask again, can I really learn the ninjutsu I don't know by opening the can, and then graduate from the ninja school?" Before, he saw Hyuga Hayashi open a jar, but only chakra came out, not the light ball of ninjutsu. There was only a ninjutsu scroll, but he still had to learn the ninjutsu scroll, which made him a little hesitant. Of course. Lin Mo nodded, but sometimes you can't use your ninjutsu, not because you don't know how to do it. At this point, Lin Mo paused and said, "You are a genius, have you never discovered that your chakra can be out of control?" Correct. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils suddenly widened, and he hurriedly said, "Shopkeeper, you are right, sometimes I can't control my chakra at all, I told Teacher Irika about it, but Teacher Irika just told me to practice more. Shopkeeper, do you know the reason? His body has been different from that of ordinary people since he was a child, and he has noticed it. But he never dared to say it. He didn't dare to say it even to Irika-sensei. All the scrapes he had as a child healed very quickly, which frightened him, so he kept it a secret. In addition, everyone has always disliked him, which made him extremely inferior, and he dared not tell anyone. But now, this young shop owner said it out loud. "Shopkeeper, can you tell me?" Uzumaki Naruto looked at Lin Mo anxiously. "You must know, right?" "Ah." Lin Mo nodded gently. "In the final analysis, it is still because of the nine-tailed fox in your body." For Lin Mo, there is nothing that cannot be said. And he also believed that Uzumaki Naruto could accept it. After all, even if he didn't say it himself, Uzumaki Naruto could still find out from Mizuki's mouth. I just let Uzumaki Naruto know in advance. Inside me, Kyubi. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto was confused. Do you know why the people of Konoha village hate you? Because there is an unwritten rule that constrains everyone. Looking at the confused Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo slowly said, "That is the rule that you must never mention that you are a demon fox." What? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed drastically. "I am a demon fox." "Of course you are not a demon fox, the demon fox is just sealed in your body, you are a container, a Jinchuriki container." Lin Mo chuckled and said, "In a ninja world, tailed beasts are strategic resources, they are protected by the village and kept secret, but they are also hated and feared by people. Ordinary people don't know about the tailed beast Jinchuriki, this is a secret in every ninja village. But ordinary people don't know, but ninjas definitely know, the nine tails is sealed in your body, that tailed beast is very powerful, so it will affect you unconsciously, you should have experienced it since you were a child." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto fell silent. So this is Is this the reason? He keeps doing stupid things just because he doesn't want to be invisible. But the people in the village treated him as an invisible person. He asked more than once. But Teacher Irika told him that it was because he had not been recognized by everyone and he needed to get everyone to recognize him. His third-generation grandfather also told him that it would be good enough as long as he was recognized by everyone. But now, it turns out that the truth has always been like this. He has been deceived. He did not doubt what the shopkeeper said. What this person said completely cleared up all the confusion in his mind, and he immediately understood it. But why did you seal that fox monster inside of me?" The next second, Uzumaki Naruto looked up in confusion and said, "Even if you become a Jinchuriki, it's for the village and you will be protected by the village, so why didn't you tell me about this? You even hid it from me." This is something Uzumaki Naruto cannot understand. Why should it be sealed in his body? If it was for the sake of the village and the seal, then he had no objection. But why did you hide this from him? It is because he does not know this truth that he does not understand and is confused about what he has experienced over the years. Even after asking, he was not told. Why? Chapter 19. Because of your physique, and also because of your identity. Looking at the confused Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo said, "Ordinary people's physique cannot seal the tailed beasts, even if you want to become a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, you need qualifications, ordinary civilians do not have this qualification." Do you know why your last name is Uzumaki? Swirl. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto felt depressed, but still asked in a low voice, why? Because of your mother. Lin Mo said slowly, your mother Uzumaki Kushina has a strong vitality unique to the Uzumaki clan, and is born with a powerful and special chakra that can suppress the tailed beasts. As her child, you have also inherited this, and are the most suitable container for the tailed beast. My mother. Then does the owner know where my mother is? I am not an orphan. Who is my father? He actually still has a mother. He had always thought he was an orphan, but now the shop owner says he is not. I still have a mother. Thinking about how almost all of his classmates in the ninja school had parents except himself, he always thought he was an orphan. But now, it is not. What about your mother? Where did my father go? This shop owner must know. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Lin Mo eagerly, expecting Lin Mo's answer. Your mother is dead, and your father is dead too. Lin Mo said calmly, of course, it's not impossible for you to see your mother. He's dead. Uzumaki Naruto looked depressed when he heard Lin Mo's words, but after hearing the rest of the words, he looked up in confusion. They are all dead, how can I still see them? Because your father sacrificed his life to seal half of the Nine Tails chakra and his and your mother's last chakras into your body, so that they can accompany you as you grow up. And set up the sealing procedures so that they can give you the greatest help at the two most critical and dangerous moments. You have always grown up with your parents by your side, but you just don't know it. Is that so? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously touched his stomach, and his whole body was a little dazed. What's my father's name? Shouldn't I take my father's last name? Could it be that my father's last name is also Uzumaki? No, your father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. As for why the last name is Uzumaki, it is naturally to avoid suspicion. Do you think that if you have the same last name as the fourth Hokage after his death, others will not speculate? But why don't I know the truth that I am a Jinchuriki? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist slightly. I don't even have the right to know, was my mother the same as me back then? You'll have to ask the third generation about this. Lin Mo shook his head. As for your mother, the identity of the Jinchuriki is not known to others. The replacement of the Jinchuriki is only known to the Konoha high-level officials. Even the Konoha Sannin does not know. Therefore, your mother Kushina is not discriminated against and rejected by the villagers in Konoha village like you are. That's it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little relieved, but only a little. The words he got from the store owner today really made his head feel dizzy. The fourth Hokage was actually his own father. He was excited, but soon he became depressed. He was the child of the Hokage, but he was hated by the villagers. No one would believe him if he told others about it. They will just think of themselves as fox demons. So I was born a vessel, but I'm much luckier than my mother. Uzumaki Naruto sighed and asked in a low voice, did my mother know that she was a container back then? No. Lin Mo nodded. She was born in the Uzumaki village in the land of whirlpools. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Because of her special physique, she was brought to the Hidden Leaf village in the land of fire and became the second Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Under the guidance of the first Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she learned the truth. The land of whirlpools, the hidden village of the whirlpool Shio. So, the land of whirlpools, the hidden village of whirlpools is also my home? My family? Shop owner, do you know how to get to the land of whirlpools? He is not an orphan, he still has people. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto wanted to go to the land of whirlpools. Good. Lin Mo nodded and continued, but the whirlpool country has been destroyed. Hearing this, bright-eyed Uzumaki Naruto froze. Perish? Because other clans in the ninja world were afraid of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, many countries and clans launched an invasion on the Uzumaki country, causing the Uzumaki country to be devastated. The surviving clan members hid their identities and scattered around the world. Lin Mo continued, members with pure family bloodlines all have red hair. When chakra is consumed excessively, the hair will turn white. If you see someone with red hair in the future, he is from the Uzumaki clan and is also your clan member. That's it. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's mood fell again. Both the father and the mother have passed away, the country has been destroyed, and only a few scattered members of the clan are living and hiding in various places. If you want to see your father and mother, come and open the ken every week. Looking at the depressed Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo chuckled and said. Because there are also things that can revive in the jar, as well as other strange things that can make it easy for you to see your mother, or communicate with your parents, or even revive your parents, I will not lie to you about this. I want to open the jar. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and clenched his fists. I want to see my parents. It sounds unrealistic to think that one can revive his dead parents just by opening the jar, but he believes that the owner will not deceive him. So Uzumaki Naruto quickly handed his money to Lin Mo. Then, under Lin Mo's instructions, he started picking out jars. Please please. Looking at the jar that flew automatically in front of him as Lin Mo waved his hand, Uzumaki Naruto clasped his hands together and muttered. Then he stretched out his fist decisively. Boom! The jar broke and a ball of blue light fell down. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Chakra light ball. When he recognized him, Uzumaki Naruto looked delighted. If you have extra chakra, you can use a large amount of chakra to perform transformation. Not really. Compared to the delighted Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo shook his head with a strange expression. This is a transformation costume. Chapter 20. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently. The Ninja Turtles transformation costumes, if he remembered correctly, were ugly. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto heard Lin Mo's words, looked up with a confused look, and said, Shopkeeper, what is a transformation costume? He has absolutely no idea of this. You can think of this as a form of transformation. Lin Mo said calmly, how long you can maintain this transformed outfit depends on how much chakra you have. You will know the details after you merge it. A kind of transformation technique? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he immediately reached out and touched the blue light. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto felt a warm current flowing into his body, making him feel it very clearly. At the same time, a memory appeared out of nowhere, which Naruto Uzumaki digested instantly. However, after digesting it, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly widened his eyes. This transformation technique doesn't even require hand seals. He knew that any ninjutsu required hand seals. The transformation technique offered by the shop owner now does not even require hand seals. While being shocked, Uzumaki Naruto immediately moved his mind and with a bang, he turned into a ninja turtle. His figure instantly became tall and strong, his whole body covered with green tough skin and clear muscle lines. The yellow carapace on its chest gleams in the light and appears very strong. The raised turtle shell on the back is thick and solid, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. He had a red eye mask on his head, revealing only his sharp eyes, making him look particularly majestic. A brown belt tied around the waist gives people a sense of being ready for battle. Lin Mo. Looking at the ninja turtle transformed by Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This thing won't melt even if you kill him. Too ugly. However, he recognized the character that Uzumaki Naruto transformed into. It was actually Raphael. The turtle has a hot temper, but is honest and kind, hates evil, and likes the color red. It's amazing, it can be performed with just a thought, it's so convenient. And many more. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was subconsciously looking down at himself. As he was speaking, he saw his hand and his expression suddenly changed. This is too ugly. Even though he didn't see his appearance, his size and color made Uzumaki Naruto's face turn green. Especially after seeing himself in the mirror placed over the counter, Uzumaki Naruto felt particularly distorted. No way, how can I be so ugly? This turtle transformation is so ugly. What's the use of such an ugly transformation technique? Don't be so depressed, Naruto. Lin Mo patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder and consoled him. This is a very good disguise. When you transform into someone else, there are still flaws, but this thing has no flaws. It will be very convenient for you to steal things in the future. Uzumaki Naruto. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly fell silent. What does it mean to steal something and do something convenient? What kind of person is he? Ugh. Uzumaki Naruto sighed and instantly cancelled his transformation. It's too bad to get something like this out of a jar. Shopkeeper, I'll go back first. Looking at the dark night outside, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said, I'll go back and see how much money I have. I should be able to open another jar. If I can't come tonight, I can only come tomorrow. I'll do it as soon as possible. Ah. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo nodded. It doesn't matter whether you open a can today or tomorrow. If you open 10 cans in a week, it will be calculated based on the time you open the first can in a week. When he had eaten ramen before, it was already evening. Now it was night, and he wondered if Hinata Hayashi would bring someone to open the can. It is good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Then he said goodbye to Lin Mo and quickly left the jar shop. Watching Uzumaki Naruto leave the jar, Lin Mo had an idea. Suddenly, the 10 things that Hinata Hayashi had opened before appeared in front of him. Lin Mo did not hesitate at all, and decisively reached out to touch the ball of light representing the Chunin chakra. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a strong chakra rushing into his body, making him feel very full. Unfortunately, the quantity is too small. Although he had become a Chunin, Lin Mo knew that in a ninja world even a Chunin was just cannon fodder. The next second, Lin Mo continued to integrate the chakra of another genin and the training experience of the one-handed sword. After the fusion was completed, Lin Mo subconsciously shook his hands. He has already mastered the technique of using a one-handed sword. Continue. Lin Mo continued to pick up the sea-level ninjutsu scroll that Hinata Hayashi had opened. Fuck, can't you just use a ninjutsu that you can master instantly? I still need to learn. Besides, I don't even know my chakra properties yet, and I don't even have chakra test paper to test it. If you want to learn fire-style ninjutsu, you must have fire attribute chakra. Let's try it first. Looking at the great fireball ninjutsu scroll in front of him, Lin Mo sighed in his heart. Then he began to practice according to the above method. If Hyuga Hayashi could come up with a ninjutsu that could be mastered with fusion, then he could also master it instantly and completely skip the training step. Instead of like now, you need to learn according to the practice method on the scroll. Still, I don't know whether I have fire attribute chakra. When Lin Mo was learning from the ninjutsu scroll and complaining about Hinata Hayashi. The other side. Hyuga clan. In Hinata Hayashi's study. Hinata Hayashi, who had already returned, was amazed when he saw Hinata Hanabi floating in front of him with a bamboo dragonfly on her head. It can really fly. The first thing he did when he came back was to give the bamboo dragonfly to Hanabi to try out. So far, it seems that Hanabi is having a lot of fun playing with it. This is so fun. I can fly. At this time, Hinata Hanabi, who was wearing a bamboo dragonfly on her head, was extremely excited. If it weren't for Hinata Hayashi restraining her, she would have flown out. Okay, it's time to stop. Looking at the excited Hinata Hanabi, Hinata Hayashi said, just play with it in the study, it's not appropriate to expose such things now. Oh. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hinata Hanabi immediately fell to the ground and took off the bamboo dragonfly. She always obeyed her father. However, when handing it to Hinata Hayashi, he asked with anticipation, then the next step is to take us to open the can. Chapter 21. Ah. Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, you and your sister still have some jars that have not been opened, you must open them this week, if you can open something useful for the family, it will be a credit. Even if Hinata Hanabi didn't say it, he would take Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hyuga to Lin Mo to open the cans. Originally, he was thinking of informing his clan members, or asking some of the family's warriors to open the jar. But after learning from Lin Mo that even the mark of the bird in the cage could be opened, he gave up completely. The Hyuga clan is facing a big problem right now. Especially the Zong family. If the clan members of the Zong family knew about this magical jar shop, there would definitely be trouble, and then we would be in trouble. Although he really wanted to expand his family, he could not change the ideas of a group of clan elders even as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. So he had no choice but to give up telling his family. In addition, there is also the branch family. If the members of the branch family find out, everything will be in complete chaos. If something is revealed that can unlock the curse of the caged bird, then what will be the consequences? Although he knew that Lin Mo's jar shop was destined to be popular, it would definitely take time before it became popular, and he wanted to take advantage of this time difference. For now, the Hyuga clan has decided that only he and his two daughters will open the jars. Great! Hinata Hanabi looked excited when she heard what Hinata Hayashi said. I can go play with Lin Mo again. Then, Hyuga Hayashi took Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata out of the study and walked outside. I plan to go to Lin Mo's place to open the remaining cans at night. However, just as he reached the door, Hinata Hayashi frowned slightly and stopped abruptly. On the street outside the door, there were actually ninjas secretly spying on the Hyuga clan. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be the people of that old guy Danzo. Thinking of the transfer order he had received from the root not long ago, asking him to send several Hyuga clan members to join the root, he had been dragging his feet and even wrote a report to the third Hokage, which made the old man slightly unhappy. It's troublesome. Hinata Hayashi sighed softly in his heart. At the moment it is not possible to go out and open the cans. We can only talk about it tomorrow during the day. Immediately, Hyuga Hayashi took Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi back to the study. There are ninjas from the village patrolling outside, if we open the can now, we will definitely be discovered, which is not a good thing. After returning to the study, without waiting for Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata to ask with confusion, Hyuga Hayashi said, let's do it tomorrow, let's go open the cans during the day tomorrow. It's so troublesome. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hinata Hanabi suddenly looked disappointed. Doesn't that mean I won't be able to see brother Lin Mo tonight? Father, I have to go to school tomorrow. Hyuga Hinata said softly, when I get out of school, I can just go to the owner and open the can. Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hayashi nodded. Don't go out at night during this period, be careful with the strange little things you open from the jars, don't let others see them. Yes. Hinata nodded after hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said. She naturally knew what Hinata Hayashi said. So at the beginning, after learning about Hanabi's situation, he went to the jar shop with great caution, rolling his eyes all the way. Okay, go to bed early. Immediately, Hyuga Hayashi patted Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi on the head, signaling the two girls to go to bed. After watching the two women leave, Hyuga Hayashi thought of Uzumaki Naruto again. That kid probably won't tell anyone. What a shame, the purchase of such a magical jar is limited to a week. Thinking that he could only open the cans after 7 days, Hinata Hayashi sighed. He now only hoped that the can shop would not become famous too early. When Hinata Hayashi sighed. The other side. Konoha Village. At the entrance of Jiaying Hall. How can I get in? If I go in directly, I will definitely be kicked out. After leaving Lin Mo, he did not go back to his home immediately, but ran to the largest bookstore in Konoha Village, Jiangtang. Because he already knew his own life experience, he wanted to find out information about the land of whirlpools. Although his mother has passed away, he wants to know more information. And this information can only be learned through records about the whirlpool country. Many ninjas have biographies, and the fourth Hokage seems to have one too. Wait a little longer, I'll go in and read the book after the store closes at night. Thinking of the information Lin Mo had told him, and then thinking about how he had been treated and hated in the village over the years, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little depressed. It turns out that his home doesn't belong to Konoha Village at all. His parents had passed away, and he was kept in the dark about his status as a Jinchuriki. Even his parents' affairs were kept secret. Even if he continues to do things that gain recognition from others, these people in Konoha Village will definitely not recognize him. Thinking about what he knew about the Demon Fox Rebellion and that the Demon Fox was now sealed in his body, Naruto felt even more upset. All he wanted now was to find information about his mother and father. If you can't find the information, look for related ones. For example, my mother's hometown, the land of whirlpools. As for asking the third Hokage, he knew that the third Hokage would definitely not tell him. Even if I become Hokage, I won't be recognized by others. Then this Hokage is not my target either. The owner knows the situation well, but he has already told me most of it, I can't trouble him anymore. Looking at the brightly lit bookstore in the distance, Uzumaki Naruto murmured to himself, waiting quietly in the dark. Gone, it really doesn't work. At the same time. In the jar shop. Lin Mo looked at the unfolded ninjutsu scroll, speechless. I don't have fire attribute chakra, so I can't practice this scroll at all. The fire style, great fireball technique recorded here is completely useless. Even though the chakra flow was correct and the seals were formed correctly, I just couldn't use them. I now have wind attribute chakra, so I can learn wind attribute ninjutsu, but other attributes can only be tested with test paper, which is really a headache. It's so late now, and Hyuga Hayashi hasn't brought Hinata and Hanabi yet, so they probably won't come. Close the door and go to bed. Looking at the almost empty streets outside, Lin Mo felt as if he had returned to his hometown in the countryside at 4 or 5 o'clock. Then he decisively closed the door and went upstairs to sleep. Time passed quietly. It was late at night in a blink of an eye. Konoha Village was completely silent. All shops, big and small, were closed, and only a few hot spring hotels still had their lights on. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the dark Shuedo bookstore and rubbed his hands excitedly. The door is finally closed and I can sneak in to read a book. Chapter 22. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto quietly went around to the back door of the bookstore, gently pushed open a window, and nimbly slipped in. No, transform a bit, to be safe. After getting in, Uzumaki Naruto muttered something and decided to use the transformation technique again. Boom! As Uzumaki Naruto's mind moved, there was a slight sound, and Naruto's body once again turned into a ninja turtle, which he thought was very ugly. Strange, why do I feel like this, able to move freely and flexibly in the dark? In the pitch-black environment, the transformed Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt a strange feeling and muttered something under his breath. Is it my own illusion? Then he fumbled for the light switch and turned on the light. Clap. The soft light shines on the bookshelf, illuminating the neatly arranged rows of books. Uzumaki Naruto quickly began to search through the bookshelves, hoping to find some detailed records about his father, the fourth Hokage, and other information about the land of whirlpools. Not here. Here are some miscellaneous books. It's so annoying and messy. Uzumaki Naruto carefully browsed the cover and table of contents of each book. However, there was not much information in the books I searched, most of them were just some irrelevant records. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless and continued to flip through the pages faster. The target was found quickly. But there are only a few records that mention the fourth Hokage. This information was not enough for him. I have information about the Hokage, but I have never seen such a record book about the land of whirlpools. Since the whirlpool country has been destroyed, even if there are records, they should have been lost. It seems that I can only go to the school library tomorrow to look up more detailed information. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he closed the last book in disappointment. Not finding any information about the whirlpool country, he decided to go to school tomorrow. Go to the library and look it up. The library of the ninja school has a lot of information, but few students read it. But it is undeniable that there is a lot of gossip in school. Time to go. Just as Naruto was about to leave the bookstore, he suddenly heard a slight sound of footsteps outside the door. Hearing this voice, Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed. Why are there more people coming? It's too late to go out now. He immediately hid behind the bookshelf and held his breath. Tap tap. At this time, the footsteps were getting closer. The next second, the door of the bookstore was gently pushed open, and a figure slowly walked in. That's strange, is the light broken? The bookstore owner who walked in frowned. He had already closed the shop and gone home to rest, but suddenly remembered that there were a few books that had not been sorted out, so he returned to deal with them. Before I got close, I saw that the lights in the bookstore were on. He remembered that he had turned off the lights, so why were the lights in the bookstore on again? Strange. But the next second, he looked at the somewhat scattered books and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Who is so immoral? He secretly read books in the middle of the night. If he wants to read it, why not just come over during the day? The bookstore owner was speechless. As long as you don't take the books away, it's fine to read them on the spot. Books are not valuable these days. Most people who come to the bookstore just browse. I will only buy something if I find something I really like, otherwise I won't spend money on it. As a result, someone actually sneaked over here late at night and flipped through a book. How fucking stupid. What a weird thing. Oh no, I'm not going to be in the making out paradise. Suddenly, the owner thought of something, his face changed, and he quickly walked towards the bookcase where Intimate Paradise was stored. This is a best-selling book, and even flipping through it is not free. My grass. As the shop owner walked towards a hidden bookshelf, he suddenly saw Naruto's transformed ninja turtle hiding in the corner. Suddenly his eyes widened and he stepped back in horror. Wuwugue. This transformation technique is terrible. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless and complained in his heart. It's really hard to hide such a big thing. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto did not dare to stay any longer and quickly stood up and ran towards the window. Catch the thief. There's a thief. Someone stole the book. Seeing this scene, the bookstore owner shouted hurriedly, and his voice was particularly harsh in the quiet night. Stealing books. Who has the time to steal this? Some residents living outside the bookstore were still awake, and when they heard the sound they all stuck their heads out. However, as soon as they stuck their heads out, they saw Uzumaki Naruto transformed into a ninja turtle running out of the bookstore window. Fuck. What the hell is that? Turtle. So ugly. When the residents saw Uzumaki Naruto who looked like a ninja turtle, their eyes widened one after another. However, before they could continue watching, they saw Uzumaki Naruto, who had transformed into a ninja turtle, disappear. In the bookstore. The bookstore owner was standing there, breathing heavily with lingering fear. He couldn't understand why a huge turtle suddenly appeared in the bookstore, as if it was a monster from a storybook. When he calmed down a little and looked back at the bookstore, he found that everything seemed to have returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. But the lights in the bookstore and the few messy books on the floor made him realize that this was definitely not an illusion. There really was a monster that ran in the middle of the night and stole books to read. Immediately, he hurried to the bookshelf where the books of Intimate Paradise were stored. When he found that no book was missing, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the monster is not here to steal the book. It is also possible that the theft was not successful. It happened very quickly, in a short while. What did you lose here? Tell me the details. Even at night, there are some ninjas patrolling. We can also handle emergencies. If the problem cannot be solved, a signal will be sent. Master Ninja. Seeing the patrolling ninja coming, the bookstore owner hurriedly said, "A monster appeared in my bookstore." As he spoke, he described what he had just seen. The patrolling ninja looked strange and asked, "Can you draw a picture of that monster?" "I cannot do it." Hearing this, the bookstore owner's face froze, and then he quickly said, "But someone outside also saw that monster just now." "Well, I know about this." The patrolling ninja nodded and said, "We will take care of this matter, now check if anything is lost." Nothing to lose. The bookstore owner quickly shook his head. "It was this monster that came to the bookstore to browse books in the middle of the night and scared me." Chapter 23. "Okay, I know about this." The patrolling ninja nodded and walked out immediately, continuing to ask people around him about the situation and gain some understanding. Soon, the simple record was completed. "Hey 8, what happened? Why is there such a commotion here? There's an ugly turtle monster that resembles a human that comes and steals books." Moonlight Gale's face turned slightly pale, and he coughed, saying, "No matter what, this monster is different from ordinary people, report it." "The third Hokage is resting now, no one will read the report now, it's not an emergency and there's no need to disturb the third Hokage. Report tomorrow morning." Ah. After the two ninjas exchanged some words, they left. Moonlight Gale continues its night patrols. When it was dawn, he immediately arrived at the Hokage's office and waited quietly. When the sun was high in the sky, the entire Konoha village was completely illuminated by the sunlight. The figure of the third Hokage appeared in Gecko Gale's sight. "It's the wind." Looking at Yu Guangji Feng, who was already standing at the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly surprised. "Is there something important to report?" He still had some impression of Moonlight Gale, the one in charge of the night patrols of Konoha village. "If there wasn't something going on, I wouldn't be waiting at the door of my office so early in the morning." The third Hokage-sama. Moonlight Gale looked at the third Hokage who had arrived, and immediately bowed respectfully and said, "A strange thing happened while we were patrolling last night, I have already made a report." As he said that, Geku Heiate handed the written report in his hand to the third Hokage. The third Hokage immediately walked into the office while flipping through the book. At the same time, Moonlight Gale was also narrating briefly. "An ugly turtle monster." After listening to Geku Gale's words and reading Geku Gale's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, "This matter cannot be underestimated. Do you know what book this monster read? Also, pay special attention to that street, graduation is approaching, and we may have spies from other ninja villages come to Konoha village and wait for an opportunity to cause trouble." "Yes." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Geku Heiate nodded respectfully. Then he left. After the Moonlight Gale left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at a crystal ball placed on the table. This crystal ball is emitting a faint light. This is a tool he has used for many years, which allows him to observe the situation in every corner of Konoha village through the telescope technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently stroked the crystal ball and thought of Uzumaki Naruto. Every day he had become accustomed to using the telescope technique to check on Uzumaki Naruto. Thinking of this, he gathered his chakra and injected it into the crystal ball. The scene inside the crystal ball gradually became clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, concentrated, and his vision slowly shifted to every corner of Konoha village. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto was seen at the ninja school. In the picture, Naruto is walking into the school with teacher Irika. Irika was talking to him patiently, a warm smile on his face. Naruto seemed to be listening attentively, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but more of desire and anticipation. Good. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene, he was immediately relieved. Irika has always been a teacher who cares about Naruto. He not only teaches him in class, but also gives him a lot of care in life. Seeing the focused look on Naruto's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt deeply relieved, as if he saw hope for the future. And at this moment, in the ninja school, how come you are so interested in historical stories? You will graduate tomorrow, shouldn't you practice your transformation technique well? In the morning we practice ninjutsu outdoors, and in the afternoon we practice combat, and you're telling me you want to read history now? Teacher Irika, please tell me more, I want to hear more. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands excitedly and said, I want to know more about history, the history of my Konoha. I lost to you. Seeing the excited Uzumaki Naruto, Irika sighed inwardly. It's rare to see Uzumaki Naruto so interested in books. But that's okay, as long as he doesn't go out and cause trouble. Compared to skipping classes and making trouble, reading books made him feel very happy. Irika immediately took out his ID card and handed it to Naruto. I'm going to be busy later, if you want to read it, just take my ID card and go to the library. There is a lot of information in the school's library that has been categorized, you just need to search according to the bookshelf. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. After hearing what Iruka said, Uzumaki Naruto left excitedly and headed straight for the library. Iruka shook his head and turned away. In the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been performing the telescope technique through the crystal ball, felt emotional when he saw Uzumaki Naruto go to the library to read books. He is a good boy indeed. Now he knows how to read. Not bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen dissipated his chakra with a satisfied look on his face, causing the image in the crystal ball to disappear. Then I started processing the files that were not completed yesterday. At this moment. The other side. In Lin Mo's jar shop. Congratulations on signing in successfully and getting 100 ordinary jars. When Lin Mo opened his eyes and woke up refreshed, a hint that only Lin Mo could see appeared, and Lin Mo understood it instantly. Good luck. Seeing the 100 ordinary jars he got by signing in, Lin Mo smiled. My luck yesterday was pretty bad. I only signed in and got about 20 jars. I didn't expect that on the second day, I signed in and got 100 ordinary jars. That's enough for 10 people to open the cans. Then Lin Mo got up and went downstairs. After arriving at the counter, he waved his hand and suddenly one jar after another appeared out of thin air and landed on the shelf. The cabinet, which originally had few jars, was now filled with jars again. Let's go have breakfast. After doing all this, Lin Mo opened the door and walked towards Ichiraku ramen. It's pretty good to have Ichiraku ramen for breakfast. Is this true? There is a monster stealing books to read. Can the monster read? Really? Why would I lie to you? It was just this street, that monster sneaked into Jiangtang and read a book, many people saw it. Indeed, Master Ninja asked us not to discuss this, but I saw that monster last night with my own eyes. It was an ugly turtle, but it was quite tall, I don't know what species it was. Not long after Lin Mo walked out, he encountered people passing by whispering, which made Lin Mo look strange. Chapter 24. That Uzumaki Naruto guy. In an instant, Lin Mo knew who did it. It must be Uzumaki Naruto. But why was this guy going to the bookstore to look through books in the middle of the night? Uzumaki Naruto is not the kind of person who can calmly read a book. No way. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought of what he had said to Uzumaki Naruto yesterday. So, if Uzumaki Naruto went to search, was he trying to find out information about the fourth Hokage and the land of whirlpools? While thinking this, Lin Mo walked to Ichiraku ramen restaurant without knowing it. Good morning, Lin Mo. When HIATUS saw Lin Mo coming in, he immediately smiled and greeted him. What are you going to eat this morning? I want some pork bone noodles. Lin Mo sat down as usual and said, add an extra serving of meat. Okay. Hearing Lin Mo's words, he nodded, wait a moment. Lin Mo didn't have to wait for a while before a bowl of steaming ramen was served. Lin Mo started tasting it immediately. But just as I was tasting it, I heard people at the next table discussing it. By the way, why are there so many people from the wood industry guard patrolling today? It seems a monster appeared last night and caused quite a commotion in the bookstore. It's almost graduation time at the Ninja Academy, so don't you want to be safer? Yeah, I've heard about it, too. I heard it was a very big turtle, like a spirit. Anyway, it's so mysterious, how could a turtle go to a bookstore in the middle of the night to steal books? It's too easy to learn. Lin Mo was speechless after hearing the discussions one after another. It seems that the commotion caused by Uzumaki Naruto yesterday was not a small one. Then, after Lin Mo simply finished his ramen, he went back to the kin shop. It was not until noon that Lin Mo discovered that Hyuga Hayashi had not brought Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi to open the jars. Strange. For a moment, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. When the Hyuga clan leader knew that the jar was so magical, why didn't he bring people to open the jar? In his opinion, there should be a steady stream of Hyuga clan members coming to open the jars. Even if you don't want to be exposed, you should come here secretly. But that was not the case. Did he guess wrong? He could understand why Hinata Hayashi didn't come. After all, the jar had been opened. However, Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata still had some extra cans that had not been opened, so it was unexpected that they did not come. If you don't have time, then maybe you have class. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought that Hinata was still in school, so she might not have time to open the can. If I'm not mistaken, Hinata should come when the ninja school is over in the afternoon. When Lin Mo thought so. The other side. Ninja school. In the outdoor square. Iruka was leading the class he was in charge of in combat training. The sun was shining brightly, and the students in the class gathered in the sun, standing neatly in the center of the square, waiting for Irika's instructions. Irika stood in front, holding a list in his hand, and said in a loud and powerful voice. Because graduation is approaching, we will have a weapon combat training this afternoon. The purpose is to improve everyone's actual combat ability. For this purpose, I invited a senior sister who is 1 year older than you and has already graduated, 1010. Now, I will call the roll. Please ask the students whose names are called to come to the stage and prepare for the battle. After hearing Irika's words, the students present suddenly became nervous. But it was more excitement. Because everyone knows that this is an opportunity to demonstrate their strength. Especially since Tian, a senior who graduated 1 year ahead of them, made many people eager to try and leave a good impression in front of her. Irika glanced around and stopped his gaze on a girl. He nodded slightly. Hyuga Hinata, please come on stage and prepare for the battle. One is from the Hyuga clan, and the other is 1010 who has already graduated. Both are strong and can fight in the first match. Hinata immediately looked at 1010 after hearing what Irika said, and 1010 smiled and nodded in greeting. She knew Hinata. Although they were not in the same class at school, they played together after class. Even though she had graduated before Hinata, it did not affect her relationship with Hinata. Sometimes, she also comes to school to assist in teaching. I was invited by teacher Irika today. Hinata took a deep breath and walked towards the battle area in the center of the square where 1010 was. It's Hinata. Hinata will definitely win. After all, she is from the Hyuga clan, and her father is the clan leader. Not necessarily. Senior Tian is a year older than us and has already graduated. She has participated in ninja missions, so she must be more powerful. You're overthinking it. A newly graduated ninja can only intercept some ordinary missions in the village. Hehe, maybe you don't know, Hinata and Senior 1010 have a very good relationship. When Senior 1010 was still a student, I often saw them playing together after class. Maybe Senior 1010 would let Hinata win directly. But Tenten-senpai herself is not weak either. She is famous for her precise techniques with hidden weapons. Hinata may not be able to withstand them. So, Hinata will definitely use her Byakugan. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never seen a Byakugan battle. Seeing Hinata, Hyuga and 1010 going on stage, the students present suddenly had their eyes lit up and were looking forward to this battle. Are you ready? Start. Shoo. As soon as Irika finished speaking, 1010 took action first. She quickly pulled out a shining shuriken from her waist bag, and with a sharp look in her eyes, she quickly threw it at Hinata. Although he is a year older than Hinata and graduated earlier than Hinata, 1010 never gives in to her. Because she knew that the person standing in front of her was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. His practical ability is definitely not that of an ordinary student. Not to mention, the other party rolled his eyes. With a swoosh sound, the shuriken drew a silver arc in the air and came straight towards Hinata. Hinata's eyes narrowed, and she took out a kunai without hesitation and responded quickly. When Hinata Hyuga's movements were agile and accurate, and her kunai drew a graceful arc in the air, easily blocking Tenten's shuriken. Then, Hinata suddenly rushed forward, the kunai flashing coldly in her hand, pointing directly at 1010. Well done. Looking at Hinata rushing towards him, 1010 was excited. He quickly drew a short knife from his waist and met Hinata's attack. Dang dang. For a moment, the two men's weapons collided in the air, making a crisp metallic sound. The students in the square held their breath and watched this exciting match nervously. Boom. The next second, in an instant, Hinata's kunai easily cut and shattered Tenten's short sword with incredible power and precision. Crack. The originally hard short sword seemed to become fragile in front of Hinata's kunai and broke into 2 pieces in an instant. How come? Seeing his short knife being cut and broken so easily, Tian was surprised. I customized this specially for you. Her own dagger was forged from the finest ore and some rare materials, and was meant to accompany her forever. It was built by her parents at great expense. How could it be broken so easily by a kunai? The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan had weapons, and she could understand that the weapons were better than hers. But an ordinary kunai shattered her weapon. This is too exaggerated. At this time, Tiantian's face showed surprise. He looked at the broken dagger in his hand with disbelief in his eyes. Not only Tian was shocked, but the other students who witnessed it were also surprised. No way, Senior Tiantian's weapon was actually broken. Tiantian's family runs a ninja tool shop. Tian is very popular. Many of the ninja tools are beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Tian has boasted about them many times. Chapter 25. Sure enough, compared with a big family like the Hyuga clan, there is no comparison. Just a kunai is so sharp and hard, it's incredible. It would be such a waste if we could not retrieve it after shooting it out. One after another, the students exclaimed in surprise and exclaimed in amazement. Tiantian's family runs a ninja tool shop, and Tian often talks about his own ninja tools. As a result, it was now broken by Hinata's kunai. This weapon is so powerful. Not only the students around were surprised, but Hyuga Hinata was also surprised when she saw Tenten suddenly stop and the broken blade. This kunai of hers was opened from Lin Mo's jar shop. Lin Mo said it was just hard, but the effect was too good. You know, Tiantianjia is a shop that specializes in making ninja tools. That short knife is a good knife to accompany you every day. As she is familiar with Tian, she knows it very well. Now it breaks so easily. Although his strength was already stronger than Tenten's, it was only in terms of chakra amount. He didn't really use chakra, only relying on physical strength and weapons. The result is as expected of a big family. At this moment, Irika, who was watching this scene, was also amazed. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, the Hyuga clan is now a prosperous clan in Konoha village, with a large fortune and great wealth. It is normal that the eldest daughter of our family has high configuration. However, even a kunai is so sharp that Irika still feels a little envious. This kind of kunai is not something you can get by yourself. Because this kind of weapon is a consumable, if it cannot be recovered, it will be a huge loss. Seeing Tenten's weapon broken into pieces, Irika knew that the game was over. Although the competition was not completed, Tian was invited by him not only to fight, but also to teach. With this in mind, Irika said loudly, "Very good, Hinata, you two performed very well every day. Especially Hinata, your kunai skills showed us all how strong you are." Hinata smiled shyly when she heard the teacher's praise. She just had the advantage of weapons. I didn't expect this kunai to be so sharp. Although she felt that she could win against Tenten without using kunai. But Irika praised her kunai skills so much, but she didn't have any kunai skills at all. That's why the kunai is sharp. All this is thanks to the jars sold by Lin Mo. Irika had never praised him like this before, this was the first time he had praised him like this. This made Hinata feel slightly excited. That's great, Hinata. At this time, Tenten had already packed up the two broken swords, and after saying hello to Irika, he strode to Hinata, stretched out his hand and sighed. Without making any noise, he actually got such a sharp kunai, which really caught me off guard. No. Hearing what Tenten said, Hinata smiled shyly and quickly explained in a low voice, I didn't expect this to happen, I didn't prepare for this specifically. I do not believe. What is our relationship? You actually hid it from me, your good sister. You rarely used kunai in the past, and the ones you did use were purchased from my house. My family has received many orders from your Hyuga family, the kunai you carried with you before were all made by my family, they are not so hard. Do you know what material I used to make this short sword? Even a chunin can't afford it. When I was in school, I often played with Hinata. The quality of the kunai Hinata carries is clear to all. In Tenten's opinion, Hinata got a top-grade kunai from home just when she was about to graduate from the ninja school. However, according to Hinata's personality, it seems that she would not do this on purpose. But it really happened. What? Hearing Tenten's increasingly outrageous words, Hinata hurriedly shook her head and blushed as she explained. No, it's not. Her voice was a little stammering and she was obviously nervous. She wanted to explain it clearly, but she didn't know how to start. I didn't prepare the sharp kunai specifically for the ninja exam. Humph, I don't believe it. Then tell me, how come your kunai is so sharp? The forging material of this kunai is definitely not simple, ordinary ninjas would not use such a luxurious kunai, only your big family would do this. Me. Hearing what Tenten said, Hinata's face turned even redder in anxiety. She lowered her head and tightly clenched the kunai in her hand, not knowing how to explain. She knew in her heart that Tenten was not blaming her, but was curious about her kunai, but she was speechless for a moment. But I believe that given the sharpness of this kunai, even ordinary members of your Hyuga clan cannot afford to use it, Tian continued. She was obviously very interested in the origin of this kunai. As for the kunai in Hinata's hand, she was sure that it could only be used a few times. At most, only people from the clan can use it. Hinata stuttered, not knowing how to explain. But the next second, Hinata thought of what Lin Mo had said before, that he didn't mind her telling others. Lin Mo would be happier if she was willing to bring someone to open the jar. Thinking of this, Hinata had an idea and thought that maybe she could take this opportunity to explain everything to Tenten. She took a deep breath and raised her head. Although her face was still red, she tugged at Tiantian's sleeve and said softly, Tian, let me tell you the origin of this kunai. I opened this kunai from a small jar shop. In that jar shop, it costs 100,000 taels to buy a jar. I got the money by smashing a jar. What? Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Tenten widened her eyes and asked in astonishment, you bought this thing for only 100,000 taels. As he spoke, Tenten looked at Hinata suspiciously. I thought that the kunai in Hinata's hand was brought from home and made by herself. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Hinata spent 100,000 taels to buy it. This price. It's too cheap. From other people's perspective, it might be very expensive, ridiculously expensive. However, the broken dagger in his hand was made of materials worth more than 100,000 taels. My family runs a ninja tool shop, so I know the cost of materials for making some ninja tools very well. Is it expensive? Seeing the shocked Tenten, Hinata whispered, that shouldn't be the case, the owner only said that this kunai is sharper and harder, so it doesn't have any advantages. No, if my family sold the kunai in your hand, I would definitely not sell it for 100,000, but at least 200,000. Chapter 26. It's strange, is there still such a ninja tool store in Konoha village now? It's too conscientious. Tenten paused, looking thoughtful, and said, even if it's a newly opened ninja tool shop, they shouldn't sell this kind of kunai. And even if there are, they can't be sold so cheaply, this is completely disrupting the market. Speaking of this, Tiantian's expression gradually became solemn. And this is not good news for my family, Hinata, can you tell me about this store? I feel that if I let this store continue to operate, my ninja tool store may be affected, and then. The quality is better than my own ninja tools, and they are so sharp, but they are sold at less than half the price. If this were an ordinary kunai, wouldn't it be much cheaper? By then, the entire market of Konoha village will be impacted. As a ninja tool store, her family will inevitably suffer a huge impact. This is not good news. Tian, you don't have to worry about that. Seeing Tenten's expression gradually changing, Hinata hurriedly explained in a low voice, the owner doesn't sell ninja tools, he just sells jars, the jars contain ninja tools and other things, such as military pills and other sundries. You want to buy this kunai, but you may not be able to open it, it costs 100,000 ryo to open a jar, and there may not be a kunai inside. Huh. That's it. After hearing Hinata's further explanation, Tenten, who was originally feeling a little anxious, was stunned. Isn't this equivalent to gambling? It's okay then. If that is the case, and the other party does not run a ninja tool shop, then he does not have to worry about the business of his own ninja tool shop. For a moment, Tian felt relieved. So, you don't have to worry, seeing Tenten breathing a sigh of relief, Hinata said softly. Yes. Tian nodded and said, but the jar you mentioned is quite interesting, its sales mechanism is very interesting. You can do the same with your own ninja tool shop. You can make some airtight jars and put things in them. Then put it on sale, it should be very popular in the market. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that this method was feasible, and my eyes became brighter. Right. Hearing what Tian said, Hinata nodded slightly and said. And there are many unexpected treasures in Mr. Lin Mo's shop, last time he also said that I was welcome to bring friends to open the cans, if you are interested, we can go and take a look together. Hinata originally wanted to say something else, but then she thought that these were too shocking, so she decided to wait until Tian arrived before she could say anything. Aha! Hearing what Hinata said, Tenten nodded quickly, actually, even if you didn't say it, Hinata, I was going to ask you to take me there, this jar is so interesting, I think this shop owner is definitely an interesting person. He actually came up with this kind of sales model, if this were to happen in my ninja tool shop, my shop would also be a hot seller. I want to talk to this one. The more we talked, the more excited we became. Her family couldn't think of this kind of sales model. It is good. Seeing Tenten gradually getting excited, the shyness on Hinata's face was replaced by a sense of closeness between friends. She felt it was a very happy thing to share this secret with her good friends every day. Tian was eager to try and continued, then we'll go after you get out of school. Ah. Hinata nodded and said, I'm also going to open the cans after school, so we can go together, maybe you can open more interesting things. I believe the owner will be happy to know that I took people there to open the cans. Hinata's face turned slightly red when she thought of what Lin Mo said yesterday. Lin Mo should be happy. There was a gleam of anticipation in Tiantian's eyes. While Tenten and Hinata were talking, another comparison came to an end. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, Irika once again announced the new contestants. Not far away, Uchiha Sasuke, who had been sitting, walked up with an expressionless face. After Irika finished the announcement, he glanced at the people present and thought of the only absent person, Naruto Uzumaki. It's okay, as long as you don't go out and cause trouble. The school gate is just ahead, as long as he doesn't skip classes to cause trouble, it's okay for him to read books. Irika thought so in his heart. Naruto's performance is getting better and better, and he even knows how to read books. I have to report the progress to the third Hokage. When Irika was thinking this, in the school's library, Uzumaki Naruto was flipping through a book, his expression changing constantly. It turns out that the emblem of the Whirlpool country is on the clothes of the Konoha ninjas. The Uzumaki clan established a country with a super strong sealing technique, the land of whirlpools, the hidden village of Uzushio. The shop owner said that the Whirlpool country caused fear among other ninjas in the ninja world because of the sealing technique, so they joined forces to destroy the Whirlpool country. According to the records, Konoha at that time had the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, who were Konoha's allies. How could Konoha village not even be saved? A small country with a terrifying sealing technique. A unique and strong vitality, and an innate strong and special chakra that can suppress the tailed beasts. It is normal for people to fear them. But why didn't Konoha rescue them in time? Was it too late and couldn't receive the news? The shop owner said that mother was brought to Konoha village because she was to be used as a vessel to seal the Nine Tails. This means that Konoha village will definitely take care of the Whirlpool country and pay attention to the Whirlpool country. It is impossible for them to know about this only after the Whirlpool country is destroyed. Even if it's a small country, if other ninjas unite to destroy the Whirlpool country, it would be impossible for them to do it in secret. Konoha's intelligence system wouldn't be able to know about it later. Now in the village, the only Uchiha clan left are Sasuke, that cocky guy, and his brother who became a traitorous ninja. As for the Senju clan, I don't think I've ever heard of it, and it seems they don't exist. The Uzumaki clan seem to be Konoha's tailed beast containers, my mother before me, and me now. Animals in captivity? Uzumaki Naruto murmured, clenching his fist slightly. Especially when thinking of that kind face, a fire gradually rose in Naruto's heart. There is still too little information to search, I still have to ask the store owner. The size of the Whirlpool nation is not small, and it is so powerful. If it were just a group of small countries united, they would not be able to do this and destroy such a country so quickly. There should be the shadow of a big country. Among the 5 big countries in the ninja world, Konoha has the best position. The others are the land of water, land of lightning, land of wind, and land of earth. So Konoha's intelligence system is definitely not going to fail. Chapter 27. He felt that he was gradually coming into contact with the truth. The information I found in the library has pieced together some fragments of the truth. I'm afraid this is the only information I can find at the moment. If you want to find more, you probably won't be able to find any. The most comprehensive historical records of Konoha village are in the school, and the village bookstore only has some biographies. I have been browsing in the reading room for most of the day, and have only come across these scattered pieces of information. This is all the information I can get. Some things are probably only known by the Konoha high-level officials at that time. Unless you ask yourself. But even his status as a Jinchuriki was kept secret, so was it really appropriate for me to go and ask so bluntly? Can the third Hokage really say it? Uzumaki Naruto felt depressed when he thought about some of the information that the third Hokage had told him. Is giving yourself pocket money to prevent yourself from starving to death? The third Hokage came to see him from time to time, but I'm afraid he didn't care about him. It must be because of the degree to which the tailed beast is sealed within his body that it came. I thought about how sometimes I felt someone touching my belly while I was sleeping. He didn't take it seriously at the time, but thinks about it now. I am afraid. Call. Uzumaki Naruto let out a long sigh, and his eyes gradually became firm. After school, I'll go open the can and ask the owner more questions. The owner knows so much secret information, even the information about him being a Jinchuriki, but he doesn't seem to be from Konoha village. He is very mysterious. Then it makes no sense that you wouldn't know other things. I just need to ask a few more questions. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately put the book in his hand back into the bookshelf. He did not choose to take the books back. These are old books, just read them. After simply tidying up the messy reading room, Uzumaki Naruto walked out. Naruto. Not long after Uzumaki Naruto walked out and hadn't reached the playground yet, Irika came towards him and said expressionlessly. You dodged the practical battle, the next one is the practice of clone techniques, and you're the only one who didn't practice. Come here and practice well for me, let me see if you can graduate. No. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto's face changed drastically and he wailed, Let me go, teacher Irika, I don't want to practice the clone technique. His transformation skills were doomed to fail, so he thought of solving the problem by opening a jar. I also collected some scattered money at home today and I can open a jar. I was just about to go open a jar after school, but ended up being forced by Irika to practice the clone technique. This is not possible. I'll say nothing about you getting away with the practical class, but not the transformation and clone jutsu. You've already failed the ninja school graduation exam twice. Irika grabbed Naruto with a frown on his face and said, practice well, if you don't blame me for keeping you here until dark today. I practice. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green and he nodded hurriedly. I was planning to leave school early and find the owner to open the can. What if this is left until dark and the owner closes the shop? Having already experienced opening a jar, he knows how magical the jar is. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto followed Irika back to the classroom obediently. Where are the others? Teacher Irika. Because they are good at transformation and they just got practice in battle, I let them out of the school early. Irika adjusted his glasses and said calmly, those who stayed are not very good and need practice. And you, my Naruto, you are my focus. Uzumaki Naruto. I know. Uzumaki Naruto said dejectedly, but teacher, you know my clone technique, if I don't practice well, won't you keep me here until dark? That won't happen, Irika shook his head and said. I want to see you practice. If you just cooperate with me, I will let you go early. Go, line up. The transformation jutsu is to transform into the teacher's appearance, and the clone jutsu is to separate yourself. Yes. After hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto immediately joined the queue obediently. Soon, it was Uzumaki Naruto's turn. Uzumaki Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands, and with a bang, a lying Naruto appeared. Irika. Go practice over there. Irika deadpanned, one of the graduation requirements is that you can create 3 clones instead of just 1 crouching clone, give me half an hour to practice. Yes, Irika-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto was dejected. If I open the can myself, maybe I won't have to waste time here. If I had known this, I would have run out right after leaving the library. Hey, Mr. Irika, Naruto is a good kid, don't be so strict. At this time, a young man came over and shook his head, saying, you can't practice for 10 minutes. Mizuki-sensei. Looking at Mizuki approaching, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly looked up and his face became expectant. Teacher Mizuki was very nice to him and spoke up for him a lot. If Irika-sensei had listened to Mizuki-sensei, he would have been able to leave school earlier and go to the store owner to open the cans. No, Mizuki. After hearing what Mizuki said, Irika said in a deep voice, letting Naruto graduate like this is not helping him, but harming him. Naruto, practice. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto wailed in his heart and began to practice honestly. While making hand seals, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the sky outside from time to time. The afternoon was fine. After I finish practicing, I will go to the owner to open the cans. It shouldn't be until evening. When Uzumaki Naruto thought so. In front of the jar shop. Tenten, who came with Hinata, looked at the shop in front of him with curiosity. Is this the shop? The location is not very good, quite remote. The owner is inside, let's go. Hinata said as she took the lead in stepping into the jar shop. Tian followed closely behind and saw Lin Mo in the jar shop at a glance. Good, so young. The moment he saw Lin Mo, Tian was slightly surprised. She had expected the owner to be a middle-aged man. Because Hinata calls Lin Mo, sir. But the Lin Mo in front of her was beyond her expectations. He looks to be less than 20 years old, tall and with handsome features. Especially those deep eyes, which seem to be able to see through people's hearts. Tian's face blushed slightly. She felt that Lin Mo was not only handsome, but also seemed to have a unique temperament that could not be ignored. Lin Mo also saw Hinata and Tian who walked in, and was surprised. Instead of waiting for Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hanabi, Hinata came with Tenten. Chapter 28. Hello, Mr. Lin Mo. Compared to the somewhat restrained Hinata, Tian was very lively and cheerful. He stretched out his hand and smiled at Lin Mo and said. My name is Tian, you can just call me Tian, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. In response to Tian extending his hand, Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then reached out and held Tian's little hand. At the same time, he also looked at Tian. This one is wearing a pink Chinese cheongsam and a small side-breasted top. It's not as attractive as the white military uniform with 3/4 sleeves, but it's also very pure and lively. The most important thing is that he knew that Tian was not an ordinary ninja, but a wealthy woman. My family runs a ninja tool shop. Hinata did bring a good person. When Tian saw Lin Mo looking at him, he also looked at Lin Mo, his eyes fixed on the counter behind Lin Mo. On the counter, there were many ordinary jars, making it impossible to tell what was inside. Mr. Lin Mo, I found your store method very interesting when I heard Hinata say it. I think you are a very thoughtful person. How did you come up with this sales method? I want to learn from the sales model of this jar. My family runs a ninja tool store. If we sell weapons according to your model, it will definitely be a small hit. Do you mind? At the end of the conversation, Tian felt a little embarrassed. After all, in Tian's opinion, this sales model belongs to Lin Mo. If you do this at home, it would seem like piracy, which is a very bad behavior. The shops in Konoha village today do not have this sales model. Tian felt that if he wanted his own ninja tool shop to sell ninja tools in this way, it would be better to greet Lin Mo first, talk to Lin Mo in advance, and let Lin Mo know in advance. So she brought the money to open the jar, also thinking of interacting with Lin Mo. His family is not short of the kunai that Hinata has, but for the sake of this sales model, Tian thinks he can make friends with Lin Mo first. Of course I don't mind. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. If you don't copy this model, others will copy it. How can I possibly go to them one by one? Putting aside the contents of the jars, the way the jars are sold is indeed a good business model. If others want to copy, how can you stop them? It can't be stopped. On the contrary, it was Tian who made Lin Mo look at him twice. This little girl actually knew to say hello in advance, which is quite polite. When Tian heard Lin Mo's words, his eyes lit up. What the store owner meant was that he didn't care, which was great. After I go back, I can discuss it with my parents and sell ninja tools according to this model. Next to her, Hinata had already taken out a purse filled with money. While handing it to Lin Mo, he whispered, "Shopkeeper, I have opened 5 jars before, and I can open 5 more, this is 500,000 taels." Ah! Hearing Hinata's words, Lin Mo nodded. As he took the money, he said, "Choose, you've driven it, I won't say anything more." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata started to choose immediately. While Hinata was choosing, Ten looked at her with curiosity. She wanted to see what Hinata would get out of the jar this time. 500,000 taels was not a small amount of money, and the shop owner would not have left any bad money in it, otherwise Hinata would not have come to open the jar again. Even if it is a bad one, it is impossible to put it in every jar. While Ten was thinking this, Hinata had already picked out 5 jars. With a wave of Lin Mo's hand, 5 jars flew out silently and landed safely in front of Hinata, which made Tian's eyes widen suddenly. What method is this? Just wave your hand and make things float up. Is it a ninjutsu that I don't know about? But I've never heard of any ninjutsu that can make things fly. If there was one, it wouldn't be so troublesome to retrieve the shuriken I threw out every time in the future. Even some that are thrown far away can only be discarded with great pain. Thinking of this, Tian's face turned slightly rosy and he felt a little excited. This kind of ninjutsu will be of great help to me. I must learn this ninjutsu from this young shop owner. With this ninjutsu, you can completely recycle your kunai and shuriken. Unexpectedly, before the jar was opened, I saw a kind of ninjutsu that I had never seen before. She wants to learn this. Boom! While Tian was thinking excitedly, Hinata had already opened the first jar with ease. Suddenly there was a bang. The first jar broke and a ball of blue light fell down. Shopkeeper, what is this ball of light? Is it chakra? Chakra of ordinary genin, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of an ordinary genin. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. Lin Mo glanced at the blue light ball and nodded, the chakra of an ordinary genin. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata immediately reached out and touched it. In an instant, the blue light ball merged into Hinata's body, making Hinata feel that the amount of chakra in her body had changed again. No. Ten, who was standing by, suddenly widened her eyes when she saw the chakra aura escaping from Hinata's body. Is this chakra aura stronger than the chakra aura in my body? Real or fake? She hadn't noticed this when she competed with Hinata before. Especially after Hinata smashed the jar and touched a blue ball of light, this scene appeared, which made Ten completely stunned. The jar here, shopkeeper, contains a ball of chakra light. Once it is opened, there is no need for practice, you only need to touch it to fuse it. Hinata, who had fused the chakra ball, looked at Ten who was pointing at her with a look of astonishment, and immediately explained softly. Opening the jars here can make you stronger even without training. What I opened was Genin chakra, so after the fusion, the chakra in your body has increased. The shop owner didn't tell me just now, and Tian doesn't know, so I'll just explain it myself. What? There is such a thing. How did you put it in the jar? Isn't chakra something that can only be acquired through practice? How can I take it out and put it inside something? It's okay to let go, but can they be fused by touching? Skip the steps of cultivation. I am confused every day. If chakra was so easy to obtain, then her teacher wouldn't be so biased. Chapter 29. Anyway, the jars here by Mr. Lin Mo are so magical. Looking at Tenten with wide eyes, Hinata said softly, just watch me drive first, you will know after a while. Hinata continued to crack open the second jar as she spoke. Boom! The second jar shattered, and this time an antique bronze ring fell out. Ring. Looking at the ring, Hinata was stunned and subconsciously reached out to pick it up. The ring was ordinary, bronze in color, as if it had just been taken out of the junk. Storage ring. A magical storage ring from an unknown world, containing 1 cubic space, which cannot store living things. When Hinata picked up the ring, Lin Mo also saw the introduction of the ring and was surprised. It turned out to be a storage ring. Unfortunately, the space is too small. 1 cubic meter. This is a storage ring. Immediately, Lin Mo said, it has the same function as the sealing scroll, you can store anything you want to store in it any time and anywhere. The space inside is only 1 cubic meter, so it is quite convenient to carry with you. If you feel it with your spirit, you will know how to use it. Storage ring. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata looked at the storage ring in her hand with surprise. Is it similar to the function of the sealing scroll? Immediately, Hinata tried to use her spirit. In an instant, Hinata knew how to use this ring. As Hinata thought about it, the ninja tool bag hanging around her waist disappeared out of thin air in an instant. So amazing. After trying out how to use the storage ring, Hinata's face lit up with surprise. This thing is so convenient. It is small and portable, which is completely incomparable to the sealing scroll. Oh, that's amazing. Next to them, Tenten, who had been witnessing all this, looked at the storage ring in Hinata's hand with astonishment. She also heard Lin Mo's words and knew the function of this storage ring. Subconsciously, Tian glanced at the sealed scroll on his waist. Today's sealing scroll is already the smallest size. There are only a few ninja tools sealed inside. But even so, sometimes it is still inconvenient to move. So when she usually carries the sealing scroll, she carries it on her back for more portability. When it is needed, take off the scroll, and then by unsealing the scroll, quickly throw out the ninja tools that were originally sealed inside. But now, there is a more convenient storage ring, in which you can put the ninja tools and take them out when needed. 1 cubic space is not small for her, it can hold many ninja tools. This thing was actually opened by Hinata from a jar. Moreover, it only cost 100,000 taels. Sealing scrolls are expensive already, not to mention other things. For a moment, Tian was a little excited. She finally understood why Hinata had told her that this jar was magical when they were in school. Not only are there ninja tools stored inside, but also incredible chakra and lightweight and portable sealing objects. I'm afraid no one would have thought that an ordinary ring can also be a space device that can store things. While Tian was excited, Hinata had already tried the storage ring several times. Suddenly, she remembered that there was still a jar that had not been opened. Her face suddenly turned slightly red, and she shyly stopped playing with the storage ring. There are still some jars that have not been opened. The storage ring cannot be played with at any time. Thinking so, Hinata continued to look at the remaining jars. Bang! Hinata then made her move and hit the third jar. A ball of blue light fell down. Is it a ball of chakra light? Looking at another blue light ball, Hinata's face was slightly delighted, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Mo and asked. Not really. Hearing what Hinata said, Lin Mo shook his head. Looking at the blue ball of light that Hinata opened up, Lin Mo felt deeply moved. Finally, I got what I wanted. B-level ninjutsu, wind style, vacuum ball. This is a B-level wind style ninjutsu practiced by an elite jonin. It uses chakra to take a deep breath and spray out several wind style light waves to attack the enemy, which disperse in different directions. It is similar to fire style, phoenix fire jutsu. Due to the characteristics of this jutsu, the emitted shock waves can penetrate the opponent's body. After fusion, the jutsu can be mastered instantly. There is no need to practice wind-style ninjutsu, you can learn it by fusion. I can finally use my chakra. No. When Lin Mo was thinking this, Hinata looked at Lin Mo with a confused expression. What is that? This is a B-level wind-style ninjutsu, called wind-style, vacuum jade. Lin Mo smiled and said, after the fusion, you can master this ninjutsu instantly, you don't need to practice, combined with the wind attribute chakra you opened last time, you can use it easily. B-rank wind-style ninjutsu. Hinata was surprised when she heard Lin Mo's words. Is it the vacuum ball that shoots out the chakra accumulated in the mouth like a bullet when exhaling? Although her family did not have this ninjutsu, she had heard her father talk about some ninjutsu. Among them is the wind-style ninjutsu. So Hinata also understands this ninjutsu. This ninjutsu can exhale short breaths continuously, just like a machine gun, firing continuously, turning the opponent into a honeycomb. It is very powerful. Good. Lin Mo nodded, so you are very lucky. Hinata looked slightly excited when she heard Lin Mo's words. There are not many wind-style ninjutsu in my family, and this wind-style ninjutsu vacuum ball is not one of them. Now I have actually developed a ninjutsu. You don't need to practice on your own, the fusion will happen. The 100,000 taels are totally worth it. Immediately, Hinata stretched out her little hand and touched the blue light ball. In an instant, the memories of the hand seal method and the use of wind-style, vacuum jade flooded into Hinata's mind, allowing Hinata to feel and understand it at the first moment. B-rank ninjutsu doesn't require training. Next to him, Tian, who was watching this scene, had red eyes again. B-level ninjutsu. That's not just any ordinary ninjutsu, it's wind jutsu. The most important thing is that it does not require any practice and can be obtained directly by opening a jar. This jar is amazing. Shop owner, I want to open one too. Thinking of the 3 jars that Hyuga Hinata opened, Tian couldn't wait to take out the money he had prepared and handed it to Lin Mo, saying excitedly, give me 10 jars first. Watching Hinata open the can, she could no longer sit still. Is it so easy to master ninjutsu these days? It sounds incredible. Well, you choose. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded and took the money Tian handed over. At this time, Hyuga Hinata had already opened her eyes, her face full of joy. She has already mastered this B-level wind-style ninjutsu. She could feel that she had no awkwardness at all and was extremely skilled, as if she had practiced for countless years. As long as she wants now, she can use it quickly. Chapter 30. If it were me at the beginning, even if I mastered this ninjutsu, I wouldn't be able to use it. This jutsu requires a lot of chakra. The chakra that was obtained from opening the jar before was already enough for her to use this ninjutsu easily. The only pity is that even with the current amount of chakra, it cannot be used frequently. But Hinata was still very excited inside. After all, I can record this B-level ninjutsu. Looking at Tian who was choosing jars, he looked at the 2 remaining jars. Hinata Hyuga decisively knocked them all open. Bang bang, twice. The 2 jars broke, and a ball of white light and a piece of paper fell down. A ball of white light. Seeing this white ball of light, Hyuga Hinata was stunned, subconsciously looked at Lin Mo, and asked softly, shopkeeper, what is the experience of this white ball of light? As for the other one, I recognized it as the chakra testing paper. Chakra paper, a paper specially used to detect the attributes of a ninja's chakra. Chakra training experience. This is a chakra training method mastered by a certain ninja. Through this method, you can cultivate chakra, and after fusion, you can master it instantly and learn how to cultivate chakra. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the introduction of these 2 things. These 2 things are pretty good. This is the experience of chakra training. Immediately, Lin Mo spoke to Hinata and briefly explained the functions of these 2 things. Is it for chakra training? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata suddenly felt a little disappointed. Whether it is the chakra testing paper or this practice method, you can master it and know how to practice chakra. These 2 things are not of much value to her. However, seeing that it had already opened, Hyuga Hinata immediately reached out and touched this chakra training experience, and instantly felt a huge amount of memories pouring into her mind, allowing her to integrate it. This chakra training method seems to be a little different from what I know. After the fusion, Hinata was a little surprised when she thought about what she originally mastered. This integrated chakra training experience is slightly different from the method of chakra training that I have mastered. I'll try to practice again after I get back. While thinking this, Hyuga Hinata put away the chakra measuring paper. Then he looked at Tian who was still selecting cans and said softly, Tian, I'm done. Yeah, I've made my choice too. Hearing Hinata's words, Tian also pointed to the bottom row of jars and said excitedly, Mr. Lin Mo, I want that row. Although I paid the money just now, I didn't choose the jar. Instead, I watched Hinata open the jar and see what came out. Now that Hinata had opened the jars, she just happened to pick the one that she intuitively found. As Tian started to choose, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the jar picked by Tian flew out steadily and landed in front of Tian. Mr. Lin Mo. Can your method also be used to open the jar? Can you teach me? I can become your disciple and I can pay to learn. Tian is jealous of Lin Mo's method. She wanted to ask just now, but because Hinata was opening the jar and Lin Mo still had to explain, she held back. Now Hinata had opened all the jars and was the only one left in the shop. She couldn't wait to ask several questions in succession. My method? When Lin Mo heard Tian's words, he looked surprised. He had never thought that Tian would want to learn his method of pulling the can. However, considering Tian's combat method of throwing ninja tools, it was not surprising that Tian wanted to learn this method. This method can indeed be opened by opening the can. Lin Mo smiled and said, if you are lucky, it will be easy to open it. As for teaching, there is no way to teach this. The means that I have mastered are thanks to this small jar shop. In this shop, he is invincible. This ability to pull is simply not teachable. And similar things can indeed be found in the jar, such as telekinesis, gravity, etc. Awesome. Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Mo's words. Although Mr. Lin Mo said that it cannot be taught, it can be opened from the jar, which is also a channel. It's not just me, even if you open a jar and get some abilities, I won't be able to teach them. Lin Mo looked at Tian who was getting excited and shook his head, saying. Because some of the abilities you get by opening the jars can be directly obtained and used at will, but if you teach others, you can't teach them, so you have to be mentally prepared for this. If it is something like telekinesis, even if it is developed and integrated, it cannot be taught to people. Ah. Is that so? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian seemed to be thinking about something. Just like the experiences gained from opening the jar, only the person who opens the jar can benefit from it. I see. Immediately, Tian nodded, then looked at his first jar excitedly and knocked it open decisively. Boom! The first jar shattered and a ball of green light fell down. A green ball of light? Looking at the green ball of light, Tian asked in astonishment, Mr. Lin Mo, what's in it? I just witnessed Hinata's blue and white light balls. I am also prepared to open these balls of light. Then, a ball of green light appeared in the blink of an eye. It's also the first time I've seen a green ball of light. Next to her, Hyuga Hinata looked at the things that Tian had opened with a confused look on her face. There are too many colors in this ball of light. While Hinata was confused and Tian was shocked, Lin Mo looked at the green ball of light and fell into deep thought. This thing. Ninjutsu Mastery Talent. The exclusive ninjutsu mastery from a certain female ninja. After fusion, it can speed up the speed of hand seals. Simple introduction, but the effect is not simple. If I remember correctly, this thing seems to be a skill that is mastered by a certain ninja profession. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he simply spoke and explained the function of this green light ball. Speed up the seal-making process. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Tian scratched his head and said, is there such a thing? How can the speed of sealing be increased? This thing completely depends on your own proficiency. Even if you master it, the time is limited. Can it be accelerated? I have both the no-hand seal ninjutsu and the one-hand seal. This ability to speed up the ninjutsu seal is not a good thing. Lin Mo shook his head and spoke. Chapter 31. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian thought about what he knew and nodded in agreement. In this ninja world, there are indeed ninjas who can release unparalleled ninjutsu. As for the skill of forming seals with one hand, it really seems to be a talent. However, Tian is most excited about the fact that Lin Mo has the opportunity to open it. I am still a genin now, and I have mastered this talent of speeding up the speed of ninjutsu hand seals. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Tian stretched out his hand excitedly and touched the green ball of light. As a genin as well, I have a fast hand seal formation speed and can release more ninjutsu. In an instant, Tian merged with the green ball of light. She only felt that her arms seemed to be wrapped by a force, and her fingers became more flexible. Shoo! After the fusion was completed, Tian subconsciously reached out his hand to try it. Just after trying, Jintian's hands turned into afterimages and formed several seals in an instant. No. Tian felt the speed of his seal formation, his eyes suddenly widened, and he was shocked. How can it be so fast? Isn't this speeding up the process of forming seals? Okay, so fast. Hinata looked at Tenten, whose hands turned into afterimages and formed seals, and her whole face was filled with shock. Jintian's hand speed is really too fast. With her naked eyes, she couldn't even catch Jintian's speed in forming seals. Is this what Mr. Lin Mo said, the mastery of ninjutsu that is not a good thing? Incredible. Tian felt his own flexible fingers and said with a moved expression, I feel as if my fingers can move on their own as soon as I think about it, this speed far exceeds my previous seal-making speed, at least twice as fast. You know, the higher the level of ninjutsu, the more difficult it is to learn. The more seals you need to practice, the more troublesome it will be. Now that I have the talent to master ninjutsu, I can easily learn those difficult ninjutsu with complex marks. This makes it easier to get started. This is what the shop owner said, not really a good thing. Tian subconsciously looked up at Lin Mo, feeling extremely surprised. Lin Mo didn't even mention who the store owner was. Lin Mo looked at this scene with a strange expression and fell into deep thought. This ninjutsu mastery talent was indeed beyond his expectations. In his opinion, this ninjutsu mastery talent would only speed up the speed of forming ninjutsu hand seals, but he really didn't expect that it would increase it so fast. Lin Mo was also shocked. This is fucking no different from the unmarried ninjutsu, right? It's like there's one more form. Okay, that's great. Hinata watched this scene with anticipation in her eyes. It would be great if I could seal the seal at such a fast speed. It's worth it, so worth it. At this moment, Tian looked at his fingers with excitement. 100,000 taels of silver produced such an incredible skill. This kind of thing can instantly turn an ordinary ninja into a ninjutsu genius. It can be said that 100,000 taels completely changed one's destiny. It's very difficult to become a ninja these days. Even if you become a ninja, your ninja talent determines your ninja's upper limit. If those ninjas without talent knew about this talent that speeds up the seal-making process, they would definitely go crazy. And all of this was just a talent that he had discovered in this mysterious jar shop at a cost of 100,000 taels. Tian was really shocked. It's also great value for money. Who is the shop owner? Subconsciously, Tian looked at Lin Mo with a strong curiosity in his heart. This kind of thing actually exists in a jar. After a long while, Tian finally withdrew his gaze and let out a long sigh. I adjusted my mindset, looked at the remaining jars, and knocked them decisively every day. Boom! The second jar broke, and a test tube filled with liquid fell out. Vertebral muscle strengthener, a magical potion from a certain dungeon. It is one of the essential items for a judoka to change his job after using it. The vertebral muscles will be greatly strengthened. Only adventurers who have used the vertebral muscle strengthener are eligible to change their job to a judoka who fights mainly with the body by training parts of the body such as fists, feet, shoulders and knees. Really? Looking at the introduction of this test tube, Lin Mo understood. No wonder I just felt that the thing that Tian opened was familiar. It was indeed the dungeon I was familiar with. If even this kind of thing can be opened, it also means that other things can be opened. There are so many good things in a dungeon. Mr. Lin Mo, what is this? While Lin Mo was thinking this, Tian looked at the vertebral muscle strengthener with curiosity and asked Lin Mo curiously. This thing looks like medicine. I don't know what effect it has. It's a vertebral muscle strengthener. After hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo introduced, it is specially used to strengthen your vertebral muscles, allowing you to use techniques such as out-of-body techniques more easily. If I remember correctly, Tian also seems to have a talent for physical skills. He even has a talent for space-time ninjutsu. Let me use the out-of-body technique easily. Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Mo's words. Just now, I have experienced the accelerated speed of seal-making. Now that this good thing has been prescribed, Tian opened the vertebral muscle strengthener and drank it without any hesitation. As Tian drank it all in one go, he suddenly felt a stream of water flowing through his body. The feeling was warm at first, like heat flowing slowly through the blood vessels and gradually spreading throughout the body. Close your eyes every day and feel the changes in this energy. Soon, she felt the heat concentrated in her spine, as if countless tiny needles were gently pricking her bones, but it did not feel like pain, but more of a numb feeling. She couldn't help but arch her back slightly, trying to ease the strange feeling. Gradually, the numbing sensation became more obvious, spreading to her muscles, as if every muscle was gradually being awakened and reshaped. Tian could feel his muscles beginning to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was constantly tempering and strengthening them. Her spine began to make slight, cracking sounds, the sound of bones reorganizing and strengthening. Every day I can clearly feel my body becoming lighter and more flexible, as if every joint has been lubricated, making movement smoother and more natural. The change was not just a physical sensation, she could also feel her strength increasing. Every muscle seemed to swell, filled with endless power. He tried to clench his fist and felt a powerful force about to burst out of his fist. As time passed, the changes gradually subsided. Tian took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 32. Tian's eyes were full of disbelief and excitement. The changes in her body made her feel stronger than ever before. She jumped and felt her body was much lighter than before, as if she had no burden at all. The next second, she clenched her fist again, feeling the powerful force flowing in her body. She couldn't help but swing her fists in the air a few times. Each punch was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as if it could tear the air apart. "This is amazing!" Tian couldn't help but exclaimed. While exclaiming, Tian turned to look at Lin Mo, his eyes full of gratitude and excitement. "Mr. Lin Mo, this enhancer is really amazing." Lin Mo smiled and nodded, saying, "It can be seen that your body has adapted to the effects of this enhancer. Next, you can try some physical skills to see if there are any new changes." I have to say that Tian has pretty good luck. Moreover, he can also get what is opened every day. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian nodded, stood in place to adjust his breathing, and then began to try some basic physical movements. As he practiced the basic taijutsu, Tian found that his body became more flexible, each movement seemed easy and natural, and his strength was much greater than before. I tried a few difficult movements and found that I could complete them easily. I felt as if my body had been completely reshaped, every muscle and bone was brand new and full of endless potential. Great! This is like a dream. I feel like I can make better use of my taijutsu strengths now. After I leave, I will go to the training ground to train well and get a feel for it. Then, Tian thought of something, narrowed his eyes suddenly, and subconsciously rubbed his hands together. Beside her, Hinata whispered, Ten, you're so lucky. Hee, it's okay, it's okay. Hearing what Hinata said, Ten chuckled and said, I still have to thank you Hinata, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known there was such a magical jar shop. I still have 8 jars left to open, I'll open those first. As he spoke, Tian continued to crack open the next jar. Boom! The third jar broke and 2 steaming hot meat buns fell out. It smells so good. Tian immediately smelled a strong meaty smell and said with a look of surprise, it's my favorite meat buns. As he spoke, Tian sniffed vigorously and analyzed, it has a flavor that I have never tasted before. Calla lily sauce meat buns are made with fresh calla lily and fresh meat, and are extremely delicious. After a simple introduction, Lin Mo nodded and said, well, not bad, meat buns. Well, only 2. Tian looked at the 2 braised pork buns and said angrily, but there are 3 of us. She really wanted to share a braised pork bun with Lin Mo, but if she did that, Hinata would be left without one. If it is divided among Lin Mo, then Hinata will be gone. For a while, Tian felt a little distressed. But the next second, Tian decisively handed his beloved meat bun to Lin Mo and Hinata, and said, Mr. Lin Mo, Hinata, you guys eat it. It doesn't have to be this way. Seeing Tian's actions, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, just give it to Hinata. After Tian leaves, I can eat 2 meat buns directly, so I won't need Tian's. But Tian is quite good at sharing. Is this okay? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian scratched his head a little embarrassedly, Mr. Lin Mo is not being polite to me, right? But since you said so, Mr. Lin Mo, let's divide it this way. Hinata, come here. As he said that, Tian immediately stuffed a meat bun into Hinata's hand, don't be polite with me. I don't want to eat it. Hinata blushed slightly when she heard what Ten said, and quickly waved her hand, I have to go back to eat later. It's just a braised pork bun, it won't fill you up much, eat it while it's hot, don't waste it. Tian said as he took a bite of the braised pork bun, his eyes widened, this is so delicious. As he spoke, Tian finished the meal in just a few bites, his eyebrows curved into crescents. Seeing Ten's look, Hinata looked at the braised pork bun in her hand and carefully tried to take a bite. After taking a bite, Hinata's eyes showed surprise. It's delicious indeed. Soon, Hinata finished eating too. Lin Mo, when are you free? I will treat you to meat buns. Usually I'm only available when the store is closed. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo chuckled and said, it will probably be very late by then. Well, let's wait for the next opportunity. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian nodded immediately. Then he turned his gaze to the remaining jars, reached out his hand and knocked open the 4th jar. The fourth jar broke, this time it was a detonating talisman. Waterproof detonating charm. Lin Mo took a look and started to explain. This thing is the same as the waterproof detonating talisman that Hinata opened before. I see. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Tian understood and continued to knock open the fifth and sixth jars. This time, Tian directly knocked open the two jars. With two bangs, the two jars broke, and a white light ball and a small paper bag fell down. Experience Light Group. Looking at the falling white ball of light, Tian's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. As for the other small paper bag, it seemed to be wrapped with some powder-like stuff, but she didn't know. Immediately, Tian looked at Lin Mo, waiting for Lin Mo's explanation with anticipation. 10 fragrant softening muscle powder. This is a drug from an unknown world. It is colorless and tasteless. Once the drug takes effect, all the muscles and bones in the body will become sore and weak. Although you can move normally after a few days, you will have no strength at all. A chef's cooking experience. The cooking experience of a master chef throughout his life. After absorbing and integrating it, you can instantly become a skilled chef. At this moment, Lin Mo looked at the things that were opened every day and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The chef doesn't have much cooking experience, but the 10 fragrance softening powder is quite interesting. This is 10 fragrance softening powder. Lin Mo said, this is a poison, it is colorless and odorless. Once the drug takes effect, the muscles and bones of the whole body become sore and weak. Although you can move normally after a few days, it is called a poison, but it is more like a drug, similar to an anesthetic. Drugs? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian pinched his snow-white chin and thought, this stuff, if applied to weapons, is very convenient. As he spoke, Tian suddenly narrowed his eyes. What a good thing. This Toka softening powder can be sprinkled into the kunai shuriken and then sealed on the scroll. When the time comes and you spill it out, it will definitely catch your opponent off guard. The most important thing is that this 10 fragrance softening muscle powder is not toxic at all. It just makes your muscles and bones sore and weak. Chapter 33. As for the other one, it is the chef's cooking experience. While Tian was thinking about this, Lin Mo briefly talked about another white ball of light. After fusion, I can become a chef. Tian's eyes lit up after hearing Lin Mo's words. Great, this way, I can cook by myself in the future. I wonder if my mom will still say that I can't cook. You know, I can't cook, and my mother often scolds me for it. Now, with this chef's experience, you can become a chef. Although I don't know what the effect will be, I can imagine the value of this experience since it can enable someone who knows nothing to become a chef. This doesn't require a lot of time to practice. In Tian's opinion, the experience light ball opened by Lin Mo can really change the fate of ordinary people. People who don't have any skills can have a good life once they acquire some. Without any hesitation, Tian immediately reached out and touched the white ball of chef experience light. In an instant, she felt a warm energy passing from her palm into her body, quickly spreading throughout her body, and at the same time, countless images suddenly flashed through her mind. There are all kinds of memories of chefs chopping vegetables, stir-frying, and cooking all kinds of delicious dishes. These images flashed by as quickly as a kaleidoscope, and each scene was extremely clear. Tian seemed to have experienced it herself. She saw how to select fresh ingredients, how to process and prepare various ingredients, how to control the heat, and how to match seasonings to make each dish taste perfect. Not only that, she also felt the experience and skills that the chefs have accumulated over the years. How to flexibly deal with various emergencies during the cooking process, and how to make the dishes more delicious through subtle adjustments. This knowledge and experience seemed to be directly implanted in her mind, and she had fully mastered these skills without having to go through a long period of study and practice. When the last picture flashed by, Tian opened his eyes sparkling with excitement. This feeling is really great. Tian looked at his hands and said excitedly, I have completely become an experienced chef, and my mind is full of countless recipes and cooking techniques. These experiences and skills are just like what I experienced in person, it's incredible. Only by experiencing the fusion of the experience light group can you know how exaggerated this experience light group is. Lin Mo looked at the excited Tian and nodded, this is the magic of the experience light ball. It can instantly pass on other people's years of experience and skills to you, allowing you to master skills that take years to learn in a short period of time, and even force you to learn even if you don't have the talent. I always have the urge to run to the kitchen and get busy. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian rubbed his hands excitedly and said, after I go back today, I must try to cook. Lin Mo. Looking at the excited Tian, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Will Tian race on a certain track in the future? Keep going. Tian continued to excitedly crack open the remaining jars. With 2 bangs, 2 more jars broke. This time, 2 strange fruits fell down. What is this? Fruits. Or plants. The shape of this fruit is so strange. It's the first time she has seen it. And she also smelled a fragrance. This thing. Lin Mo looked at the thing that Tian opened and fell into deep thought. Sunset fruit, a natural blessing found all over a continent. This fruit is as beautiful as the sunset. It has a strange sweet smell that can make people feel refreshed. It can also be used to make jam, dyes, and even fish bait. This thing can make people more energetic, which is a good effect. But can it really make people 100 times more energetic? While thinking this, Lin Mo said, "This is the sunset fruit, a fruit that can make you energetic. It can also be used to make jam and can be eaten directly. You need to try it yourself to see the specific effect." A fruit that brings spirituality. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian immediately took the sunset fruit in his hand. Suddenly, an extremely rich and sweet smell rushed into Tian's nose, making him feel as if he had endless energy. Very spirited indeed. Tian nodded in agreement. It's a pity that I can only put it in my pocket for now. It would be much better if I had a storage ring. Ten put the sunset fruit in his hand into his pocket, and looked at the storage ring on Hinata's hand with some envy. It would be great if I had this storage ring. Compared to my own sealing scroll, this storage ring is so convenient. It's okay, Tian, you still have 2 jars left to open. Hearing Tian's words and seeing Tian's somewhat envious expression, Hinata whispered, "Maybe you will get a storage ring in your next jar." In Hinata Hyuga's opinion, the storage ring should be easy to get from the shop owner. Well, then I'll borrow your good words. After hearing what Hinata said, Ten looked at the last 2 remaining jars and opened them with excitement. Bang, sound. This time, Tian chose to crack open a jar first. As a jar broke, a fist-sized ball fell out. What is this? Looking at this unfamiliar thing, Tian was shocked and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. It's something I can't understand. Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he looked at this thing. It turned out to be something like a grenade. G35L electric grenade. This magical grenade comes from an underground world. After being thrown, it can cause all enemies within a certain range to suffer light and electric magic damage. Explosion range, 10 meters radius. Chance of electrocution, 78. This thing, if I remember correctly, is a grenade from some ammunition adventurer, right? It looks like a smoke bomb. Next to her, Hinata Hyuga saw this G35L electric shock grenade and spoke hesitantly. Although they are different, the styles are somewhat similar. Well, it's something called a grenade. At this time, Lin Mo nodded and said, "This is an electric shock grenade. Once it is thrown out, all targets within a certain range will be attacked by electric current and white light. The white light contains energy, and the explosion range is a radius of 10 meters. It can be understood that all personnel within this range will be blinded by the bright light and their hearing will be temporarily impaired. All objects and persons at the center of the explosion will be severely damaged. There is no concept of light attribute in the ninja world, so what Lin Mo can use to describe it is the white light of explosive energy." Chapter 34. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian looked surprised, and compared to the flash bomb, this thing is more effective. Okay. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Are there flash bombs in Naruto? I seem to remember that there were smoke bombs. According to his memory, Uzumaki Naruto once used a smoke bomb to cover himself, transformed into countless small stones, and caught Pain off guard. It's really exquisite, and it's electric. At this time, Tian had already picked up the electric shock grenade, played with it for a while, and commented, "It's a good weapon. I can research this kind of grenade in my own ninja tool shop." Originally, flash bombs and smoke bombs were researched by her family, and they tried to make them, and they are still researching them to this day. Now that we have this thing, we can have samples when the time comes. The only pity is that there is only one of this thing. Once it is used up, it is gone and cannot be used casually. If 2 are opened in a row, you can go back and use them directly. It seems that opening 2 jars in a row makes it easier to get exactly the same thing. Tian thought about how he had just smashed 2 jars in a row and got 2 identical sunset fruits, and felt a little regretful. If I had known this earlier, I would have smashed the last 2 jars at once. Instead of just smashing one like now. After calming down a bit, Tian put away the electric grenade and continued to crack open the last jar. Boom! The last jar broke, and a finger-sized, pitch-black object fell out. Lin Mo. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar thing, Lin Mo's expression suddenly became strange. It turned out to be a gun. Excellent sniper rifle. This is a specially designed and manufactured sniper rifle with high shooting accuracy, long range and good reliability. The rifle is equipped with a high-power scope for precise aiming, ensuring that the shooter can easily lock on to a long-distance target. The barrel has been specially processed and has very high accuracy, ensuring that every bullet can accurately hit the target. The built-in bullet is made with a special process, which can add certain energy to increase the destructive power and penetration of the bullet, and the range is up to 2 kilometers. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. Not only is it a sniper rifle, it also comes with bullets that can add energy. It's simply a fully equipped rifle that has been modified by magic. However, the bullets it comes with are not unlimited. After shooting, you may have to design them yourself. But as long as we have this sniper rifle and the bullet as a model, it should not be difficult to copy a similar one. While Lin Mo was thinking this, Tian had already reached out and touched this thing. Wow! Just as Tian touched the sniper rifle rapidly grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until it was 5 meters long. Okay, so big. Very long. Tian was shocked as he looked at the sniper rifle that had suddenly grown larger. This thing can actually become so big and so long. It's obviously very small, but when I hold it in my hand, it suddenly expands and becomes bigger. It's really incredible. Next to her, Hyuga Hinata looked at this thing with a bewildered look on her face. Why does this thing look so strange? At this time, Tian had already picked up the sniper rifle and saw where he could hold it with his hand. But Tian, who held the sniper rifle, instantly felt the weight of metal. Fortunately, she is very strong and likes to run around carrying scrolls containing various hidden weapons. He is also proficient in physical skills, has good physical fitness and great strength, so he can lift it easily. But after picking it up and carefully looking at the sniper rifle, Tian found that he really couldn't understand it, and immediately asked Lin Mo curiously. Mr. Lin Mo, what is this? The shape of this thing was so strange that she didn't recognize it at all. It's a thing called a sniper rifle. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo slowly said, it is a long-range attack weapon that can shoot weapons. The bullets inside can add chakra to increase the destructive power and penetration of the bullets. What? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian scratched his head and was a little disappointed. Is that it? It is just an ordinary long-range attack weapon. And it's so heavy, even a crossbow can't compare to it. Not to mention the hidden weapons that can be carried with you. She is an expert at using shurikens and darts, and is a genius at using hidden weapons. She wasn't bragging, she was very confident in her ability to control ninja tools. Teacher Akai once said that her long-range attacks are always on target. Ningji also said, there's no way her hidden weapon will miss. The chakra attached to hidden weapons can also be used, and can even be applied to various powders and plasters. This sniper rifle didn't seem to be very useful to her. Although this thing has a strange shape, it is useless to her. The main thing is that it's heavy. Don't underestimate this gun. Seeing the disappointment on Tian's face, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. This sniper rifle is not simple. I do not believe. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian was silent for a moment and shook his head slightly. According to Mr. Lin Mo's introduction, this gun is nothing special. Although it was strange, he knew that the jars in the jar shop were magical, and they had opened some magical and incredible things before. But she also knew that the things in the jars in the shop were both good and bad, just like gambling. In her opinion, the sniper rifle in her hand was just a worthless thing. Isn't automatic aiming simple? Seeing the disappointment on Tian's face and his indifference to the sniper rifle, Lin Mo laughed dumbly. If you don't believe it, then just give it a try. Tian's family makes ninja tools, so it's not surprising that he has such thoughts about this kind of thing. Because just talking about it cannot prove it. When Tian heard Lin Mo's words, he immediately looked curious. How to try? Simple. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, you use your hidden weapons, shuriken and so on, and I will use this sniper rifle in your hand to see who can shoot farther and more powerfully. I will show you why I said this sniper rifle is not simple. Lin Mo really wanted to play with this sniper rifle. He had never touched this thing before, and now he could play with it openly. The most important thing is to let Tian witness with his own eyes how powerful this sniper rifle is. Sure. Tian was surprised when he heard Lin Mo's words. Then let's try it now. She likes throwing and manipulating ninja tools. When I have nothing to do, I practice my throwing technique. Chapter 35. For a moment, Tian became excited. Well, let's go. Lin Mo nodded. There is a small yard in the back, which can be used to set up some targets. Although he had not visited all parts of Konoha village, Lin Mo still knew a little about the surrounding environment of his jar shop. Behind the jar shop is a large yard. It's just overgrown with grass and usually no one comes here, so it's a good place to display sniper rifles. Hinata Hyuga, who had been witnessing this scene, immediately followed Tian and Lin Mo and walked towards the backyard of the jar shop. Seeing that Tian was going to compete with Lin Mo, she was also very interested. However, just as she followed Lin Mo and Tian to the back, Hyuga Hinata saw Hyuga Hayashi walking towards her holding Hanabi's hand, and her face was stunned. "Father, why are you coming from behind with fireworks?" Mr. Lin Mo. Hyuga Hayashi, who was walking hand in hand with Hyuga Hanabi, was also stunned when he saw Lin Mo, Tian and Hyuga Hinata, and asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" "He came with fireworks to open the can." Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived, I saw Lin Mo, his daughter Hinata, and Tian coming out. "I came out to try something, so I need to set up some targets." Looking at the arrival of Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hanabi, Lin Mo smiled and said, "If Hanabi wants to open the jar, wait a while." "It's okay, brother Lin Mo." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi immediately said, "Hanabi is willing to wait." Hinata Hayashi. Looking at her daughter who was so impatient, Hinata Hayashi had a feeling that if she didn't hold her hand, Hanabi would jump into Lin Mo's arms. But the next second, Hinata Hayashi looked at the sniper rifle in Lin Mo's hand and began to ponder. "Is that what Lin Mo wants to try? The shape is a bit strange. Although it is rare, it is also very eye-catching. Let me set it up." Next to him, Tian looked at the empty space and squinted his eyes and said, "Inside my sealing scroll are some targets specially used for practice, you can set them up." As he spoke, Tian took out his own sealing scroll and formed a seal to release it. Such speed! Looking at the speed at which Ten was making hand seals, Hinata Hayashi's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of hand speed is this? How could it be so fast? I didn't even capture it completely just now. What a joke! He knew Ten, the kid from a famous ninja tool shop in Konoha village, and 1 year older than Hinata. Even the Hyuga clan would sometimes place orders with Ten's ninja tool shop, commissioning them to make a batch of kunai or shurikens. But when did this little girl develop such a terrifying speed in forming seals? As a jonin of Konoha village, he knew the speed of hand seals very well. He also understood the technique to seal the scroll. But today, the speed of forming seals is too fast. Even he couldn't catch it with his naked eyes, but he unlocked the sealed scroll. This speed of hand seal formation would definitely be a great help if used to learn ninjutsu. It shouldn't be. Hinata Hayashi looked at Ten and fell into deep thought. He knew that this child had a talent for physical skills and ninja tools. But I really don't know how fast this seal can be formed. With such a fast seal-making speed, he should have been famous long ago. Even in the ninja school. At this time, Tian had already unsealed the scroll, taken out some targets, and ran quickly to set up the targets. As Tian had experience in setting targets, he quickly set up the targets. Each target has a distance. It's done. After finishing all this, Tian returned to Lin Mo with a proud look on his face and said, "Mr. Lin Mo, I have already arranged the targets, some of them are 1,000 meters and some are 100 meters, they are for better shooting training during training. I just arranged them simply, but one person can shoot and move forward, walk all the way to the end, then come back and take down the thrown ninja tools, and then repeat the training. Not only hidden weapons, but also some knives, ninja tools and so on can be trained in this way. Very convenient." Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded in admiration, causing Tian's eyebrows to curve into the shape of a moon. But the next second, Lin Mo shook his head and said, "The only pity is that the distance is too short." Day by day. Tian, who was feeling very proud, was suddenly stunned. What does the distance being too short mean? I have arranged it as I can, which is enough for training. The environment here is also convenient, so I also set up a 1,000-meter target, but the 1,000-meter target is for a better cycle. She plans to use this place as a shooting range for a long time. Therefore, even if it is a simple arrangement, the scope should be set first. It will be convenient for me to train here in the future, and I can even look for Lin Mo and open the jar if I can. As a result, Lin Mo said, "Is this distance short?" "Shoot." Looking at Tian who was a little confused, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "You shoot first, and I will shoot behind you in a while. Then I won't be polite." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly looked excited. He walked to the front decisively, took out 3 kunai from his ninja tool bag, and aimed at the target 500 meters in the middle. He squinted his eyes, looked at it for a few times, and then threw it out smoothly. Shoo! 3 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the 3 kunai, like arrows shot from a bow, instantly and accurately hit the target at a distance of 500 meters. 500 meters. Looking at the range, Hinata Hanabi, who had been watching this scene, widened her eyes and said, "Great, that's amazing." At this moment, Hanabi had already opened her Byakugan without realizing it, and instantly noticed the target in the distance. All 3 kunai hit the bullseye accurately. Even my own sister can't do it. Subconsciously, Hyuga Hanabi glanced at Hyuga Hinata. At this time, Hinata Hyuga also had amazement in her eyes. As expected, she is senior Tian. It starts directly from the 500-meter target. Hey. Tian looked at her masterpiece with narrowed eyes, quite proud. "Well, my ninja tool throwing skills are really good." Tian is extremely confident in his talent for ninja tools. The range of the kunai thrown by myself can hit the center of the bullseye from 500 meters away. Even other people have praised his talent for manipulating ninja tools. It is not impossible to shoot at a target 1,000 meters away, but she cannot guarantee to hit the center of the bullseye. But I can still guarantee the 500 meters. Good. Beside him, Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but clapped his hands and exclaimed in praise. This child's talent is really extraordinary. Especially when thinking about the speed of the seal just demonstrated, even he couldn't see it clearly. Chapter 36. Tian looked even more proud when he heard Hinata Hayashi's praise. Even the head of the Hyuga clan praised her throwing skills. "Father, can I ask Sister Tian to teach me how to throw ninja tools?" Beside them, Hinata Hanabi tugged at Hinata Hayashi's hand and whispered, "How do you feel about teaching me right here?" While Hinata Hanabi was speaking, she secretly glanced at Lin Mo. She felt that she definitely couldn't come to Lin Mo's place often, nor could she stay at Lin Mo's place. But if I train behind Lin Mo's shop, then I have a legitimate reason to stay here. If you are tired from training, then it is normal to go into Lin Mo's shop to rest, right? Of course can. Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Hinata Hayashi said calmly, "But we can't do it here, we need to go to my Hyuga clan, after all, you know that yours." Having said that, Hinata Hayashi looked into Hinata Hanabi's eyes. "It goes without saying. I've gotten good at controlling it." Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hanabi quickly said, "Even if it is used in a nervous state, it is still a Byakugan. And we are definitely not the only ones who opened it here at Mr. Lin Mo's place, there must be others. Hide it for a while if you can." Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Hinata Hayashi shook his head slightly and said, "You have to consider the family. Hinata Hanabi's Sharingan must not be exposed now. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan will not only be targeted by Konoha's high-level officials. And he will be targeted by that traitorous ninja." Thinking of the guy who defected, Hinata Hayashi fell silent. While Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Hinata Hanabi had a look of loss on her face. "My daughter wants to hire you to be her ninja tool throwing master, are you interested? My Hyuga clan can pay you a salary, you only need to come to my Hyuga clan for instruction every time." If it were an ordinary guy, he would definitely agree. However, Tenten's own identity made Hinata Hayashi unsure. Tian is also opening jars here. If possible, he would like to pull this person closer to his family. There are only benefits and no disadvantages, so why not do it? Teach Hanabi. After hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Tenten hesitated and said, "It's not impossible, but sometimes I need to go on missions, so I may not have time. It would be fine if I taught here, but going back and forth to teach the Hyuga clan would be a waste of time." "It's okay, as long as you are free to come." Hinata Hayashi said, "My little girl, come here when you have time, you can also teach here, what do you think?" "That's no problem, then." When Tenten heard what Hinata Hayashi said, his eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement decisively. "If I teach Hanabi here, then I will have a legitimate reason to be here. Although she also plans to use this place as her own training ground in the future. After all, here, you can easily enter Lin Mo's shop and chat with Lin Mo in your spare time." Thinking of this, Tian's eyebrows curved into crescents. The next second, Tian looked at Lin Mo, "Mr. Lin Mo, it's your turn." Lin Mo just said that he would shoot from behind her. "Keep your word." She had already finished ejaculating, and it was Lin Mo's turn to ejaculate. "Ah." Seeing Tian coming back, Lin Mo nodded. He set up the sniper rifle directly in midair. Scope. Observe, pull the trigger all in one go. Bang! A sound was heard, and a bullet shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the farthest target at a distance of 1,000 meters. What? The sudden scene made Tian stunned. Is this gone? This is too fast. She seemed to see something shot out from the sniper rifle, but it didn't seem to hit the target. Yeah, done. Lin Mo had already put down his sniper rifle and said to Tian, you'll know if you go and take a look, it's the target at the farthest point. The automatic aiming of this thing is quite powerful. You just need to open the scope and observe, then you can pull the trigger directly. Day by day. Tian looked strange when he heard Lin Mo's words. So this is the target that's 1,000 meters away that was hit? Real or fake? I feel that Lin Mo's operation is too childish. Next to her, Hyuga Hinata had already rolled her eyes and easily saw through it. When he saw a hole in the target 1,000 meters away, he was surprised and said, Tian, there is indeed a hole in the 1,000-meter target you set up. It went through. How is that possible? My target is specially made and very durable. You know, for training purposes, I made a special training target at home. This is idiosyncratic. Even the kunai that he used with all his strength could not penetrate it. I gonna go see. Having said that, Ten decisively and quickly ran over to see if what Hinata said was true or not. As Tian ran over, Lin Mo looked at Hinata's rolling eyes with interest. He didn't expect that Hinata's Byakugan could actually see 1,000 meters away. Is the distance between the white eyes so far? But it seems that there is. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, when the battle between Sasuke and Itachi ended, Hinata opened her Byakugan and saw Amaterasu's black fire 10 kilometers away. It may be a problem with the purity of the Byakugan or the level of cultivation. Hinata, who was rolling her eyes, looked at Lin Mo's gaze and her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head subconsciously. No one had ever looked at her so bluntly. And he is a young man. It's actually true. At this time, Tian had already arrived at the target placed 1,000 meters away. I was stunned when I saw a hole shot through the middle of the target which was 1,000 meters away. What Mr. Lin Mo said was actually true. That sniper rifle, is it so powerful? You know, this is a specially made target. In order to prevent the targets from being damaged by the ninja tools during training and to reduce the need to change targets so frequently, her family specially made them with special materials. It can perfectly carry sharp ninja tools without the target being penetrated. Even if the chakra is not strong enough and the ninja tools are not attached, it will not penetrate the target but will just get stuck on it. As long as any ninja tools fall on it, they will not cause any damage at all and can be easily pulled off. But now, this specially made target was actually penetrated. Tian picked up the target in shock and returned to Lin Mo, looking at the sniper rifle in Lin Mo's hand with excitement. Mr. Lin Mo, your rifle is so powerful that it can even penetrate the special target I use for training, it's so powerful. It's broken. Next to him, looking at the target with a hole in Tian's hand, Hinata Hayashi's pupils suddenly shrank and his face was shocked. That pitch-black thing, does the stuff it shoots out have such destructive power? Chapter 37. He knew the quality of the training targets made in Tian's ninja tool shop. Even the Hyuga clan had ordered quite a few of those targets. Even so, it was still pierced by that thing. The most important thing is that Lin Mo did not use any chakra at all, he just pressed something like a button. This means that anyone can use it. Even if a civilian has no chakra and is not a ninja, if he gets this sniper rifle, he can easily kill a ninja from 1,000 meters away. Ninjas are also human beings. Once hit by such weapons, they are sure to die. After all, the human brain is not as hard as a target of this nature. This kind of thing is too terrifying. It's a real killer. Even he might not be able to avoid it completely. Although as a ninja, he can sense when he is being targeted, but at a distance of thousands of meters, this intuition can easily be wrong. If someone uses this thing against ordinary people, they will definitely be killed. The intuition of ordinary people cannot compare to that of ninjas. Looking at Hyuga Hinata and others who were still shocked by the sniper rifle, Hyuga Hayashi knew. They haven't thought of that yet. When Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Lin Mo had already handed the sniper rifle in his hand to Tian and chuckled, "You have seen the power of this thing, how powerful it is, do you still think it is not so good now?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian's face turned red and she felt extremely shy. I was too naive. This is not bad at all. This is obviously super scary. The next second, Tian took the gun with excitement. Because she fired the gun. Mr. Lin Mo just held her gun and let her see the effect. She was so excited at the thought of owning this gun. Compared to this gun, the shuriken darts she uses are garbage. Now that I own this gun, it will be easy to go on missions in the future. Thinking about some bandit suppression missions, I can do it alone if I squint my eyes every day. This thing can also help you complete the tasks you accept better. You can take on some solo missions by yourself. Although team tasks are easier to solve, they still need to be shared. This thing is really amazing. Beside them, Hinata Hanabi stared eagerly at the sniper rifle in Tenten's hand. She also saw the power of this gun. Are you selling this? Hinata Hayashi even asked Tian directly, sell it to me, the price will definitely not disappoint you. This thing is too simple, if possible, he really wants to get it. Not for sale. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Tenten quickly shook her head like a rattle. He held the sniper rifle tightly in his hands with all his strength. There is absolutely no way she would sell such a precious thing. Because after we bring this thing back, we can still use it for manufacturing and research, it would be a shame to sell it. Although the jars here by Mr. Lin Mo can also be opened, the chance of getting the same thing is not high. She felt that this kind of thing shouldn't be so easy to make. I see. Seeing Tenten's refusal, Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly and said nothing more. I can understand why he refuses every day. When Lin Mo saw Tian holding the gun like a treasure, a faint smile appeared on his face. This little girl. Now you know how powerful this gun is. But I have to say, this thing is really a terrifying weapon. Okay, come to me if you have any questions, I'm going back to the store now. The next second, Lin Mo chuckled and spoke. He has also tried this sniper rifle and it feels very good. It's time to go back to the kin shop. After all, Hinata Hayashi brought Hinata Hanabi to open the jar. As he spoke, Lin Mo nodded to Hinata Hayashi and walked towards his own jar shop. When Tian heard what Lin Mo said, he quickly said, shopkeeper, wait for me, I have some questions to ask you. Having said that, Tian quickly followed Lin Mo's footsteps. Hyuga Hayashi, holding Hyuga Hanabi's hand, and Hyuga Hinata also followed Lin Mo's footsteps. What is the problem? Lin Mo said casually as he walked, just ask. That's the bullet used in this sniper rifle. The bullets in here must have been used up, right? What should we do when they are used up? You need to research it yourself. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo said, you can get this kind of bullet by opening a can. Or you can make it with existing bullets, what this sniper rifle can use must be bullets. When you don't have a batch of bullets, you need to use them sparingly. Because once this sniper rifle runs out of bullets, it will really just become a decoration. That's it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly felt a little lost and subconsciously fumbled for the sniper rifle in his hand. It seemed that his idea of shooting crazily had failed. Because the sniper rifle consumes a limited number of bullets, I need to try to see if I can make this kind of bullet first. As for opening the can, Tian feels that it is not that easy to open it. After all, she could only open 10 jars a week. Even if I drag my parents along, I can still open 20 more cans. Yes. Suddenly, Tian thought of his parents and his eyes lit up. I have to tell my parents the good news and let them open the jar. Next to them, Hinata Hayashi, who had been following them, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard these words. The disadvantages of this thing have emerged. He felt a little relieved. Actually, this gun is more than that. At this time, Lin Mo walked back to the kin shop, looked at Tian who was stroking the sniper rifle beside him, and chuckled. What? Tian, who was excited, was stunned when he heard Lin Mo's words. What do you mean? And more than that? Because this gun has a range of more than 1,000 meters. Lin Mo looked at Tian who was coming over to him obediently and said softly, the distance is within 2,000 meters. What? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the sniper rifle in her hand in disbelief. The shooting range of this gun is 2,000 meters. Look at the telescope above. Lin Mo pointed at the special scope on the sniper rifle and whispered, this thing allows you to see very far, the bullets of this gun are also made of very special materials, so it can hit at a distance of 2 kilometers. In other words, you can use this gun to shoot whatever you want within a 2,000-meter range, with yourself as the center, because it also has an automatic aiming function. Chapter 38. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. The thing in my hand actually has a range of 2,000 meters. Originally she thought 1,000 meters was the limit. Within this 1,000-meter range, every shot hits the target, which completely exceeds the distance of bows and arrows and hidden weapons throwing. Now the shop owner actually said that the distance range is 2 kilometers. She was completely shocked. 2,000 meters. What is this concept? As a genius who is proficient in ninja tool throwing, she knows and understands it very well. With this gun, I will be invincible within a range of 2,000 meters. Retreat after one strike, so that the opponent can't catch you. For a moment, Tian held the sniper rifle in his arms tighter. Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Hinata Hanabi and continued, okay, you can choose the jars now. The last time Hinata Hanabi opened a jar. This time, 9 can be opened. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi immediately let go of Hanabi's hand. Hanabi stared at the jars on the counter with sparkling eyes, thinking about which ones to choose. Well, Lin Mo, I'm leaving first. Watching Hua was selecting cans, Tian thought for a moment and said, I need to go back and research the bullets for this sniper rifle as soon as possible. The Hyuga clan is opening a jar here, so I think it's better to avoid suspicion. If it was just with Hinata, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But since Hinata Hayashi was there, she thought it would be better to leave first. I just happened to go back and tell my parents about Mr. Lin Mo and the store, so I asked them to open the can. Ah. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded, go. Hinata, you should go back too. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi immediately instructed Hinata, when you go back, if any elders ask you where I was, just say I took Hanabi out for a walk. Yes. Hyuga Hinata was stunned when she heard what Hyuga Hayashi said. He nodded immediately and left with Tian. After Hyuga Hinata and Ten left, Hanabi had already picked out a jar. You can pick 8 more. Seeing Hua pick out a jar, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, you opened a jar at the beginning. Aha. Hanabi nodded, Hanabi knows, but Hanabi is choosing. As she spoke, Hanabi continued to choose. While Hanabi was choosing, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Lin Mo and said, shopkeeper, is the thing you just used easy to open from this jar? Hinata Hayashi is still thinking about that sniper rifle. I can't guarantee that for you. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo shook his head and said, that kind of thing, in the jar, is not a good thing. Just some guns. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's expression became strange. As the owner of the jar, how could you not know what is inside the jar? Is this a joke? Could it be that the things in this jar were not put in by Lin Mo? But Miss Hinata was beyond my expectations. The next second, Lin Mo said with emotion, as far as I know, Miss Hinata has always been introverted and timid, but from the time I met her to now, I didn't find that she is so introverted. From the first day I met Hinata, until just now. Lin Mo discovered that Hinata was not a timid person. After all, my daughter is the eldest daughter of the clan, so she naturally needs some training. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi shook his head and said. Even so, she is still introverted and timid. If she is with someone she is familiar with, then she will not be introverted or even timid. You can also see this from the communication between the little girl and me that day. I taught her a lot of knowledge, whether it was about the family or about ninjutsu, or other things. As the eldest daughter of the clan, she knows no less than ordinary people. I see. After hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo seemed to be thinking about something. After all, she is the eldest daughter of a large family in Konoha, and the education she received is different. I think my daughter's personality has changed a lot after being in contact with you for a long time. Hinata Hayashi smiled and said, I seem to be more outgoing here with you, so I will come to you often in the future. I hope you don't mind and will trouble you to take care of me. As the patriarch of the Hyuga Hayashi clan, it is impossible for me to run to Lin Mo whenever I have time. But if there is no intersection, it will be impossible to establish a good relationship with Lin Mo. So it is entirely possible to let Hinata run to Lin Mo. Wait until Hanabi is sure that she will not expose her Sharingan at will, and then arrange for her to come over to increase Lin Mo's favorability towards the Hyuga clan. Maybe they will find something better when they open the kin next time. In his opinion, if he had a good relationship with Lin Mo, he would definitely be able to get good things. Even if I can't open it, it doesn't matter. After all, letting Hinata and Hanabi run around here more often will only bring benefits and no harm. Not to mention that Lin Mo, as the owner of this jar shop, is even more mysterious than the jars themselves. Lin Mo. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo's face turned strange. It's fine for her to come to me, but I think she can take care of herself. He himself didn't even know how he could take care of Hinata. It's really outrageous that Hinata Hayashi would have such an idea. Brother Lin Mo, I have made my choice. At this time, Hinata Hanabi was already excitedly pointing at the opening of the selected jar. Seeing this, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the jar flew out silently and landed in front of Hinata Hanabi. Looking at the jars in front of her, Hinata Hanabi couldn't wait to open the first one. Boom! The first jar broke and a colorful lollipop fell out. Forehead. Seeing the colorful lollipop, Hanabi was stunned. Candy. It is round and flat, and looks like candy and also like a cake. If it were candy, it would be round. It has a sweet smell. The next second, Hinata Hanabi sniffed her nose and said excitedly, and it's so beautiful. The taste made her want to take a big bite. Super lollipop, a lollipop from a certain world. After eating it, you can become extremely powerful, but the effect only lasts for a few minutes and cannot last too long. You will also be exhausted after the effect disappears. At this time, seeing the property introduction of this lollipop, Lin Mo also fell into deep thought. It's actually this thing. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that it could also be transformed into a high-tech instrument. In addition to being able to transform into high-tech equipment, it can also perform various martial arts skills. It smells so good, owner, what delicious food do you have here? Just then, a surprising voice rang out. I saw Uzumaki Naruto running in quickly from outside, sniffing hard as he ran in. Chapter 39. Uzumaki Naruto ran in excitedly and sniffed hard. After coming in, he saw Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hayashi, and his face suddenly froze. Why is it Hyuga Hayashi, the unfriendly uncle to him again? When Hyuga Hayashi saw Uzumaki Naruto walking in, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Why is this nine-tailed brat here again? Where does the money come from to open the jar? As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the ninjas in the village don't want to have anything to do with him. Because that would attract that mad dog Danzo. If Uzumaki Naruto came to the owner's shop often, he would probably have to ask Hinata and Hanabi to come less often. I'll also remind the owner later. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki stays in one place for a long time, he will inevitably attract the attention of the surveillance, and then the jar shop will be exposed. This is not good news. Even if the owner's store is exposed, it should be postponed a little longer. What beautiful candy. While Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Hinata Hanabi had already picked up the super lollipop with excitement on her face. She couldn't wait to tear off the candy wrapper and put it in her mouth. This is a super lollipop, don't eat it yet. Seeing Hinata Hanabi's expression, Lin Mo tried to stop her, causing Hanabi to look up in confusion. Why? Because this isn't just any candy. Lin Mo said slowly, eating this candy will make you extremely powerful, but it will also have side effects. You will be weak for a while, the more you eat, the longer you will be weak. Hearing Lin Mo's words, before Hinata Hanabi could say anything, Uzumaki Naruto next to him widened his eyes and said, there is such a magical candy. It tastes good and can also make you stronger. Isn't that great? As for the minor problem of being weak for a while, he didn't take it seriously at all. That's definitely not edible. Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly and also persuaded Hinata Hanabi not to eat for the time being. Huahua is very well behaved and obedient. And Hyuga Hayashi turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, boy, what are you doing here? If possible, he didn't want this QB brat to see Hanabi opening the jar. I'm here to open the can. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, and I also have some questions I want to ask the owner, but it doesn't seem appropriate at the moment. She wanted to ask Lin Mo some information about her mother. There are more things about that era to confirm my guess. But now that the Hyuga clan leader was here, he felt it was not a good idea to ask. After all, Hyuga Hayashi is also from Konoha village. What if you knew your problem and went to tell others about it? By the time the higher-ups at Konoha knew what he was going to ask, it would be horrifying. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's expression became a little serious. I absolutely cannot let anyone other than the store owner know what I want to investigate. When Hinata Hayashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who suddenly looked serious, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Why did this nine-tailed brat suddenly become so serious? Shopkeeper, this is my money, I'll open a jar. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto took out some money from his trouser pocket with a painful look on his face. While handing it to Lin Mo, he said with some pain, it's enough to open a jar, my ninja graduation exam depends on this jar. This money was scraped together with great difficulty. Yeah, hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Lin Mo nodded and took it. Then he signaled Uzumaki Naruto to choose. Uzumaki Naruto started choosing immediately. A jar was quickly selected. He knew that Hinata Hayashi might dislike him a little, so he had to open the jar quickly and leave. I'll come back to find the owner later. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto decisively smashed the jar in front of him. Boom! The jar broke and a palm-sized book fell out. It's not an experienced light group. Looking at this palm-sized booklet, Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green. The ninja graduation exam is about to begin. If I can't pass the clone jutsu, won't I have to delay my graduation for a year? No. I placed all my hopes on the jar, hoping that it would give me a way to clone myself. As a result, now a tattered book is opened. If I use these 100,000 taels to buy books, how many books can I buy? Uzumaki Naruto's face turned dark. Is my luck so bad? When Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green, Hyuga Hayashi, who had been witnessing the incident nearby, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This nine-tailed brat seems to have very bad luck. Hinata Hanabi next to her was also looking at her curiously. Because Uzumaki Naruto knocked the jar open, she didn't continue opening the jar. Only Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently as he looked at the book that Uzumaki Naruto opened. How did Uzumaki Naruto open this thing? Can this thing be opened? Naruto Comics Volume 1 records a total of 10 chapters of Naruto Comics, hardcover color version. This simple introduction made Lin Mo fall into deep thought. Why is there a picture of me in this comic? At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was very frustrated when he picked up the album. However, as soon as he picked it up, he saw his own appearance on the cover. His eyes widened immediately, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Even the color of my clothes is exactly the same. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't the only one who noticed. Hinata Hayashi also noticed it and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because the words on this book were words he knew. And on the cover are the words Uzumaki Naruto Volume 1. You can understand that this is a comic about you. Lin Mo pinched his chin, thinking of some sentences in his mind, organized them, and said, or, what you will do in the future. What will I do in the future? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto looked up in confusion. What do you mean? He didn't quite understand. Do you know prophecy? Predicting what will happen tomorrow, or in the next few days. Lin Mo said slowly, this contains the prophecy about you and what you will do next. For example, when you graduate from a ninja school, who will be your assigned teacher and what will happen are all unknown, but this comic records the details. This originally belonged to your future life, but now it has been made into a comic book. Through this picture book, you can predict what will happen tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so you can get information in advance and understand the situation. If you hadn't met me, the comics written here are what you would have done next, you can take a look at it. Lin Mo tried his best to make his words simpler so that Uzumaki Naruto could understand more easily. If it's not explained clearly, Uzumaki Naruto's brain can sometimes be really stupid and incomprehensible. Chapter 40. It sounds so magical. Predict future. Know what will happen tomorrow today. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, somewhat confused, but also somewhat unbelievably, and subconsciously flipped through the book in his hand. Next to him, Hinata Hayashi was also surprised when he heard Lin Mo's words. Even for him, this information was a bit ahead of its time. Subconsciously, Hinata Hayashi looked at the comic book that Uzumaki Naruto was opening. But at the first glance, when he saw the first page of the comic book, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Wasn't that a secret back then? How could it appear so clearly? This is the nine-tailed demon fox. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the records and his eyes widened. The first page records the situation about the nine tails and the fourth Hokage. Subconsciously, Uzumaki Naruto continued to flip through the pages and saw himself carrying a paint bucket and painting on the Hokage rock. He was discovered by the third Hokage with a crystal ball. And was caught by Iruka-sensei to practice the clone technique. He was invited by Iruka-sensei to eat ramen, and so on. This information. Looking at the recorded scene, Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes with a look of astonishment. This is, my future. You can see your whereabouts clearly on it. But I have never done it. In other words, I was going to paint the Hokage rock myself, but I hadn't done it yet, and the paint had already been bought and left at home. Good. Lin Mo looked at Uzumaki Naruto with wide eyes and nodded. Think about it, if you hadn't met me, then everything would have gone according to the above picture album, right? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression suddenly became serious. If I didn't see Mr. Lin Mo when I was eating ramen, then, completely, exactly the same. Uzumaki Naruto murmured, with a look of surprise in his eyes. If I hadn't met this person, the same situation as in the comics would have happened. This. Hinata Hayashi, who was standing behind Uzumaki Naruto, looked down at the comic book that Naruto had just finished reading, and his expression was moved. Is this the future picture of this nine-tailed boy? There are such incredible things in the jars here. Who is the store owner? Subconsciously, Hinata Hayashi looked at Lin Mo and was shocked. Someone else's future was actually opened out of the jar. If he opens the jar, is it possible that he will open his own future? For a moment, Lin Mo's image once again became unfathomable in Hinata Hayashi's heart. Because Lin Mo was not surprised at all, that meant he had known about it for a long time. Hinata Hayashi remained silent, not daring to think any further. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto continued to flip through the pages, and soon came to the point where he failed the test, met Mizuki after school, and was told about the Book of Sealing and so on. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto flipped through the pages where Mizuki told the truth and his eyes widened. The truth that Shueimu said was exactly the same as what Mr. Lin Mo said before. The whole village has an unwritten rule. That's because he is a fox demon. Hinata Hayashi was also watching with a horrified look on his face. Because he actually saw that the third Hokage let Uzumaki Naruto get the Book of Sealing. That is a treasure, how could Uzumaki Naruto get it? The security is so tight that even their Byakugan cannot see where the sealed book is. But in the end it was taken by a nine-tailed kid? Why did the third generation do this? He also saw Mizuki using Naruto to obtain the Book of Seals, but similarly, Hinata Hayashi thought of a deeper level and his expression gradually became solemn. So you don't have to worry about failing the exam. Lin Mo looked at the moved Uzumaki Naruto and said slowly, because next you will be approached by Mizuki teacher, who will instruct you to steal the sealing scroll. The fact that you can get this kind of thing must be due to the third Hokage's letting you go. After all, this is the treasure of the village. And you are a genius, you were able to learn the multiple shadow clone technique in such a short time. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto fell silent. He continued to flip through the rest of the comics and saw that he had graduated, met the grandson of the third Hokage, etc. Which made him suddenly squint his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be immersed in silence. The only sound in the entire store was the sound of Uzumaki Naruto flipping through the comics. Hinata Hanabi didn't open the can either, and Hinata Hayashi was also looking at the comic book in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. It wasn't until the third chapter that when Hinata Hayashi was reading intently and wondering which teacher Hinata would be assigned to, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly closed the comic book. Hinata Hayashi, ... He was enjoying watching this nine-tailed brat. Shopkeeper, I'm leaving. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and secretly glanced at Hyuga Hayashi, then said something decisively to Lin Mo and left. When he was flipping through the book, he always felt someone was staring at him, and he felt very uncomfortable. Especially the guy he hates. Compared to Hinata Hayashi, the shop owner didn't even stare at his comic book. Looking at the leaving Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata Hayashi was speechless. If possible, he really wanted to take the comic book from Naruto's hand and read it, but he couldn't do that. But can't we at least wait until he finishes reading it? But the next second, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Lin Mo and whispered, the owner also knows that this person is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, if you get too close, you may be in danger, the eyes of Konoha's high-level officials are very sensitive now. Okay, I know. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded. He knew it without Hinata Hayashi telling him, but there was nothing he could do. You can't just close the door and do Uzumaki Naruto's business, right? Moreover, the comic book that Uzumaki Naruto opened can also help him deepen his memory. Now he only hopes that Hinata Hanabi will leave after opening the jars, so that he can slowly integrate the jars opened by Hinata and the others today. Because with the arrival of Uzumaki Naruto, that old silver coin Danzo will definitely target him. Without basic resistance, we will really be blocked. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt a sense of urgency. How come there was such a thing as Danzo in Konoha village? Seeing Lin Mo nodding, Hinata Hayashi knew that he didn't need to worry about Lin Mo, and he felt relieved after thinking about it. Because the owner is mysterious, what does it matter even if the Konoha high-ups target him? If you end up offending this person, you will probably be asking for trouble. What I need to do is to build a good relationship with this person as much as possible before that. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes, glanced at Hyuga Hanabi, and thought of Hyuga Hinata. Chapter 41. Hinata Hayashi tapped Hanabi's head gently, which made Hanabi come back to her senses instantly and look at the jar she had chosen. Boom! Another jar was smashed open by Hinata Hanabi, and a blue ball of light fell down. Chakra of ordinary genin. The chakra that comes from the hard practice of an ordinary genin. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. Good luck. Looking at this thing, Lin Mo nodded and said, the chakra of an ordinary genin. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi's eyes lit up. You can become stronger without refining chakra. Without any hesitation, Hinata Hanabi immediately reached out and touched it, instantly merging with the chakra light ball of the genin, feeling the extra chakra in her body. It's so comfortable. Soon, Hinata Hanabi looked very happy. I don't even need to train to become a genin. It feels more comfortable to grow stronger while lying down. Thinking so, Hinata Hanabi continued to knock open the third jar. Boom! This time the jar broke, and a cylindrical object with a hollow interior fell out. Is this iron? Looking at this thing, Hinata Hanabi was a little confused, she didn't recognize it at all. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Good luck. Air cannon and air cannon from an unknown world. Put it on your hand and shout, bang, and it will emit invisible air pressure to attack the enemy. Remember, the energy of this weapon is limited." It turned out to be an air cannon. The only pity is that the energy inside this thing is actually limited. If it were infinite, it would be comfortable. This is an air cannon. Lin Mo immediately spoke up and briefly described the air cannon. Hinata Hanabi scratched her head and said, "So it's a weapon, but this weapon is so ugly." Looking at the air cannon, Hinata Hanabi had a conflicted look on her face. This air cannon is so ugly, she doesn't like it at all. You can try out its power, Lin Mo suggested with a smile, with a hint of encouragement in his tone. Although Hinata Hanabi thought that the appearance of the air cannon was a bit ugly, after listening to Lin Mo's words and out of curiosity about new things, she decided to give it a try. She carefully put the air cannon on her wrist, feeling its weight and texture, feeling a little uneasy. Hinata Hayashi, who was standing aside, was observing quietly. Although he didn't quite understand the principle of this strange cylindrical weapon, he believed that Lin Mo would not do it without a purpose, so it would be okay to give it a try with fireworks. "Okay, I'll try." Hanabi took a deep breath, stood firm, and her eyes became focused. She raised her wrist and pointed the air cannon at a tree outside the kin shop. She silently repeated what Lin Mo said and whispered, "Bang." For a moment, the air cannon emitted a low humming sound. Immediately afterwards, an invisible pressure spurted out from the muzzle and hit the tree almost instantly. The tree trunk shook violently, as if it was hit by a huge force. The leaves fluttered down and there was even an obvious dent on the trunk. The sound of "bang" was not loud, but the power of the air vibration was surprisingly evident. Hinata Hanabi clearly felt the slight vibration on her wrist. Although there was no direct counterattack, the invisible force made her heart tremble. This power. Hinata Hayashi, who was standing aside, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The power of this thing was surprisingly not small. Although he was the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and had seen a lot, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful air vibration attack method. The air was vibrating, and even an ordinary ninja would feel uncomfortable if they encountered it at close range. He didn't expect that this seemingly simple weapon could produce such powerful power. This is enough to play a huge role in battle. And Hanabi looked at her wrist, her excitement evident. She didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary cylinder could have such powerful power. Although its appearance was unpleasant, its power far exceeded her expectations. "That's amazing," Hua said excitedly, turning to look at Lin Mo, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Lin Mo smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Don't be careful, the energy of this air cannon will be exhausted, and it is not certain how many times it can be used." "What?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi suddenly felt a little disappointed. "I can't use it all the time. I was thinking about going back and having fun, but this happened several times." "You can't use this thing right now." Beside them, Hinata Hayashi said to Hinata Hanabi, "Hanabi, although this air cannon is incredibly powerful, you must be careful when using it and not show it to others easily. It is a powerful weapon, but you must also know how to control it. You don't have much use for it in the village, but you can always carry it with you." If possible, Hyuga Hayashi wanted to put away Hyuga Hanabi's air cannon and place it in the Hyuga clan. But he thought of something else and decided to give up. "You can let the fireworks carry it with you first." "Ah." Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hanabi nodded solemnly, "Yes, father, I will be careful." As she spoke, Hinata Hanabi put the air cannon on her hand and covered it with her long sleeves. If you look quietly, you can see that the air cannon is well hidden in Hinata Hanabi's hands. Then Hanabi continued to crack open the fourth jar. The fourth jar broke, and this time a ration pill fell out. "It's Bingliang pills." Looking at this Bingliang pill, Hinata Hanabi recognized it instantly, and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Brother Lin Mo, is this Bingliang pill special?" "Specially made military ration pills, the same as the ones your sister prescribed before." Lin Mo took a look and said, "I won't say much." Oh. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi understood. Then continued to crack open the fifth jar. The fifth jar shattered and a ball of green light fell down. Seeing the green ball of light, Hinata Hanabi was stunned. A green ball of light. She only knew about white and blue light balls, and this was the first time she saw a green light ball. Next to him, Hinata Hayashi also looked over, his eyes attracted by the green light. Lin Mo thought about how when Tian opened the jar just now, Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hayashi were not there, and he did not see the green ball of light. But the next second, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of this green light ball and fell into deep thought. Gunner heavy armor expertise, exclusive professional proficiency from a female gunner. After fusion, it can increase strength, close combat and ranged attack hit rate when equipped with heavy armor. This simple introduction made Lin Mo's expression even weirder. Hinata Hanabi won't turn into a cannonball, right? Chapter 42. I thought of the scene where Hinata Hanabi walked towards the female gunner and took out a flamethrower or something like that. Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Even though she was a female gunner, she was tall, which was not something Hinata Hanabi could become in a short period of time. Instead, you will become a prankster. That picture seems a bit beautiful. Brother Lin Mo, what is this? At this time, Hinata Hanabi was still blinking her beautiful big eyes, looking at Lin Mo eagerly and asking, this is the first time Hanabi has seen a green ball of light. This is a special light group of ability. After hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Lin Mo said, it's a wearable specialization. Once you fuse this thing, once you wear heavy armor that feels very heavy, you can increase your strength, and the hit rate of close-range and long-range attacks. If this thing were to be opened every day, it would be quite appropriate. Hinata Hanabi looked confused after hearing what Lin Mo said. What does Lin Mo mean by this? She didn't quite understand. If Tian uses this thing of yours, then the shurikens and kunai she throws with the ceiling scroll on her back will be more powerful, and it will be easier for her to hit the target. This is what is called the hit rate. Seeing the confused Huahua, Lin Mo slowly said, melee attack is your physical strength, which will be blessed and suddenly become bigger. Lin Mo tried his best to make his words easy to understand, which made Huahua look stunned. She seemed to understand something. If that's the case, then does my daughter also fall into the state of weight-bearing? Beside him, Hinata Hayashi understood what Lin Mo said and immediately asked. Can I understand that while my daughter can exercise under the weight, it does not affect her physical skills and will not weaken, but will be stronger than before the weight is not carried? If that's the case, then this thing is very valuable. The so-called heavy armor can be created. Just from what he knew, there was a maverick jonin in Konoha who had been training himself in this way. That's understandable. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded. While being able to get training, it does not affect my ability to display, and it may even strengthen it. The only drawback is that it is quite hard. Speaking of this, Lin Mo looked strange. At the very least, it is inconvenient to walk and move around at the beginning. Hinata Hayashi listened and seemed to be thinking about something. Hinata Hanabi. Hinata Hanabi suddenly fell silent. She suddenly felt that this thing didn't seem so good. However, seeing the way her father was looking at her, Hinata Hanabi immediately reached out her hand and fused this gunner heavy armor specialization. The fusion process was not as intense or painful as she had imagined. Instead, it was a warm and fulfilling feeling, as if a force was flowing slowly within her, transforming her body bit by bit. As the fusion was completed, Hinata Hanabi opened her eyes. I feel like my strength has become stronger. Hinata Hanabi clenched her fist in surprise. It seems to have transformed my body. Normal. Lin Mo was not surprised at all, but nodded and said, these are all brought by ourselves. The same is true for the green ball of light that appears every day. Directly exercise your fingers and make them extremely flexible. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi instantly thought of the speed of Tian's hand seals that he had seen not long ago, and had some guesses in his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, Tian must have opened something special to cause this. Hinata Hanabi, who had integrated the gunner heavy armor specialization, continued to crack open the sixth jar. Boom! The sixth jar broke, and this time a piece of cheese fell out. It smells so good. Looking at this piece of delicious cheese, Hinata Hanabi sniffed hard with a look of surprise. Delicious. Endless cheese, a piece of cheese from a certain planet with a soft surface and an alluring aroma. It returns to its original shape every time you bite it, but be careful, your stomach may not be able to hold on before your mouth. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently as he looked at the thing that Hinata Hanabi had opened. Why did this thing remind him of something very bad in the world? Fortunately, it wasn't the kind he had imagined. Otherwise, the entire ninja world would probably be filled with cheese. It's an endless amount of cheese. Lin Mo immediately spoke up and briefly explained, causing Hinata Hanabi to be stunned. Can't finish it? Is there anything left over? Subconsciously, Hinata Hanabi picked it up and took a bite. She felt the rich aroma of cheese, which made her feel slightly full. And the next second, the cheese bitten by Hanabi recovered in the eyes of Hinata Hayashi, Hinata Hanabi, and Lin Mo. It's so magical. Looking at the restored cheese, Hinata Hayashi's eyes widened. This food can be completely reused. Lin Mo also felt a little happy in his heart. The food problem that I need to worry about is solved. If I hadn't become stronger, and that bastard Danzo had brought people to block the door, I could have just squatted in the shop and eaten cheese. For a moment, the threat posed by the team leader was not so great. However, Lin Mo also knew that he couldn't keep chewing cheese, nor could he stay in the store forever. Because not being able to go out and not wanting to go out are two different things. This thing is very valuable, don't carry it with you. Beside him, Hinata Hayashi looked at Hanabi seriously and said, when you get back, put it in your room and don't let anyone see it. If people were to see that food could be reused, it would cause an uproar. This is completely abnormal. Recycled food is scary to think about. And if this cheese can regenerate, then other things can also regenerate. The jars sold by Mr. Lin Mo are truly magical. Subconsciously, Hinata Hayashi looked at the row of jars on the counter behind Lin Mo. His heart became more and more solemn, and he became more and more reserved towards Lin Mo. As he learned more and more, he felt more and more uneasy. This feeling hasn't appeared for many years. Ah. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hanabi nodded obediently. Hanabi knows. It's incredible to think that food can be regenerated. But she has decided that she can feed some small animals without worry in the future. You can also raise some small animals without having to worry about food. Thinking of this, Hinata Hanabi's eyebrows curved into crescents. I am really lucky. I found these good things after opening 6 jars. Even though she was young, she knew that the things in her hands could not be bought with money. Chapter 43. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke, and immediately a teacup and a blue ball of light fell down. Self-repairing teacup. This seemingly ordinary porcelain teacup comes from a certain world. No matter how it is broken, it will automatically repair itself within a few minutes, but it will leave more cracks after each repair. Shattering fire can release a terrifyingly high-temperature magical flame, which can be mastered instantly after fusion. It consumes a certain amount of chakra. If the condensed shattering fire kills the target, a certain amount of chakra will be returned. Looking at the 2 things that Hyuga Hanabi bloomed, Lin Mo suddenly narrowed his eyes. He could understand a teacup, but he couldn't understand the next shattering fire. This ability appears in Naruto, doesn't it represent the unmatched ninjutsu? A ball of blue light. Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hayashi were also attracted by the blue light. Especially Hanabi, whose face was filled with surprise. If it is a ball of chakra light, then I will become stronger again. It's really cool to be able to gain chakra without practicing. Is it chakra? Hinata Hanabi asked Lin Mo impatiently, causing Lin Mo to shake his head and say, it's not chakra, it's a kind of flame. Flame. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi was stunned and looked confused. You can think of it as a non-sequence ninjutsu. Once it is integrated, it can be released instantly. Lin Mo slowly said, if the target you release is killed on the spot, then the chakra you consumed will be returned to a certain extent. The specific effect needs to be tested by yourself, but you don't need to make hand seals when releasing it. As for the other teacup, it is also a little interesting. If it is broken, it will automatically repair itself, but when it repairs, it will leave cracks. Hinata Hanabi's eyes widened as Lin Mo gave her brief introduction. Muji ninjutsu. Can you use chakra to create fire directly? This is incredible. Especially Hyuga Hayashi, his expression was solemn. What he values is not the sealless ninjutsu, but the chakra return he will get if this flame kills the target. He knew the power of some of the unmarried ninjutsu, but the unmarried ninjutsu would not return any chakra. Once your chakra is consumed, it is consumed. How can it be returned? While Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Hinata Hanabi had already reached out and touched the blue ball of light. In an instant, Hinata Hanabi felt a ball of blue light pouring into her body, making her feel slightly hot inside. Her face flushed instantly and her head felt a little hot. However, this process only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing completely. Hanabi could feel that as long as she wanted, she could just stretch out her hand and release flames at the target without having to make any seals. This made Hua Hua look very excited, and she felt eager to try. Because she doesn't have fire attribute chakra. Now that this shattering fire can consume her chakra, she is very excited. Can you feel the chakra transforming into the nature of fire chakra? Hinata Hayashi looked at the excited Hinata Hanabi and asked. The changing properties of chakra are difficult to master. Hanabi does not have fire attribute chakra properties. Now that we have this shattered fire, can we use it to control the changes in the properties of the fire attributed chakra? If you can, you will make a lot of money. It seems like, I have some feeling. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hanabi was stunned and said hesitantly. The flow of chakra is the same as usual, but when I want to send out this fire, it will change in an instant. If this process continues, it should allow me to master the changes in the nature of fire chakra faster. Very good. Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi was overjoyed. When we get back, we will practice this ability well. You know, Hinata Hanabi is only 5 years old. Once you have mastered the property changes of one chakra, you will be able to master more in the future. Although it is possible to open a jar for Mr. Lin Mo to reveal the nature of chakra and master it, so far it seems that only his daughter Hinata has opened one. The fireworks did not bloom. But now, this special flame produced by fireworks can accelerate the changes in the properties of fire chakra, which is a huge profit. Not to mention that this flame can also return chakra. He could already imagine how exciting Hanabi's future would be. Even if this store owner closes his business and stops selling cans, the potential of fireworks has undergone a qualitative change. It is good. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hinata Hanabi nodded. She was not one of those common ninjas and knew how important the change of chakra properties was to ninjas. Many ninjas have trained for years but still cannot master the changes in the nature of chakra. Only ninjas who have mastered the changes in the nature of chakra are qualified to become jonin. When a ninja reaches a certain level of training, in addition to refining chakra and practicing ninjutsu, he must also practice physical skills or techniques, and then master the changes in the nature of chakra in order to become stronger. Seeing that there was only one jar left, Hanabi excitedly reached out and knocked it open. Boom! The 9th jar broke, and a strange purple thing fell down, which surprised Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hayashi. This is something I have never seen before. True Vision ward a strange item from an alliance. Once placed, it becomes a guard that can detect invisible units and monitor an area until it is destroyed by the enemy. The field of view is 1 kilometer. Once it is removed after placement, it will become ineffective. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows at the simple introduction. This is a good thing. With this thing, you can place it directly at the door of the store and immediately see the situation in all directions clearly. You don't need to go out to see everything around the store. Even if an invisible ninja passes by, he will be discovered. Comfortable. Although he is invincible in the jar shop, he cannot see the surrounding situation outside the shop from a distance. With this, you can definitely be foresight. Lin Mo immediately smiled and said, "This is a reconnaissance guard. After it is placed, it can monitor the surrounding area within a range of 1,000 meters. If a ninja comes in stealthily, you can easily find him. The opponent's invisibility technique is useless." Monitoring stuff. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly. The function of this thing doesn't sound simple. It can completely replace the ninja patrol. Even though Hyuga Hayashi's family is large, there are ninjas patrolling around the territory at night to avoid any unexpected factors. Now that he has this thing, he can definitely be foresight. Chapter 44. For example, the Hokage's office, or. After all, no one would have thought that this ordinary thing in front of them could be able to monitor an area within a kilometer radius. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi's breathing became rapid. The value of this thing is too great. Well, it doesn't sound like it's going to be of any use. While Hinata Hayashi was getting a little excited and out of control, Hinata Hanabi, who was standing next to him, scratched her head in confusion after hearing what Lin Mo said, thinking that this thing was useless. However, when she thought about the things she had gotten from the jars so far, including things that made her stronger and some interesting things, Hinata Hanabi looked very satisfied. "Mr. Lin Mo, Hua has finished opening the jar, and it's time for us to leave." When Hinata Hanabi put away the True Vision Guardian, Hinata Hayashi said with a slightly respectful tone, "If there is anything you need help with, my Hyuga clan is willing to help." He was already impatient to go back and test out this so-called True Vision Guardian. Ah. Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Lin Mo nodded gently and said, "Go ahead." Also, once this True Vision Guardian is placed, it cannot be cancelled. Once it is removed, it will be useless. You need to pay attention to this and consider it carefully when placing it. Hinata Hayashi wanted to leave, and he also wanted Hinata Hayashi and others to leave. After all, only after Hinata Hayashi and others left was he able to integrate the things they had opened up to improve himself. "Goodbye, brother Lin Mo." Hinata Hanabi, who wanted to stay a little longer, felt a little disappointed when she saw this scene and waved at Lin Mo. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Hinata Hayashi nodded respectfully, "I understand, thank you, owner." After saying that, Hinata Hayashi said goodbye to Lin Mo and left with Hinata Hanabi. Lin Mo simply waved his hand, and suddenly things appeared in the air. The chakras of the two ordinary genin were fused as soon as he touched them. What a pity, it's still not strong enough. Feeling the amount of chakra in his body increase again, although it was a little refreshing, Lin Mo still sighed. Growing too slowly. The next second, Lin Mo looked at the energy ball of the shattered fire again and decisively stretched out his hand to merge it. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that he could release this shattered fire anytime and anywhere. As long as you kill the target, a certain amount of chakra will be returned. Next. Lin Mo looked at the wind-style ninjutsu, vacuum jade again and reached out to touch it. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a large amount of knowledge and practice about this ninjutsu pouring into his mind, and he instantly mastered it. With my current chakra amount, I can release it many times. If you use additional shattering fire to replenish the damage and kill the target, you can return a certain amount of chakra. Lin Mo felt the power he now possessed, and his face became more and more joyful. The use of shattering fire vacuum jade is very good. There is also ninjutsu mastery and gunner heavy armor specialization. The latter specialization is useless to me, I don't need any weight. Lin Mo looked at the two green light balls again, and without any hesitation, he decisively reached out to touch and merge them. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that the bones in his body had been strengthened. The feeling of increased strength made him feel it very clearly. An experience in chakra training. Lin Mo looked at the chakra training experience that Hyuga Hinata had previously revealed. With this thing, you can also refine chakra yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Mo reached out and touched it, and instantly mastered how to refine chakra. Next time, when I have nothing to do in the store, I can also become stronger by refining chakra. He couldn't always rely on others to open the jars and become stronger. After all, there won't be a lot of people opening the jars right now. By the way, my significant chakra is still unknown. The next second, Lin Mo looked at the only chakra test paper. Yesterday he was still worrying about how to get chakra test paper so that he could test his significant chakra. Got it today. When Lin Mo picked up the chakra test paper and injected chakra into it, the chakra test paper was immediately cut into two halves. Lin Mo. Seeing this phenomenon, Lin Mo's face turned dark. Doesn't this mean that he has no significant chakra attributes at all? In other words, he does not have the qualifications to become a ninja. If Hyuga Hinata hadn't revealed the wind-attributed chakra properties before, he wouldn't even have the wind-attributed chakra properties. It's okay, there will be some in the future. Lin Mo took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. As long as other people come to open the jar and get other chakra properties, I can also obtain them. Now I am no longer weak. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at the vertebral muscle strengthener again and decisively chose to use it. In an instant, he felt a crackling sound coming from his body. It was the process of his vertebrae being transformed and strengthened, which made Lin Mo almost scream out in pleasure. Only then did he realize the physical condition that he had when he used this vertebral muscle strengthener every day. No wonder Tiantian's face was so red at that time. If I don't control myself, I'll moan. Soon, this process disappeared, and Lin Mo felt his body getting stronger. He immediately stood up and tried to move around, feeling unprecedented relief. Now, everything that can make me stronger has been integrated. Next, some weird stuff. This cheese. Lin Mo turned his gaze to endless cheese again, pinching his chin and thinking. The introduction of this thing is very strange. The cheese that Hanabi ate in front of him grew back instantly. So the question is, will the cheese eaten by Hanabi be digested? Lin Mo was confused about this. It won't stay in the stomach forever, right? This cheese clearly has a regenerative effect, so if it is eaten, it should not be digested. Of course, it is also possible to be digested, as long as this subject is there. Lin Mo thought about it for a while, then stopped thinking about it and threw the thing into his storage ring. Then he looked at the True Sight Guardian. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo decisively chose to place the True Vision Guardian in his shop. Buzz. A slight vibration sounded in the air. As Lin Mo placed the True Vision Guard in the store, the entire guard instantly emitted a faint light, which quickly spread out, as if invisible ripples were spreading in the air. After the True Vision Guard was activated, Lin Mo immediately felt a powerful perception surge out of the guard, as if the entire store was instantly shrouded in a layer of invisible energy. This energy quickly spread to every corner of the store. It even extends to the streets outside the store, with a coverage area of up to 1,000 meters. Chapter 45. The scene outside the store was instantly taken in. Every move of the pedestrians on the street and every corner of the surrounding buildings seemed to become transparent. Even those invisible beings hiding in the shadows have nowhere to hide. Lin Mo could even see two special figures walking on the street not far from the store. They seemed to be some ninjas walking in the dark. He has to be invisible when walking in broad daylight. You can tell at a glance that he is definitely not a normal person. But under the surveillance of the true vision guards, these invisible units seem to be locked by an invisible gaze, exposing themselves completely. Sure enough, the effect of this true vision guard is immediate, Lin Mo secretly admired in his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze penetrated the wall of the shop and locked directly on the two auras that were hiding in the dark and hurrying on their way. Okay. Two root ninjas who were on their way suddenly stopped and looked around with a suspicious look. What's wrong? Matsuri. Next to him, a root ninja who was shrouded in darkness saw this scene and said in a cold tone, "Why did you stop for no reason?" "I don't know why, but I feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it." The root ninja called Matsuri frowned and said, "Wait a moment." As he spoke, Ji immediately released chakra to sense his surroundings, but found nothing. Is it an illusion? For a moment, Ji murmured. What's wrong? Our top priority is to complete Lord Danzo's order, we must get this batch of ninja tools. The root ninja, who was shrouded in darkness, said coldly, complete the mission as soon as possible and go back, don't waste time. Having said that, he sped up towards a certain place. Seeing this, the root ninja called Matsuri was silent for a moment, looked around again, and when he found that there was really nothing, he immediately left. Interesting. Lin Mo, who had been witnessing all this, smiled gently. The effect of True Sight Ward was more powerful than he expected. Not only does it allow him to fully control what's going on around the store, but it can also effectively guard against potential threats. Even those ninjas who possessed advanced stealth skills could not escape his surveillance and could not be discovered. From now on, whenever Go Ba Dan Zong comes to block the door, he can easily see where the hidden threats are. Lin Mo looked around with satisfaction, feeling the all-round vision brought by the True Vision Guard. He was invincible inside the store and everything outside the store was under control, which made him feel an unprecedented sense of security. Lin Mo knew that as long as this True Vision Guard was there, anyone who tried to approach or spy on his shop would be exposed to his sight. Now, no matter who it is, they can't do anything tricky to me. Also, what is this Naruto doing here with a bucket? Lin Mo whispered to himself, his eyes looking in another direction with a strange expression. In Lin Mo's sight, he could see Uzumaki Naruto carrying a bucket and sneaking towards the dark corner. And the target was his jar shop. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto trotted all the way to Lin Mo's jar shop. Lin Mo. What are you doing here with a bucket? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who ran in, Lin Mo's expression was strange. This bucket is also broken. It can't be that you are here to see him off. Hey, this is the paint I bought, and the boss won't let me return it. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said, so I brought it along on the way. Uzumaki Naruto hasn't given up on smearing the Hokage rock yet. Haven't you read the comics? So what's the matter with you calling me here? Well, I want to ask for information about my mother. Uzumaki Naruto said in distress, I went to the school's library and looked up some information about the Whirlpool country, but it was fragmented and there were some parts one didn't understand. What do you not understand? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and said, I remember I have already explained the general situation before. I want to learn about the Senju clan. Uzumaki Naruto asked quickly, according to the information I looked up. When the Whirlpool country was destroyed, Konoha village had the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Why didn't they go to help? Wasn't the Whirlpool country an ally of Konoha at the time? Tsunade is the only one left in the Senju clan now, there are no other Senju clan members in Konoha village. Lin Mo really didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to come and ask about the Senju clan, but he still said casually, Tsunade is out of Konoha village now, and no one knows where she is. Just one person. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly widened. So, the two big families who founded the village are gone. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, and only the arrogant Sasuke was left. The Senju clan was destroyed, leaving only a guy named Tsunade. As for why Konoha village did not rescue the land of whirlpools at that time, you can only ask the Konoha high-level officials. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, the top leaders of Konoha village at that time definitely knew about it, I won't say something that I can't confirm. Who else knows what happened back then except the people involved? I see. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto fell silent, and became a little dejected. Just think about it, it is impossible for the Konoha high-level officials to tell him such a thing. Even his status as a Jinchuriki was kept secret. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto felt even more uncomfortable. Now the source of everything points to Konoha's top leaders. If I want to know the answer, I must find Konoha's top leaders. But there was no way the Konoha high-ups would tell him. This is a complete contradiction. How can he get the Konoha high-level officials to tell him what happened back then? Uzumaki Naruto pondered. While thinking, Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously touched the comic book in his pocket. Finally, I said goodbye to Lin Mo and left the jar shop. Lin Mo looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was leaving, and pinched his chin, lost in thought. Uzumaki Naruto actually keeps pursuing the truth. Then, Lin Mo stopped paying attention to Uzumaki Naruto and continued to focus on the things that Tenten, Hinata and Hanabi had created in front of him. The shop owner can open the jars, but they are very expensive. I don't have that much money, I need a lot of money to open something that will allow me to see my mother and father. I can definitely ask my mother about some of the truths at the time, she definitely knows more than I do. But I don't have any money, I have to find a way to make money. The contents of the jars in the shop owner's jar shop are full of uncertainty, one person can only open 10 jars a week, I feel that these things should not be so easy to open. It seems easy to prescribe something that increases strength. Either I become strong enough, then I can let the Konoha high-level officials tell me the truth directly. But if I want to become stronger, I still have to open the jar. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto walked out of the jar shop with a frown on his brows. It seems that everything I want to achieve now is inseparable from opening cans. But opening the can requires money, and he doesn't have that much money. So the most urgent task is to make money. Then the problem is coming. How to make money? Oh, right, comics. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly touched the comic book in his pocket. This comic is about the future. Maybe I can get some information about making money from it. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became brighter, and he decisively quickened his pace back. Chapter 46. He has already read the third episode. When I was watching the third episode at the store owner's place, I left on the spot because of that annoying Hinata father and never watched it again. So Uzumaki Naruto immediately sat on the bed and began to read with relish. Huh. Sakura and I have the same teacher. That's awesome. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly showed surprise. But the next second, after seeing Uchiha Sasuke was also in his group, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly turned dark. Why is this arrogant guy here too? So, I can do this. It is indeed something I can do. Oh, what a pity, why do I have diarrhea? As he watched, Uzumaki Naruto slapped his thigh in anger. Uzumaki Naruto flipped through the pages and saw the third Hokage and a strange guy appear in his home. His eyes suddenly widened. Who is that guy and why is he in my house? Subconsciously, Uzumaki Naruto sped up flipping through the comics. Then he saw himself, Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke staying in the classroom, waiting for the teacher of Group 7. Is it him? What a stupid guy. How could this be a problem? When seeing the contents of the comics, Uzumaki Naruto's face was conflicted. It's bad. My future will be assigned to a stupid teacher. Say a wish. As Uzumaki Naruto flipped through the pages, he soon came across the wish he had expressed and suddenly fell silent. Surpassing the Hokage. Let everyone in the village recognize my existence. What an idiot. And my paint can't go to waste. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, stood up suddenly, looked at the paint bucket he had brought back, and then looked at the contents of the comics. Looking up at the sky outside which was gradually getting darker, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and said, "Action." Without any hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, decisively put the comic book close to his body, picked up the paint bucket next to him and ran out. Looking left and right along the way, Uzumaki Naruto took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and ran towards the Hokage rock. It's getting late. At this moment. Hokage's office. After the third Hokage finished processing the documents, he stood up and stretched his waist. It's late to go back today, and I have to, okay? Just as the third Hokage was speaking and was about to walk out of the office, he was suddenly stunned when he saw Uzumaki Naruto acting sneakily in the corner diagonally opposite below the window. What is Naruto doing sneakily at this late hour? Are you going to cause trouble again? Thinking of Uzumaki Naruto's usual style, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very upset. He immediately decided not to leave. He wanted to see what this guy would do. Hokage-sama. At this moment, a figure from the Umbu suddenly appeared beside the third Hokage and said respectfully, Uzumaki Naruto. Okay, I know. The third Hokage interrupted the ANBU, I'm watching. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Naruto who had already arrived at the base of the Hokage rock. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was looking around suspiciously. After a long while, he seemed to find that no one really noticed this place, so he decisively moved his mind and transformed into a ninja turtle. The third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching this scene, suddenly widened his eyes with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of transformation technique is this? Next to him, the Umbun ninja who had been standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw this scene and suddenly fell silent. What an ugly turtle. It was the first time she had seen such an ugly turtle transformation. The appearance of the ninja turtles made Sarutobi Hiruzen and this Umbun ninja subconsciously ignore the fact that Uzumaki Naruto did not perform any hand seals. Hey, I'm applying it late at night, so no one will notice it, my masterpiece will definitely attract attention tomorrow morning. At this time, holding a paint bucket, transformed into a ninja turtle, and carefully approached the base of the Naruto statue. With excitement and anticipation in his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto looked very proud and smiled like a fox who stole a chicken. Having read the comics, it is no longer possible for him to openly paint the Hokage rock. If you want to do it secretly. I'll transform myself and do it tonight, there's no way anyone will see it. Thinking of this, he climbed up the sculpture quickly and neatly. When he stood on top of the Hokage sculpture, the breeze blew, and Naruto overlooked the entire Konoha village, and suddenly a feeling of conquest arose in his heart. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. Let them see my artwork first. Naruto took a deep breath, immediately grabbed the paintbrush in one hand and the paint bucket in the other, and began to paint the Hokage's face. The brush was waving on the face of the sculpture, and the red, blue and yellow paints were mixed together and painted on the faces of the first, second and third generation Hokage at will. As layer upon layer of paint covered the sculpture, the originally solemn and dignified images of the first, second and third generations of Hokage gradually became ridiculous. Naruto even went so far as to paint exaggerated beards and eyebrows on the Hokage's face, in all different colors and ridiculous compositions. With every stroke he made, the pride in his heart grew, as if he could already imagine the shocked expressions of the residents of Konoha village when they saw this scene tomorrow. When the time comes, they won't be able to think that it was me who did it even if they racked their brains. The more Naruto thought about it, the happier he became, and the faster he applied the cream. Sometimes he stopped to admire his work, and sometimes he continued to paint frantically, as if he was afraid of missing any details. The smell of paint filled the air in the night breeze, but Naruto didn't care at all. He smeared the last bit of paint on the nose of the sculpture of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, painted a mess, and stepped back with satisfaction, admiring his masterpiece. Perfect. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself proudly, standing on a high place overlooking the Hokage statue that had become unrecognizable. Then, under the cover of night, Naruto quickly evacuated the scene, transformed into a ninja turtle, and slid down the Hokage rock nimbly, sneaking all the way back to the streets of Konoha village with that naughty smile still on his face. I'll transform myself and do it tonight, there's no way anyone will see us. Naruto's heart was filled with pride and complacency. He was sure that no one would know who was behind the prank. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbun ninja, who had been witnessing all this, remained silent. Looking at the painted Hokage rock gave me even more headache. Why is this kid coming here with a paint bucket in the middle of the night to paint the Hokage rock? What a hell. How did Iruka teach Naruto? How did Naruto mess up the transformation technique like this? The third Hokage rubbed his brows in a state of headache. Isn't his ninjutsu very bad? Naruto Uzumaki's clone technique is terrible, but he is very talented in transformation techniques. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Umbun ninja next to him whispered, it's just that he is different from ordinary people in the development of transformation techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Chapter 47. The ANBU ninja continued to speak, and Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly narrowed his eyes. He thought about the report he had received this morning. Then think about the scene of Uzumaki Naruto's transformation that we just saw. The answer is self-evident. But the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen became puzzled. What is Naruto doing in the bookstore? Do you love reading so much? Hokage-sama, I will go and capture that brat now. The next second, the Umbun ninja continued respectfully, let him clean up, he is not allowed to leave until he finishes cleaning up. Need not. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, go and call Iruka directly, I will ask him about Naruto's affairs, let him take charge of Naruto's affairs. Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Umbun ninja nodded respectfully and left immediately. Only 3 were applied. Watching the departure of the Umbu ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at the Hokage rock that was painted with paint. Only the sculpture of the fourth Hokage was not painted, and he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Is it a coincidence? Or did Naruto notice something? But the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be the thought in my mind. He had already given the order, and Uzumaki Naruto had no way of knowing it. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto is a stubborn person, how could he know these secret things? Even ordinary villagers don't know that Uzumaki Naruto is the fourth generation's child. Maybe there wasn't much paint in that bucket. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sculptures of successive Hokage that were scribbled casually on the Hokage rock, the first, second, and third generations. When he saw once again that he was smeared with a mark of feces, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned extremely dark. Damn it! At the same time. The other side. A street in Konoha village. A ninja tool shop opened by Qintian's family. Qintian's parents looked at the things their daughter took out, their eyes widened, their breathing became rapid, and they couldn't believe it and said, "You bought all these with your own money?" When they learned that Tian came back and said he had spent 1 million, their faces turned green. Even for Tian, 1 million is not a small amount. They provided Tian with food and drink, and their family ran a ninja tool store. They all suspected that Tian had been cheated. As a result, they were all completely silent after seeing Qintian's speed in forming seals, the sunset fruit that made one feel refreshed just by smelling it, and the G-35L electric grenade that they had never seen before. They were even more shocked after they personally tried the sniper rifle fired by Tian. With this kind of weapon, even if a civilian masters it, it can easily pose a threat to ordinary ninjas. Study now. Qintian's father said excitedly, if it is copied, then our ninja tool shop will definitely become bigger. It's confusing, we can only study it secretly. Hearing this, Qintian's mother said coldly, do you think that after the research is completed, it will still be yours? Forehead. Hearing this, Qintian's father's face froze. Indeed so. We can just study this thing in secret. Qintian's mother whispered to Tian, try not to take this thing out, if you take it out to use, it's best not to let others see how you use it. As a ninja tool forger and owner of a ninja tool shop, Qintian's mother is well aware of the value of this sniper rifle. Not only sniper rifles, but also this special grenade. Okay, I know. Hearing what his mother said, Tian nodded heavily, don't worry, Mom, I know it even if you don't tell me. In this way, even if the head of the Hyuga clan knows that you have this thing, he probably won't tell others, because he didn't bring any extra clan members to open the jar. Qintian's mother continued thoughtfully, at present, not many people know about this store, we must seize this opportunity. At this point, Qintian's mother looked at Qintian's father and said, Dad, get ready, we are going to open the cans now, you and I can open 20 cans. Now that you know about this magical shop, you must not miss it. The sooner you open it, the better. If you open 20 jars and find something good, you'll make a lot of money. For her family. Whether it is the improvement of strength or strange things, they can become stronger quickly. Ah. Hearing this, Qintian's father nodded heavily and said, we should go visit this person, if we can establish a good relationship with this person, there will only be benefits, no harm. Just based on what Tian has obtained so far, this mysterious shop owner is worth a visit and a visit. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and went into the back room of the shop to get the money. Hey, Dad, Mom, I also have this 10 fragrance softening powder, you can also study it. Tian smiled and took out the 10 fragrance muscle softening powder, apply this stuff on the kunai, as long as we use chakra to isolate it, we can protect ourselves and make the enemy unable to fight back. While speaking, Tian had already taken out a few kunai and dipped them in the 10 fragrance softening powder a few times, then isolated himself with his chakra. Well, this is also a good thing. But powder and other things are not our strong points, why don't we study grenades and guns? Put them aside for now, and we'll think about them after we come back in the evening. I had introduced my prescriptions to them every day before, so that they also knew about this kind of drug. It is good. Hearing what his mother said, Tian nodded and put it aside. Then Qintian's father came out in a hurry with a purse hanging around his waist. Okay, let's go. Just as Qintian's father was speaking and taking a step forward, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere at the door of the store and walked in silently. The sudden appearance of these two people made Qintian's father and mother look suddenly unhappy, but this unhappy expression only appeared for a moment. The two men stepped forward in an instant and blocked Tian behind them. I have come here on command from Lord Danzo to retrieve those ninja tools. Where's the goods? Is it ready? Already prepared. Father Tian immediately opened a large cabinet nearby, revealing some bundles of kunai and shurikens, and bowed his head respectfully. We are just waiting for the two adults to come and pick them up. Hearing this, a root ninja instructed his companion beside him, send it and seal it up. Upon hearing this, the root ninja named Yoshi immediately stepped forward, took out a sealing scroll, and sealed all the ninja tools on the spot. Seeing this action, Tiantian's father hurriedly said, the balance has not been settled yet, the total is. The balance will be settled next time. Danzo-sama will not deny your debt. Stop talking nonsense and take these ninja tools away. As he spoke, he pointed at the ninja tools placed on some cabinets around him. Ji immediately stepped forward and quickly sealed all these things into the sealing scroll. Seeing that even his own ninja tools stained with toka softening powder were sealed away, Tenten couldn't help but speak out. As a result, before he could say a few words, he was stopped by his parents. For a while, Tian was very dissatisfied with his mouth puffed up. The root ninja didn't even look at Tenten. After seeing Ji seal all the ninja tools present, he nodded and turned to walk out. Chapter 48. Ugh. How many times has this happened? Not only have we not received several final payments, but the deposit they paid in advance is also getting less and less. The roots are just trying to take advantage of us. Tiantian's mother whispered, it's getting more and more outrageous. Is it related to the last time I reported the situation to the third-generation master? Then what can be done? Isn't this what it's like to live in Konoha village? At least compared to other people, we are still useful and don't have to worry about danger. It's just that compared to before, I have to earn a lot less. Let's just get by. At this point, Tiantian's father remained silent. I just got the 10 fragrance muscle softening powder. Next to him, Tenten looked distressed. They took away my toka softening powder and the contaminated kunai. Hearing this, Tiantian's parents' expressions changed. From today on, you'll just pretend you never got that thing. Tiantian's father looked at Tian nervously, don't let anyone know that you have that thing. Aha. Hearing what his father said, Tian nodded quickly. But the next second, Tian hesitated and said, Dad, what did you report to the Hokage before? Tian was very confused when he thought about what his parents had just said. It's about Danzo's default on the final payment. Father Tian whispered, some time ago, the root came to our shop every now and then to take ninja tools. As a result, they asked for more and more, and paid less and less. Some even took them for free, that's fine. Now the ninja tools they took away were made by us at our own expense. Because of this matter, your mother talked to me and said that we couldn't go on like this, so we went to the Hokage's office. The Hokage said at the time that he would control the Umbu, because we have also come into contact with Umbu ninjas, although they are cold, they will pay for the goods when they come to buy ninja tools, and they will not delay payment. Later, we learned from a friend that the two ninjas who came to retrieve the ninja tools were not ANBU ninjas at all, instead, they were root ninjas who were subordinate to ANBU and were controlled by Danzo-sama. The root ninjas are very cold and impersonal, they are even able to take away some ninjas from some ninja families to join the root, they are very dangerous. At this point, Tiantian's father looked solemn and said, so if you can avoid offending others, then do so. Hearing this, Tiantian's face became dull. Is there such a thing? Then Hokage-sama doesn't care. It is only natural to pay back debts, you have to pay for things, how can you keep delaying? Lord Hokage, don't you care about your subordinates? Hokage-sama, Hikage, how can you have so much time to care about the trivial matters below? Tiantian's mother said in a sad tone, the root is under the jurisdiction of Danzo, if you want to manage it, you should look for Danzo. And after we went to talk to the Hokage about this matter last time, the people from the root became even more aggressive, they came more frequently, took more, and even stopped paying. Then go find the Hokage again. Tenten said without hesitation, if you report it twice in a row, the Hokage will definitely take it seriously. It's also possible that none of our stores would have them at that time. Seeing Tenten's look, Tenten's father sighed and said, do you think Hokage-sama really doesn't know? Forget it, let's not talk about it. At this point, Tiantian's father shook his head and continued, just in case, we won't open the can today, let's open it tomorrow. All the ninja tools in the ninja tool shop have been taken away, we need to get a new batch out as soon as possible, the ninja school is about to graduate, and those parents will definitely come to order ninja tools. If you lose money, you can earn it again, your mother and I will work all night to make new ninja tools. Try not to use those things of yours, if you want to use them, go to the basement to train and don't let those ninjas see you. As he spoke, Tiantian's father and mother walked to the cabinet nearby and started to tidy up. The two ninjas from the root just took away some things, causing the cabinet to become a little messy. When Tian saw this scene, he was silent. What she saw when she came back today made her feel a little depressed. Then, when his parents went into the house to busy themselves, he left the store and had no intention of staying at home to continue training. Irika-sensei. Not long after Tenten walked out of the house, she was suddenly surprised to see Irika and an Umbun ninja moving quickly towards the Hokage's office. What was Irika-sensei doing in the Hokage's office so late at night? Every day I have an urge to catch up. But thinking of what his parents said, Tian was silent for a moment, sighed, and stopped looking. Instead, he decided to go to the jar shop to talk to Mr. Lin Mo. When I go to the jar shop every day. Irika had already arrived at the Hokage's office with the Umbun ninja. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was already sitting and waiting, Irika was a little nervous and said quickly, "Hokage-sama, you are looking for me." He really didn't expect that the Hokage would look for him so late at night. Did something happen? Look at that. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked out the window. Irika was stunned by what he heard and subconsciously turned his head to look. Who did this? How dare they be so disrespectful to the successive Hokages? Especially when he saw a large lump of shit-shaped paint on the sculpture of the third Hokage, Irika kept taking a deep breath. Who else could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows with a headache. Besides that brat Naruto, who else could have done it? Irika. Hearing this, Irika's face froze. Naruto did it? I just thought Naruto was good today and knew to read books, but in the blink of an eye I've smeared the Hokage rock. I'm going to get him back now. Irika immediately frowned and gritted his teeth. I will definitely make him clean it up. No need. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to stop Irika's behavior and shook his head. I didn't ask you to come here for this. If it wasn't for this matter, why would the Hokage-sama have called him over so late at night? I came to you to ask you about the recent situation of Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Irika and said, "It's been a while since I asked you to find out about Naruto. How's it going lately?" "Still the same as always." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Irika was stunned and immediately briefly talked about Uzumaki Naruto's recent situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded from time to time as he listened. But the only thing to worry about now is Naruto's clone jutsu. The next second, Irika sighed and said, Naruto's transformation technique is excellent, but his clone technique is not good. If there is no breakthrough progress, he will not be able to graduate this year. Don't worry about his clone technique. Hearing Irika's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand casually and said, let's talk about his transformation technique first. His transformation technique is very outstanding. Hokage-sama, do you know? Irika was surprised to hear what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen then took out a piece of paper and handed it to Irika with the image of Uzumaki Naruto transforming into a ninja turtle just now. This is the image of Naruto who just painted the Hokage rock. Have you seen this image? Is this Naruto? After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and seeing Irika like this, his face suddenly twisted. That kid Naruto has this kind of transformation technique? Okay. Seeing Irika's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette. It seems that you don't know, this is beyond my expectation. I only know that Naruto's transformation technique was developed by him into that kind of vulgar seduction technique. Irika looked embarrassed. As for this ugly turtle, I don't know anything about it and I have never seen it. It seems he tinkered with it himself at home. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Okay, let's leave it at that, you can go back. Hokage-sama, I will go clean up the Hokage rock now. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Irika quickly said, make sure to clean it up tonight. This is Hokage rock. If I leave it alone, it will be a big deal if someone sees it tomorrow. Need not. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Naruto made it, let Naruto clean it up, just supervise Naruto to clean up this Hokage rock tomorrow. If he wanted to clean up quickly, he could just ask someone next to him to do it. But. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Irika said quickly, if we clean it up tomorrow, the smear on the Hokage rock will definitely be seen by others, and that will be bad. This is simply damaging the image of Hokage. It's okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. If you really want to clean it up, go and get Naruto to clean it up early tomorrow. Okay. Seeing the third Hokage say this, Irika nodded even though he didn't understand why. Then he left with a dark face. Naruto, that bastard. Hokage-sama, are you sure you don't want to clean it up? As Irika left, the ANBU ninja next to him whispered, if we clean it up, we can finish it tonight. No, wait till tomorrow Naruto to clean it up. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said, that's it for tonight. Yes. Seeing the third Hokage say this, the Umbun ninja immediately nodded and retreated. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Hokage's office, he walked towards his clan's territory. But not long after he walked, he saw Hinata Hayashi walking towards him, and he looked slightly surprised. It's Hayashi. Hokage-sama. When Hinata Hayashi saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, he immediately greeted him with a little respect. Good evening. But I sighed in my heart. Pity. It seems that the true sight guardian is really not suitable to be placed here. Good evening. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and asked casually, since we meet, it's a good opportunity to walk around and chat. Hinata is about to graduate, right? Do you have any plans? Yes. Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, I have contacted Yuhi Kurenai Jonin, and she will lead my daughter. The daughter of Yuhi Shinku. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, good choice. Although students from the ninja school will be assigned jobs after graduation, some of the assignments are already predetermined. He was not surprised by Hinata Hayashi's arrangement. After chatting with Hinata Hayashi, they walked all the way to the door of the house and then separated. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hayashi went straight home. Just as Hyuga Hayashi was walking towards the territory of the Hyuga clan and chose the road where Lin Mo's jar shop was located, he suddenly saw Tian walking into the shop. Chapter 49. He had clearly opened the jar that day, but he still ran to Mr. Lin Mo's shop. Do you want to have more contact with the owner? For a moment, Hinata Hayashi was in deep thought. In his opinion, those magical jars were sold by Lin Mo. If you have a good relationship with Lin Mo, then there is a high chance that you will get good stuff. We need to let Hinata run around here more. For a moment, Hinata Hayashi pondered for a moment and made a decision in his heart. This jar is really magical. If you can establish a good relationship with the owner, you will most likely get more good things. As the head of the Hyuga clan, it is impossible for him to come here often. It is totally unreasonable. But if it's Hinata or Hanabi, it's not impossible. It would be best if I could lend a hand in Mr. Lin Mo's shop. Nowadays, no relationship appears out of thin air, but requires exchanges. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi left and walked towards his family. And in the jar shop, Lin Mo, who was preparing to have a midnight snack, looked at Tian who had arrived and raised his eyebrows and asked, what's wrong? I was getting ready to go out for some ramen, but I didn't expect to meet Tian. When Tian came, he saw through the true sight guard and saw the distress on Tian's face, so he was quite curious why Tian had such an expression. You know, a lot of good things were discovered today. I want to talk to someone. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian, who came in, was silent for a moment, and whispered, something happened at home. What's up? Doesn't your family run a ninja tool shop? What could go wrong? You know, these days the business related to ninja tools is a jack of all trades. Ten is a well-known rich woman in Konoha village. It's about the ninja tool shop. Tian whispered, I just found out about the situation that my parents have been in recently, I didn't know about it before. As he spoke, Tian briefly told Lin Mo about the root ninja's visit, which made Lin Mo raise an eyebrow. Such shameless behavior is indeed something that Danzo is capable of doing. I can't understand why Dad would say that Hokage-sama really doesn't know. Tian scratched his head and said in confusion, Dad stopped talking halfway through. That's not hard to understand. Seeing Tian looking confused, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, in this world, there are white things and black things, for some inconvenient things, there will naturally be special people to do them. Tian was stunned when he heard Lin Mo's words. Like this? What Lin Mo said was impacting the education she received in the ninja school. Everyone in this world has their own way of doing things, which may seem good or bad to a third party, but they themselves would not think so. Lin Mo continued slowly, of course, people like Danzo are pure bad guys. Day by day. As for the things taken away by the roots, don't even think about taking them. Lin Mo said, your father is right, if you go to the Hokage again, your ninja tool shop may not be able to continue. Konoha village will not be affected by the closure of a ninja tool shop, because if you don't do it, someone else will naturally do it, this kind of thing is easy to support. Maybe just after you finished speaking, the Sandame hasn't agreed yet, and then your ninja tool shop catches fire, do you think the Sandame will blame Danzo, who is also a high-ranking official in Konoha, for the loss of a ninja tool shop? Even if he blames Danzo, what will you gain? The ninja tool shop is gone, there has been a loss, and this is still the best-case scenario. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian fell silent. Is there no other solution? After a long silence, Tian looked up, his face confused. What should I do if this continues? Of course. Lin Mo said slowly, before you have enough power, you can only go with the flow, everything is based on strength. If you have the strength of a shadow, then you are naturally qualified to talk to others and make them take you seriously. If you have the power to sweep away everything, no matter how powerful you are, you can just slap the opponent and he will have to endure it. I see. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's eyes showed some understanding and he became more determined. Yes, strength is the most important thing. As long as I become strong enough, will the Konoha's high-ranking officials still blame my family for the debt? Impossible. If you want to become stronger quickly, the fastest way is to open the can. Anything is possible with a jar opener. I was just about to go out for some late-night ramen. Lin Mo walked and casually asked, want one? Okay. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian nodded heavily and hurriedly followed Lin Mo to Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. When the two of them went to Ichiraku Ramen. The other side. In Hinata Hayashi's study. Hyuga Hinata looked at the returning Hyuga Hayashi and immediately handed over the scroll she had written and said, Father, I have written down this B-rank wind-style ninjutsu. Yes, not bad. Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hayashi nodded, as for the storage ring, you can keep it yourself, you don't have to give it to me, it belongs to you. After coming back with Hyuga Hanabi, Hinata told her what she had opened the jar before. Especially the storage ring, which made him marvel. Later, he considered the role of the true sight guard and wanted to see if he could place it in the area where the Hokage's office was located, so he went out. Unexpectedly, he met the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and had to give up. On the way back, he was also thinking about how to make the most of this true vision guardian. At present, it can only be placed in the territory of the Hyuga clan and radiate the surrounding areas. So that they can know everything at the first time and avoid being discovered when Hinata Hyuga are training or using strange things open from the jar. He was also happy that Hinata mastered a B-level wind-style ninjutsu. This is a rare ninjutsu, but now it has been written down by Hinata and can be included in the family's ninjutsu library. Even for the Hyuga clan, this B-level wind-style ninjutsu is not something that can be found everywhere. Okay, father. Hinata nodded after hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said. Hinata Hayashi took out the true vision guard and placed it directly in his study. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he knew very well that too many eyes were watching the Hyuga family. This true-sighted guardian can see anyone who attempts to spy or approach. It's a good opportunity to see if there are any people outside my family who are trying to spy on me. Chapter 50. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi placed the true sight guard. As the true vision guard was activated, an invisible energy quickly spread out, like a transparent barrier, tightly protecting the entire study. In an instant, Hinata Hayashi felt the flow of this power, and at the same time found that the area covered by the true sight guard appeared in his sight. The walls of the study seemed to become transparent, and the field of vision quickly expanded to the entire territory of the Hyuga family. He could clearly see the family's courtyard, corridors, every house, and even the guards hiding in the shadows and patrolling clansmen. It's really magical. Feeling this vision, Hinata Hayashi was amazed. Incredibly, he could easily see within a radius of 1 kilometer and see everything clearly. The building will not be affected at all. However, as his sight continued to extend beyond the family territory, his gaze suddenly froze. In the woods shrouded in darkness, he spotted several ninjas in dark clothing hiding deep in the forest, their movements cautious and secretive. They were actually in the Hyuga family's territory, their eyes were cold and focused. These ninjas did not wear any obvious insignia, but Hinata Hayashi recognized them at a glance. They were root ninjas, belonging to that mysterious and dangerous organization. The actions of the root have always been secretive and efficient, specializing in carrying out some shady tasks. Damn it, what does Danzo want to do? He even came to the territory to spy. Looking at this scene, Hinata Hayashi's face became extremely ugly and gloomy in an instant. He already knew about some of the surveillance families of the root and the Hokage Zumbu, but there was nothing he could do. Just don't interfere. But that was outside the territory, not in the territory. This root appeared directly in the territory, which is completely across the line. Because once the Hyuga clan's ninjas open their Byakugan, they can also see these guys, but these guys are hiding in the dark so blatantly. No worries about being exposed. Or does he look indifferent? And it is impossible to keep your eyes open all the time. That mad dog Danzo. Hinata Hayashi frowned. What exactly does Danzo want to do? He actually sent root ninjas into the Hyuga clan's territory and openly monitored the Hyuga clan. Although these root ninjas did not directly enter the family's important territories, their spying and surveillance seemed to be looking for some opportunity. This behavior made Hinata Hayashi feel an inexplicable threat. He understood that these root ninjas would not stop without Danzo's order. The existence of roots means they may take action at any time. And every move of the Hyuga family is under their surveillance. However, along with this feeling of uneasiness, a sense of relief also welled up in Hinata Hayashi's heart. Fortunately, he has this true sight guardian, which allows him to detect the presence of these snoopers in advance. This powerful detection capability allows him to be prepared before the other party takes action and nip any potential threats in the bud. It cannot be removed, but it can be avoided. Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and secretly thanked Lin Mo for the jar. If it weren't for this true vision guardian, he might not have been able to grasp the movements outside the family so clearly. The actions of the roots may also continue to remain hidden in the dark. Until it poses a substantial threat to the family. The owner's jar is truly magical. It's a pity that there is no sound, it's a pity to put this kind of thing in the Hokage's office. Its greatest use is to keep it in the family. Hinata Hayashi's thoughts were racing. Now that the root ninjas were monitoring him so blatantly, he had to make a decision on how to respond. He understood that relying solely on the surveillance of the true sight guards was not enough, and that some measures had to be taken to protect the safety of the family. He thought quickly about how to bolster the family's defenses without alerting the root. I'll communicate with the third generation next time I see them. Hinata Hayashi murmured, already having a plan in mind. At night, he would secretly mobilize the elite ninjas in the family to quietly set up traps and counter-surveillance to deal with threats that might come at any time. Now within the range of True Vision Guard, Hinata Hayashi felt a little relieved. But he knew that this was just the beginning. As the roots become more visible, the situation in the future may become more complicated and dangerous. As the patriarch of the Hyuga family, he must plan ahead and protect the safety and dignity of the family. Next to them, Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga, who had been watching all this, looked at each other, somewhat confused as to why their father suddenly had such an expression. Hyuga Hayashi slowly withdrew his gaze, looked at Hinata and Hanabi in front of him and instructed, "Next, you will walk in the family and stay away from these places." Hyuga Hayashi revealed the location of the root ninja, and Hyuga Hanabi and Hinata nodded after hearing it. "Hinata, if you have time, please visit the owner more often." Suddenly, Hinata Hayashi thought of the time when he came back and saw Tenten, and instructed Hinata. "The training ground behind the store can be used for training. When you have time, go into the store and talk to Mr. Lin Mo, he knows a lot, and you can ask him if you don't understand anything." "Yes, father." Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hinata immediately nodded slightly. Hinata Hanabi blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, I want to go too. For the next 2 days, continue to practice using your Sharingan." Hinata Hayashi shook his head, "Don't use the Sharingan in any emergency." Originally he wanted Hinata to take Hanabi with her, but considering that the root ninjas were becoming more and more blatant in their behavior, he always felt that something was wrong, so it was better to play it safe. If that mad dog Danzo knew that his little daughter had the Sharingan. Okay. Hinata Hanabi felt a little disappointed after hearing what Hinata Hayashi said. And at this moment, in Ichiraku Ramen, Shouta handed 2 bowls of ramen to Tian and Lin Mo with a smile. "You too, this is the ramen you ordered." "Thank you, uncle." Tian immediately thanked his hand and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Next to him, Lin Mo also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. However, while eating, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, looked towards a table full of people in the corner, and listened to their discussions. "Have you heard? A big incident happened in the medical department. In order to compete for a beautiful female medical ninja, a medical ninja severely injured his captain. Is this true? Where did you get the information?" "Of course it's true, many people were discussing it today. The 2 ninjas who were fighting each other seemed to be in their 50s or 60s. Hey, I know some inside information. That female medical ninja is only a chunin, but she lives a comfortable life in Konoha village. She also has a big house close to the ninja family. It was bought by a medical ninja. While dating that ninja, she also brought the man who beat people back to the house. And then was seen by his captain." Forehead. Chapter 51. Listening to these discussions, Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. Is the medical department of Konoha village so messed up? Next to him, Tian also heard these words, his face suddenly turned red, and he lowered his head and continued to eat ramen. Lin Mo also discovered that not only people at this table were communicating, but people at other tables were also whispering. Apparently, this matter is still quite lively. And even some civilians were talking about ninja matters. Lin Mo listened and continued to eat ramen, and time passed quietly. Soon, after eating and drinking their fill, Lin Mo and Tian walked out of Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. Mr. Lin Mo, my parents should be able to open the cans in your store tomorrow. After leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Tian said to Lin Mo hurriedly, I was planning to come over in the evening, but something like that happened. Well, welcome. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded, I usually open the door from this time in the morning. Mr. Lin Mo, have you ever considered actively soliciting customers? Tian said curiously, if you want to sell more jars, you can take the initiative to find a merchant, that way, you can sell more jars. Tian knew that Lin Mo really wanted to sell more jars. But he doesn't go out to contact businessmen. Tian is still a little confused by such a contradiction. That requires them to believe. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, it's a hassle just to attract customers, it's better to wait for customers to come to us automatically, and then your introduction will be enough. A jar costs 100,000, which is not affordable for ordinary people. Even if you are a businessman, it is impossible to spend 100,000 to buy a strange jar. Instead of going through so much trouble, it's better to wait for customers to come in the store. 2. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian was stunned, and immediately nodded in agreement. If she hadn't learned about the magic of the jar from Hinata and was brought by Hinata to open the jar, and if she hadn't wanted to understand Lin Mo's marketing method, she would never have met Lin Mo. Now, I have met Lin Mo and got some good stuff. Correct. Suddenly Tian thought of something and knocked his head in annoyance, I forgot to say it. When I went back, I was busy talking to my parents about the jars and didn't mention anything about marketing. I don't know if my parents have thought about this. I'll have to remind you when I get home at night. It just so happens that her family's ninja tool shop can be marketed in this way and make some money. Thinking of this, Tian and Lin Mo walked and talked, and only left in a hurry when they walked all the way to the jar shop. Lin Mo simply chose to close the door and go upstairs to sleep. It's so late, there's no way anyone would come and open the jar. But there will be one tomorrow. Tian's parents. In that way, another 20 jars were sold, and he was one step closer to getting his own exclusive jar. Delicious. Thinking of this, Lin Mo went to bed. Silent all night. The next day. The sun spread its golden, radiant wings like a peacock. Congratulations on signing in successfully and getting 200 ordinary jars. When Lin Mo woke up, a prompt that only Lin Mo could see appeared. Seeing this prompt, Lin Mo instantly became alert. Compared to yesterday, I signed in today and got 200 cans, which is a direct doubling of the number. He seriously suspected that the number of cans he got from signing in every day might be related to the number of cans sold. Of course, it could also be random. Thinking of this, Lin Mo got up, packed up briefly, and went downstairs. Then he waved his hand at the cabinet behind the counter, and the jar obtained by signing in fell silently on the cabinet. The cabinet, which originally had few jars, now had more jars than before. Then Lin Mo opened the shop door. I have nothing to do, so I'll go have a bowl of ramen. Lin Mo walked out, lost in thought. It seems I need to find a new food. I can't eat ramen every day. While thinking this, Lin Mo walked. However, as he was walking, he saw a patrolling ninja passing by, which made Lin Mo look up suddenly and raise his eyebrows. There are surprisingly more ninjas on patrol today. You know, there were almost no ninjas patrolling here yesterday. He could even sense that the atmosphere of these ninjas was extremely serious, which made Lin Mo fall into deep thought. Did something happen in Konoha village last night that he didn't know about? Not only Lin Mo was curious, but other villagers from Konoha village also looked at him curiously and talked in low voices. It's strange, why are there ninjas patrolling here today, and I saw 3 waves of them this morning. I'm not sure, it looks like he's looking for someone, but it also looks like he's not, it's very strange. There have been thieves who robbed several stores here before, and there haven't been so many ninja-sama patrolling here. One after another, people were whispering to each other, very confused and not understanding. All Lin Mo heard along the way were these discussions, which made him curious about what had happened. And at this moment, the other side. The Hokage's office is located. When Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over, he frowned. Because along the way, he actually saw root ninjas wandering around the village. Even though it is very secretive, it seems very open and aboveboard to him. What is Danzo trying to do? With this in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the door of the Hokage's office and said in a deep voice. Send a message to Danzo, what does the captain want to do? He even mobilized the ninjas from the village's security department, what does he want to do? Hokage-sama. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, a ninja from the Umbu appeared out of nowhere in front of him and said respectfully. According to the intelligence, Lord Danzo was ambushed last night, along with some ninjas from the route, Konoha is now under martial law. What? Danzo was ambushed? What happened? Why didn't you tell me in time? How is he? What a joke. Danzo usually lives in the root organization, so how could he be ambushed for no apparent reason? It happened in the late night and you were already asleep, so I didn't disturb you. The ANBU ninja said in a deep voice, Danzo-sama is fine, but his whole body is limp and weak. It seems that he has been poisoned by some strange poison. Many ninjas in the root are also weak all over, which has caused quite a lot of trouble. They are currently receiving treatment. We have immediately implemented martial law and guarded the entrances and exits of the village, but we have not found any suspicious persons. Continue to deploy more personnel and conduct strict inspections around the root environment. Hearing this, the third Hokage said solemnly, Danzo and the root organization have been attacked. This is not a trivial matter. Immediately study the poison in Danzo's place. In addition, let Danzo come to see me. You know, root tissue is very secretive. Even an ordinary chunin or even a jonin would not be able to know. Danzo has always lived in seclusion, so how could he have been ambushed? Sarutobi Hiruzen even suspected that Danzo was directing and acting in the show himself. Or maybe something went wrong while researching. Yes. After hearing the words of the third Hokage, the Umbun ninja immediately obeyed the order respectfully and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Crack. Just as the Umbun ninja disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen's door was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 52. Danzo was slumped in a wheelchair, his face filled with rage. Hiruzen, I've been ambushed. Send your Umbu out to investigate who has been in and out of the village during this period of time, and then seal off the entrances and exits of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the collapsed Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a strange look on his face. Will Danzo ever see this day? Umbu have their own duties and cannot be transferred at will. The next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, the entrances and exits of the village cannot be blocked. Students from the school are graduating soon, and merchants from outside the village will come here from time to time. If the entrances and exits are blocked, it will easily affect the newly graduated children from accepting missions. But are you sure you were attacked by someone? You are fine and not injured. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully looked Danzo up and down, frowned and said, if it was a spy from another ninja village, it shouldn't be like this, and how could they know the location of the organization's base? You know, the location of Konoha village and the organization is more secretive than the location of the Umbu. Normal ninjas don't know the existence of the root. They only regard root ninjas as Anbu. How is it possible that spies from other ninja villages could find the core ninja base of a ninja village? So I suspect it was definitely someone from the village who did it. Otherwise, how could I be attacked? And a large number of people were attacked. This time, it is very likely a warning. How courageous. Do you have a target you suspect? Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. How do you feel now? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, the people who attacked the root organization must be from the village. He could understand why Danzo was hated. But going to the organization's location and poisoning it would be too reckless. This matter cannot be left unresolved like this. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo said coldly without hesitation, it must be the Hyuga clan who did it. Now the Hyuga clan has become a danger, Hiruzen, we must clean them up. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a toothache. How has the Hyuga clan offended Danzo recently? How can you be so sure it's the Hyuga clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Danzo. Is there any need to think about this? The Hyuga clan has the Byakugan, which makes it the easiest for them to find the location of the root organization. How could others know the location of the organization's base? And I recently sent people into the Hyuga clan's territory to monitor it. I seriously suspect that it is because of this that the Hyuga clan attacked our root organization and used this unknown poison. The Hyuga clan in Konoha village is becoming more and more dangerous now. We must eliminate them. Why did you send people to monitor the Hyuga clan? And go to their territory? Isn't this a door-to-door provocation? To be frank, I am going to monitor you. Because we need to nip the danger in the bud. Danzo said coldly, if the Hyuga clan has a clear conscience, then they will have no objection. Now the location of my root has encountered an unknown toxin. I am sure that this is definitely the Hyuga clan's revenge on my root organization. They are insubordinate, Hiruzen. I don't think the Hyuga clan needs to be kept. Withdraw your men. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, this incident was definitely not done by the Hyuga clan. Don't be so hostile to the Hyuga clan. Konoha can't suffer any more losses now. He knew Danzo too well. As expected, Danzo probably wants to study the Byakugan. Hiruzen, you must listen to me on this matter. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo was furious, otherwise you will regret it. If he could, Danzo would really remember to slam Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. But he had no strength left in his body now. That's out of the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and ordered the Umbun ninja beside him, send Danzo to the medical department and let them see if they can research anything. Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Umbun ninja next to him immediately stepped forward and took the initiative to push Danzo away. Hiruzen. Danzo was furious and wanted to say something, but he was unable to move at all. He could only collapse in the wheelchair and be pushed away. Go check the Root organization's latest member recruitment list. Seeing this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to give orders to the air in front of him. See if there are any people from the Hyuga clan. At the same time, please invite the Hyuga clan leader Hayashi for me. I'm afraid that the Hyuga clan will need to assist us in investigating the assassination of Danzo. A respectful response suddenly rang out in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his chair, knitted his brows and tapped the table lightly, muttering, in this situation, we need to speed up, otherwise it will be bad if we are affected. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his hands on the crystal ball in front of him and began to inject chakra into it. And at this moment, the other side. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Lin Mo was eating ramen and listening quietly to the people in the corner talking in low voices. I know the reason, it seems that Lord Danzo has been ambushed, that's why there are so many ninjas patrolling today. I heard this from my friends. No, what I heard was that a ninja from the Umbu was poisoned and was powerless. I also saw a place this morning where many people were carried out. I don't know what happened, but the area was blocked off. It was terrifying. Say less, there are ninjas patrolling everywhere now. It would be bad if they heard it. Tisk, where do you think I heard that from? I heard it from their mouths. Listening to these people's discussions, Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. Danzo, were the Umbu members ambushed? Poisoned? Feeling weak all over? Isn't that the effect of the 10 fragrance softening muscle powder that is prescribed every day? Thinking about what Tian said yesterday that a ninja from the Root went to her ninja tool shop and took the ninja tools without paying. The next day news came out that the Root organization was poisoned. And the one who got hit was Danzo. How did Tian know where the Root organization's base was? Could it be that he first applied the 10 fragrance muscle softening powder to the ninja tool, and then the ninja tool was taken away, and he was unable to stop it? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and soon figured out the general situation. If you want to be sure, you have to come to the store every day to ask. After all, Tian said that her parents would come to open the jar today. By the way, it's not just this incident, a big thing also happened at Hokage Rock. The statues of successive Hokages were smeared with paint. Suddenly, someone thought of something and said quickly, I suspect that so many ninjas patrolling may also be related to this matter. Chapter 53. Especially the third Hokage, he was smeared so much, I don't know why those ninjas didn't clean it up. I'm confused about this, too. That's the Hokage Rock, it was smeared and not cleaned up in time. Could it be that they want to find the person who did such a bad thing? The topic of the Hokage Rock being painted over was brought up one after another, and Lin Mo listened more carefully, shaking his head slightly. It goes without saying that it was definitely Naruto who did it. When that guy came to see me yesterday, he was holding a paint bucket in his hand. When Lin Mo shook his head. The other side. Uzumaki Naruto's home. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting on the bed, looking at the finished comic in front of him, pinching his chin and muttering. I don't need to worry about the exam now, with Mizuki-sensei using me, and with the tacit consent of the third Hokage, I can get the sealing scroll and learn the multiple shadow clone technique on it. What I want to do now is to make money. Then I should make good use of this opportunity. If possible, I should memorize as many ninjutsu as possible and sell them. Ninjutsu is very valuable. As for how to sell it, the first mission we took on involved a mist shadow coming to cause trouble for us. The short, fat guy in black in the comics also sent a mist shadow demon Momochi Zabuza, proving that this short, fat guy has money. I have to look it up, and then I'll take the opportunity to go out of the village and see where I can sell ninjutsu. Yeah, perfect. As Uzumaki Naruto continued to whisper and think, he soon gradually perfected a rough plan. Currently, the only way for him to get the money quickly is probably to get the Book of Seals. The ninjutsu in there is a secret of the village. It will definitely be valuable if sold. As for Mist Shadow or something, you can just ask this stupid teacher when the time comes. Very good, class. In just one night, Uzumaki Naruto had finished reading all 10 chapters of the comic. He has already predicted the future. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto pounded his fist heavily. After keeping the comic book close to me, I went out decisively. I have to go to school today. Thinking so, Uzumaki Naruto headed straight to the school. Before I entered the school, I saw Iruka standing quietly at the school gate, as if waiting for someone. Uzumaki Naruto skillfully extended his hand and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Iruka." With that said, Uzumaki Naruto prepared to walk into the school. But before he could walk in, Iruka stopped him with a dark face. "Naruto, you don't need to go to class today." "What? I don't have to go to class. Then I'll go back." Although he didn't understand why Iruka said that, Uzumaki Naruto thought that skipping class was a good thing, and immediately prepared to turn around and leave excitedly. However, after taking just 2 steps, he was grabbed by Iruka and couldn't move. "Before that, come with me to the Hokage Rock to wipe off the paint you applied." Iruka deadpanned, "Then come with me to apologize to the Hokage-sama." Eh? Hearing Iruka's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression suddenly changed. "What Hokage Rock paint, Iruka teacher, I don't know what you are talking about." "Hee. Do you think what you did last night was perfect? If it weren't for the Hokage looking for me, I really don't know if you still have the courage to do such a thing." Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Iruka's words, Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched. So this is where the problem lies. Having read the comics, he already knew that the third Hokage had a crystal ball in his hand, which could be used to monitor certain places. Ugh. Uzumaki Naruto immediately became dejected. "I know. I thought I had done it perfectly, but I didn't expect that the old man saw everything. Damn it. Tomorrow is the graduation exam for the Ninja Academy, which you failed twice before. Yesterday you were studying hard and didn't participate in the practical training, so I won't say anything. And you suddenly gave me a big one and went to apply the Hokage Rock. What qualifications do you have to do this? If you don't clean up for me today, don't even think about going back." Thinking about how he was called over by the third Hokage yesterday and looked at the smear on the Hokage Rock, he felt like the sky was falling. I know. Hearing Iruka's words, the carried Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips and said, "If you don't want to go back, then don't go back, I'll be alone anyway." Iruka. Listening to what Uzumaki Naruto said, Iruka frowned, was silent for a moment, and slowly said, "If you finish cleaning up during the day, I will treat you to Ichiraku ramen, how about it?" However, what Uzumaki Naruto said next was beyond Iruka's expectations. When Uzumaki Naruto heard Iruka's words, he curled his lips and said, "Is there only Ichiraku ramen? What else do you want?" Iruka's face darkened. Can Ichiraku ramen no longer satisfy Naruto? It shouldn't be. Even Naruto can't eat Ichiraku noodles every meal. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto's favorite food was Ichiraku ramen. "I want to borrow some money from you, Iruka-sensei." "Borrow money? What for? Do you want to buy something?" "I'm about to take the graduation exam. After graduation, I'll be a ninja. I want to purchase some ninja tools and other ninja items, and then do the mission." Uzumaki Naruto counted on his fingers and said, "So I need money. That is what ninjas need to prepare for when they are tasked with leaving the village. You newly graduated students will not receive such tasks." Iruka was speechless. When you graduate, you just take on some missions in the village. They are usually E rank or D rank, you don't need to prepare for those. Secondly, do you think you can pass the graduation exam? What if you fail? "I will definitely pass the exam." Uzumaki Naruto puffed his cheeks. "When I have money, I will pay it back to you, Mr. Iruka." Row. Hearing this, Iruka nodded. "Then I will lend it to you when the time comes. How about 5,000 taels? That should be enough." "Not enough." Iruka. "Not enough? Then how much do you want to borrow?" "You know, the reward for a ninja's E-level mission is several hundred taels. The D-level missions are worth between 500 and 10,000 taels. Uzumaki Naruto said 5,000 taels is not enough. What a joke. What is this kid borrowing so much money for? 1,000,000 taels. Uzumaki Naruto blinked and looked at Iruka. If it really doesn't work, 800,000 ryo is not impossible. Chapter 54. What? 1,000,000. You want to borrow 1,000,000? Do you know what 100 is? Do you have no concept of money? Iruka had thought about how many tens of thousands Naruto would have to borrow. But unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto actually wanted to borrow 1,000,000. Judging from Uzumaki Naruto's expression, he must know the amount of money that is 1,000,000. Of course I know. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Iruka suspiciously. "Teacher Iruka, you don't have it, do you? You don't have a wife, and you're usually alone, you also get paid for teaching, you should have saved a lot of money over the years." Iruka. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Iruka's face darkened. "I don't have that much. 1,000,000 is not a small amount of money. Especially, why is Naruto speaking so harshly now? What do you mean he has no wife? Doesn't he? He just doesn't want to find it. How many do you have? When Iruka was thinking this, Uzumaki Naruto said hesitantly, if we can't have 1,800,000 will be fine. I have already opened 2 jars from the owner, and I can open 8 more. And 8 jars would cost 800,000 taels. Nor. What do you want so much money for? Are you being blackmailed by someone? Tell me the truth, teacher. He wanted to see what this kid Uzumaki Naruto wanted so much money for. Buy ninja tools. With so much money to buy ninja tools, I can't even carry them all on my body, so I can just use one and throw one away. Even an ordinary chunin doesn't have so much money. You know, a sea-level out-of-village mission only costs tens of thousands of taels, and it is shared. It would take a long time for an ordinary ninja to save up 1,000,000 taels of silver. Your ninja tools also need to be repaired, your equipment needs to be updated, and you even need to learn some things, all of which require money. Even some of the senior ninjas may not be able to produce them immediately. I'm not being blackmailed, I just need money. Who can blackmail me? I am the only one who blackmails others. Besides, I will not watch such embarrassing things. I just need money. I have graduated, so I should celebrate and buy some things. Besides, Iruka-sensei, it's not like I won't pay it back. I will pay it back to you when I have the money. I won't tell Iruka that the jar is so magical. When Iruka heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, he felt a toothache. This kid is definitely not honest. But after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't figure out what Uzumaki Naruto needed so much money for. I don't have the hundreds of thousands you want. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto staring at him, not even willing to move, Iruka's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said. But I still have a small amount of 100,000, you have to clean up the Hokage rock for me. As long as you pass the graduation exam of the ninja school, I will lend it to you, if you can't pass it. Now that we know that Uzumaki Naruto is short of money, there is a way. Use money directly to promote Naruto. As long as Naruto cleans up the Hokage rock today and passes the ninja school's graduation exam, it's not impossible. But if you don't pass, then I'll be sorry. Really? When Uzumaki Naruto heard Iruka's words, his eyes suddenly widened. Do you keep your word? I hadn't expected Iruka-sensei to lend it to me. After all, Iruka-sensei really has no money. Unexpectedly, I could actually give him 100,000 yuan. I can open another jar. Of course. Iruka narrowed his eyes and said, only if you can clean the paint off the Hokage rock today and pass the graduation exam. Also, this money is a loan and must be repaid. No problem. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, I promise to complete the task today. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto's enthusiasm was aroused, Iruka immediately looked satisfied. Then he took Uzumaki Naruto and headed straight to the Hokage rock. This scene was also seen by some villagers who came to watch, and their eyes widened. I was wondering who in Konoha village had the guts to paint the Hokage rock, and it turned out to be that brat. This bastard is always playing pranks. Aren't you afraid of retribution for smearing the statues of past Hokage like this? When Uzumaki Naruto heard these discussions, he curled his lips and said, what a bunch of nagging idiots. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto still had time to turn around, Iruka said in a frown, you applied too much. If you don't hurry up, you may not be able to finish it during the day. Don't expect me to help you. Yes, yes. Hearing Iruka's words, Uzumaki Naruto immediately got to work. After all, as long as you listen to Sensei Iruka, you're guaranteed to open a jar. And at this time, the Hokage's office not far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched this scene, smoking a cigarette and nodding approvingly. Naruto is quite obedient, that's good. Iruka is quite capable of teaching Naruto, it's worth picking him out specially. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said, come in. Hokage-sama, are you looking for me? As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Hyuga Hayashi walked in and said with a little respect. The third Hokage actually came to see him so early in the morning, and he couldn't figure out the reason along the way. After all, we just talked about it last night. Hi. Seeing Hyuga Hayashi coming in, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, some ninjas from the Umbu were ambushed last night. And Danzo was the first to bear the brunt. Now it is considered that it was done by someone from Konoha, so I hope you can mobilize the Hyuga clan and use the Byakugan to investigate and find some clues. The head of the group's advisor was ambushed. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Hyuga Hayashi was shocked, and understanding suddenly appeared in his eyes. No wonder there were so many ninja patrols this morning, this is the reason. But could that old guy be ambushed? He was doubtful. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded again and said, the only thing to be thankful for now is that the murderer did not hurt anyone. But we cannot rule out that this was his test at present. Danzo and some Umbun ninjas are weak all over. This is a new type of toxin, and we don't know if it is harmful, so Konoha village needs your help now. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly explained Danzo's situation, and Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly after listening. But in his heart, Hinata Hayashi was creating a huge storm. Isn't this the symptom that Hinata told him yesterday, the effect of the Toka softening powder that Tian got from the store owner? Although he was surprised in his heart, Hinata Hayashi remained very calm on the surface and listened quietly. Chapter 55. After listening to this, Hyuga Hayashi said respectfully, I will mobilize the free clansmen to assist the Umbu to participate. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen came to him, he couldn't refuse. Okay. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He had no doubt that this was done by Hinata Hayashi. Because there is no motivation. Then he chatted with Hyuga Hayashi again. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of something and said, Hayashi, when are you going to send your Hanabi to school? My daughter is only 7 years old now, and we are not planning to send her to a ninja school. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hyuga Hayashi said softly, because my daughter has already mastered all the knowledge in a ninja school, she is currently training with me. Well, although the disciples of the big families are different from the civilian ninjas, it is best for them to integrate into the school. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, after all, companions in childhood are the most important. It is easy to make friends in school. Hanabi is also a smart child. If she is admitted, I can put her in the same class as my grandson. It is my honor to be in the same class with the Hokage's grandson. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hyuga Hayashi smiled and said, I will ask my daughter when I get back. This child has been independent since she was young, even I have to ask her sometimes. Ah. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Then he talked to Hinata Hayashi again and started to deal with things. And Hinata Hayashi left the Hokage's office. After leaving the Hokage's office and walking out of the Hokage building, Hinata Hayashi, who originally had a smiling face, suddenly turned gloomy, and the fists in his sleeves clenched slightly. The third Hokage actually set his sights on his daughter Hanabi. Of course, he also knew what kind of person Konohamaru was. If he wasn't the Hokage's grandson, his parents would have been called to justice long ago given his level of mischief. When his eldest daughter Hinata ran away from the family and encountered that boy, the shadow of the third generation was also involved. He was disappointed with Hinata at that time, not because of Hinata's strength, but because of Hinata's mentality. As the eldest daughter of the clan, she was timid in the competition with her younger sister under his watchful eyes, and couldn't bear to use too much force, so she lost to her sister who was 5 years younger than her. As the heir of a family, such an attitude is unacceptable, so he was very disappointed. But in just that moment, it was ridiculous that Hinata Hyuga was bullied by 3 little kids after she ran away from the Hyuga clan. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, how could people around her not know Hinata? Especially around the Hyuga clan. Moreover, he had specially arranged protection personnel for Hinata, but unexpectedly they were unable to reach Hinata in time due to some matters. When he arrived at Hinata's side, a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who was also young and under constant surveillance actually appeared around the Hyuga clan's territory. He was beaten up for saving Hinata. He absolutely didn't believe that there was no conspiracy of 3 generations here. Now, not long after that, Sarutobi Hiruzen has set his sights on his second daughter. Just ridiculous. While thinking this in his mind, Hinata Hayashi had already walked some distance away from the Hokage building. When he looked up, he saw Uzumaki Naruto cleaning paint on the Hokage rock not far away, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. This Nine-Tails brat actually smeared the Hokage rock. So, this means that it won't be long before this Nine-Tailed brat obtains the sealing scroll. It should be in the next 1 or 2 days. Thinking about the contents of the comics he saw in Mr. Lin Mo's shop yesterday, he roughly knew the future situation of the Nine-Tailed boy. I was shocked at that time that I could get the sealing scroll so easily. Just think about it and you will know that this is the method used by the 3rd generation. A very shrewd man, Hinata Hayashi sighed inwardly. Not only is he strong in strength, but he is also very calculating, and he almost has the Hyuga clan figured out. But with the owner's jar, all this can be changed. The next second, Hinata Hayashi thought of Lin Mo who ran a canning shop, and a smile appeared on his face again. Before the 3rd generation comes along, I have to build a good relationship with the store owner. Also, it's interesting that Danzo was ambushed. When we get back, ask Hinata about what she found that day. How could the things she found be able to plot against the root organization? But at this moment, we can send someone to investigate openly. Hinata Hayashi thought of Danzo again, and immediately walked quickly towards his family. After returning to the family, he quickly arranged people to investigate. Soon, the Hyuga clan got into action. Continuous information was gathered and sent to Hinata Hayashi. The root organization was attacked by an unknown poison, the whole body is weak and powerless, and even the chakra cannot be mobilized, the hospital has not yet investigated the cause. Danzo, this mad dog, actually turned his suspicion on our Hyuga clan. But how did the 10 fragrance muscle softening powder in Tiantian's hand get to the root of the tissue? Looking at the information in front of him, Hinata Hayashi fell into deep thought. Hinata is currently in school, and it is impossible for me to go to school specifically to ask Hinata about the Toka softening powder. I have to wait for Hinata to come back from school. Or you can go to the jar shop and ask Mr. Lin Mo, but it's not a good idea to ask so directly in person. The last option is to go to Tiantian's ninja tool shop and ask Tian, but this is also impossible. He didn't think Tian would tell him such a thing. Especially now when there are problems with the root organization, this kind of thing can only be kept secret. Ninja tool shop, root. Hinata Hayashi pondered for a moment and felt that he must have guessed it right. Just go buy some ninja tools. Hinata Hayashi immediately stood up and walked out, saying, "Someone come here." As soon as the words fell, a member of the Hyuga clan suddenly appeared in front of him. Go order some ninja tools. Hinata Hayashi ordered, by the way, report the situation in the ninja tool shop. As Hyuga Hayashi gave the order, the Hyuga clan member nodded and left quickly. Time passed quietly. After this tribesman returned, he immediately reported the situation of Tiantian's ninja tool shop. Really? When he heard that he could not order ninja tools and that there were no ninja tools in the store, Hinata Hayashi confirmed his guess. Just as I thought. After guessing the reason, Hyuga Hayashi stopped thinking about it and began to mobilize the Hyuga clan to actively cooperate with the actions of the Umbu. For a moment, the entire Konoha village became busy. By the afternoon, no clues were found and we had to give up temporarily. Phew, it's finally done. At this time, Hokage Rock. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the cleaned Hokage rock in front of him, sat down on the ground, and panted heavily, I am so tired. Do you know the consequences now? What did you do earlier? It's also thanks to the third Sama that he didn't argue with you, now come with me to apologize to the third Sama. Chapter 56. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed drastically, are we still going to the third Hokage? He really doesn't like seeing the third generation now. Of course. Irika's face darkened, you have smeared the third Sama's sculpture the most seriously, if you still want to borrow money. I go. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto sighed and said, is it not okay for me to go? Immediately afterwards, Uzumaki Naruto, under the leadership of Irika, went to the Hokage's office and apologized to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After leaving, Irika took him to Ichiraku Ramen and treated him to ramen. Irika-sensei. Looking at Irika who was eating ramen, Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes and whispered, can you give me the money in advance? If I could give myself the money in advance, I could open the jar later. No. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Irika's face suddenly became serious, you must pass the exam for the ninja school, tell me honestly, what do you want so much money for? Now that Uzumaki Naruto has finished cleaning the paint, all that's left is the ninja school graduation exam. He has time now, so he can ask Uzumaki Naruto about it. 100,000 taels is more than enough to purchase ninja tools. Flowers. Uzumaki Naruto sighed, what else can it be used for? Irika, Of course I know it's a flower. Irika was speechless, I'm asking where you spent your money. Don't tell you. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips, causing black lines to appear on Irika's forehead. He wanted to punch Uzumaki Naruto on the head. But thinking that children also have secrets, Irika shook his head and stopped asking. As long as you don't do anything bad, it's fine. Time passed quickly. After Irika and Uzumaki Naruto finished their ramen, they paid the bill and left. It was already time to go home from school, so Uzumaki Naruto did not follow Irika back to school, but separated from Irika. What a shame, if Irika-sensei had given me money, I could go to the owner and open the cans right now. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he walked towards his home. He really wanted to open the jar as soon as possible. It would be even better if something that could help me make money, or tell me how to replicate the sealed book, came out at this time. Naruto. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was thinking this, a greeting sounded, causing Uzumaki Naruto to look up. When he saw Mizuki coming towards him, Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes and said in surprise, Mr. Mizuki. No way, this bastard comes to find me so soon. You haven't been to school today, are you sure about your clone skills? Shuemu got straight to the point and said with a smile, after all, the exam will be in 2 days. But I heard that you were taken by Iruka to clean up the Hokage rock today, and you didn't even get to practice. Not sure. Uzumaki Naruto's expression became more and more strange, and the contents of the comics he had read emerged in his mind. I have a way to help you pass the test. Mizuki then said to Uzumaki Naruto in a gentle and persuasive manner, do you want to know? Okay. Uzumaki Naruto nodded heavily. Then he and Shuemu left the place and walked to an empty chair nearby to communicate. It was not until Mizuki left that Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched uncontrollably. In the comics, this guy came because I failed the exam. I haven't taken the exam yet, but I'm here straight away. This is totally different from what is shown in the comics. This is really weird. But this is a good opportunity for me, the third generation will definitely let me go. I need to memorize it well, speed up my actions, and spend more time recording the ninjutsu on the scroll. This is my only chance to get rich, I can't miss it. Thinking of some of the ninjutsu registered in the Book of Seals, Uzumaki Naruto's heart burned with excitement. Those are all good things. When Uzumaki Naruto thought so, Mizuki, who had already left, had a smile on his face. He really didn't expect that it would be so smooth, and Uzumaki Naruto took it seriously. If it weren't for the recent situation in Konoha village today, he wouldn't be so anxious. He also heard about the assassination attempt on the Umbu. It seemed to be a spy from another village, letting him know that he couldn't wait any longer. When many ninjas are patrolling a certain area, it is time for you to take action. Come to think of it, this is a good opportunity to replenish our ninja tools. If you leave the village, the ninja tools outside will definitely not be cheaper than those in the village. As Mizuki was thinking this, he suddenly stopped walking back to the school dormitory, changed a street, and walked towards the ninja tool shop. Soon, Mizuki arrived at Tenten's ninja tool shop. This ninja tool shop is very popular among some ninjas. They usually like to buy things here. However, when Mizuki arrived, he saw Chintian's father and mother arranging ceramic jars in front of the door of the ninja tool shop. It's Mizuki-sensei. Are you here to buy ninja tools? Sorry, we are out of stock today, we will have more tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Oh, I see, after hearing this, Shuemu understood. Why did you suddenly get so many jars? What does this have to do with ninja? Things like jars shouldn't appear in a ninja tool shop. This is our next marketing approach and will be announced tomorrow, please forgive me. Chintian's father smiled and said, you will know when you come again tomorrow. After discussing what Tian said last night, they decided to immediately implement the plan of putting some ninja tools into jars and promote them so as to earn their first pot of gold. Unfortunately, there are not that many ninja tools, so I have to prepare some today. Alright. Hearing this, Shuemu nodded, but sighed in his heart. I will have left the village tomorrow. Thinking of this, Shuemu said goodbye and turned to leave. Dad, Mom. Just as Shuemu left, a cheerful voice was heard, and Tian came back skipping. My dear girl, you are finally back. Seeing Tian coming back, Chintian's parents quickly signaled Tian to go into the store first. Tian was a little confused, but still went into the store out of curiosity. Problem occurs. After entering the store, Chintian's mother stood outside the store and looked around, while Chintian's father pulled Tian to sit down and whispered, from now on, you have to forget what happened yesterday. What? Hearing what Chintian's father said, Tian was a little confused, forgot. She didn't quite understand. That's it. As for Father Tian, he simply talked about how many root ninjas were carried out today, looking weak and powerless. After listening to it every day, his face looked extremely excited. No wonder I came back and saw so many ninjas gathered in one place. Tian chuckled softly, they deserve it. You'll suffer for letting those bandits take away your ninja tools. So just pretend you don't know about this. Chintian's father said softly, if it is discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. Ah. Tian nodded when he heard what his father said. Then he thought of something and asked quickly, Dad, Mom, have you opened the can? No, I've been busy. Then why don't we go open the jar now? I told Mr. Lin Mo yesterday that I would take you to open the jar, I can't break my promise. Besides, there are only advantages and no disadvantages in opening cans, if you find something good, you will make a lot of money. It's just right, we can also ask Mr. Lin Mo about the 10 fragrance softening powder and see if anyone else knows about it. Tian spoke quickly, and Chintian's father nodded and said, yeah, I thought so too, I won't wait for you to come back and let you take us to open the can. With you leading us, we can communicate better with Mr. Lin Mo. I'll ask your mother to pack up, and we'll go to the jar shop and meet Mr. Lin Mo. Having said that, Tiantian's father walked out. After putting away some of the ceramic jars they had purchased, the two closed the shop and took Tian to Lin Mo's jar shop. It was already late at night, and many people were taking their children for a leisurely stroll on the streets. Tiantian's family's trip did not attract anyone's attention. As they headed to the jar shop. In the jar shop, Lin Mo was sitting cross-legged, refining his chakra. At the end of the day, this efficiency is still not very good. Lin Mo opened his eyes and frowned. Compared to the chakra obtained directly, this method of practicing chakra is really slow. He was somewhat dissatisfied with this efficiency. If someone else has a method for refining chakra, can I use it to increase the speed of refining chakra? Currently, the ones who have opened the jars are Hinata, Hanabi, Hyuga Hayashi, Tenten, and Naruto. That leaves only about 40 jars, and there are still about 50 jars to go before the exclusive jar. If you want to become stronger quickly, you still have to ask someone to open the jar. The atmosphere in Konoha village is tense. If our strength is not significantly improved before being discovered by Danzo, it will be troublesome to get out. Thinking about what might happen next, Lin Mo rubbed his brows with a headache. In Konoha village, if you don't have the power to suppress everything, everything will be in vain. Okay. Lin Mo, who was having a headache, suddenly saw Tian coming with a middle-aged man and woman in the True Vision guard range, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Does she bring her parents to open jars every day? Mr. Lin Mo. After a while, Tian walked into the can shop first and said with a smile, I brought my parents to open the cans. While Tian was talking, Tiantian's parents also saw Lin Mo. When he saw Lin Mo's appearance, he was slightly surprised. He looked so young. He doesn't seem much older than Tian. Such incredible jars are actually for sale. Who is this young man? Thinking of this, the two looked at the jars placed on Lin Mo's counter. Nice to meet you. Tiantian's father took a glance and then looked away. Instead, he smiled and stretched out his hand to Lin Mo and said, Tian didn't cause you any trouble before, did he? Chapter 57. Hearing this, Tian, who was smiling next to them, stomped his feet in shame and anger. What do you mean by causing trouble for Lin Mo? No. When Lin Mo heard this, he laughed dumbly and shook his head, saying, if you want to open the cans, just pay and choose, I won't say any more nonsense. All you have to do is collect the money and wait for Tiantian's dad to select the jars. Correct. Lin Mo, can you tell me, before me, has anyone else prescribed the 10 fragrance softening powder? Something happened in Konoha village today. As he spoke, Tian told Lin Mo about what happened today, and Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. Just as he had guessed, there was nothing strange about it. I also know what you are talking about, and I guessed it. Lin Mo nodded and said, you are the only one who can open this thing, no one else in the ninja world can open it, and you don't have to worry about these things. At this point, Lin Mo shook his head again and continued, Konoha's medical department will definitely study this kind of thing, as long as you don't say it, no one will know. There was no way I could go and tell Konoha. So in Lin Mo's opinion, Tiantian's family has nothing to worry about. When Tiantian's parents heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This was great. Then, Tiantian's father and mother each took out the money they had prepared and handed it to Lin Mo. After seeing Lin Mo take it, he turned his eyes to the jars. The jars are all exactly the same and there is no way to tell which one is special, so if you want to choose, you have to choose all at once. By the way, Mr. Lin Mo. Suddenly, Tiantian's father thought of something and said quickly, we also bought some cans today, and we are preparing to sell them in a ninja tool shop next time, we will refer to the sales method here and put the ninja tools into sell. I've heard about this every day. Lin Mo nodded and said, this is your way, even if you don't copy, others will, don't worry that I will blame you, why, didn't Tian tell you? Said. Tiantian's father said a little embarrassedly, but I feel it's better for me to talk to you in person about this kind of thing. Lin Mo nodded and said nothing more. And Tiantian's father quickly picked out 10 jars. Tiantian's mother didn't make a choice, but waited until Tiantian's father finished opening before making a choice. Anyway, the money has been paid, so there is no rush. Looking at the 10 jars flying steadily in front of him, Tiantian's father took a deep breath and decisively smashed the first one. Boom! The first jar broke and a piece of stone fell out. The surface of the stone is a mixture of dark blue and black brown, just like a treasure sleeping deep underground. A faint glow shone through the surface of the stone, as if it contained some ancient and mysterious power. The light is not dazzling, but as gentle as the starlight at night, giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. What a beautiful stone. Seeing this stone, Jintian's eyes lit up slightly. Is it a kind of fluorite? The gems here can be sold for more than 100,000 taels. Next to him, Jintian's father looked at the stone that had been opened, made a judgment in his mind, and was suddenly surprised. This means that he made no loss at all by opening this jar. If sold to a merchant, this would definitely be a rare gem. Night stone, a rare mineral from a certain continent that glows faintly in the quiet night. It is said to be a precious gem formed by the elements flowing between heaven and earth in a mutation. Lin Mo looked at this thing, raised his eyebrows, and chuckled. This is Yebwa stone. It contains elemental power. It can be used to make weapons, as decoration, and also as fluorite. Lin Mo briefly talked about Yebwa stone, and Tian rubbed his hands with a little excitement. What a nice name. I fell in love with it instantly. And Tiantian's father smiled and said, it seems that I am lucky. Stones that glow at night are very valuable. Immediately, Tiantian's father put away the stone and continued to crack open the second jar. Boom. The second jar broke and a detonating talisman fell out. Detonating talisman, waterproof. Lin Mo took a look and spoke simply without saying much. This thing doesn't need to introduce itself. It's a bit of bad luck. Tiantian's father put away the detonating talisman, feeling regretful. This jar is a loss. After calming down and looking at the 8 jars left, Tiantian's father decisively smashed 2 more. With 2 bangs, 2 objects fell down, a black kunai and a white ball of light. It's an experienced light group. Looking at the white ball of light, Tiantian's eyes lit up. Dad, you are lucky. Experienced light group. Hearing Tiantian's words, Tiantian's father's eyes lit up and he looked at Lin Mo, shopkeeper. What is this experience? I have heard people talk about some experienced light balls every day, and I just hope that this white experienced light ball will be helpful to me. Fragile kunai. A certain low-quality kunai is on the verge of breaking. It can be easily broken with a little force. Don't pin your hope on this kunai. 1000 push-ups training experience. The training experience from a certain trainee can be integrated after touching, and you can instantly gain 1000 push-ups training experience, achieving the effect of slightly enhancing your physical fitness. At this time, Lin Mo, who was watching the introduction of these 2 things, also spoke immediately. I talked about experienced light balls and kunai for Tian dad. Exercise experience. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's father's eyes lit up. That's good. He also likes exercising very much and his physical skills are quite good. Immediately, Tiantian's father reached out and merged them. Suddenly a ball of white light surged into his body, making him feel that his arms suddenly became stronger. I really got the exercise effect out of nowhere. Feeling the changes in his own muscles, Jintian's father's breathing became rapid. You know, there is no shortcut to exercise. How many ninjas have shed countless sweat while exercising to improve their physical fitness? Now, I have easily spent money and gained exercise out of nothing. It is unbelievable to tell others about this effect. Only by personally experiencing the process of light group fusion can you feel the magic. Next to her, Jintian's mother's eyes also lit up. If there weren't outsiders here, she would have touched it. Lin Mo looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. These things are not what I want. While Lin Mo was thinking this, Jintian's father continued to knock on the jar excitedly. With 2 bangs, 2 more jars broke, and 2 things fell down immediately. A black shuriken and a palm-sized flashlight. Lamp. When Jintian's father saw this thing, he recognized it instantly. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Mo was surprised. Is there such a thing as a flashlight in the world of Naruto? He didn't remember having one. The technology in this world is not advanced. The ninjas' lighting methods are usually torches or fire escape techniques. But the next second, Lin Mo looked at this thing, pinched his chin, and sighed in his heart, what a good thing. Hard shuriken. The shuriken is made of high-quality materials and is very durable. Its strength is beyond your imagination. Disposable shrinking lamp. A magical prop from an unknown world. Its light can be used to reduce the size and weight of people and objects. It will return to its original state after another use. It is a very practical prop. But it has a time limit. If it is not continuously shown on, it will return to its original state after a while. This stuff is pretty good. The only pity is that it is disposable and cannot be recycled. At this time, Jintian's father had already picked up the shrinking lamp. Before he could turn it on, Lin Mo shook his head and said, this is not an ordinary light bulb, don't use it yet. Not an ordinary light. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Jintian's father was stunned. He immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Is there anything unusual about this thing? This is the shrinking light. Looking at the surprised Tian Dad, Lin Mo spoke directly and explained the function of this thing. Tian Dad's eyes suddenly widened after hearing it. Make the target smaller. This effect is too exaggerated. While being surprised, Jintian's father was also glad that he did not use it, otherwise he would have wasted an opportunity to use it. This thing can work wonders when used at a certain time. That sounds nice. Tian looked at the shrinking lamp in his father's hand with excitement. This thing can actually make the illuminated target smaller. Lin Mo, is this possible even for a Jonin? The next second, Tian thought of something, his breathing quickened, and he looked at Lin Mo. Will it work on powerful ninjas? If it works, it would be incredible. With this thing, a powerful ninja can be directly shrunk. It's incredible to think about it. And if it shrinks, how small can it be? Tian is very curious. If possible, she really wants to try it. Unfortunately, this was opened by my own father. Moreover, it is a disposable item. It will be gone after use, so it must not be wasted. Of course. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded and said, whether it is for people or objects. The shrunk person or object will not only shrink in size, but also its strength and mass will shrink accordingly. In other words, the strength of the shrunk person will become relatively weaker. After all, this is because in the basics of physics, force is generally proportional to volume and mass. When the volume decreases, the mass decreases, which means the strength and other physical properties of the muscles decrease accordingly. Therefore, when faced with the external environment, the shrunk person's strength becomes negligible, and they are usually only able to move small objects, or face greater dangers after being shrunk. For example, if a person were shrunk down to the size of a toy, something that was once easy to move might become very heavy. Accordingly, when interacting with normal-sized people or objects, the shrunken force will appear weaker and movement will be more difficult. Lin Mo talked eloquently, leaving Tian with a confused look on his face. Physics. What is that? Chapter 58. That is, this shrinking lamp can really affect the strong. If this is used in a battle, it can completely determine the outcome of the battle. It's not just effective against powerful ninjas, it's also effective against tailed beasts. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, think about the night when the nine-tailed fox caused chaos. If there was a shrinking lamp at that time, the fox would have become the size of a palm, and its strength would have also been reduced. Hiss. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Jintian's parents took a deep breath. As old residents of Konoha village, they naturally knew how horrific the situation was at that time. That time, the nine-tailed demon fox caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses. Whether it was ninjas, civilians, or buildings, large areas were affected. They were naturally well aware of how terrifying the fox demon was. But now, this thing can even affect that kind of fox demon. It is really incredible. Jintian's father carefully looked at the shrinking lamp in his hand and immediately put it carefully into his pocket. After doing all this, Jintian's father looked at the remaining 4 jars with excitement. Without any hesitation, he chose to knock them all open. Bang bang bang. 4 jars broke one after another, and 4 objects fell down at once. There were some he didn't know, and some he did. Chakra of an ordinary chunin. It comes from the chakra that an ordinary chunin has cultivated with great effort. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary chunin. Empty Pokeball comes from a magical Pokemon world. It is a prop created specifically for capturing Pokemons. It cannot capture Pokemons that have owners, and it can only capture Pokemons. It cannot be used on humans. C-Rank Ninjutsu Scroll records the training method of C-Rank Wind Style, Fierce Wind Palm, which transforms chakra to produce wind, and uses clapping as an opportunity to compress the wind and evolve it into a violent ferocious wind. 9 Flowers Jade Dew Pill, a famous elixir from a certain world, made with rare medicinal materials and the dew on 9 kinds of flower petals in the early morning. It is scarlet in color and has a refreshing fragrance, which can replenish the mind, strengthen the body, and prolong life. Looking at these 4 things, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Daddy's luck was pretty good that day, as he also opened a ninjutsu scroll. Apart from the ninjutsu scroll, there is only a chunin level of chakra. The remaining 2 things are of no use to me. This is a ninjutsu scroll. Father Tian had been attracted by the ninjutsu scroll and his breathing became rapid. For civilian ninjas like them, ninjutsu scrolls are very valuable. Yes, it records the C-Rank Wind Style, Fierce Wind Palm Ninjutsu. Lin Mo nodded and said, in addition, this blue light ball is a chunin level chakra. Once you touch it, you can save the steps of cultivation and obtain a Chunin level chakra amount, you can fuse this first. Chunin level chakra amount. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's father breathed quickly and immediately reached out to touch the blue light ball. Before coming here, he had heard Tian say that the owner of the shop had something that could produce chakra that could be obtained without any practice. I didn't expect that my luck would be so good that it could come out. And he is at the Chunin level. You know, even though he runs a ninja tool shop, he is still just a genin. It can even be said that he is an ordinary person without the qualifications of a ninja, otherwise he would not open a store. Buzz. In an instant, the blue ball of Chunin chakra light instantly merged into his body, allowing Tian's father to feel the weak chakra in his body suddenly surge. The feeling of fullness made Tiantian's father's face turn red. Incredible. Tiantian's father was so excited that he could hardly control himself. How could he become a Chunin so easily? Even though he knew that the rank of a Chunin was not determined solely by chakra, the amount of chakra in his body was no longer as incalculable as before. Congratulations, Dad. Tian congratulated his father with a smile on his face. With Chunin level chakra, Dad made a fortune. It would be nice if this kind of jar could be kept open forever. Tiantian's father looked at the jars behind Lin Mo with a fiery look in his eyes. Since it is possible to produce Chunin level chakra, then it is certain that Jonin level chakra can also be produced. It's just the amount of chakra in a Chunin, without mastering the changes in the nature of chakra, there will be drawbacks in performing ninjutsu. Lin Mo said slowly and gently, of course, this kind of chakra property change can also be produced in the jar, as long as it is integrated, it can be mastered instantly, there is no need to research and develop it by yourself. Yes, I know. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's father nodded. Then he looked at the remaining two things and asked curiously, shopkeeper, what are the other two? A red and white ball, and a small ugly-looking gadget, about the same size as a Bingliang pill. This is the 9-flower jade dew pill, it can strengthen one's body, even prolong one's life, and replenish the vitality in your body. Lin Mo glanced at Jiuhua Yuluwan and spoke, and Tiantian's father's eyes lit up when he heard it. Prolong life? That sounds great. Lin Mo continued to look at the pokeball and said, as for this pokeball, it is specially used to store Pokemons. You can think of Pokemons as summoned beasts. But these summoned beasts do not require you to use ninjutsu to summon them, and they do not use chakra, so they can be with you at any time. If you don't want them to accompany you anymore, you can also put them in this pokeball is like a small portable space house for them. Oh. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's father suddenly understood. So this is Where is the elf? Tian asked curiously, it's not a spiritual beast, but it can be understood as a spiritual beast. You can get the elves out by opening the can, this kind of creature does not exist in a ninja world. Lin Mo chuckled and said, but if you open a lot of cans, you might get elf eggs or elves, these elves are also very powerful and have many functions, they are helpers to humans. That's it. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly felt a yearning for the elves. She suddenly wanted an elf. As for things like psychic beasts, you need to find them yourself or pass them down through inheritance. The summoning beast she had always wanted was Lady Tsunade's slug. Although the teacher was willing to give her the red turtle, she really didn't like turtles. Too ugly. What kind of girl would carry a spiritual animal like a turtle with her? Is the elf pretty? The next second, Tian asked curiously again, is there any appearance? There are good-looking ones, there are ugly ones, but most of them are pretty cute. Lin Mo chuckled and said, the main thing is that you can't evolve a spirit beast, but a spirit can evolve, every time it evolves, its appearance will change, as for the appearances, there are too many to list in a short time. As Lin Mo spoke, Tian became more and more excited about the elves. If possible, she really wanted to see what the elves looked like. When Tiantian's father heard this, he laughed heartily and said, it seems that I am lucky, I can keep this thing, if I come to you, Mr. Lin Mo, to open a jar and get an elf, it will be just right for me to use. In any case, this thing sounds like a space-type prop, so it is valuable. Anything that has anything to do with time and space is unusual. Even if this thing is of no use now, it will definitely be useful in the future. Okay, it's my turn. And next to her, Tiantian's mother couldn't wait any longer. I couldn't wait to open Tian daddies and start picking out the cans. When Tian saw his mother start to choose jars, he looked over immediately with some anticipation in his eyes. I don't know what my mother will come up with. If you get something good and you don't have the use for it, you can use it yourself. Rounding it off, I can easily open 30 jars a week. I get excited just thinking about it. While Tian Tian was thinking this, Qianqian's mother quickly picked out 10 jars. Then he simply knocked open the first jar. Boom! The first jar broke and an animal-shaped cookie fell out. Biscuit? Looking at this thing, my mother raised her eyebrows every day. Spending 100,000 taels just for a cookie is such a loss. And this cookie is too small. You know, cookies are not expensive. Is my luck so bad? Compared to Qianqian's mother who felt that her luck was bad, Lin Mo chuckled and said, I'm lucky. While speaking, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of the animal biscuits. Animal cookies. After eating the cookies, you can turn into an animal that looks like the cookie. This effect lasts for 1 day. This time, the animal cookies are actually only for 1 day. The animal cookies that Hinata Hayashi opened before only lasted for 5 minutes. Why does Mr. Lin Mo say that? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Qianqian's mother was stunned and hesitated. Is there any other explanation for this cookie? Otherwise, why would Lin Mo say that she had good luck? Ah! Lin Mo nodded. This is an animal biscuit. The biscuit is in the shape of an animal. After eating it, you can turn into that animal. The time limit is 24 hours a day. It's quite convenient for disguise or something. It's not like someone has made this before, but the time it took to make it was very short, only 5 minutes, while the animal cookies you made took a whole day. That's why I say you're lucky. Can you turn into an animal if you eat it? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian looked at the cookies his mother had made with a look of surprise. This cookie is shaped like a kitten, so if you eat it you will turn into a kitten. Interesting. Become a kitten. Qianqian's mother looked at the cookie in front of her with a strange expression. What good is there in becoming this kind of creature? This thing is of no use to me. Thinking of this, Qianqian's mother shook her head and put the animal biscuit away. Since Tian Tian is interested, I'll give it to Tian Tian later. Thinking of this, Qianqian's mother continued to knock open the second jar. The second jar broke, and this time a bag of rice balls fell out. Another food? Looking at this thing, Qianqian's mother looked strange. It's not a biscuit but a rice ball. It's too ordinary. However, thinking of the magic of animal cookies, Qianqian's mother looked at Lin Mo curiously and asked, Mr. Lin Mo, is this rice ball ordinary or extraordinary? Why did she feel that the food that came out of the cans at Lin Mo's place was abnormal? Not ordinary. Lin Mo looked at the thing Qianqian's mother had prepared with a strange expression on his face. Momotaro rice ball. The Momotaro rice ball comes from an unknown world. It is also called the Momotaro taming meatball. Once the rice ball is thrown and eaten by a ferocious animal not including humans, the animal will completely obey the person who throws it. Simple introduction, but the effect is not simple. Lin Mo looked at the introduction of this thing and suspected that it would also be effective against the tailed beasts. If this thing can be used to control a tailed beast, it would be a huge profit. A completely obedient tailed beast, TSK. Thinking of this, without waiting for Qianqian's mother to ask, Lin Mo chuckled and said, this is Momotaro rice ball. It can be used to tame wild animals and is also attractive to wild animals. Once the rice ball is thrown, the wild animal will naturally open its mouth to eat, and will be completely tamed and obey the person who threw it. After repeated training a few times, the animal will listen to you even if it no longer eats rice balls. It sounds amazing. Hearing this, Qianqian's mother looked surprised. A rice ball for taming animals. Even in some ninja families, this is a secret that is not passed down. But that seemed to require the help of chakra, and she didn't know the details. However, after listening to Lin Mo's words, she thought this thing was good and could easily tame wild beasts. Then in the future, when you travel far away and encounter wild beasts, you can throw this thing out to tame some beasts. Thinking of this, Qianqian's mother smiled and thought this thing was good. A wild animal? Qianqian's father hesitated for a moment and said, to some extent, humans are also considered animals. Although this statement is not recognized by many people. Since this rice ball has the ability to make wild beasts obedient after eating it, does it have something to do with humans as well? Lin Mo. This thing has no effect on humans. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, although humans are animals, they will not become obedient after eating it. It has no effect on humans at all, therefore, when you are hungry, you can use this to fill your stomach. Of course, if you are lucky enough, then next time you will be able to find out that someone has eaten an effective Momotaro rice ball, but the effect usually doesn't last long. If I remember correctly, there are Momotaro rice balls that have an effect on some people. People can be eaten, too. Although it has no effect, it is still okay to use it to satisfy hunger. Will this thing break? Next to him, Tian Tian looked at the rice ball suspiciously and asked curiously, rice balls have a shelf life, does this thing have a shelf life? Chapter 59. Well, that's the question. After hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo looked at the Momotaro rice ball with a strange expression and found that there was indeed no word about expiration in the description on it. Will not. The next second, Lin Mo shook his head gently and said, "This is not an ordinary rice ball, so it is not expired." Although it was not mentioned in the introduction, Lin Mo knew it. Such items that do not have an expiration date specifically marked on them are not usually described as having a shelf life. Since there is no time, there is no need to emphasize that this prop will become ineffective over time. This can be seen from the animal cookies just now. Previously, the animal cookies made by Hinata Hayashi only took 5 minutes to make, but the animal cookies made by Tiantian's mother took a whole day. Oh. After getting Lin Mo's affirmative answer, Tian looked enlightened. At this time, Tiantian's mother had already hung the Momotaro rice ball around her waist and continued to crack open the third and fourth jars. Bang bang, twice. The 2 jars broke, and a white experience light ball and a blue light ball fell down. Sure, Mom. Seeing this, Tian was surprised. They are all light balls, I made a profit. The blue light balls and the white experience light balls are both good things. When Tiantian's mother saw this, she was also surprised. 1,000 kilometers of running experience. This is the long-term running training experience of a long-distance runner. After integration, you can instantly get the training of running 1,000 kilometers and enhance your physical fitness. Chakra of ordinary genin. It comes from the chakra that an ordinary genin has cultivated with great effort. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. At this moment, Lin Mo, looking at these 2 things, sighed in his heart. 2 pieces of garbage. Not even an elite genin. This is a running experience, accumulating 1,000 kilometers. Lin Mo immediately introduced to Tiantian's mother. As for the other blue light ball, it has a chakra amount at the genin level. Sounds great. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's mother's eyes lit up. He immediately stretched out his hand and touched the 2 balls of light. In an instant, 2 balls of light poured into her body, making her feel the chakra in her body increase while also feeling the muscles in her legs bulging slightly. At the same time, the body also received feedback and felt that the legs became stronger. It is indeed very comfortable. After the fusion was completed, Tiantian's mother was smiling. This feeling of becoming stronger out of nowhere is really different. Without any hesitation, Tiantian's mother looked at the remaining 6 cans and decisively smashed 3 of them. Bang bang bang. There were 3 more sounds of jars breaking, and 3 objects fell down. A palm-sized knife. A ball of white light. There is also a test tube containing a liquid. Looks like I'm lucky. Looking at the white light balls among these 3 things, Tiantian's mother smiled. Another experience light group. This jar is worth opening. Having integrated the experience light ball, she fully understands the value of this thing. Skip the exercise step and get exercise out of thin air through money, which is something money can't buy. As long as it is an experience-based group, you will make a lot of money. Worn Tachi. A broken Tachi from an unknown underground world. It is no longer sharp, with only the broken blade left to split your fantasies. A chef's cooking experience. The cooking experience of a master chef throughout his life. After absorbing and integrating it, you can instantly become a skilled chef. Ordinary catalyst. A catalyst from a certain underground world, made from various basic materials, that can be used to forge weapons. At this time, Lin Mo took a look at what Tiantian's mother had prepared and found that there was nothing special about it. Instead, it was the catalyst that made him take a second look. But it was just a glance. This thing, if I remember correctly, is divided into middle, upper, special, and highest levels. This ordinary catalyst is just inferior. But it is not bad for forging weapons. Thinking of this, Lin Mo said, a sword that is about to break, one is the chef's cooking experience, and the other is a catalyst. I won't say much about the past 2 days, let me talk about the catalyst at the back. This thing is a strengthening material, it is effective in forging weapons. You can try adding this thing when forging ninja tools. Something that will be effective for forging weapons. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's mother was surprised and immediately reached out to pick up the 3rd catalyst. This thing looks like some kind of medicine, but it turns out to be a catalyst. Interesting. Then, Tiantian's mother looked at her cooking experience and reached out to touch it without any hesitation. In an instant, the experience of cooking flooded into her mind, making her eyes brighter. You can actually cook like that. This cooking experience completely broke her cognition and made her learn a lot in an instant. It's amazing to experience the light group. For a moment, Tiantian's mother sighed. Even though I can cook, after integrating this experience light ball, I feel that my cooking skills are just like a novice. That's right. Hearing what my mother said, Tian nodded in agreement. I have also gained this experience before, and I can deeply understand my mother's reaction. Now I have a lot of experience in cooking. Tian's father also nodded slightly, agreeing with this. Only those who have integrated the experience light group know the value and significance of this thing. This can completely change a person's life. It allows people to master a certain method instantly and achieve the effect of exercising out of thin air without consuming any materials. Because only when a chef becomes proficient in cooking can he be sure that the food is delicious. Just like refining chakra, practicing physical skills, and practicing ninjutsu, you must work hard to train. Even if you are a genius or a gifted person, it is impossible to succeed by simply practicing a few times. Ninjutsu still needs to be developed, and the amount of chakra needs to be refined. But now, all of this can be obtained out of thin air from the store owner. And the price you have to pay is nothing more than money. 100,000 taels is not a small amount of money. But compared to the harvest, it's a huge profit. When we get back, I'll show you my skills. At this time, Tian's mother smiled and touched Tian's head. Your mother's cooking skills will definitely exceed your imagination. You just need to cook according to your own integrated chef experience and you will definitely surprise Tian. Then I'm looking forward to it. When Tian heard what his mother said, his eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to it very much. Although I can do it myself, I still want to show off my skills to my mother. Now it's okay, just let mom show it. Tian's mother turned her eyes to the remaining 3 jars and decisively chose to open them all. 3 jars broke, and 3 more objects fell down. A white hand bone the size of a palm. A stone that emits a bright glow. There is also a ninja forehead protector. Looking at these 3 things, Tian's mother looked at the ninja forehead protector with a strange expression. She had already recognized the logo on the ninja's forehead guard. It was the logo of the Hidden Mist Village. Can this thing come out of a jar? Not only Tian's mother was confused, Tian also looked at the ninja forehead protector with surprise. You know, the ninja forehead protector represents a kind of identity authentication and is a very important thing. Ninjas generally regard this as extremely important. Why would something like this appear in a jar? Tian looked at Lin Mo in confusion. She could understand those magical things and was used to them. But this ninja forehead protector suddenly made her feel uncomfortable. Goblin hand bones. These bones come from the hand bones of a goblin. They have a goblin-like smell and can be used as forging materials, to make potions, or even for bathing. Terra Stone, a magical mineral unique to the Terra Star. It has strong energy but is not easy to control. You need to be careful during the forging process. Mist Shadow Ninja Headband. The forehead band comes from a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. It can represent the identity of the ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and can also be regarded as a trophy. At this time, Lin Mo looked at these 3 things, his expression became more and more strange. He was not surprised to see the Terra Stone and the Goblin Hand Bone. What surprised him was that the forehead protector from the Mist Shadow Village could actually be opened. Which Mist Shadow Ninja did this thing belong to? Will the other party lose this forehead protector? Still. Shaking his head, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it. Without waiting for Tian's mother to ask, he began to introduce. I won't say much about this ninja forehead protector. The other one is a monster's hand bone. Although it can be used as a material for forging or making, it has a strange smell left on it. The stone is Terra Stone, which contains very strong energy and is generally used for forging. However, because the energy is very strong, you need to be careful when forging. If you are not careful, it will definitely cause a lot of noise and even get hurt. But if you forge weapons, it will definitely have a powerful effect. As Lin Mo started to introduce, Tian's mother immediately turned her eyes to the Terra Stone. In this case, the most valuable of these 3 things is this piece of ore. As for the strange smell of the hand bones that Lin Mo mentioned, she had already smelled it, and it was really unpleasant. Can I use this piece of ore to repair this kid's gun? Tian's mother suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Mo quickly, Tian open that magical gun at your place. If I use this thing to make a gun, can I also make that thing have a powerful effect? Or, to make bullets? But I know that the bullets in the sniper rifle in Tian's hand will be gone once they are used up. If you want bullets, you can only get them by opening cans. It can also be forged through research. If this Terra Stone is used to make a similar firearm, it will definitely have unusual effects. After all, Lin Mo also said that this stone contains powerful energy. Of course can. Hearing what Tian's mother said, Lin Mo looked strange, but still nodded. Tian's mother's mind works quite quickly. But can't the bullets and the gun itself be made from Terra Stone? Can this be created? It is most suitable for making weapons. Lin Mo thought so in his heart and continued, but I also said that the energy in this Terra stone is very strong and it is not so easy to forge. You can study it slowly, but don't study it recklessly and get hurt, that would be bad. If this thing explodes, the consequences will be disastrous. Okay, I know. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's mother nodded. She knew a lot about forging. This point will naturally be noticed. At this point, all 10 cans have been opened, making Tiantian's mother feel satisfied. It's really worth opening the can today. Then Mr. Lin Mo, we have already opened 10 cans, it's time to go back. The next second, Tiantian's father smiled and said, let's go back and prepare for the jar. Can. Hearing what Tiantian's father said, Lin Mo nodded. Now that Tiantian's family has left, it's a good opportunity for me to improve my strength. Although the improvement is not big, but no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. I'm not busy at home, why don't you stay here with Mr. Lin Mo first? Tiantian's mother looked at Tian and chuckled, I can't cook right away after I get back, I haven't finished my work at the store yet. No problem. Hearing what his mother said, Tian nodded readily. I was just thinking about chatting with Lin Mo. Then, Tiantian's parents left, leaving Tian alone. Hey. Lin Mo, can you tell me about elves? I'm very interested in this, such as the differences between elves and psychic beasts. Ever since she learned about elves, she has been very curious about them. Elves? That's not impossible. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and said, there's no one in the store, so it's okay to talk to you. Anyway, it's nothing. There's no need to hide the elves. I just said it casually. It is good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian rubbed his hands excitedly. Then he listened patiently. Just like the summoning beasts in the ninja world, they live in the summoning beast world and can accept the call of the contractor when necessary, they will only help if the contractor meets their conditions, but the elves will not do that. Lin Mo said slowly, elves are purer creatures than spirit beasts, as long as they recognize their masters, they can use their lives to protect their masters and provide their masters with help to the best of their ability. Lin Mo talked eloquently about elves, and Tiantian's breathing became rapid after listening to him. This elf sounds like a helper to humans. Instead of signing a cooperation contract with summoning beasts like in the current ninja world. Time passes little by little. Lin Mo briefly talked about the situation of the elves and drew a few pictures of elves, including Pikachu and Caterpillar. Although it has not been colored, I have already been attracted by the elves drawn in the painting. Although he has not seen a real elf, Tian has decided that he will never contract a spirit beast before the elf appears. Even if it is a contract, the contract must be with Tsunade's summoning beast. Although she knew that she did not have the qualifications at the moment. But it doesn't matter, as long as you open the can here with Lin Mo, you'll have a chance to get it out. Thinking of this, Tiantian's eyebrows curved into crescents. Okay, it's getting late, time to eat. Lin Mo looked at the dark sky outside, shook his head and laughed, your mother just opened a chef's experience group, you can taste it first when you go back, don't you want to go back? How about Mr. Lin Mo come back with me? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tiantian's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly said, my mother's cooking is delicious. No, next time. Lin Mo shook his head slightly. The main reason I let Tian leave was because I wanted to integrate the things I had obtained. What does Mr. Lin Mo eat? Ten pondered, is it still Ichiraku ramen? Yeah, Lin Mo nodded. Then I'll be fine too. Tian laughed, my mom is at home anyway, I can eat anytime. I may not be free every day to eat ramen with Lin Mo, but if I want to eat the food cooked by my mother, I am free every day. Row. Lin Mo nodded, closed the door and walked out immediately. Just when Tian had just walked out of the jar shop and had not been gone for long. I found that there were a lot of people gathered on the street. Whether in shops or at the doorsteps of houses, there were groups of people discussing things, each looking nervous, worried, or even angry. Is it true that the Book of Sealing was really stolen? Isn't it kept by the Hokage? Really? My husband gathered everyone at the first opportunity and rushed to seal off Konoha village, no one is allowed to enter or leave Konoha village, I don't know who is so bold as to steal the Book of Seals. Not only us, the Hokage has also gathered all the ninjas at the Hokage Rock. And they must find the thief who stole the Book of Seals as soon as possible. He said that the thief definitely didn't get far away. Many ninjas have even left the village to search the surrounding area. The sealed book is a treasure of the village, it contains many ninjutsu. It is said that only ninjas who have made great contributions can obtain ninjutsu from it. This sealed book is usually placed in a room close to the Hokage and kept by a special person. How could it be stolen? Is it a thief who robbed the owner? It should be theft by the guard. Don't forget that many Umbun ninjas were carried out today. They were poisoned. Have you forgotten that they were searched everywhere? One discussion after another was heard, and Lin Mo looked extremely strange. How long has it been since the third Hokage threw out the Book of Sealing? The normal plot is not like this. No way. Suddenly, Lin Mo lowered his head and glanced at Tian beside him. If nothing unexpected happens, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have taken advantage of the situation where Danzo was knocked down by Toka's softening sand and quickly arranged everything. Just overlap one piece. Otherwise, if such a disturbance occurs again later, it will be troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really courageous. It can be said that Tenten pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions forward. The sealed book was stolen. Tian, who was standing next to Lin Mo, had his eyes wide open, looking as if he had seen a ghost. I have heard about this treasure of the ninja village from my teacher. How could it be stolen? Oh, damn it. And at this moment. The other side. In a dense forest. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the book of seals spread out in front of him and felt a toothache. Chapter 60. At the very least, the first densely packed handwriting that caught my eye included the words, multiple shadow clone technique. Below is a diagram of the human body's meridians, as well as notes on cultivation, etc. It is extremely detailed, allowing anyone who sees it to immediately know where to start. The second one is a technique called 8 Gates Ninjutsu, which also has half the content. But after that, there were no words at all. Apart from the scribbles that looked like ghostly talismans, there was no diagram of the human meridians, no cultivation focus, and no text at all. When Uzumaki Naruto saw this, he knew that the content on this sealed scroll only had a little bit at the front and nothing at the back. These 3 generations are too cunning. He was thinking about memorizing the following ninjutsu first, but it turned out that there were no ninjutsu at all. Did I get a fake one? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head frantically. That's not right. When I took the scroll, I took it out from that room. I also met the sandame in the corridor at that time. I didn't take it by mistake. So, this scroll itself is a fake, and it's not even real. Damn it, my plan to make a fortune is ruined just like that. Well, let's learn the shadow clone technique first. Uzumaki Naruto wailed in his heart, sighed, sat down and began to learn the first ninjutsu honestly. The most urgent thing is to learn ninjutsu first. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto turned his gaze to the detailed steps and precautions recorded above. The multiple shadow clone technique is marked as A-level, which means it is extremely difficult and requires a high degree of chakra control and complex hand seal steps. Naruto felt a toothache after reading the introduction of this thing. But even if it hurts, you still have to give it your all. As Uzumaki Naruto read the instructions on the scroll, he silently simulated the complicated sequence of hand seals in his mind. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto tried it. He first tried to make seals according to the steps recorded on the scroll. Although his fingers seemed a little clumsy at first, his movements became smoother with each attempt. The order of seals and hand gestures seemed to naturally form a rhythm in his mind, as if these complex movements were not as difficult as he had imagined. What? Naruto frowned slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. This doesn't seem that difficult. Subconsciously, Naruto couldn't help but speed up his practice, becoming more proficient with each hand seal. He could clearly feel that the speed and strength of chakra flowing in his body were constantly increasing, as if this ninjutsu had some kind of natural fit with his chakra. This made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly widen. Am I a genius? This thought popped up in Naruto's mind. After practicing for a few more times, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly found that he could roughly complete the entire hand seal process. Just as Uzumaki Naruto tried to form hand seals, the chakra in his body began to surge violently and circulate rapidly in the order of the hand seals. He formed the last seal with his hands and then suddenly released his chakra. Shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly. A burst of white smoke exploded beside him in an instant. After the smoke dissipated, Naruto was surprised to see that there were dozens of clones exactly like him standing in front of him. Each clone is lifelike, even the expressions and movements are exactly the same. Hiss. What the hell? Did I really do this? I learned an A-level ninjutsu so quickly. He looked around, his heart was filled with shock. It is obviously an extremely difficult ninjutsu, how could I have mastered it so quickly? Ha ha ha. Unable to suppress his inner ecstasy, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Although I still feel a little unbelievable, I feel more proud and excited. I really learned it. Am I really a genius? Naruto couldn't help but start to wonder if he had some hidden talent that had been activated. They would definitely be surprised if they knew I learned it so quickly. Naruto thought proudly with a bright smile on his face. Bang bang bang. At this time, the clones turned into white mist and dissipated into thin air. I think I understand. When I practiced the clone technique, I couldn't control the chakra in my body at all. Even if I released it all at once, I couldn't make the clone complete. Looking at the shadow clone that disappeared after a short while, Uzumaki Naruto pinched his chin and muttered to himself in deep thought. This A-rank ninjutsu caused the number of clones he released to increase suddenly, a number he was currently unable to control. However, each shadow clone consumes chakra. When he activated this ninjutsu, the uncontrolled chakra in his body instantly turned into identical clones of himself, which were evenly distributed. A large amount of chakra is distributed, allowing him to easily create shadow clones and control them simply. A normal ninja would never do this to me. They don't have that much chakra in their bodies. But I'm different. I have the 9 tails sealed inside me, tisk. Does this mean that I can easily learn those advanced ninjutsu in the future? And then I can defeat the world with one move. Ah ha ha. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's breathing quickened and he laughed triumphantly. The level of ninjutsu is not only linked to its complexity and difficulty, but also to the amount of chakra. Ordinary ninjas don't have chakra like him. I don't have to practice those low-level ninjutsu anymore. There is also the 8 gates ninjutsu. Although this thing is incomplete, I can also record it. Then these 2 ninjutsu can be given to the store owner. After all, without Mr. Lin Mo, I would not know what the future will be like. We have to reciprocate, okay? Muttering, Uzumaki Naruto looked serious. No matter what, I can give these 2 ninjutsu to Lin Mo myself. If I can establish a good relationship with Lin Mo, maybe I can help him get good things in the future. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly. Let's continue to look at this 8 gates of ninjutsu first. While muttering, Uzumaki Naruto quickly squatted down and looked at it. It's incomplete, there's nothing at the back. After not looking for long, Uzumaki Naruto's face turned dark. The 3rd Hokage is such a cunning old man. But he was still able to record the simple ones. Well, you haven't come yet. After a quick look, Uzumaki Naruto noticed that Iruka-sensei and Mizuki-sensei were not there yet. I was thinking of waiting for Iruka-sensei to come over and give him the sealing value jutsu directly. Forget it. They were able to find us because of the 3rd Hokage, right? Did they let Iruka-sensei get hurt in front of me? Thinking of the content of the comics he was reading, Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a moment. Having read the comics several times, he knew the plot very well. Forget it. While they are looking for me, I will secretly perform the transformation technique and return to put the ninjutsu scroll back, then I will go back and copy down the multiple shadow clone technique. Otherwise, when Iruka-sensei comes, he will definitely get hurt. I am doing this for Mizuki-sensei's own good. They didn't expect me to go back. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself and laughed excitedly, just like a fox who had successfully stolen a chicken. Without any hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto decisively performed the transformation technique and directly turned into Iruka's appearance. Then he ran all the way towards the Hokage building. Sure enough, everyone is looking for me. Many people have gone outside the village to set up defenses. Not even a ninja guarding it. Uzumaki Naruto soon arrived at the Hokage building. Looking at the empty building, he did not hesitate at all and decisively ran along the same path he had taken before. He quickly returned to the place where he got the seal book. After putting the book of seals back, Uzumaki Naruto turned around, closed the door and left. After leaving the Hokage building, he walked towards home while whistling. Go back and write out the shadow clone technique from memory, and find a chance to deliver it to Mr. Lin Mo tomorrow. And at this moment. Hokage building. In the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure of Naruto walking out of the Hokage building shown in the crystal ball in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved the crystal ball with a twitching mouth. The scene suddenly changed and a forest appeared. Iruka and Mizuki walked in one after the other. If Uzumaki Naruto was here, he would definitely see that this was the place where he practiced the multiple shadow clone technique before. Strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen took several puffs of his cigarette with a puzzled look on his face. Why did Naruto come back? The show has begun, and the protagonist has deviated from the route he originally set. Hokage-sama. At this time, an Umbu appeared out of nowhere in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered, Uzumaki Naruto is back, and he also put the book of seals back. Take a look. As the Umbu ninjas stationed in the Hokage building, they also knew about Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions today. So everyone cooperated and left the Hokage building. They were already deployed in the forest, driving Mizuki and Irika into the forest. Eventually the person came back. He also returned the stolen sealing scroll, which silenced them as well. How to do this? Order people to evacuate. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, rubbed his brows with a headache, and said, "Send the news in the second half of the night that the sealed book has been found, and withdraw all personnel. Add 2 more people to Shuemu's side and report intelligence every day, don't touch him for now. As for Irika, forget it, I won't notify him for now." Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Umbun ninja immediately nodded and slipped away. How could this be? Watching the departure of the Umbun ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his cigarette in confusion. It shouldn't be. How could this be? Naruto's behavior seemed wrong, yet it also seemed right. There was a strange feeling that he couldn't put his finger on. What a hell. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking silently. The other side. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Looking at Lin Mo who was eating noodles, he smiled and said, "Lin Mo, you are temporarily living in Konoha, what are your plans?" The last time I communicated with Lin Mo, I knew Lin Mo's general situation. He is not from Konoha village and is only staying in Konoha temporarily. I came to his place to eat ramen these days and treated his ramen restaurant as a dining hall. He also chatted with Lin Mo and they became slightly familiar with each other. So we just had a brief chat. I opened a small shop and usually wandered around Konoha. Hearing the hand-typed words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "As for the plan, let's just open the store for the time being." If he wanted to become stronger, he could only do so by selling jars. The plan now is to sell more jars. Opening a shop. What kind of store is it? If I have time, I will go over to support it. This young man actually owns a shop. Being able to come to Konoha village as an outsider and temporarily live there and open a shop means that he is not only rich, but his identity is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Lin Mo doesn't look like a businessman. Could he be a rich kid? But how could a rich kid open a store? Generally, you need to hire people to open a shop. A small jar shop. Lin Mo chuckled and said, "Sell some jars." Selling jars? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Acarus, who had just finished cleaning up, came over with an interested look on his face and said, "Speaking of which, our ramen shop also needs to buy some cans. Next time we have a chance, we will go to your shop to buy them." Well, this. Hearing what Acarus said, Lin Mo looked strange. The jars he sells can only be opened to get the contents. That thing can't hold anything. Next to him, Tian, who was sitting next to Lin Mo, looked interested and smiled slightly in his heart. I'm afraid Sister Chanpu couldn't have imagined that the price of a jar in Lin Mo's jar shop is 100,000 taels. When you find out, you will definitely be surprised. Well, that's settled. And Ian continued with a smile, "I'll treat you to this ramen meal today, you don't have to pay." Ah. How can this be possible? Hearing what Acarus said, Tian quickly said, "Sister Acarus, you don't have to be so polite. Don't refuse." Acarus stretched out his finger and shook it, "I am waiving the fee for this Lin Mo, Tian you are just a byproduct, if you really want to pay, it's not impossible." As he spoke, Acarus smiled brightly at Lin Mo. There is even a hint of shyness in the depths of her eyes. In her opinion, Lin Mo is really good looking. Yeah, okay. After hearing what Acarus said, Tian scratched his head. It turns out that I was just a byproduct. When Lin Mo heard what Acarus said and looked at Acarus's attitude that cannot be refused, he immediately nodded and accepted Acarus's kindness. Thank you then. He doesn't need the money for a bowl of ramen, and Acarus doesn't need the money for a bowl of ramen either. So he accepted Acarus' generosity with ease. Seeing Lin Mo accept it, Chanpu's smile suddenly brightened and his eyebrows curved into crescents. At this time, Lin Mo also looked at the calamus with the help of the light, and felt that the calamus was quite beautiful. This thin figure is very beautiful. And wearing a chef's uniform gives it a special feel. It would probably look better if I changed it to a blue cook's uniform. Next to him, Shouta was watching this scene, smiling but not saying a word. He didn't care too much about what his daughter Acarus said. As Chanpu's father, he almost immediately judged that his daughter was attracted by Lin Mo's appearance, so he took the initiative to make friends with him. Although he had only met Lin Mo for a few days, he could see that Lin Mo had a very peaceful personality. But he knew very little about Lin Mo, so it was a good opportunity for him to make friends and have a chat with him. Seeing that Lin Mo is not wearing a ninja forehead protector, he should not be a ninja. After all, for ninjas, the ninja forehead protector is a symbol of status, and few people would not wear it. Then, Lin Mo briefly chatted with Icarus, said goodbye to Shouta, and walked out of Ichiraku Ramen with Tian. Night had already fallen and the sky was shrouded in deep black. However, a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool silver light, as if covering the quiet street with a veil. The moonlight was like water, flowing gently on the figures of Lin Mo and Tian. As the breeze blew, one could seem to hear the whispers of the moonlight. Lin Mo looked up at the bright moon, squinted his eyes, and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. This kind of clear moonlit night was an almost unattainable luxury in his memory of his previous life. I won't send it to you. Why don't you go back by yourself, or come sit over at my place? There isn't much business over there at night, so it might be a bit boring to just sit there. Is Mr. Lin Mo free? Would you like to take a walk together? Just like digesting the food after dinner. It's not impossible. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded. He came to Konoha village, but hadn't taken a good look around Konoha yet. It is good. Seeing that Lin Mo agreed, Tian smiled brightly and took the initiative to lead Lin Mo on the way. As the two were strolling around Konoha, they discovered that the tense atmosphere on the village streets had gradually disappeared. Even the number of patrolling ninjas decreased, which surprised Lin Mo. Are they all gathering in the forest? I really didn't expect that two major events would happen in succession today. Ten complained silently as he walked. I heard from my teacher that the Book of Sealing is the most precious treasure of a ninja village. Even a jonin cannot read the Book of Sealing without making great contributions. It contains many important ninjutsu and is a precious treasure of a ninja village. How could this thing be stolen? She thought about this matter all the way but still couldn't understand it. Yeah, it's a pity that many people don't understand it. Lin Mo nodded, but what if it was intentional? Forehead. Tian was stunned when he heard Lin Mo's words. On purpose? Why? However, thinking about what he had experienced before and what Lin Mo had said, Tian suddenly fell silent. There must be some calculation here that she doesn't know about. Konoha village was not at all what she had imagined in school. While thinking this, he continued walking with Lin Mo. In the end, Tian sent Lin Mo all the way to the jar shop before saying goodbye to Lin Mo and turning away. The first thing Lin Mo did when he returned to the store was to make the things Tian's father and mother had opened before appear in suspension. The first thing to be fused was the Chunin level chakra, which could save him the step of training. Chapter 61. Comfortable. After integrating the Chunin level chakra, Lin Mo felt emotional. Compared to refining it by yourself, this direct fusion of chakra is much easier. Now he has more than twice the Chunin level chakra in his body. Becoming stronger is so simple. While thinking this, Lin Mo turned his gaze to the two experience light balls. Experience of doing 1,000 push-ups and experience of running 1,000 kilometers. These two experience light balls are also beneficial to me. So Lin Mo decisively touched and fused his hands. For a moment, Lin Mo clearly felt that he had been trained. When Lin Mo merges and feels the training. The other side. Tian's ninja tool shop. Tian came back and looked at the closed door. He was shocked. It's closed already. She hasn't come back yet. Immediately, Tian opened the door and walked in. It's Tian. As Tian opened the door and walked into the ninja tool shop, Tian's mother quickly came out from the house at the back and said with a smile. You're back just in time. I made some midnight snacks and it's just in time for you to come back and eat them. While speaking, Tian's mother reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Mom, why are you sweating? Tian scratched his head when he heard his mother's words, and your face is so red. She saw that her mother's skin was red and sweaty, as if she had undergone some exercise. Because I have integrated my cooking experience, I have some interest in it and I cook a lot of dishes. Tian's mother smiled and said, just take a rest, the food is still warm. It's good that you're back. I thought you had eaten outside so late. Hey, I ate a bowl of ramen. Tian scratched his head and laughed. I went shopping with Lin Mo. I'm not hungry now, but you made it, so I'll eat something too. Let me taste your cooking skills. It is good. Hearing this, Tian's mother immediately came into the house and brought out a few dishes. Tian smelled it and felt that it was very fragrant, so he tasted it immediately. Well, it's delicious. After taking a bite, Tian's eyes lit up. It tastes better than the dishes you cooked before. Mom, this experience light ball is incredible. You know your mother's cooking skills very well. Now it tasted even better and she could tell instantly. And my mother is just a ball of experience that is a fusion of a chef. Yes. Hearing Tian's words, a hearty laugh rang out. the experience light group over there is incredible, I have to thank Mr. Lin Mo very much. As Tiantian's father's laughter rang out, Tiantian's father walked out refreshed, praising Lin Mo's experience light group. Hee, that's right. Hearing what his father said, Tian narrowed his eyes and said, actually, I can cook, too, after all, I have experience in cooking, I wanted to show off my skills, but since you are here, I won't. So every day when you have nothing to do, you should go to the store owner more often. Tiantian's father smiled and said, you don't have any tasks recently anyway. Well, I currently only have a teaching assistant assignment at school, but graduation is approaching and my assignment is almost complete, I can go and hand over the assignment. Tian thought, after handing over the task, as long as the teacher does not call us, I can relax for a while, and then it's time for training, I can train in Mr. Lin Mo's backyard. The reason I appeared in the school before was to accept a related teaching assistant task. That kind of mission was a benefit to her. And you don't have to go to school every day. Even if you go, you will just receive some simple guidance. It is very easy and you can earn money. Yes, not bad. Hearing Tiantian's words, Tiantian's parents nodded. Then, after finishing their meal every day, they would simply clean up and close the shop completely. Until the next morning. When Tian woke up and got out of bed, he could already hear the noise coming from outside the store. Tian quickly put on her clothes and walked to the store, only to find that her parents were already busy. There are neatly arranged shelves at the entrance of the store, with jars neatly arranged on them. The surface of the jars sparkles in the morning light, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Next to the shelf stood a carefully crafted signboard with neat fonts and clear content, which was obviously specially prepared for this event. In order to give back to our customers, our store is launching a special customer promotion. You only need 100 taels of silver to smash a jar. Inside the jar are all kinds of ninja tools, detonating talismans, shurikens, etc. Activity time, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily, limited quantity, first come first served. Special reminder, each person is limited to purchasing 3 jars per day, don't miss this opportunity. Ten raised an eyebrow at the content on the sign. I didn't expect Mom and Dad to act so quickly. Early in the morning, it had already attracted some curious ninjas and civilians. What kind of selling method is this? This is the first time I've seen it, it's quite new. Interesting, 100 taels each time, if a detonating talisman is opened, wouldn't that be profitable? You know, a detonating talisman costs thousands of taels. It's interesting that Tiantian's ninja tool shop actually sells them this way. When my child graduates and passes the test, I can bring him over to open 2 jars. At this time, as some people were talking, Tiantian's father and mother also smiled and greeted the guests who came forward. The owner's way of selling is really good. Tian, who witnessed this scene, once again confirmed Lin Mo in his heart. This marketing method is really popular. It's so lively so early in the morning. If we wait until the evening, it will be even more popular. Especially since the students of the ninja school are taking exams these days, her family can make a fortune again. Go to Lin Mo's backyard for training. By the way, tell Lin Mo this exciting good news. Tian thought so as he walked towards Lin Mo's jar shop. At the gate of ninja school, Irika grabbed Naruto and said through gritted teeth, Naruto, I heard last night that you stole the village's seal book. Is that true? He really wanted to find Naruto last night, but after searching for a while he couldn't find him, so he had no choice but to give up. What followed was a group of ninjas evacuating, and it seemed that the seal book had been found, which made him feel absurd. Now that he saw Uzumaki Naruto early in the morning, he felt that he needed to ask Uzumaki Naruto about it. Ah, yes. Hearing Irika's words, Naruto scratched his head and said, there's nothing to hide. Irika, You idiot, do you know what you're doing? You actually stole something like this? I did it to pass the exam. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said, Mr. Mizuki told me that if I want to pass the graduation exam, I just need to get the book of sealing, then I got it, and I found that everyone was looking for me, so I put the book of sealing back. When did Mizuki tell you? Irika's face changed drastically, he was shocked and angry. It's Mizuki. He was wondering why Uzumaki Naruto had heard of the name of the book of seals. Only experienced ninjas know about the book of sealing. How could a student who is not even a ninja, not even a disciple of a big family, know about the Book of Seals? The most important thing is that the Book of Sealing is either stored in a secret place in Konoha or in the home of the Hokage. It is impossible for anyone to steal it, and no one is willing to do it. That is the most precious treasure of a ninja village, how could there be no defense against it? So when he heard Mizuki say yesterday that Uzumaki Naruto had stolen the Book of Seals, his first reaction was disbelief. He couldn't believe it. How did Uzumaki Naruto know the location? Even if they knew the location, how did they steal it? There are many doubts here. But before he could think about it, he was notified to investigate immediately, and even the teachers in their ninja school were notified. Logically speaking, these matters should be completely left to the Umbu in the village. Asking the teachers in charge of teaching to find someone seems a bit like making a fuss out of nothing. However, these confusions could not be explained yesterday, and the importance of the sealed book made him subconsciously ignore it. Until the late night, he even wanted to wait in Uzumaki Naruto's house, but he was stunned when he heard that the Book of Seals was found and a group of ninjas evacuated back. When I went to Naruto's house, I found that Naruto was not at home, so I went back first. He waited for Naruto this morning and finally found him here. The news he heard from Naruto was beyond his expectations. Just yesterday. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. We separated after eating ramen yesterday, but Mr. Irika, I have learned the shadow clone technique. As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto was eager to try, rubbing his hands excitedly. I can show you at any time. Are you ready for the money you promised to lend me? Come with me and find Mizuki now. Irika rubbed his eyebrows, decisively pulled Uzumaki Naruto and went straight to Mizuki's office. He really didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto went to steal the Book of Seals, and he actually found out about it from Mizuki. It's Irika-sensei. Aren't you hosting the graduation exams for today's students? Why are you here? Mizuki, Naruto said that you were the one who told him that he could graduate by stealing the Book of Sealing. Irika got straight to the point and asked coldly, is that true? I didn't say that. Hearing Irika's words, Mizuki looked shocked and said. I informed you yesterday that Uzumaki Naruto stole the Book of Seals because I summoned you, not just you. As for the theft of the Book of Seals, I never said anything about it. Impossible. Hearing Mizuki's words, Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly said, it was you who told me yesterday, otherwise I wouldn't know where the Book of Seals is. You said that if I steal the Book of Seals, I can graduate. I really didn't say that. Mizuki shook his head and smiled bitterly. I went to the ninja tool shop yesterday and didn't see you at all. I suspect someone used a transformation technique to disguise themselves as me and deceived you. Otherwise, I would have been taken away by the ANBU for investigation instead of talking to you here now. The Book of Seals is a secret of the village. Not only can't I steal it, even a jonin can't steal it, let alone me letting a student who's not even a ninja steal it. Is that so? Uzumaki Naruto was shocked when he heard Mizuki's words. He was shocked that Shueimu could lie so blatantly. But it seems to make some sense. Irika also frowned and fell into deep thought. Yes. If it was really Naruto who was ordered by Mizuki, he should have been taken away by the Umbun ninja for investigation long ago. That's the sealed book. If what Mizuki said was true, then it would be normal for the Umbun not to come and take Mizuki away. Thinking of this, Irika looked at Mizuki with an apologetic look and apologized. I'm sorry, I misunderstood Mr. Mizuki. I'm going to take an exam soon. I need you to work with me to speed up, Mr. Shueimu, because after the exam, I need to register my information and take photos. Ah. Hearing Irika's words, Mizuki nodded. You go gather the people first, I'll be there in a moment. Let's go, Naruto. Irika immediately took Uzumaki Naruto away, and before Uzumaki Naruto could say something, he was dragged away. What's the matter? Mizuki frowned as he watched Mizuki and Uzumaki Naruto leave. What happened last night also deviated from his steps. That was exactly what he said. He wanted to use Uzumaki Naruto to steal the sealing scroll and then leave with it. As a result, after entering the forest, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared. I looked around but couldn't find it. Even going to Naruto's house, I couldn't find it. Uzumaki Naruto didn't even wait for her at the agreed place. When he wanted to look for it again, he heard that the sealed book had been found. For a moment, he was extremely nervous. Because he had ordered Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, if this matter was discovered by the Umbu, he would definitely be taken away for investigation. But I was worried all night, but the Umbu didn't even come, as if nothing had happened. Mizuki himself even suspected that someone was impersonating him and going to give orders to Uzumaki Naruto. So in response to Irika's questioning, he made up an excuse. It's been a whole night and the Umbu haven't shown up yet, which means that he was able to get away with it by asking other people to do the things he told Naruto to do. This also made him feel relieved. But he was still a little nervous, afraid that the ANBU might come again. So he had to talk to Uzumaki Naruto. He was not the one who created and ordered Uzumaki Naruto. As long as Uzumaki Naruto expressed this speculation, he could also shirk responsibility when the Umbu came to find him later. Thinking of this, Shueimu narrowed his eyes. Perfect. But this damn idiot actually returned the sealed book. The next second, Shueimu cursed again under his breath. If I had obtained the Book of Seals yesterday, I would have left Konoha long ago. Then, as the voice sounded, Mizuki headed for the classroom. In the classroom, a group of students were ready. They lined up in front of Irika in an orderly manner, ready to perform the three-body technique and let Irika score them. If they passed, they would be given a ninja forehead protector. When Mizuki arrived, he was asked by Irika to sit down and preside over the students' exams. As one student after another performed transformation and clone jutsu, Irika and Mizuki graded them, and most of them graduated. When it was Uzumaki Naruto's turn, he proudly formed hand seals, and suddenly, bang bang, sounds were heard, and more than a dozen identical Uzumaki Narutos appeared out of thin air. Hiss. The students around, whether they had already taken the test or were waiting for the test yet, were all stunned when they saw this scene. When did this tail-end guy become so powerful? Why can his ninjutsu create more than a dozen clones? Damn it, does he have so much chakra? Isn't he the last one? By the way, can the clone technique create so many clones? This is an afterimage, right? One student after another was shocked. Uzumaki Naruto's reputation as a laggard is well documented, but in his graduation exam, he directly showed off more than a dozen clones. This not only requires proficiency in ninjutsu, but also requires chakra. Most importantly, isn't it the best you can do with the clone technique to create a few clones? A group of students were confused. Not only were the students confused, Irika was also confused. Only one day has passed. How did Naruto master the art of clones so skillfully? He can't even perform the art of splitting himself into two. The credit of the sealed book? Damn, it's definitely a jutsu from the Book of Sealing. Shuemu, who was smiling, felt extremely angry when he saw this scene. This can definitely be done using the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing. If Uzumaki Naruto had given him the scroll yesterday, he would also be able to learn this ninjutsu. This last place guy has been hiding his incompetence all along. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto's actions and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Uzumaki Naruto's clone technique made him feel threatened instantly. Because even he couldn't create so many clones. This tailender is hiding so deeply. Hey. Looking at the shock of the people around him, Uzumaki Naruto felt extremely proud. If he hadn't gotten the Naruto comics from the store owner, he wouldn't have been able to attract so much attention so easily, and not just disgust. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto felt even more grateful to Lin Mo. If it were the original situation, even if I had mastered the technique of multiple shadow clones, not so many people would have noticed it. But now, it's different. Qualified. Irika quickly gave the scores and gave Uzumaki Naruto a ninja forehead protector. Irika-sensei, money. Uzumaki Naruto did not take it, but rubbed his hands excitedly and looked at Irika. Ninja forehead protectors are not important at all, money is the most important thing. As long as you have money, you can go to the owner and open the can. Then become stronger. I know. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Irika's face darkened. Wait a minute. I want it now. Uzumaki Naruto puffed up his cheeks. I was afraid you would forget. Mr. Mizuki, please take charge first. Irika greeted Mizuki and left with Uzumaki Naruto. He came to his office, opened a drawer and took out the money he had prepared long ago, and handed it to Uzumaki Naruto, with a speechless look on his face. Why are you in such a hurry to get the money? Don't worry, I have already prepared it for you. Even if Uzumaki Naruto fails the test, he will still lend it to Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto took it and turned away impatiently. Then Irika-sensei, I'm leaving first. Now that I have the money, it's time to open the jar. Come back, idiot. You don't want to take pictures anymore. You want to be divided into classes. I'll just be out for a while and be back soon. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand. Don't worry, Irika-sensei, I'll be back soon. There's still enough time to open the jar and return. Although he didn't understand why Uzumaki Naruto was so eager to leave, Irika was still speechless. But Irika did not call out to Uzumaki Naruto again, but returned to the classroom and continued to preside over the exam. Anyway, Uzumaki Naruto will come back soon, and he believes in Naruto. Open the can, open the can. I don't know if the store owner is open. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands excitedly, left the school quickly and went straight to the can shop. He also touched the scroll in his arms. He believed that the store owner would like this gift. After all, I wrote this down from memory. Chapter 62. Congratulations on signing in successfully and getting 200 ordinary jars. Tin Can Shop. The second floor. When Lin Mo woke up refreshed, he saw the jar he had obtained by signing in today. Another 200 jars. Looking at the jar, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. There are too many jars now, but the number of people opening them has not increased, which makes Lin Mo very worried. After all, there are not many people opening the jars, so he has no way to become stronger, which is a headache. Shaking his head, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it and got up and went downstairs. After placing the jars, he could refine the chakra and practice the sea-level ninjutsu scroll that Father Tian opened yesterday. For him, that wind-style ninjutsu can enhance his strength and he can practice it in his spare time. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. While thinking this, Lin Mo opened the door. Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo opened the door, someone on the street outside heard the sound of the door opening and subconsciously turned around to look. When he saw it was Lin Mo, he was immediately surprised and asked, "What a coincidence." The one who was speaking was typing with his hands. He was holding a large bag of flour in his hand, and it seemed that he was going to buy raw materials. "Good morning." Seeing the hand typing, Lin Mo smiled and nodded, saying good morning. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, good morning." Shouta laughed heartily, "I didn't ask you where your store is last night, but I didn't expect to see you up so early this morning." As he spoke, he looked around the jar shop. Even if you stand outside, you can see a lot of jars on the counter inside. Just as Lin Mo said, Lin Mo sells jars. Last night, when he heard Lin Mo talking about opening a jar shop, before he could ask in detail where the shop was, his daughter Chanpu asked first, so he just watched with a smile. "Unexpectedly, I encountered it early this morning." "Well, that's just right, I'm out here to buy some supplies, so I'll buy 2 jars and go back to fill them with flour." As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Mo's jar shop very naturally. Lin Mo. Seeing the hand that came in, Lin Mo had a strange look on his face. This is like treating his shop as an ordinary jar shop. "Wow, owner, you really opened the door." Just as Lin Mo walked in, an excited voice rang out. I saw Uzumaki Naruto running over quickly from a distance, his face full of excitement. The owner did open the store, so my trip was not in vain. "Yo, Naruto. Do you know Lin Mo too? It seems that you have a good relationship." But I know that Lin Mo said he had only been in Konoha for a few days. How could he know Uzumaki Naruto? It's the hand-beating uncle. Uzumaki Naruto who ran in also saw the hand hitting, and was immediately surprised. "Uncle, you were here this morning, are you here to ask the owner to open a can?" Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect that the hand-fighting uncle would come to Lin Mo. "It must be to open the can." "Open the can?" Shouta was a little confused by what Uzumaki Naruto said, but nodded and said, "I'm here to buy a can." "That's just opening a can." Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said, "But seeing that you haven't opened the can, uncle, I'll open it first, I'm in a hurry to get back to school." As he said that, Uzumaki Naruto immediately handed the money that Irika lent him to Lin Mo, and said hurriedly, "Shopkeeper, I'll open a jar, there are 100,000 taels in it." Lin Mo took the money from Uzumaki Naruto, nodded and said, "Pick your choice." Typed. Hand typing. The hand that saw this scene suddenly widened his eyes. What the hell, 100,000 taels for a jar? Real or fake? What kind of jar is Lin Mo selling that is worth 100,000 taels? Antique. So what does Naruto do with antiques? He hit his head with his hand and a face full of question marks. While he was confused by the hand, Uzumaki Naruto laughed and said, "Shopkeeper, I will give you another gift, I guarantee you will like it." As he said that, he immediately took out a scroll from his clothes and threw it to Lin Mo. When Lin Mo saw the scroll thrown by Uzumaki Naruto, his face looked strange. Can Uzumaki Naruto bring him a gift? This scroll doesn't look like a seal scroll either. Oh, is it so busy so early in the morning? Another surprised voice was heard, instantly attracting the attention of Uzumaki Naruto and Shouta. I saw Tian jumping towards me. Tenten was surprised when she saw the hand fight and Uzumaki Naruto. Day by day. Looking at Tian who came in again, he raised his eyebrows. Why does Tian come to Lin Mo's place so early in the morning? Is he looking for Lin Mo to sell him jars? Still. I suddenly remembered that Lin Mo had eaten ramen with Tian these past 2 days, and Tian was always by Lin Mo's side. Shopkeeper, I want that. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at a jar in front of him and said quickly, that one. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately waved. The jar pointed by Uzumaki Naruto suddenly flew out silently and landed in front of Uzumaki Naruto. This. Seeing this scene, I was shocked. Lin Mo is a ninja. That's not right. There is no forehead protector tied to Lin Mo's head. This boy. Tian looked at this scene with a look of surprise. It was actually Uzumaki Naruto who opened the jar. Where did the money come from? But Uzumaki Naruto was not the type to stand still. He looked at the jar in front of him and smashed it open decisively. Boom! A fiery red egg fell down. Forehead. Seeing this thing, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. A flaming red egg? Charmander egg, a pet egg from a certain world. When a pet hatches, it will have a fire on its tail. The flame on its tail can express its emotions. When it is happy, the flame will flicker. If it is angry, the flame will burn fiercely. When it is born, there is fire burning on its tail. When the fire on its tail goes out, its life ends. Looking at this pet egg, Lin Mo was surprised. Can even this thing be opened? Shopkeeper, what kind of egg is this? It's so big. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the red egg and looked at Lin Mo with a distressed expression. I spent 100,000 taels of silver, and all I got was an egg. Beside him, Shouto looked on in confusion. This egg is much bigger than the jar. How did you put it in? So this is the jar that Uzumaki Naruto bought. Spend 100,000 taels, smash open a jar, and get something from it. This is a fire dragon egg, which can hatch into a little fire dragon. When Lin Mo heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, he immediately smiled and said, after hatching it as a pet. The flame on the fire dragon's tail will change with the pet's mood. When it is happy, the flame will sway, and when it is angry, the flame will become fierce. Once the flame on the tail is extinguished, it means the end of life. It has 3 stages of growth. It's up to you to cultivate it later. Fire dragon? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and asked in confusion, what is that? He didn't quite understand what Lin Mo said. You can think of it as a spiritual beast. Lin Mo chuckled and said, this is a spirit that can grow up with you. Once you are born, you will be its master. It can feel your joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. It is a good helper. It can also have very strong offensive power, such as breathing fire. A companion spirit. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's breathing suddenly became rapid. This elf sounds great. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto held the Pokemon egg in his arms lovingly. At this moment, he was really looking forward to this elf. No. Next to them, Tenten was watching this scene, staring at Uzumaki Naruto in amazement. Is this kid so lucky? An elf actually appeared. You know, she got information about the elves from inside last night and was looking forward to the elves very much. I hope I can find this kind of elf when I open a jar in the future. And then someone opened it in the blink of an eye. For a while, Tintian's eyes were a little red. Hey, shop owner, I'll be leaving first. Uzumaki Naruto put the egg in his backpack and said with a grin, I'll come back to you after it hatches, or when I have money. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto excitedly left with his backpack. This time he got a companion-like elf from the jar, which was a good deal for him. Now he just needed to wait for the egg to hatch, and then he would have a pet. Just thinking about it made him excited. Watching Uzumaki Naruto leave, the hand that had been watching him said hesitantly, Lin Mo, the jars you have here are 100,000 taels each. That's 100,000 taels. Yes. Without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, Tian laughed and said. The reason why it is so expensive is that there are good things inside, beyond your imagination. I will tell you in a short time, and you won't believe it. Why don't you open a jar yourself? You can understand that there are all kinds of things in this jar. 100,000 taels are bet once. Since the hand-beating uncle is here, you can consider opening one. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Tian with slight surprise. He was surprised that Tian helped him explain. Then there is no need for him to say anything. I'm a little confused about this price, but since Naruto is so happy opening a ken at your place, I'll have one too. He hesitated for a long time before deciding to speak out with some pain. Originally he didn't want to buy it. 100,000 taels for a jar was too much. But Uzumaki Naruto gave money to open the jar in front of him, and a spirit similar to a summoning beast came out, and left with a smile, which made him hesitate. Even Uzumaki Naruto opened the jar like this and thought it was worth it, so this jar is definitely unusual. And thinking about his daughter's affection for Lin Mo, he thought it would be a good idea to give it a try. Just try it out. 100,000 taels for a jar was not a small amount of money for him. But it's not a huge amount of money. Thinking of this, he took out his purse, handed Lin Mo 100,000 taels, and then began to choose. No matter what, he would accept whatever came out of the jar. Just consider it as making friends with Lin Mo. What's wrong with paying some money first to explore the way for your daughter? No problem. Thinking of this, I tried my best to calm down. Then I quickly picked out a jar by hand. I saw with my own eyes that when Lin Mo waved his hand, the jar I had chosen flew steadily in front of me. I was filled with emotion. Lin Mo must not be an ordinary person. Let me see what's inside this jar worth 100,000 taels. Looking at the jar in front of him, he took a deep breath and smashed it open decisively. The jar broke and a piece of paper fell out. I spent 100,000 taels, and all I got was a piece of paper. His face turned green from hitting his hands. Although he was prepared to waste 100,000 taels of silver. But spending 100,000 taels to buy a piece of paper is too extravagant. This is no longer a luxury. Forehead. Tian, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and felt a little embarrassed and stuck out his tongue. She was really surprised that the hand-beating uncle had such bad luck. So, I also have some responsibility. Lin Mo looked at the paper he opened and raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that something like this would come out of hand typing. Snail rice noodles recipe. A note from a mysterious world records the secret recipe for making snail rice noodles. The note is filled with complicated steps and unique seasoning combinations. The snail rice noodles made according to this recipe will have a unique sour, spicy and fresh taste that is unforgettable. However, the strong smell emitted during the production process may attract some curious eyes, or even some unexpected diners. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Snail powder. This thing. This is a gourmet recipe. Looking at the greenish-faced hands, Lin Mo chuckled and said, "You are lucky, you only need to follow this recipe to make a delicious dish." Having said that, Lin Mo pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Is there snail noodles in the Naruto world? I think should not be. A gourmet recipe? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaoda's expression became even more conflicted. Aren't food recipes something like this passed down from our ancestors? In addition to word of mouth, one also needs to be taught by someone to do it personally, practice, and become proficient before one can become familiar with it. How can you make delicious food just by writing something down on a piece of white paper? But the money has been spent, and there is nothing to regret. Just think of it as being for my daughter. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh, picked up the paper, said goodbye to Lin Mo, and left. I feel like the hand-beating uncle is in a bad mood. Seeing Xiaoda leave like that, Tian looked a little hesitant. I'm not finished yet. Lin Mo rubbed his brows and said, have you heard of snail rice noodle? I was just about to say something when I typed and left. Snail noodles? What is that? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian looked up with a confused look on his face. It seems not. Seeing Tian's confusion, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and chuckled, maybe it won't be long before you can taste a delicious dish, provided you like it. Is it the delicacy called snail noodle that the hand-beating uncle just introduced? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian scratched his head and spoke. Lin Mo nodded, then looked at Tian in surprise and asked, are you free? He comes to my side every day. Doesn't he need to complete any tasks? Fortunately. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian smiled and said, my teaching assistant job at school is almost over, as long as the teacher doesn't call me, I'm free and don't need to go on any missions, so I can manage my time now. Usually I maintain my ninja tools at home, or practice ninjutsu, training hidden weapon techniques and physical skills. The things I got from you, Lin Mo, have made my physical skills and fitness much stronger, far exceeding my training in the past year. So I've been refining chakra during this time, and I'm thinking of refining chakra here with you, or training with you. And by the way, let's see if anyone will come and open the jar and see what good stuff they find. While speaking, Tian looked at Lin Mo with some trepidation. Lin Mo won't chase me away, right? I see. Lin Mo understood. I don't lack anyone here every day. While Tian was communicating with Lin Mo, the hand that had already left also returned to Ichiraka Ramen. Dad, why are you back so late? At Ichiraka Ramen, I looked at the hand that had returned and immediately complained, you didn't bring back the raw materials, just now 2 customers wanted to eat and they were out of stock, we lost money again. I went to Lin Mo's shop. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoda explained, so I stayed for a while. As he spoke, his hand hit his face and there was a hint of pain on his face. Subconsciously, he touched the note in his pocket. How is his shop? Where is it? Dad, you are really something, you didn't even buy a few jars back. Our ramen shop is also short of jars recently. Seeing his father holding a large bag of flour in his hand, Changpu complained a little. Typed. Seeing that his daughter cared so much about Lin Mo, his hand twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. I bought the jar, but the jar that Lin Mo sold is different from what we thought. As he spoke, he briefly typed about his encounter with Lin Mo, and also about the price and some simple information about the jar. What? 100,000 taels for a jar. This is the way to sell it. After hearing what the hand typed, Acaris took a deep breath and said, this is gambling. This is pure gambling. Well, I think so too, but... He scratched his head with his hand and said in confusion, I saw that kid Naruto, and Ten. I briefly mentioned Tian by hand, and Tian still invites himself to open the can. At the same time, there was something that Uzumaki Naruto revealed, and I looked shocked when she heard it. Is Naruto that guy so rich? Impossible. And Tian, his family runs a ninja tool store, so he is a wealthy kid. There's no need to act as Lin Mo's scapegoat. Similar to the eggs of psychic beasts. It sounds interesting. So what did you get, Dad? Changpu pinched her snow-white chin, pondered for a moment, and said, it sounds like opening that jar is very profitable, or in other words, it's worth spending 100,000 taels to gamble once. Spiritual beasts are rare, ordinary people don't have them, even if you want to buy them, you can't buy them. At this time, Acaris was very curious about Lin Mo and the jar. Because his father actually said that Uzumaki Naruto opened a spirit similar to a summoned beast, she really wanted to know what her father had suggested. Chapter 63. After hearing what Acaris said, Shouta sighed and took out the gourmet recipe from his pocket with some toothache. Forehead. Dad, what are you doing with the paper? A list of materials. Hand typed. Hearing what Acaris said, his hand twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, and he said, this is what I opened from Lin Mo's jar. Calamus. Seeing the white paper his father took out, Acaris fell silent. 100,000 taels, and this is the result. If she hadn't heard from her father that Tian and Uzumaki Naruto were there, and even if she herself felt that Lin Mo shouldn't be that kind of person, she would have been certain that her father had been deceived. Lin Mo said this was some kind of gourmet recipe, but how can you write down a recipe on paper these days? Shouta shook his head helplessly, with a doting smile on his face. However, when I think about it for you, Changpu, it's okay to spend the money, our noodle shop doesn't need this 100,000 taels. Father. When Acaris heard what her father said, her face instantly turned red with shame and she stomped her feet lightly. She hurriedly lowered her head, feeling as if a secret had been revealed in her heart, and she was so shy that she didn't know what to do. The words typed by hand undoubtedly hit her heart, her affection and curiosity towards Lin Mo seemed to be completely exposed in her eyes. Shouta looked at his daughter's reaction and laughed inwardly. He knew his daughter's thoughts very well. Why? Can't I spend a little more money on you? Acaris muttered in a low voice, who asked you to spend money on me? Acaris's voice became softer and softer, and she looked even more shy and cute. Shouta shook his head and laughed, next time Lin Mo comes, you can talk to him boldly, okay, I'm going to need the flour. Having said that, Shouta turned around and walked to the side to start working. He really had no interest in the delicious recipe written on a piece of white paper that Lin Mo mentioned. He would rather make his own ramen. Lin Mo shouldn't be a person who lies to others. And Acaris looked at the words written on the white paper with curiosity. Since what is recorded here is a delicious recipe, you might as well follow it yourself. It's not a big deal anyway. At the very least, my dad spent 100,000 taels to buy it. And she didn't think Lin Mo would deceive his father. Although the contact was short, when I communicated with him, I found that he was a very gentle person. Thinking of this, Changpu's face turned slightly red and she carefully scanned the words on the white paper. It feels more like a secret seasoning recipe, combined with powder and such. Well, the steps are a bit complicated. After a quick look, Acaris, as a cook, instantly figured it out. These secret ingredients should be the most important. Just give it a try, it's nothing anyway. Changpu immediately took the delicious recipe and went to the small kitchen in the back to tinker with it. This kid. Looking at Acaris's movements, he couldn't help laughing. Since the kid is interested in tinkering with it, let him tinker with it. He can handle it by himself anyway. Time just passes quietly. From time to time, a customer came to Ichiraka Ramen to eat ramen. The seats in the store were almost never empty. Customers came in and out, and the aroma of ramen filled the air, as if even time was tainted with this tempting smell. Until the sun slowly set, the light in the sky gradually became softer, and the shadows outside the store gradually lengthened with the passage of time. The hands never stopped, busy and skillfully preparing bowl after bowl of ramen. Hand typing, why is there no calamus? A regular customer of Ichiraku Ramen sat down and ordered a bowl of ramen. He found that it was handmade and was immediately surprised. Where is the iris? The handmade daughter Ayam is very popular with the guests, and it is Ayam who serves the ramen every time. The kid is tinkering with something new in the kitchen. Hearing this, Shouta laughed and said, I can handle it by myself, so I won't bother the child. Oh. Tinkering with something new. The customer immediately became interested and asked, is Ichiraku Ramen going to launch a new style? He smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to answer, a faint sour smell suddenly drifted into his nose. The smell was only faint at first, but it became strong in an instant, as if some over-fermented food mixed with an unknown smell filled the air. The guest was stunned for a moment, frowned, and stopped what he was doing. The two looked at each other, with surprise and confusion in their eyes. Where does this smell come from? It was apparently fine just now, why did such an indescribable smell suddenly appear? This smell. The guest couldn't help but cover his nose, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Shouta was also confused and quickly turned around to look in the direction of the kitchen. Just then, the kitchen door was suddenly pushed open and an excited voice came from inside. Dad, I figured it out. Akaris rushed out excitedly, holding a bowl with a faint white smoke coming out of it. Her face was filled with a proud smile, as if she was holding some amazing invention in her hands. But as soon as she appeared, the sour smell in the store became stronger, making it almost impossible to open your eyes. The hand beater and the guest took a step back at the same time, expressions of disbelief on their faces. Fuck, it stinks. What's the point of studying this taste? Hand type, leave the money here, I'll come back tomorrow. The customers who were still in Ichiraku Ramen smelled the odor and immediately covered their noses. Those who wanted to sit down after eating left immediately. There were also those who had just sat down for a short while and left in a hurry without any preparation to eat. Typed. As he watched some familiar old customers leave, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he turned his head to look at Akaris, resisting the stench that was coming towards him, and asked in a calm tone, Akaris, what is this? Even though he was a little dizzy from the smell. Forehead. Changpu came out and saw that there was almost no one in the store. Even the few customers were driven away by the smell. He immediately lowered his head in embarrassment and said, it's the snail rice noodle made from the paper you gave me. But Dad, you try it first. As he spoke, Akaris quickly said, this tastes really good. Looking at the sour and smelly thing in Akaris's hand, his face turned green. My own good daughter actually let me eat this. Can this thing be eaten? This taste. Really, it's delicious. Seeing his face gradually twisted, Changpu hurriedly said, Dad, try it. No. As he looked at the bowl of snail noodles in his hand, which gave off a strong sour smell, his face turned noticeably green. The sour smell kept entering his nostrils, making him subconsciously want to take a step back. But seeing Akaris' expectant look, he had to hold back. Seeing that his father was not taking any action, Changpu hurriedly emphasized it again. He added, I kid you not, this is a real delicacy, I have tasted it. I felt bitter inside as I was being beaten, but it was difficult to refuse, so I could only bite the bullet and think of something to ease the embarrassment. Before he could even open his mouth, Changpu had already impatiently picked up a handful of snail noodles with chopsticks and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Well. Before I could react, my mouth was already filled with the snail noodles. A sour and stinky taste instantly exploded in his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body froze. He thought the taste would be difficult for him to swallow, but strangely, as he savored it carefully, he gradually felt a peculiar refreshing feeling on the tip of his tongue. Although the sour and smell is strong, it is surprisingly appetizing. The salty and fresh soup and the chewy vermicelli intertwine in the mouth, bringing an indescribable delicious experience. This. Shouta was shocked. He had never thought that such a strange taste could bring such a strong delicious impact. He subconsciously took another bite and tasted it carefully. The sour, spicy, fresh and fragrant flavors unfolded layer by layer on the tip of his tongue, immersing him in this ultimate taste. After taking a few bites of the snail noodles, I found myself unable to stop eating. The sour smell that he originally avoided has now become a temptation that he can't stop. He ate bite after bite, completely forgetting his initial resistance, and even drank the soup in one gulp without hesitation. He put down the empty bowl, raised his head with his hands, and looked at Akaris in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that this bowl of seemingly inconspicuous and even strange-tasting food would bring him such a wonderful taste experience. Seeing this, Acris showed a smug smile on his face, put his hands on his hips, and looked like he had expected it. How about it, Dad? I didn't lie to you, did I? This is really delicious. Although the taste is a little special, as long as you try it, you will fall in love with it. Lin Mo really didn't lie to you, this thing is worth 100,000 taels. I have a feeling this thing will be a big hit once it's released, it's really a delicacy. Changpu became more and more excited as he spoke. I knew that Lin Mo was not that kind of person, my intuition was right. After hearing what Acris said, he opened his mouth with his hands, still not recovering from the shock. He really didn't expect that the paper he got from Lin Mo's shop could actually be used to make such a delicacy. He himself was completely conquered by this bowl of snail noodles. So we can definitely add this snail noodle dish to the menu. Shouta laughed and said, many people say that our Ichiraka ramen is not strong enough, but once ramen becomes strong, the original taste will be completely destroyed. Now, the distribution of this snail noodle is guaranteed to surprise them. That's what it tastes like. As he said this, he slapped his hand and looked troubled. This smell has discouraged many people. And it's certainly not something that everyone will like. Although it tastes good, many of the flavors are different. This is simple. I am said with great joy, Dad, your reputation and that of Ichiraka ramen have spread throughout the entire Konoha village. I believe that old customers will definitely trust you. Once they eat it and taste it, they will spread the word and it will definitely become popular. This snail noodle is so popular that we are going to open another store that specializes in selling this noodle. If you are not welcome, then join our noodle shop and open a small separate room to avoid affecting people eating ramen. As Acris continued to analyze, Shouta's eyes became brighter. Savoring the lingering fragrance in his mouth, he nodded involuntarily. This delicious recipe is indeed worth 100,000 taels. If it were for sale, 100,000 taels would definitely not be enough to buy this formula. The next second, Acris hurriedly said, Lin Majin didn't lie to you, this is a delicious recipe. And this is just one jar you opened and you found this delicacy, we can definitely open a few more jars. If we open some more gourmet food, we'll make a lot of money. So, you take me to open the can tomorrow. Ah. Hearing what Acris said, he said with an embarrassed look on his face, you are right, I will go to brother Lin Mo's house tomorrow to apologize, I still misunderstood him a little today. Although he found an excuse that it was for his daughter, it was still 100,000 taels, which he would have to earn by selling dozens or hundreds of bowls of ramen, so it still hurt. But now it seems that Lin Mo really didn't lie to him. Having tasted snail noodles myself, I know that the recipe of this delicious dish is definitely not something you can buy for 100,000 taels of silver. It is good. When Changpu heard his father say that he would take him to Lin Mo's place, his face was full of smiles. If I know where Lin Mo opens a shop, I can go there when I have nothing to do. Wander more. If snail noodles become popular, just open a store next to Lin Mo. Let's make some more of this snail noodle tonight, and try to sell it tomorrow morning so that our customers can have a taste. Immediately, he typed a suggestion and Acris nodded. Then he quickly cleaned up, closed the door, and started busying himself with making the seasoning for the snail noodles. As a professional ramen shop owner, he is very familiar with the seasonings. Silent all night. The next morning, the streets of Konoha village gradually woke up in the morning light. The door of Ichiraka ramen opened early, and warm yellow light spilled out from the store, welcoming guests for a new day. Shouta and Acris prepared today's menu early in the morning. Especially the snail noodle seasoning that I worked so hard to make last night, which was quietly placed behind the counter. Soon, the first batch of customers came into the store. They were regular customers who came for breakfast. As soon as they entered the store, they smelled a strange smell. The smell is hard to describe, sour and smelly, with a special smell that makes people frown. Hand, why is there such a strange smell in the store today? A customer asked in confusion, frowning and sitting down. This is our new product, river snail rice noodle. Even though it doesn't smell good, it tastes absolutely amazing. In the name of Ichiraka ramen, I guarantee that you will like it. Snail noodles. This smell is too special, isn't it? Is it really edible? This smell is just like shit. Shouta smiled and nodded, saying affirmatively, don't worry, although the taste is special, you will find its deliciousness after taking a bite. Am I ruining my own reputation? Do you want to try it? After hearing the hand-typed words, the customers who came to the ramen restaurant looked at each other, some had suspicion on their faces, while others seemed a little curious. After all, handmade food will never fool them with unpalatable things. They are all old customers too. So their hesitation also carries a hint of expectation. Then I'll try it. Finally, a customer said bravely, and he ordered a bowl of snail noodles with half belief and half doubt. Soon, Chanpu personally came out with a bowl of steaming snail noodles and placed it in front of the guests. The strong sour smell rushed into the guest's nose again, and he couldn't help but frown. But I still plucked up the courage, picked up a piece of snail noodles with chopsticks and put it into my mouth. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened and the chopsticks in his hand stopped in midair. The originally unbearable taste turned into an intense delicious impact on the tip of the tongue. The sour, spicy, fresh and fragrant flavors blended perfectly in the mouth, bringing a unique taste that he had never experienced before. This is so delicious. The man became excited instantly, quickly picked up another big bite and started eating excitedly. His excited reaction immediately attracted the attention of others. The guests who were originally hesitant began to become curious and asked to order a bowl to try. For a while, Chanpu was busy serving bowls of snail noodles to the table. A sour and smell gradually filled the store. But with the first bite, all doubts and disbelief were quickly replaced by excitement and admiration. It's so delicious. Hands down, you really got something special this time. Another guest ate the dish with big mouthfuls and praised it sincerely. This thing is absolutely amazing. For a while, customers who came to Ichiraka Ramen restaurant began to discuss this snail noodle dish enthusiastically. The originally empty store gradually became lively. Shouta and Akaris were busy, but their faces were full of excited smiles. This means that this attempt was very successful. As more and more people tried it, this snail noodle with a special taste gradually won the favor of customers, and many people even asked for it to be packed away after eating. Because of this innovation, Ichiraka Ramen restaurant once again became the focus of discussion among noodle shops. This wind is destined to be carried to all parts of Konoha village. It seems that snail noodles are really successful. After being busy for a while, the snail noodles, which were originally in limited supply, were quickly sold out. Looking at the satisfied expressions of the guests, I felt extremely excited. It really worked. The snail noodle recipe I got from Lin Mo when I opened the can is really popular. Although some people don't like it, the majority still like it. Dad, I told you, everyone will like it. Akaris stood aside, smiling so much that his eyes narrowed into a line. When the shop closes later, we'll go to Lin Mo's place to open the cans. Shouta nodded and looked at Akaris with gratitude. Yes, Akaris, you did a really good job. If it weren't for your research, I would have ignored this snail noodle. You know, I got this snail noodle recipe yesterday, but I didn't think much of it. It was only after Chanpu took action that he discovered the content of the snail noodles. Just this morning, as soon as it was launched, most people who like ramen instantly switched to snail noodles. So, we can definitely open a snail noodle shop. Akaris narrowed his eyes and said, wait another 2 days, and our snail noodles will definitely be popular in Konoha village. Good. He nodded and said, when the time comes, you will be the boss, you will be in charge of the snail noodles, and I will be in charge of Ichiraka Ramen. I still have to thank Lin Mo. As he spoke, Shouta sighed again, his heart filled with gratitude towards Lin Mo. The snail rice noodle has just been launched and is a trial version. When the pricing is promoted, it will definitely become even more popular. Isn't it easy to earn 100,000 taels? And it can also become the signature of Konoha village. Both he and his daughter will become famous in Konoha. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Handmade, another bowl of snail noodles. At this time, a customer who had just finished a bowl of snail noodles waved at me. Sorry, the snail noodles are sold out. Hearing this, Akaris took a quick look and then apologized. This is a trial version we launched today, let's see if it's popular, let's wait for tomorrow's. No more. If I had known, I would have packed a portion just now. I was thinking of going back to let my wife try it. After hearing what Akaris said, those who were eating snail noodles were extremely shocked. Is this gone? Many people looked disappointed. Don't worry, there will definitely be one tomorrow. Seeing everyone's disappointment, Shouta laughed and said, I didn't expect you guys would like snail rice noodles so much. Okay, I'll come early tomorrow. Oh, after eating the snail rice noodle, I can't even eat Ichiraka Ramen anymore. I understand that it's really impossible to test the quality of a new product. Congratulations, you typed it by hand. After hearing the call, the people started to speak up one by one, some even congratulated him. Time passed quietly. Soon it was morning and the noodle shop gradually became deserted. Dad, let's go to Lin Mo's place to open the can. Seeing this scene, Akaris couldn't wait and said, let's go to thank Lin Mo and open a few more jars. If we can come up with this kind of delicious recipe again, our Ichiraka Ramen shop will definitely make a lot of money. Hearing what Akaris said, he smiled and nodded. He would have done the same even without Akaris telling him. The hot-selling snail noodles this morning have proved how popular this delicacy is. If he opened a few similar ones, the reputation of his Ichiraka ramen restaurant would definitely spread beyond Konoha village and spread to other places. This morning. If there were 50 people coming, then more than 40 of them ate snail noodles. And they even pack up the food to take away, and they praise it highly. It goes without saying that snail noodles will be popular in Konoha village. This time will definitely not be too long. While earning fame, you can also earn a lot of money. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Because the snail noodle has not yet been officially priced. The sum of these two is no longer worth 100,000 taels. All this is thanks to the jar shop opened by Lin Mo. Thinking of this, he didn't bother to clean up the place, just closed the door of the noodle shop, and hurried to the jar shop where Lin Mo was with Changpu. We are still about 30 jars short to get our own jar. At this time. In the jar shop. Lin Mo stopped refining chakra and fell into deep thought as he looked at the number of jars sold. There are still about 30 gaps away from the goal of 100 jars. How can we fill this gap? Subconsciously, Lin Mo checked the range of the True Vision Guardian's radiation, which was 1,000 meters in radius outside the jar shop. Chapter 64. The theft of the sealed book seemed to have completely disappeared after just one night, as if it had never happened. But this guy Uzumaki Naruto gave me a little surprise. He used the multiple shadow clone technique. While thinking this, Lin Mo took out the scroll that Uzumaki Naruto handed to him yesterday. This scroll clearly records the multiple shadow clone technique and the incomplete 8 gates technique. I only had time to take out this scroll and look through it this morning. Then, with the help of the ninjutsu mastery talent that he had merged with before, he was able to skillfully form hand seals and use the chakra in his body to create shadow clones. Ever since he merged with the ninjutsu mastery talent, the speed at which he could form hand seals when learning ninjutsu was simply terrifying. If there was enough chakra in his body, he could have allocated more. As for the incomplete 8 gates, there is no need to learn it. For days have passed since Hinata opened the jar. In 3 days, it will be a new week. When that time comes, as long as Hyuga Hayashi opens the jar, he will definitely be able to achieve the goal of the first exclusive jar. These 3 days are a good opportunity to continue refining my chakra and mastering my ninjutsu. We don't have to worry about that old man Danzo these days. He was knocked down by Toka's muscle softening powder. He will be able to calm down for at least a few days. Very good. Thoughts flashed quickly one after another in Lin Mo's mind, and he squinted his eyes. For a moment, he was no longer in a hurry. The gap of 3 or a few jars will be filled soon. It will arrive in 3 days at the latest. Life is so good. Lin Mo, I've cooked the food. While Lin Mo was thinking this, Tian came over happily carrying a few plates of food. Because she came to Lin Mo's place again this morning, chatted with Lin Mo, and trained in the backyard for a while. I didn't want to eat ramen anymore, so I volunteered to cook. After all, she had also integrated the experience of cooking into the light ball. Although she has never tried cooking and this is her first time, she has become a chef by integrating her experience light ball. She felt like she had found the perfect excuse to stay here. Lin Mo can't eat ramen every day. Lin Mo did not refuse and allowed Tian to cook. He also incorporated the cooking experience of Tian and his mother. With double the support, his cooking experience definitely crushes Tian. But with someone doing it for me every day, it's pretty easy. It is good. Looking at the dishes brought over by Tian, Lin Mo nodded. Okay. Just when Tian had just packed the rice and placed it in front of Lin Mo, and was about to sit down and eat. Lin Mo used the True Vision Guard to see Shouda and Acarus appear in the range. What happened? Tian, who was holding the bowl and preparing to eat, was confused when he saw that Lin Mo didn't eat. Subconsciously, I looked at the dishes I cooked. No problem. Why did he suddenly stop eating for no reason? Eat later, we have guests. Lin Mo chuckled, and Tian was stunned when he heard it. He subconsciously turned his head to look outside the jar shop, but found nothing. There's no one here. Before Tian could speak, the figures of Acarus and Shouda soon appeared in Tian's eyes. Is there really someone? Tian was surprised to see Shouda and Acarus appear. How did Lin Mo know that Shouda and Changpu would be coming soon? It seems like we came at the wrong time. The hand that came in looked at the food on the table and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I didn't expect to disturb you, Lin Mo, while you were eating. He didn't expect that Lin Mo was actually eating. Instead of typing with embarrassment, Changpu looked at Tian suspiciously, then at Lin Mo, with a vague worry in his heart. Why does Tian follow Lin Mo all day long? And also had dinner here. What is the relationship between these two people? But I still want to thank you, Lin Mo. The next second, before Lin Mo could speak, Shotia excitedly said, the recipe for the snail noodle I gave you yesterday has been made by my calamus, the food is beyond my imagination. I realized that if it weren't for the jar, I wouldn't be able to come up with the recipe for snail noodles. Looking at the excited hand typing, Lin Mo laughed dumbly and said, I told you it was a gourmet recipe, but you left without waiting for me to finish. Before I could tell Shouta the details about the snail noodles, Shouta left. But since the handmade noodles have come to our door and said so, it is obvious that the snail noodles are made. And the effect is surprisingly good. Terribly sorry. Hearing Lin Mo's words, his face flushed with shame. I was in a bad mood when I opened that thing yesterday. Thinking about how he distrusted Lin Mo yesterday, he really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So Lin Mo, we are here to open the can. Acris smiled brightly and said, we thought about buying a few more jars this time. Sure. Hearing what Changpu said, Lin Mo nodded and said, 100,000 taels for one jar, and each person can only open 10 jars a week, you can open 10, and your father can open 9. In this way, he only has a dozen jars left to reach the goal of 100. Comfortable. Can each person only open 10 per week? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu was surprised and said, you still have purchase restrictions here. She thought she could buy as much as she wanted. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo also imposed purchase restrictions. Ah. Tian also stood up at this time and said with a smile. No matter who comes to Lin Mo's place, you can only open 10 jars a week, Sister Changpu. If you don't open 10 jars this week, you can still only open 10 jars next week, there will be no accumulation. Is that so? After hearing Tiantian's words, Acarus understood. The next second, Acarus was glad that he had brought a lot of money. You wait. Beside him, Shouta said quickly, Callus, you go first, I'll go back to get the money, we don't have enough money. You know, one jar costs 100,000 taels, and 10 jars cost 1 million taels. Together with myself and Calamus, we can open 19. That is 9 million taels. When I came here, I didn't think of bringing so much money. Now it seems that he feels that he made a lot of money by opening the 19 jars. So there are limited cans this week, you must open them all, otherwise you will lose a lot. I just opened a jar and found out the recipe for snail noodles. If these 19 jars can produce a few more recipes, we will make a lot of money. This is completely an advance investment. Without any hesitation, he typed what he said and left decisively to get the money. And Acarus took out the remaining money, handed it to Lin Mo and whispered, Lin Mo, this is 600,000 yuan, you can open 6 jars, and the remaining jars can be opened after Dad comes over. By the way, can it be cheaper? As she was talking, Acarus suddenly thought of something and said with a slightly red face, it would be fine if it's a little cheaper. Don't think about it, Sister Acarus. Hearing what Changpu said, without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, Tian spread his hands and said, no matter who comes here to open the jar, it will be 100,000 taels, the rules here at Lin Mo cannot be broken. Even the head of the Hyuga clan has to pay 100,000 Rio for each jar when he opens it. The head of the Hyuga clan is also here to open the jar. Hearing Tiantian's words, Acarus's face suddenly became surprised. The patriarch of a big ninja family also comes to Lin Mo to open a can. It seems that it is a little late for me to come and open the can. Before this, I had never heard of this jar. Immediately, Acarus said to Lin Mo embarrassedly, then I take back what I said before. Fine. Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, once the rules are set, they cannot be changed. While speaking, Lin Mo felt helpless. If this crappy store didn't have this rule, his sales would have been booming. And Acarus nodded quickly, I understand. As he spoke, Acarus looked at the jars displayed on the counter and quickly set his sights on the bottom row. Lin Mo, I want those 6 jars. Seeing this, Lin Mo waved his hand, and immediately 6 jars flew out steadily and landed silently in front of Changpu, which made Changpu feel a little hesitant. Lin Mo was actually not an ordinary person. Just this one move made the little thoughts in Changpu's heart waver. No, now we should open the jar first and not think about anything else. The next second, Acarus quickly shook his head, making the thought in his mind disappear instantly. Then Acarus directly knocked open the first jar. Boom! When the first jar broke, an extremely rich fragrance immediately escaped and instantly filled the nose of Acarus, who was closest to it. It smells so good. This smell made Acarus subconsciously take a deep breath and exclaim in surprise. A strong aroma of fireworks fried rice made her whole body focus on what was opened. This is a plate of fried rice, but the color of the fried rice is golden, which makes Akira stunned. What a beautiful fried rice. And it smells so good. Not only Akira smelled it, Tian also smelled it and swallowed subconsciously. Then he reacted and his face flushed. She suddenly felt that the dish she had just cooked was not so fragrant. Golden egg fried rice. The freshly baked golden egg fried rice comes from somewhere and is cooked with special ingredients, so it glows and is even more delicious. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of this thing, raised his eyebrows, and said, "As you can see, this is golden egg fried rice, freshly baked. You can try it and see how it tastes. It's incredible how this fried rice is made." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu carefully looked at the plate of fried rice and whispered, "I'm not seeing things, these golden rice grains seem to glow." "Good." Lin Mo nodded. "This is a plate of golden egg fried rice, a delicious dish. Eat it while it's hot. If it gets cold, the taste will change. It will take a while to finish this plate of fried rice." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu blushed slightly. "I don't have chopsticks either. When she comes to open the jar, she can't possibly bring chopsticks with her. Does she have to use her hands? Give. Sister Changpu, have you had lunch yet? If not, it's time to eat. I have chopsticks here." "Thank you." After hearing Tiantian's words, Changpu immediately took it and began to taste the plate of golden egg fried rice. It was delicious. The moment the golden egg fried rice entered her mouth, Akira showed excitement on her face. "This taste is just like the egg fried rice my mother made when I was a child, that kind of happy taste." As he spoke, Akira started eating quickly. Soon, the whole plate of egg fried rice was completely eaten up by Akira. It wasn't until he finished eating that Akira realized what was going on. When she saw Lin Mo and Tian looking at her, Changpu blushed and lowered her head, whispering, "Sorry, I lost my composure. It seems that this thing is really delicious." Tian smacked his lips and said, "Otherwise, Sister Akira, you wouldn't eat so fast." Looking at Akira's expression, she could imagine how delicious the egg fried rice would be, and she wanted to eat it too. After hearing what Tian said, Akira blushed. She felt ashamed that she had lost her composure in front of a child. "Open the can first." Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. "No one can control this kind of delicacy." "Aha." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu nodded quickly. Then continue to look at the next jar and knock open the second jar decisively. The second jar broke, and something in an iron bucket fell out. "This is canned food? Are there cans this big? This looks like a tin can for storing things. But this jar is too big." Not only that, there were words on it that she couldn't understand. "It looks like something like powder. But what is this series of ghostly drawings? Why can't I understand it?" As he spoke, he pointed to the north side of the iron tunnel. "There are densely packed black symbols there. Sanhua non-fat milk, a high-tech product from a certain world, a condiment made from fresh condensed milk. Sanhua full-fat evaporated milk is often used to make desserts, coffee, thick soups and milk tea. In milk tea, it is one of the indispensable seasonings. It is a synthetic product. Non-fat evaporated milk is a cholesterol-free vegetable fat with a rich and mellow taste. It is an ideal choice for making various dishes, soups and snacks. It is sugar-free, easy to digest and delicious." At this moment, Lin Mo looked at the thing that the calamus had bloomed with a strange expression on his face. "Why is this thing?" As for what Tian says about not being able to understand the symbols, they are the texts from different places. There are words I recognize behind this. And Akira took a closer look, and suddenly saw a small area with words that he could read, and asked in surprise, "Sanhua non-fat milk? Milk?" As she spoke, Akira stepped forward, hugged the Sanhua non-dairy milk, and shook it slightly. It turned out that there was a sense of liquid flow, which instantly made Akira feel that this should be milk. "Yeah, this thing." Lin Mo pinched his chin, tried to organize his words, and said, "This is a kind of dessert, coffee, thick soup, and milk tea. You can understand that with this thing, anyone can easily make delicious dishes, soups and snacks. It is a quick dessert concoction." Lin Mo briefly explained the Sanhua evaporated milk, trying to make it as easy to understand as possible so that Changpu could understand. "What?" Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu was stunned. "This thing can make soups whiter and more delicious? It sounds like this thing is totally used for cooking." Tian thought, "When soups become white, they are delicious. The only thing that comes to my mind is mutton soup. After all, mutton soup is not white enough. Add a spoonful of Sanhua evaporated milk and the mutton soup will become as white as snow. This thing can become a chef." As Tian spoke, his eyes became brighter. This thing seems pretty good. Sister Acarus, your ramen restaurant must have made a lot of soup. Tian turned his head to look at Acarus and thought, with this thing, wouldn't it be possible to speed up the process? But isn't there any harm in this kind of thing? Hearing Tian's words, Acarus frowned, looked at the bucket of Sanhua evaporated milk in his hand and said in confusion, this is the first time I've heard of this thing. She didn't doubt what Lin Mo said. She was thinking, is there no harm in this kind of thing? Generally speaking, things that are accomplished quickly always have some negative effects. This thing, doesn't it have any impact? Good intuition. Hearing what Changpu said, Lin Mo nodded and said, this kind of high-tech stuff only plays a supporting role and does not have any nutritional value, it can only be said to be a kind of fast food. For ordinary people, there is no big problem in eating it, but the impact is subtle. It is definitely not comparable to real mutton soup. The nutrition of the two is different. If an ordinary ninja eats it, then of course there will be no effect. Because the physique of ninjas is different from that of ordinary people, they refine chakra and their physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people. Although there are some alternatives who are not physically strong. Oh. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu understood, I was wondering, how could this kind of thing have no effect? But in that case, if you're too busy in the future, you can use this thing to make some and sell them specifically to those ninjas. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely switch to nutritious soup. It turns out that this kind of thing has no nutritional value. Acarus murmured. Sometimes Ichiraka ramen is very busy, and it is not easy to prepare for the busy things. Some things are even easier to sell out. But there are also cases where a large amount is made and sold out within a day, and there is still a lot left. With this thing, it seems like running my own ramen shop would be a little easier, right? Lin Mo. Damn, it's sold exclusively to ninjas. But this thing is really fragrant. At least compared to ordinary mutton soup, it is more delicious and tasty. Ninjas can even eat things like Maru, so there shouldn't be any problem for them to eat this. In terms of negative effects, the Bingliang pill is even worse than this thing. Very good, it's settled. Acarus put the iron bucket down and continued to look at the remaining cans. Chapter 65. 2 of the 6 jars have been opened, leaving 4 jars left. Without any hesitation, Acarus decisively knocked open the 2 jars again. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke. Suddenly, a blue light ball and a white light ball fell down. You're lucky, Sister Acarus. Seeing the 2 balls of light, Tian was surprised and said, 2 balls of light appeared in a row. What? After hearing Tian's words, Acarus was a little confused. What does this ball of light mean? According to Tian, these 2 balls of light seem to be very extraordinary. But this ball of light is too weird. I can't see clearly what it is. Marathon skills of veteran runners contains the experience of an old runner in participating in marathons for many years. After absorbing it, you can understand the correct running posture, rhythm control and physical management skills. Chakra of ordinary genin, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of an ordinary genin. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the 2 things that Acarus Calamus had opened, raised his eyebrows and said, one is the experience of long-distance running skills, which can exercise your body. As for the other one, it is a chakra light ball. After fusion, you can obtain a certain amount of chakra, it can appear directly in your body without the need for training, thus saving you the step of training. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu looked at the blue light ball in astonishment. You can obtain chakra without practicing? Her ninja aptitude is not good and she can't become a female ninja at all. Even if he learned how to refine chakra, he couldn't do it. He wasn't even a genin, just an ordinary person. As a result, she can now produce chakra that can be obtained without refining? Yes. Beside him, Tian laughed and said, Sister Changpu, you should merge quickly. Once you merge, you will understand what Lin Mo said. Hearing Tian's words, Acarus was a little moved and immediately reached out to touch the chakra light ball. In an instant, a ball of blue light poured into her body, making Acarus instantly feel that a large amount of chakra poured into her body and was stored in her body. Oh, that's amazing. Feeling the much greater amount of chakra compared to before, I looked dazed. Did I obtain genin level chakra so easily? Although you have obtained genin level chakra, you must also learn how to use it, otherwise you won't be able to channel it out. Looking at the sluggish Acarus, Lin Mo shook his head and said. The best way to use it is to practice ninjutsu, or use chakra refining to get familiar with the chakra amount, so as to control it. Otherwise, for you, this chakra light ball is not as good as another long-distance running experience. After all, this long-distance running experience and skills can train your body and make you run faster, but if you can't control your chakra well, it won't help you at all. Even if an ordinary person obtains this level of chakra, it will be useless if he doesn't know how to use it properly. Correct. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu reacted and nodded heavily. Yes, how long has it been since I last used chakra? She had trouble controlling the chakra movement in her body because she was not familiar with it. When I get back, I'll have to practice it well. At the same time, Acarus also reached out to touch the marathon technique. In an instant, Acarus felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his mind, which he digested instantly, with a look of surprise on his face. Following this technique, she can indeed run long distances. It's a pity that they are just skills, and I don't have any experience in training them. Tian was paying attention to Acarus' body, scratched his head and said, "This skill is different from experience, Sister Acarus. If you give us the experience of long-distance running training, then your body will be strengthened." That's not bad. Hearing what Tenten said, I immediately smiled and said, "With this, I can exercise and run every day in Konoha. While running, I can also exercise my chakra." Yeah, perfect. Almost instantly, Acarus had a general idea. You need to become proficient at using the chakra you just acquired, and you can do that by exercising through running. This way I can come to Lin Mo's place every day. Thinking of this, Acarus narrowed his eyes and looked at the remaining 2 jars. Smash them all decisively. With 2 bangs, 2 jars broke and 2 objects fell down. A small box and something like a tin can make Acarus look confused. How come it is something I don't recognize again? Concentrated apple juice, a high-tech drink from an unknown world. It is made from a variety of ingredients. You only need to pour out a drop of concentrated apple juice and add water to easily mix a bottle of peach branch drink with full fruity aroma. It tastes better when chilled. It is not suitable for drinking in large quantities because it does not have any nutritional value, only the fragrance of apples. Sleepwalking box. Just write down what you want to do on a piece of paper, put the paper into the sleepwalking box, and when you go to sleep, put the sleepwalking box under your pillow, and you can do things while sleeping. Looking at the thing that the calamus had bloomed, Lin Mo was silent. This thing called concentrated apple juice is outrageous. This is the raw material for blending juice. Lin Mo pointed at the concentrated apple juice and said, "Just pour out 1 or 2 drops and mix it with water, and you can get a glass of apple juice that tastes like apples." Isn't this misleading? Shouldn't apple juice be made from apples? It only tastes like apples. Is this still apple juice? This can be considered juice. Hearing Tiantian's words, Chanpu nodded in agreement, fully agreeing with Tiantian's words. Lin Mo looked at the sleepwalking box and continued, "As for this sleepwalking box, if you have anything you want to do, you can write it on this piece of paper and put it in the box. When you go to sleep, put the box under your pillow. You can do things while you sleep, and it won't interfere with your sleep and work. If I remember correctly, this thing can also be considered a prop. If this thing could be produced in large quantities, workers would really have to work overtime. You can work while sleeping without delaying your work." Hearing this, Acarus looked at the palm-sized box in front of him with a look of astonishment. Does such a thing still exist? It sounds too weird. She only remembered that sleepwalking happened when she was a child. You won't do that when you grow up. This thing. Tian scratched his head and asked, "Lin Mo, does this thing affect people's energy?" You know, human energy is not infinite. The reason why people sleep is to replenish physical strength and energy. If I use this, won't I feel tired? If you don't get tired, you can practice like crazy. It is simply a powerful tool for cultivation. Yes. Acarus hesitated and said, "If I put this thing under my father's pillow and let him make the dough while sleeping, will he be tired the next day?" This thing would be great if it didn't make you tired. I guess it's not possible to do that kind of physical work that requires a lot of energy. After all, human muscles also need to relax. Lin Mo chuckled and said, "If it's some small job or something, there's naturally no problem, such as night watch or something like that. If used well, it is indeed very useful. I have never used this thing, so if you want to know the detailed effects, you need to try it yourself." He could only see the introduction of the contents of the jar. And he can only get it after someone else opens it. Of course, he wouldn't use this thing. Let Dad try it when we get back. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu nodded. What do you want me to try? As Acarus nodded and spoke, Xiaoda walked in with a curious look on his face. He was holding 1 or 2 purses in his hands. One of them was handed to Acarus. Obviously, the division was done by hand before coming. You came back so quickly. Looking at the incoming hand, Changpu's eyes lit up. I have opened 6 jars and can open 4 more. Dad, you can open one too. Then it seems I opened it at the right time. Hearing what Akira said, Shouta immediately handed the money to Lin Mo with a smile. Shopkeeper, this is the money for me to open the jar. Ah. Lin Mo nodded. Choose. Then those 4 will do. And Changpu had already handed the purse in his hand to Lin Mo and continued to choose the 4 jars from before. Soon, 4 jars landed in front of Akira. Just smash them all, maybe you'll have good luck. Beside him, Tian squinted his eyes and said, Sister Changpu can try. Eh? Is that so? After hearing Tian's words, Akira pondered for a moment and nodded immediately. It's just 4 jars. Just open them all. Bang bang bang. All of a sudden, 4 jars were smashed by Akira. Suddenly, 4 objects fell down. 2 kunai, a soldier's grain pill, and a pill as white as jade. Looking at this thing, Akira was silent for a moment and turned to look at Tian. These 4 things seem terrible. Day by day, dot. Lin Mo, dot. I won't say that again next time. Tian covered her mouth with her hands and lowered her head with a red face. It's okay. Seeing Tian's look, Akira shook his head. Dad is here, I must speed up the opening of the jars. As he spoke, Akira turned his head and looked at Lin Mo, curiously asking, Shopkeeper, I know about kunai and bingliangwan, but what is this? As he spoke, Changpu looked at the round pill that was as white as jade. Rejuvenation pill. The rejuvenation pill, made by an alchemist from a mysterious world, can freeze your face forever at the moment you take the pill. It not only smooths out the traces of time, but also gives your skin the delicateness and radiance of a newborn baby. This is good stuff. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo smiled faintly and introduced it. This thing is a good treasure for women. Eh? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu suddenly widened his eyes and asked in surprise, is this true? Is there such a thing in the world? It's too exaggerated to be able to keep a woman's face forever at a certain moment. Thinking of the magic of this jar, Akira's face became excited. Everyone grows old. Once you get old, you'll look ugly. But with this thing, you can freeze your face at its most beautiful. She thinks she is the most beautiful at this moment. Without any hesitation, Changpu immediately took the anti-aging pill and swallowed it. A bit sweet. In a flash, Akira tasted it. Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Changpu eating the pill directly. He really didn't expect that Akira would eat it so readily. I feel like my face has changed a bit. After taking the anti-aging pill, Akira quickly reached out and touched his face, which seemed to have become smoother. Really, Sister Akira? Tian looked at Akira's face with some envy. Your face has become whiter and so delicate, it feels so tender that you can squeeze water out of it. While speaking, Tian immediately reached out and touched Akira's face, and found that the skin on Akira's face felt surprisingly good. Real? Is there a mirror? I didn't bring a mirror, I want to take a look. She is still very confident about her appearance. If there are any changes, you will definitely be able to see them. Have. Tian quickly took out a mirror from his ceiling scroll and handed it to Akira, which made Akira's eyes suddenly excited. My skin has really become whiter. For a moment, Akira couldn't let go of his face. Pinching left and right, she was immersed in the feeling. Seeing this, he smiled and clapped his hands. It is indeed a good thing to be happy that your daughter has become beautiful and her beauty remains forever. Lin Mo, I'll just pick those 9. Immediately, he turned his eyes to the cabinet and quickly picked out 9 jars. As Lin Mo waved his hand, 9 jars flew in front of him, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. I don't know what good things can be found in these 9 jars. It would be awesome if you could come up with a few more delicious recipes. Thinking of this, he decisively knocked open the first jar. Boom! The first jar broke and a scroll fell out. Ninjutsu scroll. Looking at the appearance of the scroll, Tian looked over instantly and made a judgment. It was the same when my father opened the ninjutsu scroll before. A ninjutsu scroll. Hearing Tian's words, Shouta immediately shook his head and said, this thing is useless to us. Neither himself nor I am our ninjas. This thing is totally useless. It's not a ninjutsu scroll. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and corrected Tian's words. Sea-level task scroll. A scroll containing a sea-level task. You can obtain a sea-level task after opening it. The task is randomly generated and has a time limit. If you complete it within the valid time, you can get rich rewards. If you fail to complete it within the valid time, the scroll will disappear and you will not get any rewards. The timer starts after you open the scroll. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo was stunned. If he hadn't read the introduction, he would have thought it was a ninjutsu scroll. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a mission scroll. Since there are C-level quest scrolls, does that mean there are B-level quest scrolls? A-level quest scrolls? Even though he had thought that there were all kinds of things from all over the world in the jar, he had never imagined that there would be such a thing. If you don't open it, you won't know the task. If you don't complete the task, you don't know what the reward will be. Lin Mo shook his head and said, "This is a C-level mission scroll. After you open it, a mysterious mission will appear. You can get benefits if you complete this mission. If you can't complete it, you won't get any benefits or rewards. You need to check the details yourself. Of course, as long as this scroll is not opened, it has no time limit and can be kept forever. Only when it's opened up, there are restrictions." Mission, scroll. Hearing Lin Mo's words, he was shocked. There is such a thing. Why does this thing sound so weird? Of course he knew the mission, which was the mission assigned to the village. The person seeking help can post a task with money, which will be selected by the ninjas and accepted. After the task is completed, the person can receive the reward. The difficulty of general tasks is divided into levels. The more dangerous the level, the higher the level and the more money you will get. But that requires registering, going through the formalities, and then accepting the task. What kind of quest scroll is this now? It doesn't even require doing these things. How did that mission appear? Conjured out of thin air. Forehead. Thinking of the task that appeared out of thin air, and thinking of the magic of the jar shop, he suddenly fell silent. It seems that it is not impossible. Interesting. Tian was very interested when he heard this. It's actually a C-level mission. The C-level missions in a village are usually out-of-village missions, such as escorting or exterminating stray ninjas. But those require a team leader to accept them and they must be completed as a team. This quest scroll actually appears randomly, and the quest is also random. It's really strange. This was the first time she had seen something like this. Especially after hearing Lin Mo say that there would be rewards for completing this task scroll, she was more curious about what the rewards would be. All this is unknown. But isn't it more interesting not to prove the unknown? The C-rank missions in a village are generally not difficult. I am thought, but it is not an easy task. We are not ninjas. If we open it, it will be bad if there are any unfinished tasks. After all, she is powerless now. Dad doesn't even have chakra. Everything is random, there is no fixed direction. Looking at the thoughtful Icarus and listening to Tiantian's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said. So there will be all kinds of tasks that you can't imagine, such as selling things, or buying things. These are all tasks, the specifics depend on your wishes. He was curious about this thing too. I'll take it out and open it to see what task will appear. It doesn't matter if it can't be completed. For him, this thing is just a taste of something new. Aha. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Changpu nodded heavily. The hand typewriter smiled and said, then I hope there will be tasks related to the ramen shop, so that I can complete them more easily. If possible, he would like to open the mission scroll and take a look now. Unfortunately, opening the quest scroll is time limited. You still have to open the can first. Chapter 66. While thinking this, he put away the C-level task scroll with his hands. Then he continued to crack open the second jar. Boom! The second jar shattered and a ball of white light fell down. It's a group of light of the experience type. Seeing this experience ball, Icarus' eyes lit up. Dad, you made a fortune. Oh. Hearing what Icarus said, I became even more interested in typing. As for Icarus, he briefly talked about the experience light group that had just been opened, causing the player to take a deep breath. It's so magical. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Mo and asked, Lin Mo, what is this experience light ball? 24 hours of squatting experience. This is a 24-hour squatting training experience accumulated by a senior squatter. After integration, it can directly improve your own squatting experience. Lin Mo. Listening to the words typed by his hand and looking at the ball of experience light that appeared in his hand, Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. This thing is really useless. Lin Mo shook his head and spoke briefly, and the person who listened was also stunned. What does he want this experience for? Something is better than nothing, Dad. When Icarus saw it, he smiled and said, it's you who prescribed it anyway. It's useless if you don't melt it. There are only benefits and no harm, just melt it directly. Right. Hearing what Icarus said, he nodded. Yes, after all, I paid for it myself. Without any hesitation, he immediately reached out and touched the ball of experience light. In an instant, Shuba felt that his legs had been exercised, which made his whole body tremble. Especially the exercise feeling coming from the waist made him feel it very clearly. It's worth it. I feel that my waist bones are no longer so tired, and I feel refreshed after beating my hands. Is this the magic of the experience light group? Without any hesitation, he continued to knock open the 2 jars with his hands. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke and 2 green leaves fell down. Is this green vegetables? Looking at the water droplets on the leaves, Shouta's expression became more and more strange. Real or fake? 200,000 tails, and 2 pieces of vegetable leaves. This is such bad luck. Popeye's spinach comes from a magical world and is full of special powers. After eating it, you can instantly become extremely powerful. The simple introduction made Lin Mo take a second look. This thing left a deep impression on him. Lin Mo immediately said, "This is the powerful spinach." Following Lin Mo's introduction, Shouta's face was tangled. "For me, it's useless to become extremely powerful. This thing is of no use to me." "No, uncle, can't you still knead the noodles? When kneading dough, don't you need a lot of strength? When you eat this spinach, you will become very strong and kneading dough will be easy." Typed. That's true, but he can do it without eating this stuff. Ugh. He sighed in his heart and wrapped up the 2 slices of spinach. No matter what, let's put it away first. Correct. As soon as he picked it up, he suddenly thought of something and said quickly, "Lin Mo, this won't break, right?" Of course. Lin Mo looked strange. Once the water droplets on this thing are gone, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. Once it turns yellow, it may be ineffective. After all, this thing is just spinach. When it fell, it was still green and juicy, obviously it had just been picked. Hearing this, Shouta sighed in his heart again. So, doesn't it mean I should eat quickly? It seems that I will have to knead the dough like crazy after I return. By the way, let's make some hot and sour noodles. While thinking this, Shouta continued to look at the remaining jars. Then continued to knock open 2 more. With 2 bangs, 2 more jars broke. This time it was a test tube filled with liquid that fell. The other one is a square cookie. He took a quick look at his hand and then looked at Lin Mo. Because it was something he didn't recognize. He discovered that when he opened a jar at Lin Mo's place, even if the things that came out were food, they were not necessarily ordinary food. On the contrary, it has a special effect. Hobbit's elf cookies made from grains from an unknown land. This is an elf biscuit that can provide energy for a whole day. It is made by elves and is very suitable for long-distance travel. Rage potion with mild side effects made by a warlock with extremely inferior alchemy skills. This potion can increase combat effectiveness for a short period of time, but it has the side effect of weakness after use. Lin Mo pinched his chin after reading these 2 simple introductions. He had some impression of these 2 things. These are elf cookies. Lin Mo first looked at the elf cookies and said, "You don't have to eat them normally, but you can eat them if you are traveling a long distance in the wild or if your life is in danger. Because its seeds contain Amon's vigorous vitality, and it can pass this power to the legal eater, it is also called the food of life. As for the other one, it's a berserker potion. It can increase your fighting power, or strength, but you will become weak after using it. Whether it is for ordinary people or ninjas, the effects of this violent potion must be different. Will it expire?" After hearing Lin Mo's words, Shouta looked at the biscuit first. "Not really." Lin Mo shook his head. "This kind of biscuits are not ordinary things, they can be stored forever. As for how long the berserk potion lasts, that depends on the physique of the person who drinks it." "Yeah, that sounds good." Hearing Lin Mo's words, he immediately picked up the violent potion with great reluctance to let it go. Seeing the typing movements, Lin Mo was very surprised. In Lin Mo's opinion, the hand-typed ones should pay more attention to the elf cookies registered. "Why did you take a fancy to this violent potion?" As for the manual knock, after putting the 2 things into his pocket, he looked at the remaining 4 jars and prepared to crack them all open. "I just cracked open 4 jars in a row, and what came out wasn't very good." Akaris suddenly said in a dark tone, "Dad, you might as well open 1 jar, or 2 jars. Day by day. When Tian heard what Akaris said, his eyelids twitched. If she had known this earlier, she would not have said that to Sister Changpu. "Oh no, it seems like Sister Changpu has something on me." "Well, that makes sense." Shouta had a strange look on his face and immediately gave up the idea of knocking open the 4 jars. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke and 2 different objects fell down. One is a purple mushroom, and the other is a thick steak the size of a palm. Small poisonous mushrooms in Sanluo Valley. These mushrooms come from the bottom of a mysterious valley. Because they are picked before they are fully grown. The toxin is not strong. They need to be destroyed vigorously to make the poisonous mushrooms spray out the poison. Although they are not disposable, they will be completely useless if they are sprayed too much. Talbuk steak from Azer. Talbuk steak from a certain region of Azer, a kind of food that restores health and mana. It is commonly seen as a recovery food for adventurers and is loved by warriors. It is big in meat and very filling. Looking at these two things, Lin Mo had a strange expression on his face. Why is it so fancy? It's a poisonous mushroom. Seeing that Xiaoda had already reached out to touch the small poisonous mushroom, Lin Mo spoke immediately, and Xiaoda was so frightened that he pulled his hand back sharply. Poisonous mushrooms? But don't worry. Looking at the frightened hand, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. The toxin of this poisonous mushroom is not that strong. As he spoke, Lin Mo briefly talked about the poisonous mushroom and the steak. The person who listened to it frowned bitterly. How could these things be so strange and weird? They are things he can't use at all. Restore healthy steak. Poisonous mushrooms. Why does it feel like it's all just a bunch of garbage? He hid his hand and sighed in his heart. He wanted to prescribe a delicious recipe. There are no gourmet recipes, prescribing anything related to healing. And many more. Suddenly, Xiaoda thought of something and said quickly. Lin Mo, this taboo steak you mentioned can restore people's health, but what about a person's injured hand? Can it be restored? In other words, is it useful for people with long-term injuries or hidden injuries? Okay. Hearing what the hand typed, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and said. This thing, to put it bluntly, is a supplement to your body functions, such as physical strength or something. The kind you mentioned is something that recovers injuries, and this steak does not have this effect. While speaking, Lin Mo glanced at his right hand without leaving a trace. He remembered. Although he is not a ninja in hand-to-hand combat, he once used his injured right hand to throw a rolling pin and accurately and easily knock down the Peking Choji in Naruto. Okay. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Sho was a little disappointed. That leaves 2 jars. I don't know what will come out of the next 2 jars. As he thought this, he struck the key decisively. 2 bangs. Finally, the 2 jars broke, and a blue ball of light and a white ball of light fell down. A look of joy suddenly appeared in Xiaoda's eyes. It turned out to be an experience light group. Just now he had experienced the feeling of integrating the experience light ball. Now another one has opened. I'll just say it. Acarus watched this scene and laughed. You will be right if you listen to me. If Dad had smashed the 4 jars just now, the things inside would probably be of rubbish. Compared to the happy Acarus and Xiaoda, Lin Mo looked at the 2 light balls with a somewhat strange expression. A thief's lockpicking experience. The lockpicking experience comes from a world-famous thief. After integrating it, you can master the lockpicking methods and open most locks. Blue Light Awakening Ball comes from a magical city and can temporarily enhance the physical and mental abilities of ordinary people. After absorption, perception, strength and speed will be significantly enhanced, and the duration is 24 hours. Looking at the ball of light that came out of his hand, Lin Mo was speechless. A useless lock-picking experience, an awakening ball that has never been heard of. It's also temporary. It's absolutely amazing. If he remembered correctly, the mutants in X-Men seem to be used in this way. Shaking his head, Lin Mo spoke and briefly talked about the 2 experience light balls. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the smiling hand beat was in a very good mood, which was instantly gone, and was replaced by silence. What a thief's lockpicking experience. What do I need this thing for? There are also those that can enhance the body, perception and spirit. Although it sounds amazing, it is temporary. What does he want to do to enhance his perception and body? It's useless. Ugh. For a moment, Xiaoda sighed softly. Really, these 2 balls of light are a bit useless to him. However, seeing that there were no more jars that could be opened, Xiaoda still reached out his hand, touched the 2 light balls, and merged them into his body. After feeling the extra knowledge and active spirit in my mind, my typing mentality gradually calmed down. That way, after opening all 10 jars, I can go back to kneading the dough. He glanced at the food on the table behind Lin Mo and Tian, and said with a hearty smile, I won't disturb you from eating, Lin Mo. Ah. Hearing what he said, Lin Mo nodded and said, you can come back to open the jar next week. You were lucky the first time and got a delicious recipe. If you had continued to open the jar, you might have gotten it again. Hearing this, Xiaoda sighed and said, I didn't think of it at the time. Who would have thought that this delicious recipe could produce such delicious snail noodles? Speaking of this, although he didn't get anything good when he opened the can this time, he still felt it was worth it. Because in his opinion, once the snail noodles are sold, they will become popular throughout Konoha and money will come in like a flood. And it is unique to Konoha village. 2 million taels will be earned back sooner or later. Especially since his own daughter had obtained an elixir that could keep her youthful forever, he had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Thinking of this, Shouta looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, come to my Ichiraku ramen shop often in the future, and I will give you a free meal. 1 yard owned by a yard." Hearing this, Lin Mo laughed, "We are all doing business." Then, Lin Mo chatted with Shouta and Shouta left. Akaris also left with them. "Mr. Lin Mo, we may be neighbors in a few days." When Changpu was leaving, he thought of something, turned around and smiled brightly at Lin Mo, then ran out briskly. "Neighbor?" Lin Mo looked strange when he heard this. Akaris is going to move near him. "Hey, Lin Mo, eat quickly, the food is getting cold." Tian touched the still slightly warm food and said in distress, "How about I heat it up again?" "It's not that particular, just eat it." Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, "If you heat up food, it will easily ruin the taste, there's no need to do that." Having said that, Lin Mo sat down. Seeing this, Tian sat down immediately without heating up the food. Lin Mo was thinking about something else while eating. After finishing eating, you can take out the Charmander egg. He has never extracted this thing since Uzumaki Naruto opened it. If you don't take it out, this thing may not hatch. When Lin Mo thought so. The other side. In the classroom of the ninja school. Uzumaki Naruto, who was waiting for Kakashi, was squinting his eyes, holding the bag in his hands, and rubbing his iron face from time to time, as if he was rubbing some treasure. This guy. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, who were sitting next to them, saw this scene and their mouths twitched. They were really curious about what was in Uzumaki Naruto's bag that could make him behave like this. "I don't know when it will hatch." Naruto Uzumaki, who was holding the Charmander egg, narrowed his eyes and began to think. Last night, he felt a heartbeat in the egg. This made him very excited. "You know, if you can hatch earlier, you will have a partner." Crack. Huh. No prank. While speaking, Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto carefully and raised his eyebrows. "It was totally beyond my expectation." Thinking of what the third Hokage had told him last night, Kakashi became very concerned about Uzumaki Naruto. "Why is this kid so quiet today? Are you our instructor?" Haruno Sakura looked at Kakashi, who was dressed very suspiciously, with suspicion. Damn it. The teachers in other groups didn't hide their heads or wear masks, so why did the teachers in Group 7 do so? Yes. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, "Come out, little guys." Kakashi turned around and said, "Come to the rooftop." Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura stood up immediately. Uzumaki Naruto was also holding his bag, walking leisurely, not in a hurry at all, which attracted the attention of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura from time to time. They always felt that Naruto was weird today. But I can't seem to tell what's wrong with it. It's a prank. When did Naruto stop liking pranks? Haruno Sakura began to think and judge in her heart, and was very confused. Uchiha Sasuke thought of the clone jutsu that Uzumaki Naruto had performed before, and his face turned dark. He, a genius, is not even worth mentioning in front of this last place guy. This tailender has been pretending all along. If he could, he really wanted to punch Naruto in the face. Okay, let's introduce ourselves first. Soon, Naruto and the other two followed Kakashi to the empty rooftop. Kakashi turned around and said with a smile, "Let's get to know each other briefly." "Introduce yourself." "What's there to introduce? Isn't it written on our profile?" No, that's just basic information. I want to know what you like, what you hate, and what your dreams are." Kakashi pinched his chin and thought, for example, "My name is Hataki Kakashi, my likes and dislikes are kept secret, my dreams are nothing special, and I have many interests." Uzumaki Naruto, ... Haruno Sakura, ... Uchiha Sasuke, ... The three of them were all confused. Especially Uzumaki Naruto, who felt that this stupid Kakashi was unreliable. "Come on, Naruto, you speak first." Kakashi ignored the reactions of the three people and turned his gaze to Uzumaki Naruto, from left to right. "You are the first." "Me." Uzumaki Naruto sighed and said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I like to eat ramen and instant noodles, what I hate is waiting for 3 minutes for instant noodles." Kakashi, ... Looking at the lifeless Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Why is it different from what the third generation said? Isn't Naruto a very optimistic child who loves to play pranks? How come she looks more mature than someone as old as him? As for my dream, of course I want to make more money. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, hugged the Charmander egg tightly in his hand, and looked at Kakashi expectantly. Teacher Kakashi, can you lend me some money first? As long as you have money, you can open the can yourself. As a Jonin, he must be rich. Chapter 67. Kakashi, Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Seeing Uzumaki Naruto suddenly change the subject, Kakashi and the other two's mouth corners twitched slightly. This Naruto asked to borrow money right away, which was beyond his expectation. What do you think made you think I would lend you money on the first day we met, less than an hour later? Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto speechlessly. This kid is really bold. You are our instructor anyway, so we will just follow you from now on, it's only a matter of time before we become familiar with each other. Uzumaki Naruto said in a familiar manner, in that case, what's wrong with borrowing some money in advance? So, what about you? Kakashi ignored Naruto and looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Hirono Sakura. Cut. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips and said, if you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it, why are you trying to change the subject? As for the introduction of Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura, he had already seen it in advance and it was meaningless. As for Sakura, at most he just had a kind of liking for her, but that kind of liking had slowly faded in his heart. Kakashi glanced at Uzumaki Naruto speechlessly. From the current perspective, the information given to him by Uzumaki Naruto and the third Hokage is completely opposite. Moreover, Kakashi discovered that Uzumaki Naruto had no interest in Sakura. This is a complete inequality of information. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto holding a bag tightly in his hands and ignoring Sakura who was introducing and looking at Uchiha Sasuke next to him, Kakashi fell into deep thought. What on earth was in Naruto's bag? He is very curious. But seeing as Naruto hadn't even opened the bag, Kakashi decided to explore it later. At this time, Hirono Sakura had finished her introduction, and it was Uchiha Sasuke's turn to be introduced. Ugh. After a while, Kakashi sighed and said, that's enough of the introduction, I'll make it short and start the mission tomorrow. Ah. There's still a mission. Hearing this, Hirono Sakura was surprised, can we accept the mission now? No, we don't take missions. Kakashi shook his head slightly and said, tomorrow we will be conducting a field survival exercise. Isn't that what we always do in school? The Uchiha looked up and frowned, why this? Because your opponent is me. Do you know? Among the 27 graduates, only 9 can be recognized as genin, the rest will be sent back to school again, this test is extremely difficult, and the elimination rate is over 60. Is there such a thing? Hirono Sakura's eyes widened, I haven't heard of this. Uchiha Sasuke looked very ugly. If I go back to school, it will be next year. Is there such a good thing? Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands excitedly, doesn't that mean I can play in the ninja school for another year? If he hadn't read the comics and already knew the core of this survival exercise, he wouldn't have acted so funny. He wanted to see what this teacher would do, which was beyond Kakashi's expectations. Uchiha Sasuke. Hirono Sakura. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Hirono Sakura widened her eyes and looked at him with a look of astonishment. You can create dozens of clones with your clone technique, and you still want to go back to school to bully others? Then why do you always stay at the bottom of the class? She was also present when Uzumaki Naruto took his graduation exam yesterday, and was shocked when she saw his transformation technique. Uzumaki Naruto is not a laggard at all. And Naruto was very eager to graduate before, why has he changed now? You want to quit? Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said, there is no such rule for now, no matter what, you must attend tomorrow's assessment, I have written down the specific requirements above, don't be late tomorrow. As he spoke, Kakashi took out 3 pieces of paper and handed them to Uzumaki Naruto and the other 2. That's right, Naruto. Kakashi suddenly thought of something, looked at the things in Uzumaki Naruto's bag and asked curiously, what are you holding? Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke and Hirono Sakura immediately turned their heads and looked over. They are also very curious. Humph, I won't tell you. Uzumaki Naruto snorted, unless you lend me money. Annoying little devil. Kakashi just stood up and left. His current interactions with the 3 people are completely different from what the 3rd generation said, so he wants to go find the 3rd generation. No way, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei is our instructor after all. Hirono Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said hesitantly, isn't it inappropriate for you to borrow money like this? Sakura, can you lend me some money? Hearing what Hirono Sakura said, Uzumaki Naruto looked at her with a gloomy gaze. His plan to sell his ninjutsu for money has failed, and he is now in urgent need of money. Haruno Sakura. Get out. Haruno Sakura roared inwardly, with a speechless expression, I have no money. In that case, let's meet again tomorrow. Uchiha Sasuke said as he stood up. Wait, Sasuke. We just graduated, how about we go buy some ninja tools? I heard that Senior Tion's ninja tool shop has launched a new jar model, which is very cost-effective. Maybe we can get a detonating talisman or something. How about we go and have a look together? Is there such a method? Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly. No wonder he heard some people talking when he came this morning. But now he has no shortage of ninja tools. He immediately waved and left. When Uzumaki Naruto heard what Haruno Sakura said, he looked strange. Isn't this the shop owner's way? Go over and have a look. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto muttered something and left decisively. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto leaving, Haruno Sakura widened her eyes. She could understand Sasuke's coldness towards him. But why doesn't Naruto, the last one in the group, talk to her? Haruno Sakura suddenly felt like she was abandoned by the world. Especially today, Uzumaki Naruto didn't talk to her, which made her suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. In the past, Uzumaki Naruto would have come to talk to her long ago. Really? Are you trying to learn from Sasuke and get my attention? Humph, impossible. The next second, Haruno Sakura thought of something, her eyes narrowed suddenly, and she suddenly realized, I understand, so this is the method. Without any hesitation, Haruno Sakura decisively walked in the direction where Uchiha Sasuke left. These three guys don't have a very good relationship. Just as Haruno Sakura left, Kakashi, who had already left, appeared in the same place, looking in two directions with a frown. I have been hiding in the dark just now, wanting to see what these three guys are discussing. In the end, they didn't even discuss it and just left. He could see that Naruto's reaction was not what Sakura said at all. He did it to deliberately attract Sakura's attention. And today he even mentioned that he wanted to go back to the ninja school. Forget it, let's go find the third generation and report first. Kakashi shook his head and left once again. According to the instructions of the third generation, after the three of them gathered to get to know each other, they went to find him to report the situation. By the way, should I transform and ask Sakura to borrow some money? At this time, Uzumaki Naruto, who was leaving, pinched his chin and began to ponder all the way. However, this thought only appeared for a moment, and Uzumaki Naruto shook his head violently. It doesn't work. Sakura doesn't have that much money either. Alas, I owed a debt of 100,000 right after graduation. When Uzumaki Naruto thought about the money he still owed to teacher Irika, he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. If he went back to the ninja school, he wouldn't be able to leave the village. Currently, he has the technique of multiple shadow clones, which he can use to sell outside the village for money. So Kakashi had to go to that survival exercise. Unknowingly, Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the Tenten Ninja Tool shop while walking. At this time, at the entrance of the ninja tool store, one after another, parents brought their children, or ninjas wearing ninja forehead protectors came to line up to pay and open the cans. Tiantian's parents were smiling and welcoming them. Obviously, business here is booming. That's quite clever. After taking a look, Uzumaki Naruto knew that this must have been learned from the owner. This means that they have most likely been to the store owner to open the jar. So if I want to update ninja tools in the future, I can also come here. Let's go have a bowl of ramen first. Feeling suddenly a little hungry, Uzumaki Naruto decided to go to Ichiraku Ramen for lunch. However, as soon as he walked to Ichiraku Ramen shop, he smelled a faint sour odor, which made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly widen. What a smell! This snail noodle is really delicious. Hand type, are you still delivering tonight? I came here specifically because I heard about your snail rice noodle. Hey, you should have said last night that the new product would be launched today, I would definitely have been here this morning. At this time, the customers lined up in front of Ichiraku Ramen were talking to the busy hand beaters and I am. There were a lot of voices talking, so they were clearly heard by Uzumaki Naruto. So many people. Snail noodles. Someone eat something this smelly. Listening to these discussions, the corners of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He just wanted to eat some ramen, but Ichiraku Ramen came up with this kind of snail noodles, and he didn't like the taste of it. But with so many people here, it's not possible even if we eat ramen. Looking at so many people crowding in Ichiraku Ramen, Uzumaki knew that he would definitely be disliked if he went in. Uzumaki Naruto sighed and turned away decisively. I can't eat ramen again today. Forget it, let's go back and eat instant noodles. As for the shop owner, there is no need to go there. After all, it is not good to go there without money. We have to find a way to make money. Uzumaki Naruto was very sad. It seems that there is no money to be found in the village. When Uzumaki Naruto was sad. The other side. In the office of the third Hokage. You said, Naruto wants to borrow money from you. What does this kid want money for? That's not clear. Kakashi pondered, but I see that Naruto drinks expired milk and eats instant noodles, he must be extremely short of money. Didn't you give him money normally, third generation lord? Yes, I give you a sum every month. The third Hokage shook his head slightly and said, but this kid just likes to eat instant noodles, logically speaking, he should have 100,000 or 200,000 on him. 1 or 200,000. Hearing this, Kakashi's heart sank. Too little. Although it is a lot for ordinary people, for a child growing up, this amount of money spread out every month does not seem to be much. These people of theirs were transferred out of the ninja village to carry out missions, and they had no idea about the situation in the village. I need you to check it out. The third Hokage said, because Naruto asked Irika for 100,000 Ryo for his graduation exam, he shouldn't be short of money, even if he eats and drinks lavishly, 100,000 Ryo can't be spent in a day or two. And you asked the teacher at the ninja school for 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. The third generation didn't tell him about this yesterday. I see. Kakashi nodded, I'll pay attention. Also, don't let Naruto and the others get in the way during your exam. The third Hokage thought of something and said, as long as you understand the meaning of cooperation during the assessment, Naruto, you can't be held back anymore. I understand. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded slightly. But the next second, Kakashi changed the subject and whispered, since I have taken over Team 7, can I withdraw the Umbu who are monitoring the descendants of the Uchiha clan? And Naruto's side. I will give orders on this matter. After hearing what Kakashi said, the third Hokage was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I have tried my best to withdraw the Umbu around Naruto in the past few days. The roots? Hearing the words of the third Hokage, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and thought of the root. Then he said goodbye to 3 generations and left. Boom boom boom. Just as Kakashi left, there was a knock on the door. Then an Umbu ninja opened the door and walked in, saying respectfully, Hokage-sama, the poison in Danzo-sama's body cannot be analyzed at present, even with the methods of the medical department ninjas. We also focused our search on the Aburame clan and the Inazuka clan, but did not find anything similar. This seems to be a new type of poison, and it is colorless and odorless. We have not found the source yet. Is it so troublesome? Hearing this, the third Hokage frowned. Since the unknown poison could have an effect on Danzo, it must also have an effect on others, including him. He also understood it these days. He was so weak that he couldn't even use chakra. He was completely at the mercy of others, which was terrifying to watch. If this happens on the battlefield, or if you are attacked by surprise, there will be no way to deal with it. The most important thing is that we still can't find out what the method is. After taking several puffs of his cigarette, he ordered, continue your research and keep an eye on Danzo's situation. Danzo-sama has left the medical department. Hearing this, the Umbu ninja whispered, we can't stop it. In addition, Lord Danzo also inquired about the recent situation of the Jinchuriki. Is that so? Hearing this, the Sandaime frowned and said softly, tell him to evacuate the people he is watching, I have already told Kakashi to form Team 7, everything that follows will be in Kakashi's hands, just say I said so. Yes. Hearing this, the Umbu ninja left immediately. By the way, bring me a bowl of snail noodles. Suddenly, the third Hokage thought of something and ordered, I heard that Ichiraka Ramen has launched a new product, pack some for me. Hearing this, the Umbu was stunned. He immediately nodded to show that he understood. The problem of the 7th team has been solved, so let's go to the 8th team. The third generation looked at the information he picked up on the table and stopped at the information of Hinata Hyuga. Originally he wanted to arrange Hyuga Hinata to Team 7. I didn't expect that Hinata Hayashi had already taken the initiative and made an appointment with Yuhi Kurenai. It's a pity. The role of this class can only develop into being good at tracking and investigation. As the third Hokage murmured. Hyuga clan. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Hyuga Hayashi in front of her and asked in confusion. Chief Hayashi, I have already met Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, but your daughter has not come, I have been waiting for the whole morning, may I ask if something has happened? As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she also knows Hinata. I've talked to Hinata Hayashi before and everything has been settled. As a result, Hinata didn't come today, which gave her a headache. Hinata still hadn't shown up until noon, so she had to let Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame leave and meet again tomorrow. I came to the Hiruzen clan to inquire about the situation. Well, please help Yuhi Kurenai Jonin. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Hyuga Hayashi said softly, my daughter is currently undergoing special training with the Hyuga clan and has no time, so Yuhi Kurenai Jonin does not need to worry about Hinata. Special training? How long will it last? Hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai frowned and said, at present, the other two teammates are ready, just waiting for Hinata. What the team needs is running in and teamwork. If there is no running in, the team will be greatly affected. At such an important time, why did Hinata Hyuga undergo special training for the Hyuga clan? She didn't understand. For Hinata, she even screened and finally decided on Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. Combined with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, she can confidently train this team into an elite team. This may last for a while. After hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Hyuga Hayashi pondered for a moment and said slowly, I'm afraid I won't have time in the next few weeks. This is not okay. Hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai's face changed. This is such a waste of time. My goal is the upcoming Chunin exam. If I don't train, I won't be able to cooperate and exert my due combat power. Chief Hayashi, you should also be aware of the rumors about the Chunin exam. Time is actually very tight now. I also wanted to take the team directly out of the village to conduct field survival exercises to hone them. As far as I know, Hinata has never experienced a real mission like this under your protection. Chapter 68. Hinata was in her team, and she was 100% sure that she could train this team into elites to take part in the Chunin exam. But now, Hyuga Hinata has to undergo special training for the Hyuga clan. This is too much. Why did Hyuga Hayashi let Hinata undergo special training at this time? And is it really arranged? Yes, I know. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a moment, nodded gently, and said, how about this, 3 days, give me 3 days, that is, on the 4th day, I will let Hinata finish the special training and return to the team. Then you can take Hinata and the others directly to accept missions and train them outside the village. The reason why Hinata Hayashi said this is because he only wanted to be affiliated with Yuhi Kurenai. Once Hinata is registered under Kurenai's name, it will be finalized, so the third generation will have no reason to transfer Hinata to other classes. Secondly, Hinata's current strength is not weak. Not to mention anything else, the chakra in his body alone is already comparable to that of an ordinary Chunin. The training in ninjutsu and taijutsu was also not neglected. In the past few days, because of the problem of mastering the changes in the nature of wind attribute chakra, he even learned wind-style ninjutsu. The reason why he said this to Yuhi Kurenai was because Hinata's strength improved too quickly, far surpassing her peers. He wanted to delay it for a while and even used the excuse of special training. After all, he knew that the senior ninja, Kurenai Yuhi, was surrounded by the son of the third generation. He also wanted to take advantage of these few weeks to let Hinata open the can at Lin Mo's place as soon as possible, stay at Lin Mo's place, train, etc. And build a good relationship with Lin Mo. We should seize this opportunity while the jar shop is still unknown to the world. After all, he knew that once Hinata participated in the group's guidance of the Jonin's wilderness survival training, she would really have to leave the village. It would take at least 10 days or half a month to run back and forth, accept missions, and complete them. This way, a lot fewer jars were opened. That's why Hyuga Hayashi dragged Hinata along. But I didn't expect that after only half a day, Shirihong was already impatient to come over. After a few days, I can discuss it with Kurenai Yuhi again to ensure that Hinata can return to the family within a week after leaving the village. Take this opportunity to open the can. 3 days. When Hinata Hayashi thought so, Yuhi Kurenai's frown relaxed slightly. Although 3 days was a long time for her, since Hinata Hayashi had said so, there was nothing she could say. After all, Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Thinking of this, Yuhi Kurenai nodded and said, I understand, then I will pick up Hinata on the 4th day, or let Hinata come to the training ground of my choice. Having said that, Yuhi Kurenai stood up and glanced behind Hinata Hayashi's door without leaving a trace. Her chakra perception technique was very strong, and she could clearly sense that behind the door closed by Hinata Hayashi, there was a girl standing quietly, as if listening. If nothing unexpected happens, it's probably Hinata Hyuga. This also means that the child heard all her conversations with Hinata Hayashi. It also seems to prove that this child did not receive the so-called special training. Zaihong was confused and didn't understand. But she also knew that now was not the time to delve into these issues, so she could only keep these confusions deep in her heart. When she becomes more familiar with leading a team, she can ask about it. Wait, Yuhi Kurenai Jonin. Looking at Yuhi Kurenai who was about to leave, Hyuga Hayashi said, I have one more thing to trouble you with. What's the matter? Yuhi Kurenai stopped and looked back at Hinata Hayashi in surprise. It's a report on the situation of the leading students. Hinata Hayashi tapped the coffee table beside him with his fingers and said softly. After the group instructors come into contact with the students, they need to communicate and record the information first and report it. At the same time, they need to write comments and give scores based on their survival performance in the wild and their subsequent growth, and then report it. I think you don't need to record it yet. After Hinata officially joins the team, you will take on the missions, lead them on the missions, and then unify the records and report them at the end. What do you think? That doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Yuhi Kurenai frowned. Recording student situations in stages is to better observe their development. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata naturally cannot be compared with ordinary students. Hinata Hayashi shook his head slightly and said, as far as I know, there are also guiding jonin who lead the team every year, but report the situation late due to the mission time. I understand. Seeing that Hinata Hayashi said so, Yuhi Kurenai was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, I'm fine. Then I'll see you off to Yuhi Kurenai. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, a smile appeared on Hinata Hayashi's face. Then he stood up and sent Kurenai Yuhi out of the Hyuga clan. How strange. As Kurenai Yuhi walked out of the Hyuga clan's territory, she was deep in thought. She felt that Hyuga Hayashi seemed to be trying to hide something, but considering that he was a disciple of a big family, it was normal. Then, Shiri Hong stopped thinking about it. It's just a small thing that can be done with just a little effort. Being a teacher for children from a large family is not a bad thing, it also has its advantages. For a ninja, this is an excellent resume and a plus. Moreover, ordinary jonin cannot be the instructor of disciples of big families, even if they want to. When Zaihong was thinking about leaving. After watching Yuhi Kurenai leave, Hinata Hayashi turned around and went back to his study. The study door. Hinata Hyuga looked at Hayashi Hyuga in confusion. Because she didn't go to school today because of her father's instructions. She was just asked to train, so she didn't even know this teacher. She didn't understand what her father did, but she believed that he must have his reasons for doing so. Go in and talk. After taking a look at the range of the True Vision Guard, Hyuga Hayashi gave an order and took Hyuga Hinata into the study. Rather than having you train with the leader of the team, I would rather have you train in the store owner's backyard. While communicating with the store owner, you can also build a good relationship with the store owner and open the cans by the way. After Hyuga Hinata entered the study, Hyuga Hayashi said, I don't need to say how magical the jar over there is, it's better to open the jar than to do those useless tasks. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hinata nodded slightly, agreeing with Hayashi. Yeah, opening the jar is the most important thing. She has been learning wind-style ninjutsu these days and feels that her strength has improved a lot. But once you are assigned a guiding jonin to lead a team, you must integrate into the team. Most of the ninjas' missions are completed in the form of missions. Hinata Hayashi said softly, so once you are assigned to a team, you will be comrades in the future, you will be trained by the jonin leading the team and work together. Even disciples from big families are no exception. Having said this, Hyuga Hayashi paused, and Hyuga Hinata nodded slightly to show that she understood. Hinata Hayashi continued, but once you follow the team to guide the jonin, you will definitely not be able to come back in a short time, most of the time you will be on missions. Generally, apprentice ninjas who graduate from ninja schools are assigned some ordinary tasks in their villages. Only those ninjas who have the qualifications to become genin will be assigned to teams to carry out missions outside the village. This way, you won't have time to open the jar, so I thought I'd let you stay a little longer to open the jar. I will also ask Yuhi Kurenai jonin to ask you to come back once a week. As Hyuga Hayashi spoke, Hyuga Hinata realized that this was what her father was thinking. The second thing is your character. Hinata Hayashi was silent for a moment, then slowly said, since we are talking about the assigned leader, let's talk about the third Hokage. If I don't help you find a teacher in advance, you will definitely be assigned to another team by the third Hokage. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Team 7. Team 7. Hyuga Hinata's face suddenly turned red and she began to stutter. Isn't Team 7 Naruto's class? When Hyuga Hayashi saw this, his face darkened and he asked, do you know why? Why? Seeing that Hyuga Hayashi was a little angry, Hyuga Hinata was a little confused. Because Naruto, the Sandame wants to tie you and that QB brat together. Hinata Hayashi said calmly, I know that kid took a beating for you, but that kid is careless and would never consider these things. What if I say that when you met Naruto as a child, it was arranged? What? When Hyuga Hinata heard what Hyuga Hayashi said, her face was stunned. Arranged? What do you mean? You were fighting Hanabi then, and you disappointed me. When Hyuga Hayashi said this, his tone suddenly became stern, making Hyuga Hinata silent and subconsciously lower her head. Looking at Hyuga Hinata who looked like a quail, Hyuga Hayashi rubbed his brows and said, "Although I have placed my hopes on Hanabi, you and I have never neglected each other, I will give you nothing less." Hearing Hyuga Hayashi's call, Hyuga Hinata kept silent. She knew what her father had said. Although her father gave up on educating her when she was young, she is similar to Hanabi in many things. "I was very disappointed with your character at the time, even though you ran away from home, I wanted you to reflect on yourself. As my daughter, I also arranged a special ninja to take care of you. But you know what? The ninja I arranged for you didn't catch up with you because he was delayed by other things. You just ran away from the family base, but you encountered that nine-tailed brat in a territory that still belongs to the family." At this point, Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes and said, "That Nine-Tails kid has been used as a vessel for Jinchuriki since he was born. He is always under the surveillance of the village's Umbu ninjas. Because the power of the tailed beast is too terrifying, the third Hokage sent people to watch over him 24 hours a day. There is also an unwritten rule in the village, including our family, that we must abide by it, and that is not to expose the fact that Uzumaki Naruto is a demon fox. In fact, that kid is not a demon fox, but a container of a demon fox, including her mother, who is also a container of the Nine-Tails." Hearing this, Hyuga Hinata's pupils shrank sharply. Surprisingly, there is such a thing. She has no idea. Because of everyone's hatred for the demon fox, they also don't like that boy, they don't know about the Jinchuriki, even ordinary ninjas don't know. Hinata Hayashi continued slowly, "But this matter is not a secret to us. So he grew up under surveillance, even the ANBU ninjas wouldn't let him come into contact with anyone. Why do you think such a monitored person would appear in our family territory? And just happen to help you? You need to know your identity. You are the eldest daughter of the family, whether inside or outside the territory of my Hyuga clan, it is inhabited by people who are friendly, respectful, and loving to my Hyuga clan, how could they not know your identity? The most interesting thing is that I didn't find out the identities of the 3 boys who bullied you." At this point, Hyuga Hayashi sneered disdainfully, "So you still think that it was a coincidence that you met that nine-tailed brat and the boy who was bullied?" Hearing this, Hinata was stunned. So, there is such a thing. This is not the first time the third generation has used this method. Hinata Hayashi said calmly, "The mother of that Kyubi brat used similar methods back then. Now, the third generation has set his sights on our Hyuga clan, after all, our Hyuga clan has grown so large after years of steady development." At this point, Hyuga Hayashi sighed, "I have not allowed Hanabi to enter school because I want to focus on her training and keep her by my side. But you know what? The Sanda talked to me the night before yesterday and asked me when to arrange for Hanabi to enter school so that his grandson could take care of her. Tell me, can I refuse? Although the third generation is discussing this with me, do you think that I, as a father, have the right to refuse? Also, there are fireworks." Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hinata raised her head suddenly and clenched her fists lightly. Hanabi is her favorite sister. Now that Hanabi has the 3 Magatama Sharingan, if she were to enroll, she would be at risk of being exposed, it would be safest for her to practice with me. Unfortunately, the third generation disagrees, I can only do my best to ask for help. This time should not exceed 1 year. Before that, I need you to stand in front of your sister. So you know the value of the jars that appear now, as long as you open certain jars, you will become stronger. Only when you become stronger can you better protect your family and the people you want to protect. Instead of protecting the village. Hyuga Hayashi spoke calmly, leaving Hinata in silence. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Think about it. Hinata Hayashi sighed and said, "Originally I didn't want to tell you this, but if I don't say it now, I think there may be no chance. Besides, you have already left Ren school and are no longer a child, so you should think about it carefully." Having said that, Hinata Hayashi stood up and left. Hinata was left alone in the study. Her father's words were like a heavy stone pressing on her chest, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She recalled the encounter with Naruto, where she was surrounded and then Uzumaki Naruto appeared and ran over to tell her to run quickly and block the 3 children. All this was just because of a planned plan. Are her feelings just part of a script given by others? Thinking of what her father said and what happened to her sister, all of which pointed to the third generation, Hinata could only remain silent. Hinata shook her head, trying to shake the thoughts away, but they entwined themselves deeper into her thoughts like vines. So, all this beauty is just an illusion. If everything is planned, then what does my feelings mean? Hinata murmured, her voice full of weakness and confusion. She felt like she had been deprived of the power to choose her emotions, her efforts, and even her growth were all manipulated by adults with ulterior motives. Time passed quietly. Hinata didn't know how much time had passed before she took a deep breath and slowly stood up. She thought of Mr. Lin Mo from the jar shop. Those eyes that always showed wisdom and tranquility, and his smile that always made people feel at ease. Perhaps he could give her some advice. Thinking of this, Hinata quickly left the family and walked quickly towards the jar shop. When Hinata arrived at the jar shop, she saw Tenten sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining chakra. Hinata. How come you have time to come? Isn't today the day you meet your mentor, the Jonin, and get to know each other? That's how she got here. They usually get to know each other in the morning, and the teacher will give them guidance at noon and in the afternoon. Hinata actually had time to come here. Ah. Hearing Tiantian's words, Hinata nodded gently and said, I came here this time to ask Mr. Lin Mo something. As she spoke, Hinata looked towards Lin Mo. What? Lin Mo, who was holding the scroll of 8 gates of Duanjia, looked up in surprise and asked with interest, is it related to the jar? Now he is only a dozen or so jars away from getting his own exclusive jar, and he really hopes Hinata will bring people to open the jars. No, it's not. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata quickly shook her head. Then he looked at Tian, hesitated for a moment, and told him everything Hinata Hayashi had just said to him. It seems like something that a third generation would do. After listening to it, Tian sneered. She has been feeling uncomfortable ever since the ninja tools in her home were taken away by the root in a blatant retaliation. So, what do you want to ask? Lin Mo pinched his chin, looked at Hinata thoughtfully and said, I also know about your childhood, but I don't know about the 3 children who bullied you. Since your father said so, there must be no problem. How should I better protect my sister? After hearing what Lin Mo said, Hinata was silent for a moment, and whispered, I feel that I should listen to my father, but the knowledge I learned in school makes me confused. And thinking that her encounter with Uzumaki Naruto when she was a child was set up by someone, Hinata's affection for Naruto mixed with gratitude gradually dissipated. You are not a child anymore, you need to understand that liking someone and having a crush on them are 2 different things, you can't confuse gratitude with this. And you have to know that a small family is the foundation of a big family. Lin Mo said slowly, you need to figure out the essence of the matter, let's not talk about the situation you are facing now, not to mention the one when you were a child, just the one you are facing now, the problem of your sister Hanabi. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata nodded subconsciously. Yes, it was the same problem that my sister Hanabi encountered. And do I really like Naruto? It doesn't seem to bite, it's just that the other person saved me and asked me to run away quickly, so I have some good feelings about it, but it's just a good feeling. Hinata felt as if she had finally understood. She felt as if circles were jumping out of her mind. It's easy to solve the problem. Next to him, Tenten, who had been listening, spread his hands and said, open the jar, Hinata, you are quite strong now, maybe you will be able to reach the level of a Jonin next week. As long as you become strong enough, you can protect whoever you want to protect. Correct. Hinata's eyes brightened when she heard Tenten's words. As long as I become strong enough, no one can plot against my sister. Become stronger. The easiest way to become stronger at the moment is to open cans. Looking at Hinata's eyes becoming brighter and brighter, Lin Mo pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Is Hinata about to transform? He found that although Hinata's personality was not very cheerful now, her inner determination had gradually been aroused. At least, now I want to protect my sister. But considering that Hinata's personality changes quickly, it's not surprising. That's right. Next to him, Tian patted Hinata's shoulder heavily and squinted his eyes. We are good sisters and we will become stronger together in the future, how about training with me here at Lin Mo this afternoon? It is good. Hinata nodded after hearing what Tenten said. She feels very happy being with Tian. It's a good opportunity to exchange ideas. After all, I will be back to the team in 4 days. By the way, ask Tian what the general tasks are when leaving the village. Before she graduated, she didn't talk to her in detail every day, but now she wants to take the initiative to find out more. That's right. Seeing Hinata's appearance, Tenten smiled and was very happy about Hinata's transformation. Then he said hello to Lin Mo and ran to the backyard to practice. Lin Mo continued to look at the incomplete 8 gates. Although he is not learning it now, there is no problem for him to familiarize himself with it in advance. Speaking of which, the 3rd generation is really cunning. Even the book of sealing given to Uzumaki Naruto was tampered with. Thinking of this, Lin Mo was speechless. Chapter 69. Looking at the incomplete scroll of 8 gates ninjutsu in his hand, Lin Mo sighed. The 3rd generation is really nothing. In other words, if Uzumaki Naruto had not published a comic, this would still be the sealed book. Shaking his head, Lin Mo didn't think about it anymore and continued watching. While Lin Mo was watching. The other side. Uzumaki Naruto's home. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting cross-legged on his bed, with a Pokemon egg and a comic book between his legs, scratching his head frantically. It's so annoying. How do I make money? But he knew that he could only open 10 jars within 7 days. If you don't open 10 jars in 7 days, then when you open jars again in the next 7 days, the total will not add up. It's uncomfortable. Uzumaki Naruto looked painful. How about selling this egg? The next second, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Charmander egg in front of him and pinched his chin in thought. No one will buy this thing. After all, it just looks like an egg. How could anyone be willing to spend 100,000 taels to buy it? Alas, and it's a companion, I can't sell it, I still want to wait for it to hatch. Uzumaki Naruto muttered, I don't know when it will hatch, oh, this is really troublesome. While muttering to himself, Uzumaki Naruto continued to flip through the comics tirelessly. Even though he had read the comic several times, he was still trying to find clues to make money. It's a pity that there are only 10 chapters, it would be better if there were more. No, why do I feel so sleepy? Uzumaki Naruto was speaking when he suddenly felt sleepy. I rubbed my eyes subconsciously. For some reason, he felt his eyelids were so heavy today as if they were being pressed down by a 1,000-pound stone. That's impossible, didn't I sleep well? Forget it, we just went downstairs, let's take a nap. Looking at the scorching sunlight outside, Uzumaki Naruto decided to take a nap. The afternoon sun poured into the house through the window. Uzumaki Naruto lay on the bed, his eyelids becoming heavier and heavier, and sleepiness came over him like a tide. Uzumaki Naruto had only planned to take a short nap, but just as he was falling asleep, he suddenly felt a dull pain in his body, as if a weak force was stirring inside his body. The pain in his stomach became more and more obvious. Although it was not severe, it was enough to pull Naruto back to reality from his sleep. Okay. Naruto, who seemed to have just laid down not long ago, suddenly frowned and opened his eyes drowsily. He subconsciously reached out and pressed his stomach, trying to relieve the inexplicable pain. Damn, why is it night already? But the next second, after Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes, he instantly became awake. The room had become extremely dark. The afternoon sun had long since disappeared. The dark night outside poured in through the window. The thin moonlight was reflected in every corner of the room. What the hell? Looking at the night outside, Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. I just took a short nap in the afternoon, how come it was already evening when I woke up? The next second, Uzumaki Naruto saw a flash of red light and his eyes widened again. I saw the little Charmander egg that I was holding sleeping was emitting a faint red light. The red light was not blinding, but it looked strange and conspicuous in the dim room. Seeing this scene, Naruto was stunned, staring at the egg with wide eyes, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Because he felt that the chakra in his body was slowly draining away. The source of this suction force is the glowing egg in front of you. He suddenly woke up with a stomachache, and it was because of this egg. What the hell? Is this about to hatch? Looking at this Pokemon egg that was flashing red light, Uzumaki Naruto looked confused. How could this thing absorb his chakra? As Uzumaki Naruto woke up, the spirit egg was still emitting red light, and the light became stronger and stronger, as if it was absorbing his chakra at a faster speed. Naruto clenched his teeth and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He could have pushed the elf egg away, but he didn't. After a long while, Uzumaki Naruto just felt very tired. As the red light on the eggshell became brighter, his consciousness gradually blurred, and everything before his eyes became more and more unreal. Naruto subconsciously reached out to touch the egg. But as soon as his fingers touched the eggshell, a burst of hot energy was transmitted from the eggshell and hit his nerves directly. So hot. Naruto screamed and quickly pulled his hand back. The next second, the eggshell suddenly stopped vibrating, the light gradually dimmed, and everything returned to calm. Feeling that his stomach was no longer painful, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the little Charmander egg with a confused look on his face. This thing just stopped. Uzumaki Naruto went forward and fiddled with it a bit, only to find that nothing had changed. What a strong heartbeat. But the next second, Uzumaki Naruto could feel a strong heartbeat in this Pokemon egg. Is this going to hatch? But it's almost time to hatch, why is there no movement? How about asking the owner tomorrow? Looking at the calm appearance of this Pokemon egg, Uzumaki Naruto was very distressed. The reason why he didn't stop the elf egg from absorbing his chakra was because he felt that the egg might be about to hatch. As a result, when the red light flashed wildly, it did not hatch at all, which made Uzumaki Naruto speechless. After observing carefully for a while, After discovering that this Pokemon egg really did not undergo any further changes, Uzumaki Naruto decisively decided to go and ask Lin Mo tomorrow morning. Let's go to bed now. Originally he felt quite energetic, but the feeling of his chakra being absorbed just now made him feel very uncomfortable and he wanted to continue sleeping. Uzumaki Naruto fell into a deep sleep once again. Silent all night. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, and the soft light slowly illuminated the entire space. Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes, his mind still a little hazy with sleepiness. Stretching lazily, feeling that every part of his body had been fully rested, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, "Ah, it feels so good." The sleepy feeling from last night has completely disappeared, replaced by a long-lost sense of comfort. Forehead. However, when Uzumaki Naruto squinted his eyes habitually and looked out the window, he suddenly discovered. The sunlight outside the window was already very bright, and there was not a cloud in the sky. It was obviously morning time. Forehead. Looking at this time, Uzumaki Naruto had a strange look on his face and muttered, "Sakura and Sasuke should be waiting for the late Kakashi teacher. I remember Kakashi-sensei won't be there until noon, there's no rush. Let's take the Charmander egg to ask Mr. Lin Mo first." Thinking of what he saw last night, Uzumaki Naruto quickly got up. Without even bothering to get up, he headed straight for the kin shop. This elf egg is more important. When Uzumaki Naruto thought so. The meeting place specified by Kakashi. The location of the wilderness survival exercise. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura looked at Kakashi with expressionless eyes. Especially Haruno Sakura, who gritted her teeth and said, "Teacher Kakashi, you are late." Sorry. Kakashi scratched his head and laughed, "Sorry, I got lost on the road of life today. Come." As he was speaking, Kakashi took out an alarm clock from his backpack and placed it on the tree next to him. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned around and looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, and his mouth twitched slightly. "Where's Naruto?" "Naruto is just like you, he didn't come either." Haruno Sakura was speechless. "Sasuke and I have been waiting here since the starting point in the morning. Thinking about how I was in a hurry early this morning." Looking at Kakashi who was walking leisurely, and Uzumaki Naruto who had not arrived yet, Haruno Sakura roared in anger in her heart. Kakashi. Kakashi rubbed his brows with a headache. He had thought of many scenarios, but he had never thought that Naruto would be late. Because in his opinion, this is impossible. The tail end of the car. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke said calmly, after saying that yesterday, it seems normal for him not to come. Kakashi and Haruno Sakura were stunned when they heard what Uchiha Sasuke said. They immediately thought of Uzumaki Naruto's surprise expression yesterday when he said there was such a good thing. The two fell silent suddenly. "Hold on." Kakashi's eyes were deep and his tone was faint. "I want to see if this kid will come today." While speaking, Kakashi adjusted the alarm clock and started counting. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What does the timer do? But Haruno Sakura had a bad feeling in her heart. And at this moment, in the jar shop, Lin Mo, who had just gotten up, looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was running towards him, listened to what Uzumaki Naruto said, pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. This little Charmander egg actually absorbs Uzumaki Naruto's chakra. This was beyond his expectation. What should I do? Shopkeeper. Uzumaki Naruto held the Pokemon egg in his hand anxiously and asked quickly, "What's going on?" "Fine." Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, "The situation with the elf egg is that it lacks the energy to hatch. You should know that some creatures need a lot of energy when hatching, and this elf egg is no exception. You slept with it in your arms yesterday, so you must have touched it with your chakra, that's why it automatically absorbed your chakra when it was lacking energy. Are you feeling anything but a little pain in your stomach? So that's it." After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly understood. Nothing. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said, "After this spirit egg stopped absorbing chakra, my stomach no longer hurts. Then I heard a big heartbeat inside the eggshell, much stronger than the one I heard during the day yesterday. Well, it seems that the energy required is not much, normal." Lin Mo nodded immediately, "Don't worry, just keep it with you, the elves will hatch with white light, not red light." That's good." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. "Then owner, I'll leave first, we still have a survival exercise today." The next second, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the big sun outside. It was already noon. He immediately said goodbye to Lin Mo and left the jar shop. Strange, will the opened elf egg still lack energy? Lin Mo looked at Uzumaki Naruto leaving with a look of surprise. A thought. A small Charmander egg emerged. He didn't feel that the little Charmander egg was lacking in energy at all. All you have to do now is wait for the elf eggs to hatch. Could it be related to Uzumaki Naruto's chakra? While thinking this, Lin Mo placed his hand on the elf egg and mobilized the chakra in his body. Buzz! For a moment, the originally calm Charmander egg began to vibrate slightly. Lin Mo could clearly feel that the chakra he mobilized was absorbed by this elf egg. This process only lasted a moment. After Lin Mo interrupted the chakra in surprise, the elf egg regained its calm. According to Lin Mo's perception, the heartbeat inside this elf egg was a little louder. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo understood. Although the elf eggs do not lack energy, you can also add energy to the elf eggs when hatching them. Lin Mo felt relieved when he thought that some elf eggs in the elf world were placed in a petri dish filled with culture medium and incubated using a special incubator. He never cared about this thing before. If Uzumaki Naruto hadn't come over and said so today, he wouldn't have taken out this Pokemon egg. Just as Lin Mo was thinking this, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. I saw Tian jumping in from outside the jar shop. When Tian saw the elf egg in Lin Mo's hand, his eyes suddenly widened. Isn't this the elf egg from before? She had witnessed with her own eyes the Pokemon egg that Naruto Uzumaki opened. How come Lin Mo has it too? Oh no, what a weird idea. Lin Mo sells jars, so it's not normal for him to have elf eggs. For a moment, Tian scratched his head and was no longer shocked. Lin Mo can sell all kinds of magical jars, so it's not surprising that he can take out some magical things. Ah. Lin Mo nodded. Can I touch it? Tian looked at Lin Mo with hope. Just touch it. Elf eggs. She wanted the elf badly. Of course can. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo burst out laughing and handed the elf egg to Tian. Tian immediately started to touch it lovingly. This elf egg probably won't hatch in a short time. On the other hand, Naruto's baby is probably about to hatch. After all, he was madly absorbing Uzumaki Naruto's chakra last night. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is not ordinary chakra, it is mixed with Kurama's aura. Even if the seal has not been leaked, under normal circumstances, there will be traces of Kurama's chakra mixed in it. When Lin Mo thought so. Uzumaki Naruto was holding a backpack with Charmander eggs in one hand and a paper Kakashi gave him yesterday in the other. He was looking around and muttered, this should be the right road. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto continued to move forward. Soon, we arrived at our destination. At the destination, Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura were squatting on the ground around a fire. When they noticed someone coming, the three of them looked over with gloomy eyes. Naruto, you idiot, you're late. Do you know how long we've been waiting? We haven't even had lunch. In front of Haruno Sakura, there was a pot of burning stew. I don't know who brought the charcoal below, but it's burning. Apparently, this was lunch for 3 people. Ahahaha, sorry. Hearing what Haruno Sakura said, Uzumaki Naruto immediately scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed, I am lost on the road of life today. Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's excuse, Haruno Sakura widened her eyes and subconsciously looked at Kakashi. Why did Uzumaki Naruto also use this phrase? Did these two guys discuss this yesterday? The corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said calmly. Naruto, in view of your late arrival today, your disbandment this afternoon will continue until the evening, and late at night is not ruled out. What? Hearing this, Haruno Sakura's face changed drastically and she said angrily, it's obviously Naruto's problem, why do we have to be dragged into it too? Going back late at night? That's so bad for girls' skin. Uchiha Sasuke just frowned slightly and didn't say anything. He didn't seem to mind coming back late. And Uzumaki Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. It's just coming home late, what's the big deal? And he already knew the content of the assessment. Seeing that only Haruno Sakura reacted at the scene, Kakashi got a headache. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are simply 2 problem teenagers. Forget it, I'll just tell you straight out. The next second, Kakashi turned the alarm clock over and adjusted it, saying, it's 12 o'clock now, I adjusted it to 4 p.m., I currently have 2 bells, as long as you take the 2 bells before 4 p.m., your mission will be completed. Those who fail to grab the bell within the specified time will not be eligible to finish their dinner. And you have to be tied up and watch me eat my lunch. Having said that, Kakashi pointed to 3 pillars that were prepared not far away. But you only have 2 bells. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and looked at the bell in Kakashi's hand. Not to mention snatching the bell from the Jonin's hand. Just the 2 bells here mean that someone is going to be tied up. Good. Kakashi nodded slightly and said, those who fail to grab the bell will be eliminated due to failed missions and will have to return to school. No. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura's face turned green. Play for real? Uchiha Sasuke frowned. Going back to school would mean delaying becoming a genin for another year, which was not acceptable. Naruto, what on earth is in your bag? It's actually flashing and glowing. As Sakura Haruno started speaking, Uchiha Sasuke and Kakashi both looked over immediately. It's glowing. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was looking at the bag containing the Charmander egg in his hand with an ecstatic look on his face. Doesn't that mean it's about to hatch? Chapter 70. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care that Kakashi and the others were present. He quickly took out the Charmander egg from his bag. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Kakashi also saw this Pokemon egg. When they saw that it was an unfamiliar egg, they all looked strange. Uzumaki Naruto has been holding this thing since yesterday. Wait, this energy. Suddenly, Kakashi was attracted by the energy in the Pokemon egg. Feeling the specialness of this energy, he was slightly surprised. What energy is this? How come he never felt anything at all? Judging from the egg in Naruto's hand, he guessed it was the egg of some kind of summoning beast. After all, only psychic beasts could be so strange. The eggs of ordinary animals do not emit this kind of light. But she also didn't remember that the summoning beast came out of an egg. Kakashi frowned slightly. While Kakashi was watching this, Uzumaki Naruto had already placed the Pokemon egg on the ground, and was looking at the little Charmander egg that was emitting bursts of white light with excitement. At this time, the fire dragon egg was still shaking, as if it wanted to come out. What kind of egg is this? Naruto. Haruno Sakura approached with a curious look on her face and said, how can an animal hatch like this? Uzumaki Naruto turned a deaf ear to Sakura Haruno's words, which made Sakura's face darken. Time passes little by little. Under everyone's gaze, the little fire dragon egg that was shaking and glowing white suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. The sudden white light made Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously close their eyes. Kakashi also narrowed his eyes, but didn't close them completely. After a few seconds, the white light dissipated, the eggshell shattered silently, and the little fire dragon walked out of the eggshell. Is this Charmander? Looking at this thing, Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes. It's only this big? Damn, didn't the owner say it was a dragon? Why is this thing completely naked? Looking at this stupid thing, Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly felt cheated. Okay, that's cute. Compared to Uzumaki Naruto whose mouth was twitching, Haruno Sakura's whole face was full of surprise. This little fire dragon is so cute. Charmander. Kakashi caught what Uzumaki Naruto had just said and looked at Charmander with a strange expression. The name of this creature is Charmander. Thinking of the dragon condensed by the water dragon bomb, and then looking at this thing, Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. This can't be called a dragon at all. In Kakashi's opinion, the creature called a dragon is the huge body condensed in ninjutsu. And this stupid thing in front of him didn't seem to have any attack power at all. Like a strange psychic beast. Ow. At this time, the little Charmander that appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto was rubbing against Uzumaki Naruto with a well-behaved look on its face, as if it had recognized Naruto, giving people a feeling of dependence. Even if Uzumaki Naruto reached out and poked its head, Charmander was extremely obedient and kept rubbing Uzumaki Naruto's hand. Really, it's cute. Feeling Charmander's favor, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt love in his heart. This little guy is my companion. While thinking this, Uzumaki Naruto reached out and picked up Charmander, held it high up, and looked at it carefully. Especially the flame on Charmander's tail attracted Uzumaki Naruto's attention. Shop owner Lin Mo did say that. The flame on this little guy's tail can show its emotions. When it's happy, the flame flickers. If it is provoked, the flame will burn fiercely. When it was born, there was fire burning on its tail. When the fire on the tail goes out, its life ends. Naruto, where did you get this cute little guy? Did you buy it? Or where did it come from? Why is it called Charmander? If she could buy one, she would also like to get one. This kind of spiritual beast cannot be bought. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Charmander coldly and said, it should be obtained from the world where the summoned beasts are. This seems to mean that Uzumaki Naruto has mastered the reverse summoning technique. But it seems that this little guy is not very powerful, he is just a pet that poses no threat. After taking a look at Charmander, Uchiha Sasuke spoke slowly. This thing has no attack power at all. Only the flame on the tail allowed it to take a look. But it was just a glance. You know nothing. My Charmander has these 3 stages of growth, it will become a medium Charmander and a large Charmander. You will definitely be surprised by then. This is what the store owner said, he would never lie to him. Uchiha Sasuke, ... Haruno Sakura, ... Kakashi, ... Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the stupid Charmander, Uchiha Sasuke was speechless. Isn't the so-called growth stage just about getting bigger? Even if this thing becomes several times bigger, it still looks like its original self. This is the growth process of some spiritual beasts. Ow! At this moment, the Charmander held by Uzumaki Naruto suddenly twisted its body and called out to Uzumaki Naruto. What do you mean? Seeing the screaming Charmander, Uzumaki Naruto was confused. As he put Charmander down, he looked at the crying Charmander and suddenly realized, I see, you are hungry, right? Oh, right, it's just been born, so it needs additional food. Well, wait. Thinking that he had no food on him, Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously looked at the pot of soup next to him. Wait a minute, Naruto. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's gaze, Haruno Sakura's expression changed drastically, that's our lunch. Kakashi-sensei made this himself. They haven't eaten yet. If this little guy eats it, what will they eat? However, Uzumaki Naruto turned a deaf ear to him, picked up his bag and rushed over, and directly picked up a flaming red charcoal under the stew pot. Then he threw it in front of Charmander and laughed, eat it, since your name is Charmander, you should eat things related to fire, when I learn fire escape next time, I will treat you to fire. Ow! Charmander looked at the charcoal thrown in front of him and suddenly became upset. Why is my master so unreliable? The little fire dragon turned around angrily, and twitched its tail behind it, and with a snap sound, it blew the burning charcoal away. Then he protested to Uzumaki Naruto angrily. It doesn't want to eat this. You don't like it? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. In Uzumaki Naruto's opinion, this little guy shouldn't eat ordinary things. After all, it even eats chakra. So Uzumaki Naruto didn't even consider the food that people eat. Foolish Naruto, this little guy really suffered following you. Haruno Sakura was speechless, why don't you sell it to me and I'll take care of it? No. Uzumaki Naruto immediately refused. This little guy is my little friend. Charmander was sniffing the pot of stew, blinking its big watery eyes at Uzumaki Naruto and pointing at that thing. Apparently, it wanted to drink that. This isn't mine, this is Kakashi-sensei's lunch. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and turned to look at Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei. Eat. Kakashi looked at Charmander with interest and nodded. Hearing Kakashi's words, Charmander's eyes lit up and he immediately ran over happily. He jumped in without hesitation and started drinking in big gulps. My soup. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura's face turned green, what are we going to eat for lunch? They are still hungry. You can eat the Bingliang pill, Uchiha Sasuke said calmly, while casually taking out a Bingliang pill from the bag on his waist and swallowing it. She doesn't want to eat the Bingliang pills. Okay, let's get back to business. Kakashi withdrew his gaze from Charmander and said calmly, we have wasted enough time, it is time to practice, your mission today is to pass my practice. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Sasuke's face became solemn. Sakura Haruno glared at Uzumaki Naruto with a look of grief and anger, and casually swallowed the soldier's food pill. After all, it's snatching things from the hands of a senior ninja. Even if this jonin let her off, she wouldn't have the strength if she wasn't full. Hee, isn't it just an exercise? It's a piece of cake. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands and squinted his eyes, eager to try, Teacher Kakashi, how about I make a bet with you? If you have read the comics, he is incredibly strong. What bet? As long as we pass the assessment, you can lend me 1 million yuan, how about that? Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. How much does Naruto need money that he has to make a bet? The most important thing is that they pass the assessment. Kakashi lent money to Naruto. Another million. Kakashi's eyelids were twitching as well. This was the second time Uzumaki Naruto spoke. Thinking of what Uzumaki Naruto said yesterday, which did not match the information he had obtained, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said. If you pass my assessment, I can lend you some money, it won't be 1 million, but at least you can pay back the money you owe Irika. You even know about this? Hearing Kakashi's words, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, Irika-sensei told you? No, I checked it. Kakashi said calmly, okay, let's get started. As a ninja, concealing your aura and hiding are the most basic skills, even for tests. I'll give you 3 minutes. Kakashi said as he turned around and faced away from the 3 men. After hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Sasuke turned around and left without any hesitation. Haruno Sakura also had a serious expression on her face and quickly left the place. Noticing Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura's unhesitating actions, Kakashi immediately nodded in satisfaction. But the next second, Kakashi's eyelids twitched and he turned around instantly. I saw Uzumaki Naruto running behind him at some point and reaching out to touch his bell openly. Snapped. Kakashi grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's hand, his face dark. One of the ninja combat tips, the key to taijutsu, let me teach you, Naruto. As he spoke, Kakashi grabbed Naruto and threw Uzumaki Naruto out easily. At the same time, Kakashi took out the intimacy paradise from his bag and narrowed his eyes. But the next second, he suddenly praised and said, not bad. Uzumaki Naruto actually took advantage of the moment he was thrown out and used the force to hide. So arrogant, he's actually reading a book. Damn it, how much they look down on us. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, who had already hidden, looked at this scene with grim expressions. They really want to know, is it the same for other classes' ninja assessments? And at this moment, the other side. Another training ground in Konoha. Teacher Kurenai, where is our teammate Hinata? Isn't he coming today? They waited for half a day yesterday, but Hinata didn't come. So Yuhi Kurenai disbanded. As a result, when we gathered today, I didn't see Hinata yet. Hinata is currently undergoing special training with the clan and won't be able to return for at least 2 days. Yuhi Kurenai said in a deep voice, what you need to do now is to practice first. Don't worry that Hinata can't keep up with your progress. Be prepared, we may leave the village in 3 days. Yes. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Inuzuka Kiba frowned slightly, but still nodded. The teacher said so, and the Hyuga clan is a large family, so it is normal to have special training. You guys train first and take advantage of your strengths. I'll test you when I come back in the evening. As Zaihong walked away, she instructed, I still have things to do, you guys should exercise first, don't be lazy. Hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Inuzuka Kiba nodded. After watching Yuhi Kurenai leave, Inuzuka Kiba looked helplessly at Aburame Shino beside him. Oh, really, we are going to waste 3 more days, these 3 days are so boring again. I think we can go back to training in these 3 days. Ah. Hearing what Inuzuka Kiba said, Aburame Shino nodded slightly, causing Inuzuka Kiba's face to darken. It's really troublesome to communicate with this guy. Especially when he thought about the fact that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan was still a taciturn person, he became even more silent. How did I get assigned to this team? I don't know what Teacher Hong is going to do now, she doesn't have any mission. Inuzuka Kiba thought of the departed Yuhi Kurenai again and sighed. If Yuhi Kurenai was here, he could ask some interesting questions. After all, Teacher Yuhi Kurenai is one of the few beautiful female jonin in Konoha village. Teacher Yuhi Kurenai, you are not someone who can make the list. Aburame Shino glanced at Inuzuka Kiba and said calmly, she and the Hokage's son are childhood sweethearts, you have no chance. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing what Aburame Shino said, Inuzuka Kiba's face turned green. What followed was a loud roar with a flushed face. In response, Aburame Shino simply blocked out the sound in her ears, causing Inuzuka Kiba to grit his teeth and wish he could punch Aburame Shino. And at this moment, Zairihong has already left. He strode towards Ichiraku Ramen restaurant with a relaxed mood. The snail noodles launched by Ichiraku Ramen yesterday were very good. After she tried it in the evening, she instantly fell in love with it. While Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino were exercising, I could have a quick lunch at noon. When Yuhi Kurenai arrived at the door of Ichiraku Ramen, she saw a long line at the door and suddenly fell silent. Is it so hot? I'm afraid it won't be my turn for the time being. Is it possible to wait forever? I didn't expect that the chef here would make such a delicious dish of snail noodles, it's really delicious. I feel uncomfortable if I don't eat for a day. I heard that the handmade chef worked up all night last night to make a lot of them. Alas, I came here to eat Ichiraku Ramen, but the smell of snail noodles was everywhere in the noodle shop, and my ramen tasted tasteless. Don't worry, I heard from my friend that Miss Akras is planning to open a river snail noodle shop, she's currently selecting a location, it will be ready soon. One after another, the sound of discussion continued to reach Zaihong's ears, making Zaihong raise an eyebrow. Chanpu is going to open a snail noodle shop. That's really good. Okay. Just as Yuhi Kurenai was about to join the team and queue up, she suddenly released her perception chakra, detected a familiar fluctuation, and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Wasn't that the Hinata that was sensed by the Hyuga clan yesterday, behind the gatehouse of Hyuga Hayashi? He was actually walking quickly on a secluded path, as if he didn't want to be discovered. If it weren't for my chakra sensing it, I wouldn't have noticed it. Is there some secret? For a moment, Zihong had an urge to follow. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan was traveling so secretly at noon, there must be something going on. But when I think about it, this is the behavior of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and there are no guardian ninjas of the Hyuga clan around her, it should mean that it is not a big deal. After all, if it really is a major family matter, there will be ninjas protecting Hinata Hyuga. After thinking about it, Shirihong decided to follow and see. As long as she is not discovered, Hinata Hyuga won't know either. I am just caring about the students in advance. As thoughts appeared in Shirihong's mind one by one, Shirihong suddenly felt comfortable and her figure disappeared quietly and silently. With her strength, it would be very easy for her to track a graduate of a ninja school without being discovered. Even if the other party is a famous family, the Hyuga clan. Okay. As Kurenai Yuhi just caught up with Hinata Hyuga, she suddenly looked surprised. If she was not mistaken, how could there be so much chakra in Hinata Hyuga's body? If she wasn't close, she would have been able to clearly sense Hinata Hyuga using her chakra to travel. She even wondered where this chunin came from. Chakra perception is her most proud skill and talent. In her perception, Hinata Hyuga's body actually contained chakra that far exceeded the level of a genin. And there is chakra that can form wind under his feet? Chapter 71. I know the aura of wind attribute chakra very well. If one's wind attribute chakra talent is not obvious after birth, it will be difficult to master the nature of wind attribute chakra. Not to mention the changing nature of development and mastery. It's not like I haven't seen Hinata's graduation registration information. The information does not mention that Hinata also possesses wind attribute chakra. And judging from Hinata's appearance, she is obviously very skilled in using it. The chakra has been transformed into wind and attached to the feet. Zihong fell into deep thought. Possessing the rare wind attribute chakra, Hyuga Hinata will be noticed in the information of the ninja school, and after graduation she should be assigned to Asuma's team. Because Asuma himself possesses rare wind attribute chakra. However, Hyuga Hinata was not assigned. This means that the Hyuga clan is hiding the fact that Hinata possesses wind attribute chakra. This confused Yuhi Kurenai. What is there to hide? While thinking this, Kurenai followed Hinata and soon saw them stop at the door of a small shop. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Tianmen, she saw a heroic girl in a short-sleeved shirt walking out. Day by day. Seeing the girl, Yuhiko's eyes lit up slightly. This child is in Kai's team, and she has always wanted to transfer him to her own team. Unfortunately, the child has already become Might Guy's disciple, which makes her feel very sorry. There are few girls with ninja talent, let alone those who have talent in physical and space-time ninjutsu. And their home is not an ordinary family, it is a ninja tool shop. Being assigned to the same class as Kai made Zihong feel regretful more than once. It would have been great if I had been there at that time. Tian is a girl she likes very much. Okay. But the next second, Shirihong saw Lin Mo at the door, and was stunned and squinted her eyes. Who is that young man? She is quite pretty, and doesn't have the temperament of a commoner at all. Is he the rich young man from Daming? Seeing that there was no ninja forehead protector on Lin Mo's forehead, she instantly determined that Lin Mo was not a ninja. Because she also didn't sense any chakra in Lin Mo's body. The next second, Shirihong saw Tian saying goodbye to Lin Mo and running towards the backyard. There, you can see a large training ground. Apparently, it seems like training is going to happen there. This means that what Hyuga Hayashi told her, that Hinata was going to undergo special training with the Hyuga clan, was not true. That's weird, why are we here for training? Zihi Kurenai was very confused. Apparently, Hinata was sparring with Tenten. Hyuga Hayashi was delaying time just to allow Hinata and Tenten to compete. Although she is optimistic about Tenten, it would be better for Hinata to train with her than to spar with Tenten. Shirihong was puzzled and stood in the dark for a while, watching quietly. While Yuhi Kurenai was watching. In the jar shop. Lin Mo looked through the true vision guard at Shirihong hiding in the corner of the wall within 1,000 meters, and his expression became strange. Why is this woman here? Didn't Hinata say yesterday that she would return to the team in 4 days? Is the female jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire so idle? Looking at Shirihong who was hiding in the dark and had not shown up, Lin Mo shook his head slightly. Although he didn't understand what Yuhi Kurenai's purpose was, he didn't need to care. The most urgent task is to learn the incomplete 8 gates ninjutsu first. Although this thing is incomplete, it is only missing the 6 rear doors, while the 2 front doors are perfectly preserved. This means that if Uzumaki Naruto had continued to watch the incomplete 8 Gates ninjutsu carefully at that time, he would have been able to learn it. Unfortunately, this thing is really difficult. The first door is to remove the restrictions on the brain area in order to achieve the goal of exerting 100 of the body's ability, overloading the body's energy to increase attack and speed. The second gate is the rest gate, remove the limit of physical fatigue, overload, and squeeze the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the speed of energy consumption when opening the gate. Tisk. Lin Mo immersed himself in the scroll, continued to comprehend it, and began to practice. Time passed quietly. In a blink of an eye, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Kurenai Yuhi, who had been watching all this, discovered that Hinata was actually sparring with Tenten, and then she left. Although she didn't understand why Hyuga Hayashi lied to her and said that Hyuga Hinata was undergoing special training for the Hyuga clan, but came here to train with Tenten. But since she agreed, she just needs to wait for Hinata to return to the team in 4 days. Boom. Just shortly after Hong left. In the jar shop, Lin Mo, who was practicing the incomplete 8 Gates ninjutsu, suddenly felt a strong vibration in his body. The vibration erupted from deep within his body, as if a long-sealed power suddenly awakened and penetrated his limbs and bones. Lin Mo instantly felt that all the muscles and bones in his body seemed to be activated by a powerful force, and every part of his body was filled with an unprecedented sense of power. Is this the feeling of the first gate of the 8 Gates of ninjutsu? Feeling the power at this moment, Lin Mo was very interested. The increase in power after the first door was opened was indeed significant. With his current amount of chakra, if he walked out of the jar shop and opened the first door, he would have enough power to rival a Jonin. Gone. When he thought that he was only comparable to a Jonin, Lin Mo's face darkened and his joy disappeared instantly. Even a Jonin is cannon fodder in the ninja world. Unless it's movie level. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo decisively continued to refine the chakra. Although there is no threat now, being in Konoha village is the biggest threat. While Lin Mo continued to refine chakra. The sunset red that has already left. Also returned to the side of Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Teacher Hong. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai coming back, Aburame Shino quickly stood up and greeted her. Ah. Yuhi Kurenai nodded, thank you for your hard work, we can disband now. By the way, Mr. Hong. Inazuka Kiba suddenly thought of something and said quickly. Just now when we were training, Mike Guy, a Jonin, passed by here with Niji and Rock Lee. He asked us about your whereabouts and said we could get together when we are free, still at the old place. Oh. Kai. I see. As the leading Jonin of the ninja school, they usually get together when they are free in the village. I didn't expect that Mike Guy would come back too. And many more. Suddenly, Zihi Kurenai thought of something and looked strange. It's not right. I clearly saw Tian today. She thought Mike Guy was also resting in Konoha, so he trained there alone every day. Not only did Mike Guy come back, but he also brought Rock Lee and Niji with him. Why not bring Tian? How strange. Thinking this, Zaihong said goodbye to the 2 students and walked towards the old place. Soon. Zaihong came to a tavern. In a corner of the tavern, Mike Guy was already sitting here, patting Rock Lee on the shoulder and encouraging him, Lee, eat more, only when you are full can you exercise better. Is teacher. Rock Lee showed off with a chicken drumstick in each hand. Next to him, Hyuga Niji was much more gentle. Hey, Hong, I didn't expect you to be here so soon. Seeing Hong coming, Mike Guy showed his white teeth, I thought you would come tonight, but you came so soon, I just met 2 of your students. I didn't expect you to come back. But you went out of the village to do a mission. Why didn't you bring Tian with you? I saw Tian this afternoon. Have you seen Tian? Hearing this, Kai smiled and said, Tian is currently working as a teaching assistant at school, so it's not surprising that you see Tian. I didn't leave the village to do any missions, I just went out to exercise. Do you have a teaching assistant assignment at school every day? Hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai said thoughtfully, but I saw her sparring with Hinata today. The students I currently teach are Hinata, Kiba Inazuka, and Shino Aburame. Hearing what Kurenai Yuhi said, Hyuga Niji paused abruptly. Hong took a look and then looked away. Kai was pleasantly surprised and praised, it seems that Tian is really hardworking, he doesn't forget to exercise even when he is doing his teaching assistant duties, not bad. That's great, let's see the results of her training tomorrow. As he said that, Guy turned his head and looked at Rock Lee, Niji, you 2 should not be outdone by Tenten. Don't worry, teacher. Rock Lee pumped his fist, I've been exercising too. Very good. Seeing Rock Lee's fighting spirit, Kai nodded approvingly. Then let's go to Tenten's house later. I also need to look for Kakashi. Speaking of which, I haven't found Kakashi all day today, and I don't know where he went. At this point, Kai was speechless. Kakashi is in charge of Team 7. Shiri Hong looked strange. Compared to the team she was in charge of, Kakashi's team was the real headache. When Yuhi Kurenai thought so. The other side. A place for survival exercises. Uzumaki Naruto was tied to a pillar with an expressionless face. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke who was gasping for breath on his left, then looked at Haruno Sakura who was still breathing on his right, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, if you want to pass this test quickly, you still have to follow the comics. What do you think, Naruto? At this time, Kakashi looked at Naruto in confusion. You didn't come out for the whole afternoon, don't you want to grab the bell? Ever since he announced the start of the exercise, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura have been hiding. Uzumaki Naruto ran over to grab the bell, but after he threw it away, he ran away. Then he didn't show up the whole afternoon. In the end, it was Uzumaki Naruto that Kakashi found in the river. Naruto Uzumaki hid in the water, holding a reed to breathe, and stayed there for the entire afternoon. He was stunned. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura beside him looked over speechlessly. I lost track of time. Besides, Kakashi-sensei, what you are testing is teamwork. I feel like we haven't gotten used to each other yet, so how can we cooperate? If you ask me, I already knew the meaning of this survival exercise. Having read the comics, he has insight into the future. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Kakashi narrowed his eyes immediately. You know? Teamwork? Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke's expressions also changed. Of course. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips and said, the purpose of conducting drills in groups is to test teamwork, but even if we cooperate, we can't snatch the bell from a jonin. What you want to see is our cooperation. Although we are familiar with each other, we have never worked together. How can we cooperate? Instead of doing that, why not just stay here until now? Teamwork requires adjustment. Sasuke, this arrogant guy, thinks I am a burden. Even if I want to cooperate with him, I can't join forces with him. As for Sakura, it's the same, she only has Sasuke in her eyes, not me at all. How can she cooperate? There's no way we can cooperate. Teacher Kakashi, you have to consider the actual situation. You really surprised me. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Kakashi was amazed. You actually saw through the essence, but you are right. You know, up to now, no one has ever passed his assessment, because they didn't understand the essence. He could see that Uzumaki Naruto was not lying. He even spotted the problems with Sasuke and Sakura. For your sake, I'll give you another chance. At this point, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said, we'll continue training tonight, you three can spend some time together and discuss things. For all your hard work today, Sasuke, this is dinner for you and Naruto. By the way, you don't have to feed it Sakura. Sakura didn't provide any help the whole time, she's a drag, it's useless to eat her. Whoever gives it will be eliminated. As he said that, Kakashi threw out 2 lunch boxes. After hearing what Kakashi said, Haruno Sakura clenched her fists. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. And Uchiha Sasuke suddenly fell silent. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. Well, it turns out that he turned into Haruno Sakura. Unfortunately, he didn't want to give it to Sakura. Unfortunately, the most urgent task is to pass the assessment. After all, Kakashi-sensei had promised that he would lend him the money if he passed the test. And since he has money, he can open the cans. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto threw the lunchbox to Sakura without waiting for Kakashi to leave, and said quickly. Teacher Kakashi, stop testing us, your test is just to see if we are willing to share the food with Sakura. I don't think there is any need to waste time like this. Our running in can be completed by accepting tasks. While Uzumaki Naruto was speaking, Sasuke calmly threw the lunchbox to Sakura. Naruto. Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a complicated expression. Kakashi, Why don't you follow the rules? Kakashi just felt a headache. Naruto is so smart. It completely disrupted his steps and plans. Never mind. Kakashi rubbed his brows and said, gather here tomorrow morning. We passed the test. Kakashi-sensei wants to lend me money. Do not. Kakashi looked calm and said, you haven't passed the test yet, the decision is currently in my hands, I will observe your performance starting tomorrow, I can still tell whether you are serious about cooperating or not. Under normal circumstances, if you pass the assessment today, I will take you to take on the mission tomorrow. If you don't pass the test, you will go back to school today. And you, Naruto. At this point, Kakashi glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and said, I really don't know what to say to you. A good team survival exercise was ruined by Uzumaki Naruto, and Kakashi was very troubled. Hey. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto chuckled, thank you for the compliment. I'm not complimenting you. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, and he frowned, anyway, that's it for today, we'll gather at noon tomorrow. Having said that, Kakashi turned and left. Today's situation has made him give up temporarily. I originally thought that Uzumaki Naruto was just a naughty guy. Unexpectedly, the result was completely different from the routine. Don't go, it's my money. Seeing Kakashi leave without hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened and he shouted, I have already understood the meaning of the assessment, why don't you lend me the money? However, all that responded to Uzumaki Naruto was silence, causing him to whimper. Damn it, I can't open the jar again today. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke watched this scene and was silent for a moment. He stood up, took out a kunai and cut the ropes on Uzumaki Naruto, and said without turning his head, see you tomorrow. Haruno Sakura quickly looked at Uzumaki Naruto, thank you for today. If you want to thank me, lend me the money. How much money can you come up with? 100,000. Haruno Sakura, ... Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Haruno Sakura's mouth twitched slightly. She suddenly became less courageous to move. But he immediately took out his wallet, counted it, and whispered, just 20,000. Never mind, see you tomorrow, Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand casually, picked up the Charmander on the ground and turned away. Looking at Naruto who left without saying anything, Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a somewhat confused expression. She always felt that Uzumaki Naruto had changed. But I can't tell exactly what has changed. It's like I grew up suddenly. After watching Uzumaki Naruto leave, Haruno Sakura left with a complicated and somewhat distraught look on her face. Damn it. I didn't even pass the assessment and can't get paid, what should I do? At this time, Uzumaki Naruto, who was already holding Charmander, looked uncomfortable. He was ready to pass the test today, and went to open the jar with the money given by Kakashi-sensei. As a result, Kakashi actually terminated the survival test and did not give him the money. He had wasted another day opening cans. It really makes me sad just thinking about it. This situation is not mentioned in the comics. As Uzumaki Naruto cursed under his breath, Kakashi's figure appeared out of nowhere, and he pinched his chin in thought. This is really strange, why is Uzumaki Naruto so desperate for money? What do you need the money for? And where did that little fire dragon spirit beast come from? It looked like that spirit had no trace of chakra either. Well, I have to report today's situation in the evening. Thinking of the instructions given by the third Hokage last night about reporting today's work, Kakashi sighed softly. Let's go find Akai first. Chapter 72. Not long after they walked, an Umbu ninja appeared out of nowhere beside Kakashi and said respectfully, Kakashi Jonin, the third Kaidai asks you to come. I see. Hearing this, Kakashi was stunned and nodded immediately. He immediately changed direction and decisively used the teleportation technique. Soon Kakashi walked into the Hokage's office and saw the third Hokage who was handling something. How are you today? Seeing Kakashi coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and asked with a smile, how are the children getting along? Well, it's a bit difficult. Kakashi shook his head slightly and said, Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke are fine in the team, except for Haruno Sakura, compared to Naruto and the other two, she has no advantage at all. Yeah, but that's what companionship is, isn't it? The third Hokage smiled and said, the three of them are just right. Ah. Hearing the third Hokage talking about his companions, Kakashi nodded slightly and said, Naruto was the first to notice it, followed by Sasuke. As for Sakura, she couldn't notice it at all, the only one who was qualified was Naruto. But Naruto is such a stubborn kid that my survival drill is stuck now. Speaking of this, Kakashi felt a slight headache. Naruto was the first to notice it. Hearing Kakashi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up, this is a good thing. Anyway, for the next mission, you'll need to help them get used to each other, when the time is right, you need to tell me. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and said, so that I can arrange a C-rank mission. C-rank mission? Hearing this, Kakashi frowned slightly and asked, isn't it too fast? You know, C-level missions are missions outside the village. How long has it been? It's too rushed. Not fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly and said, Naruto now has mastered the technique of multiple shadow clones, his strength is incomparable to that of ordinary ninjas, so he cannot be treated with common sense. Anyway, I'll have to trouble you next. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then I'll take my leave first, I have an appointment with Guy. Go. As Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, Kakashi left immediately. Correct. Looking at Kakashi leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called Kakashi, took a puff of cigarette, and said. Do you know what the summoning beast that follows Naruto is? What abilities does it have? My Saruto told me that it has never seen it before. Ask your summoning beast and find out from Naruto where the summoning beast came from. Hearing this, Kakashi frowned slightly. The third Hokage actually knew about the Charmander beside Uzumaki Naruto. Did you go to see it from a distance, especially in the afternoon? Kakashi glanced at the crystal ball on the third Hokage's desk without leaving a trace, and nodded slightly. I haven't seen that summoning beast either. I will find a chance to ask Naruto, he has a very good relationship with that summoning beast. Hearing this, the third Hokage nodded. Then Kakashi left completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette and looking at the drawing of Charmander on the white paper in front of him, lost in thought. The reason why this psychic beast attracted it was because of the flame on its tail. Crack. At this time, the office door was pushed open. Before the third Hokage could look up, Danzo was pushed up and said coldly, Hiruzen, a strange summoning beast appeared next to the Jinchuriki. This summoning beast must be taken away for investigation. Even though Danzo couldn't stand up and lay limply on the recliner, his voice was still cold and his eyes were like venomous snakes. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen Zumbu stopping his actions. He has already captured the strange thing. It's just a summoning beast, Danzo, you're making a fuss out of nothing. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, that child finally has a favorite summoning beast, so he must not be taken away, but we still have to investigate. I have ordered a special person to investigate. No. Danzo said coldly, I must take this summoning beast away. An unknown summoning beast appears in the village. This is a potential risk, we must nip this risk in the bud. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen Zumbu stopping his men. His roots had brought back the little fire dragon next to the Jinchuriki. This summoning beast is harmless, Danzo. Let's talk about your situation, how do you feel now? You should go to the hospital and let everyone check you out instead of leaving the hospital. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Shimura Danzo's face involuntarily turned dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen really brings up things that are not relevant to the topic. It must be the work of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, who else in the whole village can discover the environment of our route? In this matter, the Hyuga clan must hand over 10 clan members with Byakugan to join the route. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Danzo, you really dare to think. Not all members of the Hyuga clan will awaken the Byakugan. 10 more. That's out of the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, the Chunin exams are already being prepared, Danzo, you must not mess around, the village cannot afford to go through any more trouble right now. Then after the Chunin exams. Danzo said firmly, I'm doing this for the village. Let's talk about it then. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows and sighed softly, Danzo, you should recover your body first, and you are not fit to travel now. Send Counselor Danzo back first. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, a ninja from the Umbu appeared immediately and took over the responsibilities of the root ninja, pushing Danzo out of the office. Thinking that Danzo was now completely powerless, he felt frightened. If it were him, wouldn't it be the same? Whose handwriting is this? They actually developed something so vicious. He was having a headache because he couldn't even analyze an A-level medical ninjutsu. You know, the Chunin examination will be held soon. The event is being held in Konoha, so there can't be any trouble. The only one who can hold on in the dark is Danzo, but given Danzo's current condition, no one knows when his body will recover. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. When the third Hokage felt a headache. Kakashi, who had already left, also walked towards the direction of the Might Guy Tavern. But when he was almost there, he suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. In that direction, Hyuga Hinata was walking and talking with Tenten. Kakashi instantly recognized Might Guy's student Tenten. After taking a glance, Kakashi withdrew his gaze and continued to rush to his destination. Soon we arrived at the tavern. Hey, Kakashi, you're finally here. Seeing Kakashi coming, Might Guy rubbed his hands excitedly, stood up and said, let's have a competition. Let's wait until tonight. Kakashi said in a dark tone, I'm not in the mood right now. Oh. What happened? Are the students in your team giving you a headache? Yes. Kakashi shook his head slightly and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. By the way, I also saw your students on the way here. Every day, right? Might Guy smiled brightly. Red Jonin saw it today, too. You're not here early, Red Jonin just left. How are the students in your team? Do you want to compete with my students? How about tomorrow? They haven't passed my assessment yet, so they're not considered my students yet. Kakashi deadpanned, so your plan failed. Forehead. Hearing Kakashi's words, Might Guy's mouth twitched slightly. You are too strict with your future students, this is not good. If I remember correctly. So far, no one seems to have passed Kakashi's test. Thinking of this, Might Guy shook his head. If that's the case, then I won't be able to compete with your team tomorrow. Forget it, let's drink. Come. As he said that, Might Guy handed the bottle of wine in front of him to Kakashi. At the same time. The other side. Tenten left the Kin shop with Hyuga Hinata, and after sending Hinata to the family, he went home. As soon as he came back, he saw his parents with smiling faces. My dear daughter, why are you back so early? Seeing Tian coming back, Tiantian's mother was surprised and asked, it's only been dark for a short while, didn't you have dinner at Lin Mo's place? Have eaten. Tian laughed, I'm still cooking at Mr. Lin Mo's place. Originally I was going to train with Hinata, but the training ground over there doesn't have lights at night, so it's not suitable for training. After chatting with Lin Mo, Hinata and I came back. Mom and Dad, you look so happy, did you make a fortune today? As he spoke, Tian narrowed his eyes. Good. Tian's father said with a smile, almost all the ninja tools have been sold today. This mechanism is still the best, the only disadvantage is that it is a bit useless. I am thinking about whether I should change it, but I can't think of anything. Tiantian's father suddenly thought of something and said quickly, your teacher came today and told you to gather at the old place at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Teacher Kai is back. Hearing what his father said, Tian was stunned and nodded immediately, I understand. Then I should go to bed early today. After all, Teacher Kai said 6 o'clock, so they have to arrive at 5 o'clock. Thinking of this, Tian quickly went into the house, prepared to wash up and go to bed. She took this opportunity to have a good sleep, as she was very tired today. In this case, it seems that I won't have time to go to Lin Mo's place tomorrow. Just when Tian went into the house to wash up, he suddenly thought that if he went to the gathering tomorrow, he might not have time for the whole day. I felt depressed immediately. Compared to the boring training, she now quite enjoys the feeling of training with Lin Mo and Hinata. She also knew that Hinata was only here for a few days. After a few days of waiting and opening the jar, it was gone. Ugh. Tian felt envious when he thought that Hinata would be able to open the can in 2 days. She opened the jar a day later than Hinata. So when Hinata opens the jar, she won't be able to do so. It's just painful to think about it. When I think like this every day. In the jar shop. Lin Mo looked at the several shadow clones in front of him speechlessly. With his current chakra level, he can only create 4 shadow clones. This thing is learned, but everything is based on the amount of chakra. These shadow clones are simply unable to assist him in his cultivation. I'm so short of chakra. Thinking of the Sharingan and wind-style ninjutsu he possessed, whether B-level or C-level, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. You know, even now, after integrating most of the things that everyone has opened from the jars so far, the chakra in his body is still not even close to that of a senior ninja. Damn it. But fortunately, 5 days have passed so far, tomorrow will be the 6th day, in the 7th or 8th day, Hinata can open the jar again, by then, she will have her own jar. Thinking that today was already the 5th night, Lin Mo felt relieved. In 2 days at the latest, he will be able to get his exclusive jar. When the time comes, when Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata and Hanabi open the jars, he can get things related to chakra, and he can also get an exclusive jar. Sleep. Thinking of this, Lin Mo decisively chose to close the door and go to sleep. I will get up tomorrow morning to refine chakra and practice the incomplete 8 gates. Silent all night. The next day, the sky was just beginning to show a hint of light, with a faint bluish-gray hue. The streets of Konoha village were still quiet, with only the occasional sound of wind blowing gently by ears. Tian opened her eyes and felt refreshed. Last night's rest made her whole body full of energy. Subconsciously sitting up, he glanced at the slightly brightening sky outside the window and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I went to bed early yesterday and got up early today. She was afraid that she would miss the time agreed with Teacher Akai. Then Tenten quickly stood up, put on his ninja uniform with neat movements, and combed his iconic double buns neatly. Looking at himself in the mirror, he looks radiant and energetic, with anticipation glittering in his eyes. I believe that Teacher Akai could not have imagined that in just less than a few days, her strength would have a qualitative leap. After packing up briefly, Tenten put on his backpack full of ninja tools and quickly walked out of the house. There was still a hint of coolness in the early morning air and the streets were empty. Only Tiantian's brisk footsteps echoed in the silent village. At this time, Tian was in a good mood and his pace unconsciously quickened. The old place that Teacher Kai mentioned is the training place where their team usually gathers. The training ground was located at the edge of the village and was surrounded by tall trees, making it an ideal place for physical training. He walked quickly through several streets and gradually approached the training ground. Soon, the familiar training ground came into view. In that open space, there were already several familiar figures waiting for her arrival. From a distance, she saw the tall and straight figure. Might Guy was standing in the center of the venue, wearing his iconic green tights, with his arms folded across his chest, looking serious but smiling, and seemed to be in a good mood. Next to Teacher Guy, Niji and Rock Lee had also arrived early. Niji stood there, leaning against a tree, his eyes slightly closed, as if meditating or regulating his breathing. Rock Lee was doing warm-up exercises on the side, waving his arms and taking light steps, and he seemed to be eager to start training. "Good morning." Tenten greeted as he ran closer, a bright smile on his face. Hearing Tiantian's voice, Might Guy tilted his head slightly and showed a relieved smile. "Very good, Tian, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you still haven't missed your training and you haven't been late, that's very good." As he said that, Might Guy gave Tenten a thumbs up and said, "Today we are going to have a special training." As Might Guy finished speaking, Rock Lee immediately stopped what he was doing, turned to look at Tian, and said excitedly, Tian, I'm ready, I must break through myself today." At this time, Niji also opened his eyes. Although he still maintained a calm expression on his face, Tenten could feel Niji's greeting from his slight nod. Might Guy looked at the three students in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. He could feel the fighting spirit and determination in each of them, which made him extremely proud as a teacher. "Great, everyone is here, so let's start today's warm-up training," Might Guy said excitedly, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Tenten, Niji, and Rock Lee straightened their backs at the same time. They knew that what was coming would be a rigorous training, but it was this kind of training that made them stronger. They have long been accustomed to Might Guy's training methods. "Start." Following Might Guy's order, the three of them immediately began physical training. Rock Lee was the first to rush out, his steps as fast as the wind, and he quickly began high-intensity boxing and kicking training. Each of his movements was full of explosive power and speed. His fists whistled and his kicks were like thunder, as if the air was torn apart by his strength. As if because of overexerting, Rock Lee's face was soon covered with sweat, but he remained fully focused and did not relax at all in every movement. Meanwhile, Niji was practicing gentle fist on the side. His movements seemed gentle, but every punch and acupoint press contained precision and power. Even Niji's Byakugan opened slightly, observing all the changes around him. His movements were light and graceful, like a smooth dance, but they concealed a deadly power. As the training progressed, Niji's breathing became heavier, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, dripping onto the ground, splashing tiny drops of water. On the other side, Tian also quickly got into the state. She chose the basic physical training taught by Might Guy, which focused on strength and speed. Every punch and kick was full of power. However, unlike Rock Lee and Niji, Tenten's movements seemed more relaxed and natural, as if the training was not too difficult for her. Her breathing was steady, and her face showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, she had a calm and relaxed look. It's not strange every day. Because of the vertebral muscle strengthener prescribed by Lin Mo, her vertebral muscles will be greatly strengthened, allowing her to perfectly support the physical training developed for her by Might Guy. As their teacher, Might Guy will develop corresponding ninjutsu for her, Niji, and Rock Lee, and provide different training. I feel no pressure when I exercise these days. I used to sweat when doing this, but now I don't. When Tian was thinking this, Might Guy also looked over. Because he found that Rock Lee and Niji were already feeling physically exhausted after the long training, their breathing became rapid, and sweat was dripping from their foreheads and bodies like rain. But even so, both of them felt the high intensity of the training and did not relax. They still gritted their teeth and tried hard to stick to every movement. But Tiantian's condition is completely different. Although Tian did the same training as the two of them, her movements were still brisk and powerful, without any sense of effort. Her breathing was as steady as before, and her body showed no signs of fatigue, as if this high-intensity physical training was just a simple warm-up for her. Teacher Kai's gaze rested on Tian, and a hint of surprise flashed across his mind. As Tiantian's teacher, he was well aware of the difficulty of this set of physical training, especially the strain it puts on the body. Even Rock Lee and Niji, whom he trained personally, couldn't maintain such a relaxed state in such a short period of time. However, Tian seemed to do it effortlessly, which was obviously beyond his expectations. This means that Tenten has surpassed Hyuga Niji in terms of physical skills. Tenten's taijutsu has actually reached this level. Teacher Kai thought to himself, and a hint of relief and amazement flashed in his eyes. He had long known that Tian had a great talent in physical skills. But I didn't expect that Tian would improve so quickly without leading a team to do tasks or assisting in training. Even in this training he performed so well. Chapter 73. He did not interrupt Tian's training, but watched Tian's every move silently. Hey. Noticing Mike Guy's gaze, Tenten smiled brightly with great satisfaction. At the same time, he continued to focus on his training, his movements were free and smooth, without a trace of panic. After integrating the vertebral muscle strengthener, she felt that her physical strength was now terrifyingly strong. At this time, Rock Lee was almost at his limit. Veins popped out on his forehead and his breathing was rapid, but he persisted and tried his best to complete each movement. Although Niji's taijutsu was gentle, it also required a high degree of chakra control and physical strength. A hint of fatigue appeared on his face, but he remained calm and focused. Tian is still refreshed, without any trace of fatigue on his face. Her movements were still crisp and clear, as if the strength in her body was endless and showed no signs of weakening. Okay, let's take a break for now. Seeing this scene, Might Guy immediately signaled Niji and others to stop and rest. No, Mr. Kai, I can still continue practicing. Rock Lee, who had just stopped, felt a little unsatisfied. Even though sweat was dripping down his forehead, he didn't feel tired and just wanted to continue practicing. Okay. As Rock Lee was speaking, he subconsciously glanced at Tenten and Niji. Tenten, are you being lazy? How can you be lazy? Day by day. Who said I was lazy? Tian stopped and put his hands on his hips, very dissatisfied, and said, I'm not lazy, I just didn't sweat. 4 days ago, I opened a can at Lin Mo's place and got the vertebral muscle strengthener, and then I started training from time to time. The physical training techniques designed by Might Guy for her have enabled her to train for a short period of time without feeling tired. This also means that this set of physical skills has not brought much improvement to her. Tian is right, Lee. Might Guy patted Rock Lee on the head and said cheerfully, Tian must not have been lazy during this period, she may even work harder than you, otherwise, the physical training I designed for her will only benefit her for the next few months. But now, the effect of this set of physical training is no longer significant for Tian can try new physical training. Apparently, he's been taking on missions around the village every day, and he hasn't been slacking off while serving as a teaching assistant. Hearing what Might Guy said, Tian, who was feeling dissatisfied, turned his head away embarrassedly. Can she say that she only trained yesterday and the day before yesterday? There was no training before. I even went to bed early yesterday. The reason why the physical skills have been improved so much is because of the vertebral muscle strengthener that Lin Mo opened the can. Impossible. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee's eyes widened and he said, I have been training with you, Master Kai, all the time, even when Niji was resting, I was still training, I work harder than Niji. Besides training every day, she also has to complete tasks, so she doesn't have as much time to exercise as I do. How is it possible that he has absorbed all of your taijutsu training so quickly, Mr. Kai? Ningxi. Hearing Rock Lee's words, Hyuga Niji's face darkened. Just right, let's see the results of Tian's training. Seeing Rock Lee with wide eyes, Might Guy said cheerfully, you two fight each other, and I will be the referee. Can. Hearing this, Li Luoka looked at Tian eagerly, then shall we start now? In previous competitions, he was the best in physical skills. It can even be said that he was the one training Tenten and Niji. Tian's main focus is still on hidden weapons and ninja tool manipulation, unlike him. Okay. Seeing Rock Lee eager to try, Tian also wanted to try. Ever since she used the vertebral muscle strengthener, apart from training, she hasn't really had a good fight with someone who knows physical skills. Now that she is fighting Rock Lee, she is eager to try. As Rock Lee's teammate, she knew how powerful Rock Lee's ordinary physical training was. When the two of them walked to the side, Hyuga Niji had already opened his Byakugan and began to observe. No matter which battle he was in, he would turn on his Byakugan to observe. When he was doing nothing, he would often practice with Rock Lee. Then I declare, begin. Might Guy walked between Tenten and Rock Lee, his voice loud and full of passion. I am looking forward to the showdown between Tenten and Rock Lee. Even though this scene has happened countless times. Shoo. As soon as Might Guy finished speaking, Rock Lee rushed out like an arrow. He was so fast that he was almost in front of Tian in the blink of an eye. Rock Lee's physical skills have always been known for their speed and strength. This time he did not hold back and went all out, intending to take the initiative from the start. Tian was not at all panicked. Her eyes were calm and focused. Facing Rock Lee's swift attack, she quickly took a step back and cleverly avoided Rock Lee's frontal attack. Then she quickly threw a punch, hitting Rock Lee's side. So fast. Rock Lee was shocked. Compared to before, Tian's body's reaction speed is so fast. He immediately adjusted his posture and raised his arm to block. Boom! In an instant, Rock Lee felt a powerful force coming through Tian's fist, which made his arm slightly numb. Not willing to be outdone, Rock Lee quickly fought back. Using the flexibility of his lower body, he lowered his body and kicked Tian sideways, trying to break her balance. Seeing this, Tian immediately raised her legs to defend. Her movements were light and swift, and her legs collided with Rock Lee's legs in the air, making a dull bang sound. Bang bang bang. The confrontation between the two men instantly reached a fever pitch. Rock Lee's attack was fierce and swift, while Tian's defense and counterattack were clever and powerful. Although the physical fight between the two was just a simple fist and kick confrontation, it was full of strength and skill. Every punch and kick carried an unstoppable momentum. The sounds of fists hitting flesh rang out one after another, and the air exploded continuously. How can this be? Tian's performance shocked Rock Lee more and more as the battle went on. He originally thought that although Tian had a certain foundation in physical skills, her strength was the control of ninja tools, and physical skills were just an auxiliary skill of Tian. However, as the fight progressed, Rock Lee discovered that Tian's current physical skills not only far exceeded his expectations, but were also not inferior to his own in terms of speed and strength. This is impossible. Rock Lee was shocked. Physical skills have always been his forte, but at this moment he actually felt a little overwhelmed. You know, he specializes in physical skills. The most important thing is that Tian's reaction speed is astonishingly fast. Her movements were smooth and natural, as if every detail had been carefully calculated, making it difficult for Rock Lee to find any flaws. Just when Rock Lee was briefly confused, Tian suddenly launched a counterattack. With a swift rush forward, his body was like a stream of light, rushing straight towards Rock Lee's defense line. Rock Lee immediately focused and tried to defend, but Tian's attack was beyond his expectations. Her punches and kicks are coordinated extremely skillfully, her attack angles are tricky, and her power is very precise. How can Tian's physical resilience be so exaggerated? Hyuga Niji, who was watching the fight on the side, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. As a member of Team 3, Niji naturally knew Tian's abilities. Although Tian's physical skills have always been good and he is very talented, even Might Guy praised him. But Tian's main fighting method is to rely on ninja tools for long-range attacks. Niji hadn't expected that Tian's taijutsu could reach this level in such a short time. He actually fought with Rock Lee like this and still didn't lose. Niji's Byakugan captured every detail of the fight between the two. He noticed that Tian controlled the strength of his punches extremely delicately, and the switching between offense and defense was also very smooth, as if he had gone through countless training and refinement. This level of skill even surprised him, a member of the Hyuga clan who was famous for his physical skills and had the Byakugan. Especially the resilience of the body, which has never been shown before, it is so flexible. This kind of promotion. Might Guy stood aside, staring closely at Tian's every move and breathing continuously. His original expectation for Tian was to see the results of his physical training. He knew that Tian's physical skills were definitely not as good as Xiao Li's. But now, he was able to fight Xiao Li on equal terms in a short period of time. This was simply unbelievable. How many days has it been? Tian is indeed good at using physical skills and controlling ninja tools to attack. But mainly the latter. But now, the physical skills he displayed were actually on par with Rock Lee. Even if it's just for a short time. The physical toughness he displayed every day and his physical fitness in taijutsu were almost as good as any ninja who excelled in taijutsu. When did this kid reach this level in taijutsu? Might Guy was both surprised and delighted, with a look of surprise on his face. This kind of progress is what he most wants to see as a teacher. He knew that such Tian would show greater potential in future battles. But the problem is, when we were training Tian before, although Tian had a talent for physical skills, it was not much compared to Rock Lee. Taijutsu is just about controlling ninja tools better every day, not like now, fighting Rock Lee on equal terms, even if it's only for a short time. Usually, when it came to physical skills sparring, he would arrange for Niji to spar with Tian, or for Niji to spar with Rock Lee. Tian only needs to be responsible for training the control of ninja tools and some routine physical training. When it comes to real taijutsu, Tenten's talent in taijutsu is not as good as Niji's. But now, just the physical skills that Tenten displayed seemed to be on par with Niji. While a few people were surprised, Tian became more and more excited as the fight went on. Because she really didn't expect that she would be able to fight with Rock Lee until now. She could feel the chakra in her body surging towards the vertebral muscles, strengthening them and strengthening the already strengthened vertebral muscles even more. This also led to the fact that she and Rock Lee are now evenly matched in pure physical combat. Not to mention, she also has the advantage in controlling ninja tools. All of this was brought by Lin Mo's jar. You can really skip the steps of cultivation by just opening the jar. And there are still 3 days before I can open the jar myself. Another straight leg swung over, interrupting Tiantian's thoughts. Rock Lee's fierce attack continued to sweep across, and Tenten also raised her leg without showing any weakness. The two men were fighting back and forth on the court, punching and kicking each other, and the air seemed to be filled with tension. As Tenten kicked Rock Lee back and backed away, Rock Lee took a deep breath and extended his hand to his arm. If he didn't get the next thing, he felt that his physical skills would never be able to surpass Tian. Okay, Lee. At this time, Might Kai said loudly, "It's just a simple sparring, no need to be so exaggerated, your weight training is not over yet." "Yes, Teacher Kai." Hearing what Might Kai said, Rock Lee immediately said loudly, "I will continue to train hard." Seeing this scene, Tian smiled brightly and stopped what he was doing. He reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Although I feel tired, I feel relaxed every day. This kind of refreshing fighting feeling is really great. If I take another vertebral muscle strengthener, my physical condition will definitely be strengthened again." Thinking of this, Tian looked excited. "Very good, Tian, you surprised me." At this time, Might Guy came over excitedly and said with a hearty smile, "Then next, I will give you weight training." Currently, only Rock Lee and Ningji have added weight training in the team. Among them, Lee Luoka added the most. Because they are originally aimed at physical skills. But every day is different. Although Tenten has a talent for physical skills, he mainly focuses on flexibility so that he can better control ninja tools. Being a ninja is all about using your strengths. But now, if the physical skills displayed by Tian continue to be enhanced with weights, Tian will become stronger. I have no problem. Hearing Might Guy's words, Tian immediately spoke out excitedly. After injecting the vertebral muscle strengthener, she felt that ordinary training was no longer helpful to her. Even though her own ninja tool shop had weights, she did not make one and wear it immediately. Because she didn't know how heavy it would be. Will that affect your manipulation of ninja tools? Rock Lee walked over with a look on his face and gave Tian a thumbs up. Tian, although your physical skills have become very strong, your talent for manipulating ninja tools is even higher. If you carry weight, won't your control of ninja tools be affected? If Tian doesn't have the talent to manipulate ninja tools, he can just ignore it by adding weight. As long as it's not too much, it shouldn't have much of an impact. After hearing what Rock Lee said, Tian said without hesitation, I feel that I can't make any progress if I follow Mr. Kai's method now. Okay, then I'll check for you again today. Might Guy smiled and said, your goal is to take part in the Chunin exam this year. Chunin exam. Hearing this, Rock Lee's breathing suddenly became rapid. You know, he just graduated for a year. If you become a Chunin, you can gain higher mission authority and achieve greater success in life. Chunin examination. Hyuga Niji's gaze gradually became firm. As of now, they are not Chunin. If they are Chunin, then they are qualified to lead missions and teams themselves, and even form teams to go on missions. Of course, being promoted to Chunin does not mean a complete graduation from the mentoring Jonin. Then take a break and continue training. Might Guy smiled and said, today, I will summarize your situation and then continue to help you train in physical skills. By the way, Ten. As he was speaking, Might Guy suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, how about you take care of the black turtle today? Ah. Hearing what Might Guy said, Ten looked embarrassed. Teacher Kai, I really don't like turtles, I have no problem taking care of them, but I don't want to make a contract. Matt K. The black turtle is also very strong, you have a talent for space magic, and it can also help you block damage. Think about it, when you throw a hidden weapon, if someone gets close to you, how will you defend yourself? At this time, the black turtle can help you, and you can even throw the hidden weapon against the black turtle. No, it's too ugly. Tiantian's face was conflicted for a moment, and he shook his head decisively. Generally, a ninja can only contract with one type of summoned beast, because establishing and maintaining such a contract requires a specific agreement, a mental connection, and usually an exchange of blood, which are all bound to a specific type of summoned beast. It is possible to sign more than one signature, but this may be very difficult in practice. Each summoned beast requires a certain level of mental and physical commitment, and establishing and maintaining contracts with multiple summoned beasts can distract a ninja's attention and strength. Her target was not the black turtle. What she likes more now is elves. Even though elves are not summoned beasts and do not require a summoning contract, she does not want to waste her energy establishing a connection with such an ugly summoned beast as the black tortoise. Hyuga Niji. Rock Lee. Hyuga Niji and Rock Lee looked at each other. A psychic beast. This summoned beast is an important helper for every ninja. Might Guy even personally took the initiative to cultivate the relationship between Black Turtle and Tian, and it was almost certain that Tian would be signed. But Tian was not willing to accept it. If the ninjas in the outside world who didn't have summoning beasts knew about this, they would definitely be jealous and envious. Alright. Seeing that Tian was unwilling, Might Guy didn't say anything else. In his opinion, Tian is just a child and doesn't know how important a spirit beast is. You will know later. At that time, I will slowly change my thoughts every day. Perfect. Alright, Lee, Niji, continue training, I'll see if your taijutsu training plan needs any adjustments. Might Guy immediately spoke out orders to Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga. Rock Lee and the other man nodded immediately, and then continued their training. Then next, we will adjust your physical training for 10-10, such as how much weight to use. Seeing this, Might Guy looked at Tian and exclaimed, I may not have been careful before, I didn't realize that your talent in physical skills is so strong, you must have trained a lot. Teacher, me. After hearing what Might Guy said, Tian thought that he could talk to teacher Might Guy about the jar. After all, Lin Mo had said that if possible, she and Hinata would bring more people to open the jars. Although she and Hinata privately agreed that the matter of the jar should be kept secret, in her opinion, there was absolutely no problem in telling her teacher. Because my teacher is a jonin and has a certain amount of financial resources. As for Niji and Rock Lee, it's not possible because they don't have that much money to open the jars. After all, just one jar would cost 100,000 taels. Xiaoli was financially supported by teacher Kai. Even though he knew about the jar, he had no money to open it. Well, I know you must have trained hard. Without waiting for Tian to finish, Might Guy nodded and continued, I understand, your body is so strong. If I had known earlier, I would have continued to train you. It would have been a waste of your time to accept the teaching assistant task at the ninja school. You can still improve your physical skills so much under such circumstances. You must be much more hardworking than Rock Lee. No, teacher, I. After hearing what Might Guy said, Tian started thinking about the jar. Before Tian could finish, Might Guy interrupted him, yeah, I know you want to exercise more, take a look at the weights first, and then I'll come up with a plan for you. Your family runs a ninja tool shop, I just need to come up with a training plan for the taijutsu. Come on, try this weight first. As he spoke, he took off a weight from his wrist and indicated that he should wear it every day. Tian was speechless when he saw that teacher Might Guy didn't listen to him at all. However, Tian also knows that teacher Kai is currently concerned about his physical training. Chapter 74. Let's talk about it after the test. Thinking of this, Tian immediately took on the weight given by Might Guy. Good weight. Tian took the weighted wristband handed to him by Might Guy. As soon as she started, she felt the heavy pressure coming from her wrist, which almost made her lose her balance. Subconsciously, she bent her knees slightly and tried to steady herself, but she could still feel the weight pressing on her shoulders and arms. This feeling of heaviness was far beyond her expectations. Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Is this the wristband that teacher Kai usually wears? It's really hard to imagine that the teacher can carry such heavy objects every day and still maintain such a high training intensity. I try to adjust my breathing every day and do my best to adapt myself to the weight that is suddenly placed on me. She felt that Might Guy was not only testing her physical endurance, but also her willpower. Although she felt exhausted, she didn't want to show weakness in front of teacher Might Guy. Tian immediately clenched his teeth, exerted a little force with his hands, and tried to keep himself balanced. However, Tian didn't know that Might Guy, who was standing next to her, had a moved expression on his face at this moment. He originally just wanted Tian to feel the weight of the load and didn't expect Tian to be able to actually hold it. After all, the weight of this wristband is difficult for ordinary chunin to bear. Especially without special training. However, when he saw that Tian, although struggling, still managed to hold the weighted wrist guard successfully. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. When did Tiantian's physique become so strong? Damn it. Even when Shaoli took this thing, he couldn't hold it. Tiantian's physical fitness far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that this weight would be too much for Tian to bear. It turned out not to be. This gave Might Guy a new understanding of Tiantian's physical potential. It seems that I underestimated Tiantian's ability before, Might Guy murmured in his heart. Immediately, Might Guy planned a more rigorous and in-depth training plan for Tian in his mind. Time passed quietly. For the entire morning, Might Guy tested Tiantian's ability to carry weight without affecting his concealed weapon techniques. It was finally finalized in the afternoon. At the same time, a set of physical training programs suitable for daily use was launched. At this time, Tian was still trying to adapt to the weight of the weight. His breathing gradually became steady and his body was gradually adapting to the feeling of oppression. Although the burden was still heavy, she no longer found it so unbearable. On the contrary, as her body adapted, she felt as if she was challenging herself and gradually breaking through her own limits. Very good, Ten. Might Guy nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad, Tian, your strength and perseverance are stronger than I thought. A training plan suitable for you has been developed. The current plan will allow you to maintain it for a long time, at least for 6 months to a year. So amazing. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee looked envious. Teacher Guy, can you design another plan for me? New physical training designs are being updated every day, and he wants one too. You are good enough now, no more. Hearing Rock Lee's words, Might Guy immediately shook his head and said, although the early bird catches the worm, you still need to adjust your body properly. Rock Lee's burden was enough. If you add more, it will not be worth it. In order to train Rock Lee, he also configured a special plaster to assist Rock Lee, which had the most ideal effect. Okay. Hearing what Might Guy said, Rock Lee was immediately disappointed. Alright, that's it for today, disband, come back at the same time tomorrow. Might Guy said to Hyuga Niji and Ten, you need to make your weights at home today, you can try them out tomorrow, and then I will help you perfect them. No problem. Hearing Might Guy's words, Ten nodded heavily. And Hyuga Niji nodded, said goodbye to Might Guy, and left. I don't know how you train Tian, do you have any secrets? Rock Lee rubbed his hands while looking at Tian Xia, and said quickly, if you have any, please teach me. You know, he knows Tiantian's physical skills very well. But today, he actually displayed such a terrifying level of physical skills, which completely shocked him and he didn't know what to say. He had wanted to ask before, but he held back after seeing him training with Might Guy every day and doing weight-bearing tests. Now that Might Guy said it was disbanded, he couldn't wait to ask. There's really no secret. Hearing Rock Lee's words, Ten chuckled, actually, there is no shortcut to physical training, the secret is to practice, and practice again. Before Ten could finish, Might Guy interrupted her and gave Rock Lee a thumbs up. Lee, let's train and run around Konoha village a few times. Okay, no problem, teacher. Hearing Might Guy's words, Rock Lee immediately stood up straight and shouted, I'll follow your orders. I don't really exercise. Teacher Guy, can't you just listen to me? I can reach this level of physical skills by taking shortcuts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as Tian was about to talk about the jar, Might Guy waved his hand and interrupted Tian again, where is the shortcut to physical skills? Are you kidding? I am a physical training developer and I know very well how to improve physical training. Lee, let's take action. Without waiting for Tian to finish speaking, Might Guy immediately ran away with Rock Lee, raising a cloud of dust in an instant and left here. Day by day, Tian suddenly felt like there was something stuck in his throat. If you don't want to listen, then you don't want to listen. Tian stamped his feet, turned around angrily and walked away towards home. She was still thinking about telling Might Guy about Lin Mo's jar shop, but Teacher Guy interrupted her several times. She also gave up completely. When the time comes, Teacher Kai will regret it. The most urgent thing is to go back and make the matching weight-bearing device and tell my parents. Thinking of this, Tian quickened his pace. Sold out so quickly. No, God, please do more, I'm not satisfied yet. I just broke open a jar and got a detonating talisman, and you're out of stock. You must prepare more tomorrow. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like the price of things like jars has gone up today. When Tian returned to his own ninja tool shop, he saw one after another passing by. Or people leaving their own ninja tool shops and complaining to some ninjas. Apparently, Jintian's father's ninja tool shop has been very popular these past 2 days. Dad is smiling every day, obviously he has made a lot of money. When he saw Tian coming back, he immediately smiled and said. Tian is back. By the way, Hinata came to see you this afternoon. I told her that you were training with your instructor, and she left. She said that if you come back early, you can go directly to the jar shop to find her. Oh, yes. Hearing what his father said, Tian immediately knocked his head in regret and said. I made an appointment with Hinata yesterday to practice with Hinata today, but I didn't expect to hear what you said about Teacher Kai when I came back last night. I should have told you in advance when I left this morning. When you are free in the morning, go to the owner Lin Mo to remind Hinata, so that Hinata doesn't have to make the trip. By the way, Dad, this is the weight-bearing device that Teacher Kai designed for me. Please help me build it, I need it tomorrow. As he said that, Tian took out the weight-bearing device plan given by Might Guy and handed it to his father. Hearing this, Jintian's father took it immediately, nodded without even looking at it, and said, Don't worry, I'll print it out for you tonight. Although these things are not used every day, Might Guy has come to their ninja tool shop many times to make and buy ninja tools. Let them make a fortune. I'm going to Lin Mo's place to look for Hinata now. I won't be back for dinner tonight. After talking to her father, Tian couldn't wait to say goodbye to him and headed straight to Lin Mo's shop. She hadn't been to Lin Mo's place today, and she had stood up Hinata, so she had to go there quickly. Okay. Just as Tenten was running quickly past Ichiraka Ramen, Yuhi Kurinai, who was walking with Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, instantly noticed Tenten and was surprised. What is this kid doing running so fast? Is there anything urgent? Seeing Tian quickly running away from her sight, Zaihong shook her head and no longer paid attention. Teacher Hong, is the snail noodle you mentioned really delicious? Beside him, Inazuka Kiba said hesitantly, if it's this smell in the air, I don't think I can eat it. His sense of smell was very sensitive, and he instantly smelled the scent of snail noodles wafting from Ichiraka Ramen, and his face twisted. No way, they obviously trained very hard today. Teacher Yuhi Kurinai actually brought them here to eat this kind of thing. What kind of punishment is this? Although it tastes sour and smelly, it actually has a hint of spice in it. Beside them, Aburame Shino said calmly, moreover, most of the people in Ichiraka Ramen are eating this, which proves that this thing is indeed delicious and is a new product from Ichiraka Ramen. Compared to Inazuka Kiba, he also explored more clearly. In fact, you know it if you think about it. If the food wasn't delicious, Ichiraka Ramen wouldn't be so packed. The only downside is that it's a torture for people who like light Ichiraka Ramen. I promise you'll like it. When Yuhi Kurinai heard what Inazuka Kiba said, she smiled and said, will the teacher lie to you? Let's go. Having said that, he took Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino into Ichiraka Ramen. As soon as he came in, an even more pungent sour smell penetrated into Inazuka Kiba's nasal cavity, making Inazuka Kiba's face twist involuntarily. This smells terrible. As a ninja of the Inazuka clan, his sense of smell is more acute than that of ordinary people. Now that he has come here, feeling the smell of snail noodles coming from all directions, it is really a torture for him. Acarus, give me 3 bowls of snail noodles. Zaihong greeted very skillfully. Hearing the familiar voice, Chanpu immediately brought out the prepared snail noodles. Because snail noodles are so popular, when there are many customers, she will prepare it directly in the kitchen and serve it out immediately as soon as someone orders it. I'm not afraid of no one ordering. Because some people have eaten it, they need to pack it up. So the hands are always busy typing, and Calamus is always busy serving. Soon, Acarus placed a bowl of steaming snail noodles on the table chosen by Zirihong. After placing 3 bowls of snail noodles in succession, Chanpu left quickly. She also has to serve it to others. Looking at the 3 bowls of snail noodles, Inazuka Kiba's mouth twitched, Teacher Hong, can we not eat it? At this moment, Shirihong's red lips curled up slightly in a smile. She had already picked up the chopsticks, elegantly picked up a strand of snail noodles, and gently put it into her mouth. At this moment, the snail noodles slid across her red lips. After taking a bite, Zaihong closed her eyes, as if she was savoring the delicacy, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. The picture exudes a unique beauty. The beauty of the sunset red forms a sharp contrast with the bowl of snail noodles, yet it is unexpectedly harmonious. Her red lips sucked gently between the vermicelli, making a slight sound, as if she was enjoying a feast for the taste buds. He paid no attention to Inazuka Kiba's words. Inazuka Kiba was stunned. He had never seen teacher Yuhi Kurinai savor a bowl of food so attentively, and the expression of enjoyment on her face made him feel a little curious and puzzled. Smelling the steaming pungent aroma and seeing his teacher Zihihong eating so deliciously, Ya's heart wavered. Forget it, let's fight. Inazuka Kiba secretly encouraged himself in his heart, gritted his teeth, and finally decided to try this bowl of snail noodles. He immediately picked up the chopsticks and carefully picked up a strand of vermicelli. Although the pungent smell still lingered in his nose, he still put the vermicelli into his mouth. In an instant, Ya's eyes widened suddenly. The vermicelli brought a completely unexpected taste impact when it first entered your mouth. The sour and spicy taste instantly burst out in his mouth, accompanied by a unique fresh fragrance and chewy texture. Every bite made him feel extremely satisfied and surprised. This is so delicious. Inazuka Kiba was shocked. I never expected that this pungent smell could turn into such a delicious taste. He was instantly captivated by the unique taste of the snail noodles. His previous hesitation and insecurity disappeared, replaced by a strong desire for this bowl of noodles. Ya no longer cared about anything else and began to eat madly with big mouthfuls. Every bite seemed like he was tasting a delicacy in the world. Even the strong sour smell became acceptable to him. The sour and spicy taste of the snail noodles stimulated his taste buds and made him feel unprecedented satisfaction. Inazuka Kiba's speed was getting faster and faster, and there was almost no time for the chopsticks to stop. It's so delicious, so delicious. Inazuka Kiba was so ecstatic that he could hardly stop talking. He felt that he had completely fallen in love with this bowl of snail noodles. The unique taste had been deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be erased. What do you think, am I right? Although this snail noodle tastes special, it is really delicious. With his mouth full of snail noodles, Ya had no time to answer. He could only nod frantically and continue eating. His heart was filled with love for this bowl of snail noodles, and all his previous doubts disappeared at this moment. Aburame Shino, who was standing nearby, was silent but was also attracted by the performance of the two. He immediately raised his sunglasses slightly and began to talk softly. Soon, after finishing a bowl of snail noodles, Inazuka Kiba put down his chopsticks reluctantly, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Teacher, you are right. This snail noodle is absolutely amazing. Zihihong smiled and nodded, gracefully put down her chopsticks, and said with her red lips. For some delicacies, you can only truly appreciate their deliciousness after tasting them yourself. Remember this lesson, and don't be scared by the superficial taste next time. Acarus, another bowl please. Zihong continued to ask Acarus to bring another bowl. I also want. Inazuka Kiba hurriedly asked for a bowl as well, and said, pack 2 bowls for me, I'll take them back to Akameru later. I specially left my Akameru at home today. His training for the day is over. The reason we came for dinner was because teacher Shiri Honghong treated us. He didn't expect that teacher Shiri Hong would bring them to eat such a delicious dish. He is not his own good partner. I must bring it back for Akameru to try. Then, as the snail noodles came up, Inazuka Kiba started to eat them happily again. When Kiba Inazuka was happily slurping noodles. Outside Ichiraka Ramen. A woman wearing a black kimono and holding a pink pig stopped and sniffed, looking a little confused. Did I remember it wrong? While muttering to himself, he looked up at the geographical location of the store. Looking at the words, Ichiraka Ramen, on the shop's sign, Shizun confirmed. I didn't take the wrong path. This is indeed an Ichiraka Ramen shop. But why would this smell come from Ichiraka Ramen? And seeing that many people were sitting and eating in Ichiraka Ramen, Shizun's expression became more and more strange. Is it a new product? But eating Ichiraka Ramen in this atmosphere seems like torture. Ah, it's a rare opportunity for me to come back and help Lady Tsunade collect information. If I leave now, I'll be hungry. There's nothing good to eat outside the village at night. Oh, forget it, let's go in first, finish eating early, and leave early. The village has been under a lot of martial law recently. If we don't leave now, it will be difficult to leave the village. However, some of the things that happened in Konoha village are interesting. You can go back and report to Lady Tsunade. Shizun muttered to herself as she walked into Ichiraku Ramen with the cute little pig in her arms. After walking in, he pulled on his black hat, picked an empty seat in the corner of the front desk, and whispered, "Give me a bowl of Ichiraku Ramen. It is good." Chapter 75. Ever since the snail noodle became popular, few people come to eat Ichiraku Ramen today. But Acarus also knew that this situation could not be allowed to continue. After all, this is a Ichiraku Ramen restaurant, not a snail noodle restaurant. She had already looked for an empty shop next to Lin Mo's jar shop. Soon, Ayam brought a large bowl of Ichiraku Ramen to Shizun and said with a hearty smile, "Please enjoy it." Having said that, Acarus turned around and continued to work. Shizun, on the other hand, casually picked up the chopsticks, gently picked up a strand of ramen, and put it into her mouth. Her movements were graceful and natural, as if this bowl of ramen was not just food in her eyes, but also a relaxing and enjoyable experience. As soon as the noodles entered her mouth, the familiar taste instantly bloomed on the tip of her tongue. The smooth noodles with rich soup gently slid down her throat and warmed her whole body. Well, Ichiraka ramen is still the best. Shizun couldn't help but narrow her eyes, a satisfied smile on her face. This bowl of ramen brought her not only deliciousness, but also a long-lost sense of security. The noodles had just the right amount of elasticity, and paired with the carefully cooked soup, every bite seemed to bring her back to the carefree days of her childhood in the village. That familiar taste made her put aside all her worries temporarily, leaving her only to enjoy the bowl of ramen. Shizun took another big bite of noodles and savored it carefully. The rich pork bone soup mixed with the fragrance of noodles, the melt-in-your-mouth barbecued pork and fresh side dishes make this bowl of ramen even better. She felt her entire mouth filled with happiness, as if this bowl of ramen could soothe all the fatigue in her heart. It's true, no matter where I go, Ichiraka ramen in Konoha village still makes me happiest, Shizun sighed silently in her heart. Running around outside with Lady Tsunade, the ramen I ate didn't taste as good as the one at Ichiraka ramen. But the food here really affects my enjoyment of ramen. The next second, Jingyin smelled the scent of snail noodles in the air and complained in a low voice without saying a word. The sour smell mixed in the air made Jingyin speechless. Although she didn't know what it was, but seeing the people around her enjoying it, it seemed like some kind of delicacy. Jingyin looked around and found that many people were eating snail noodles. She immediately shook her head and continued eating her ramen. It's wired. Zairihong, who was eating rice noodle with snails, noticed Jingyin, who was looking down and couldn't see her face clearly in the corner not far away, and immediately raised her eyebrows. That woman seems a little strange. But the next second, Zihi Kurenai withdrew her gaze. It has nothing to do with me anyway, so there is no need for me to meddle in it. She also didn't think that anyone would cause trouble in the village now. Speaking of which, if we are leaving the village in a few days, we should also purchase a batch of new ninja tools. Yuhi Kurenai thought that after receiving a call from Hyuga Hinata in a few days, she would go out of the village to carry out a mission, and she would definitely need to purchase a batch of new ninja tools. As a teacher, she couldn't possibly let her students prepare their own ninja tools. Outside the village, there are not enough ninja tools. When thinking of ninja tools, Yuhi Kurenai thought of Tenten's family's ninja tool shop. I can stop by and take a look later. When Yuhi Kurenai thought so. The other side. In the jar shop. Tian ran in and found that Lin Mo was the only one there. He immediately asked curiously, Lin Mo, where is Hinata? Training in the back. Lin Mo, who was observing the incomplete second gate of the 8 gates, immediately looked up and chuckled, it seems like he is preparing to leave. Through Hinata's arrival in the afternoon, Lin Mo knew why Tian didn't come today. Trained by Mike Kila. Come to think of it, I don't know if Tenten told Mike Guy about the jar. At the moment, it seems not. Otherwise, there's no reason to come here alone every day. Thinking that he still had more than a dozen jars to fill, Lin Mo felt that he might have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian hurried to the backyard. I saw Hyuga Hinata packing up her things on the training ground in the backyard. When he saw Tian coming back, he was stunned and asked in surprise, Tian, why are you here? Isn't Tian dragged away for training by his instructor? How come you still have time to come here today? After I went back from my class today, I heard Daddy say that you had been to my house, so I rushed over. Tian said with an embarrassed look on his face, it's all my fault for not telling you in advance, so you had to run all the way, I came to see if you were still there. Don't leave yet, let's train for a while tonight and then have dinner together, it's my treat. Aha. Hearing what Tenten said, Hyuga Hinata nodded immediately, no problem. We won't cook today, we'll take Lin Mo out to eat later. Tian laughed, and suddenly thought of something, and asked curiously, by the way, Hinata, how is your wind escape ninjutsu? B-rank ninjutsu, wind style, vacuum jade? Hearing what Tenten said, Hyuga Hinata looked up in confusion, very familiar, what's wrong? The ninjutsu that you develop by opening the jar yourself does not require any practice and can be used directly, and it requires a lot of skill. When I opened the jar, Tian was next to me and saw it. Why are you asking this every day? Hey, I thought of a good way to train. Tian rubbed his hands excitedly, you will use that B-level ninjutsu, wind style, vacuum ball on me, and then I will dodge it to train my movement speed. Huh? No. How can this be possible? This B-level ninjutsu is very powerful, if it hits you, it will definitely hurt you. Tian is too bold to think like that. Being a target for B-level ninjutsu, one could get seriously injured if he wasn't careful. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Tenten chuckled and said. I mean tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, aren't you going to return to the team the day after tomorrow? I got a new taijutsu training plan from Teacher Kai, so I want to try it out before you leave. Of course, I will definitely wear protective armor, and you should control the amount of chakra to prevent the vacuum jade from causing too much damage. If it's feasible, we can continue training when you return to the village. In that case, yes. Hinata was stunned when she heard what Tenten said. He nodded immediately. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Very good. Tenten looked satisfied when she saw Hinata agreed. In this way, you can give it a try, and then when you train, you can train in this direction. But the next second, Tenten saw Hinata just waving her hand and putting the packed things into the storage ring on her finger, and her face was immediately filled with envy. I'm so envious of you, Hinata, your storage ring is even more convenient than my sealing scroll, I wish I had one too. This storage ring is really convenient. You'll have it next time you open the can. Hearing what Tenten said, Hinata whispered, but if you need it, I can lend you the ring, I only use it for training, you use ninja tools, so it will be very convenient to have this. Hinata said as she prepared to take off the storage ring in her hand. No, no, no. Hearing what Hinata said, Tenten immediately stopped Hinata's action and shook her head, saying, you will also be returning to the team in a few days, when you go out of the village to do the mission, you must leave your things behind. But you shouldn't leave the village, after all, you just graduated, and the missions you can accept are only E-level and D-level missions that are within the scope of the village. You keep it for yourself first, you don't have to give it to me, I'll be able to open the jar in a few days, and maybe I'll be able to get it out then. Although Hinata was very generous, Tenten felt that she couldn't take advantage of him. After all, this storage ring is really valuable. After hearing what Tenten said, Hinata immediately stopped what she was doing and did not take off her clothes. Let's go to Lin Mo to eat ramen. Tenten said as she pulled Hinata towards the kin shop in front of them. Lin Mo, let's go out for dinner. Tian, who ran in, said to Lin Mo, Hinata is just going back, and I have been training for a day, I think we can go to Ichiraku Ramen to have a bowl of ramen. I can't cook today because I didn't bring any food when I came here in a hurry. Well, yes. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo nodded slightly. It's getting late now, so it's a good time to have dinner. There is no food in the restaurant, so let's go out for a meal. Thinking of this, Lin Mo put the scroll into his storage ring, and then walked out of the jar shop with Hinata and Tian. I can't come tomorrow either. As he and Lin Mo walked out of the kin shop, Tian looked at Lin Mo and said worriedly, I have to go to Teacher Kai's place for training tomorrow. Isn't that great? Hearing this, Lin Mo looked surprised, your physical fitness has improved a lot, when you come to my place, you will also train in the backyard, but if your teacher takes you to train together, the effect will definitely be greater. Tenten's instructor is the famous blue beast of Konoha. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian nodded. She had gained a lot just from attending the training session today. Originally, I wanted to tell Teacher Kai about you, Lin Mo, and the abandoned jar, and bring him over to open the jar. Tian continued to sigh and said, but before I could finish, he interrupted me several times when I wanted to say something. In the end, he even said that there is no shortcut to physical training. When he finds out about Lin Mo's jar, I wonder if he'll regret it. Speaking of which, Tian is bloated, like a hamster with a full mouth. That's actually the case. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo looked strange. This makes sense. He was not surprised by what Might Guy said. After all, who would have thought that there was such a magical thing as a jar? By the way, I'll run over and grab a spot. Suddenly, Tian said hurriedly, when I came here, I saw a lot of people in Ichiraku Ramen. And it seemed that there were no seats left. I didn't look carefully at the time, so I'll run over to take a look and order some for you. When you get here, you don't have to wait, just start eating. Can. Hearing Tiantian's words, Lin Mo nodded happily. Immediately, Tian ran away quickly. Only Lin Mo and Hinata were still walking. Speaking of which, your father, why didn't he bring some people to open the cans? As Tian left, Lin Mo looked at Hinata beside him and pinched his chin, and said with a little curiosity, I see that so far, only 3 people from your Hyuga clan have come to open the jar. Several days have passed, and Hinata Hayashi has not brought any extra tribesmen to open the jars. This was beyond Lin Mo's expectations. Although he guessed that Hinata Hayashi wanted to keep it a secret, couldn't he bring a few close associates to open the jar? I don't know my father's specific thoughts. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata blushed and whispered, but father said not to publicize it too much. It seems that what I thought was right. After hearing Hinata's words, Lin Mo understood. The two chatted as they walked towards Ichiraka Ramen. At this time in Ichiraka Ramen restaurant, Kurenai Yuhi has also walked out with Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. Teacher Hong, I'm leaving first. Inuzuka Kiba excitedly carried 2 bowls of packaged snail noodles, said goodbye to Yuhi Hong, and left quickly without waiting. He also wants to bring good things back to Akameru. Aburame Shinoya and Yuhi Kurenai nodded, said goodbye and left. Standing at Ichiraka Ramen, Yuhi Kurenai also stretched her waist, squinted her eyes and prepared to leave. But not long after walking, I saw Tian running quickly from a distance. Sister give me 3 bowls of Ichiraka Ramen. After Tenten ran into Ichiraka Ramen, he spoke to and raised 3 fingers at the same time. Okay, wait a minute. Hearing Tiantian's words, Akaris nodded immediately and said, need the noodles and put them in the pot later, it will be just right if you wait for a while. This child eats 3 bowls. Zaihong looked a little strange while listening to Tiantian's words. So can we eat it? Even if you have a talent for physical skills, you shouldn't be able to eat so much. Following Might Guy, it's really thinking of Tiantian's teacher Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai sighed in her heart. It would be great if Tian was my student. Then, Yuhi Kurenai left Ichiraka Ramen and prepared to go back. However, after walking for a while, he saw Lin Mo and Hyuga Hinata walking side by side in the crowd not far away. Hyuga Hinata lowered her head, intertwined her fingers, and seemed to be saying something. Seeing this scene, Shirihong's expression suddenly became strange. Isn't that young man from the shop I saw yesterday? That was the store Hinata ran into. At that time, Tenten came out and went to an empty training ground at the back with Hinata. How come he is walking with Lin Mo now? Who is this young man? Thinking about how Hinata had even secretly used wind attribute chakra to attach her feet and hurried on her way, she didn't even notice it. Now it seems that Hinata also knows this person. Are you familiar with Tian? Could it be from there? Zairihong looked at Lin Mo carefully and found that Lin Mo had fair skin and tender flesh, and had a temperament different from that of ordinary people and ninjas. He was not wearing any ninja forehead guard. He wasn't wearing any ninja-style clothing, so he wasn't a ninja at all. In this case, how could he get to know the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan? It even made the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan use her chakra in secret to find him. Could it be? Zihi Kurenai suddenly thought of something and her expression became strange. The special training that Hyuga Hayashi clan leader mentioned is that Hinata will be training with this young man. Is this too early? Wrong. The next second, Kurenai shook her head, thinking that Hinata had rushed to Lin Mo's place to find Tian and did not communicate much with this person. But the current situation is obviously recognized. Thinking of Tian whom I just saw, I ran to Ichiraka Ramen and ordered 3 bowls of Ichiraka Ramen. She roughly guessed that Tian went to order in advance. So, these 3 people know each other. For a moment, Shirihong became interested in Lin Mo. What is the identity of this young man? He was able to walk with the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and he also knew Tian, who ran a ninja tool shop in Konoha village. But he is not from Konoha village. She could tell at a glance from the way Lin Mo was dressed that he was not from Konoha village. More like the young masters around the Fire Country daimyo. Let's see tomorrow. Thinking that tomorrow is the second to last day as agreed with Hinata Hayashi, Yuhi Kurenai feels that she can take some time to take a look. Hinata should go to where this young man is. She remembered that Might Guy was training today and Tian was there too. This also means that Tenten is not with Hinata during the day. So will Hinata still come out? Thinking of what Hyuga Hayashi had told her, that Hinata was undergoing special training with the Hyuga clan, Yuhi Kurenai was speechless. What kind of special training is this? For 2 consecutive days, he was away from his family and instead was training in a training ground outside. Then, Zihi Kurenai left. She had left some so she could continue to observe Hinata tomorrow. When Shirihong left. In Ichiraka Ramen. Jingyin looked at the bowl of snail noodles in front of her, took a deep breath, and started slurping it naturally. She had just finished a bowl of ramen and decided to pay the bill and leave. As a result, I saw that everyone was eating snail noodles, so I was curious and asked about it. Then Chanpu told me that I could try it. If it doesn't taste good, you don't have to eat it and you don't have to pay for it. If many people in Ichiraka Ramen weren't eating this kind of snail noodles, she said she would never try it. After tasting it, she realized that she was wrong. It smelled very sour and stinky, but actually tasted very fragrant, which instantly captured her taste and shocked her. How can it be so delicious? It's such a shame that Lady Tsunade isn't coming. Thinking that Lady Tsunade did not return to Konoha village, so she came to Konoha village to collect some information, Shizen sighed. I am not by Lady Tsunade's side, and I don't know how Lady Tsunade is doing. It's already so late, why don't you stay for another bowl, have some snail noodles tomorrow morning, pack up a portion, and then leave. Jingyin muttered while eating snail noodles. Since we have been staying in Konoha village for more than one day anyway, it would be okay to stay one more night. Who would have thought that this snail noodle is so delicious?